unfold just a couple hours ago. What exactly did we see at Wednesday night's debate?
Yeah, well, with less than 4 months until the first Republican primary contest, the candidates are still really searching for that breakout moment. At Wednesday's second GOP presidential debate, the 7 contenders used the absence of the race's frontrunner, former President Trump, to plead their case to the American people. So the actual debate featured all but one of the candidates who appeared at last month's event, with Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson being the only who failed to qualify, while the moderators attempted to cover a lot of ground with topics ranging from health care to the ongoing labor disputes across the country to the Ukraine war. The night frequently devolved into prolonged periods of shouting and interruption between the 7 candidates on stage. As with the first debate, entrepreneur and upstart candidate Vivek Ramaswamy became a frequent target for his competitors. Senator Tim Scott attacked Ramaswamy over his business dealings in China, while he shared this exchange with Nikki Haley over TikTok.
I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say, because I can't believe.
Meanwhile, Republican frontrunner and former President Donald Trump skipped the second debate of this election cycle, instead opting to speak at an auto manufacturing plant in Michigan Wednesday night. Trump's absence did not go unnoticed by his challengers, as he was called out by both Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie. DeSantis said Trump was, quote, missing in action, while Christie said had this to say during the debate's closing minutes.
This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. He needs to be voted off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
Now, in a statement, a senior advisor to the Trump campaign called for the Republican National Committee to cancel further Republican primary debates, calling them boring and inconsequential, and said that they will do nothing to change the dynamic of the race. Back to you.
Lots of moving parts there. Drew, thank you.
Nearly a week since he was hit with major corruption and bribery charges, Senator Bob Menendez made his first appearance in federal court Wednesday. Menendez is expected to address his colleagues in Congress later today, as he remains defiant in the face of growing calls from inside his own party for him to resign. NBC's Jonathan Dienst has more.
Holding hands with his wife Nadine, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez left federal court to a crush of cameras and a handful of protesters. Earlier, Menendez, his wife, and 2 businessmen pleaded not guilty to charges they took part in a wide-ranging bribery scheme. The FBI says Senator Menendez and his wife got these gold bars, piles of cash, and a Mercedes in exchange for government favors. The senator released on $100,000 bail, his wife on $250,000. Sources familiar with the matter say the FBI is investigating if Egyptian intelligence services played any role in the alleged bribe scheme, in an effort to get non-public U.S. government information from Menendez, then chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Meanwhile, President Biden still silent on the Menendez case, while the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, Dick Durbin, added his name to the growing list of Democrats calling for Menendez to resign. Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer criticizing Menendez, but not calling on him to step down.
For senators, there's a much, much higher standard. And clearly, when you read the indictment, Senator Menendez fell way, way below that standard.
Our thanks to Jonathan Dienst for that report.
Despite the many objections of Donald Trump's legal team, Judge Tanya Chutkan will preside over the former president's federal election interference trial. On Wednesday, Chutkan ruled against their request for her recusal in the upcoming trial for perceived anti-Trump comments that she made in cases related to January 6th. Now, in her opinion, Chutkan wrote that those comments reflected the information presented in those cases, adding that she has never taken the position that Trump should be prosecuted and sent to prison. The federal trial is set to begin in March. Trump has pleaded not guilty. He did that earlier this summer.
North Korea's Kim Jong-un made a public call to increase the country's nuclear weapons. According to North Korean state media, Kim made the comments during the country's two-day parliament session. It's now part of North Korea's constitution. Kim also called for his country to play a larger role in the group of nations confronting the United States. North Korea's leader called the movement the new Cold War. This comes after Kim met with Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this month and visited Russia's military and technology sites.
We have new details now in the Gilgo Beach serial killer trial that could expand the case. As the suspected serial killer returns to court, officials are now revealing new evidence and other bodies found over the year-long stretch. Here's NBC's Noah Pransky.
The case against the accused Gilgo Beach serial killer grows.
And now we've expanded our investigation to include other bodies that were recovered in that area.
Rex Harriman appearing in court for a pretrial conference. He's been charged in 3 of the murders so far, but prosecutors say they're now expanding the investigation to include other victims found along the same shoreline.
We're still investigating. Our investigation is continuing, and when we're prepared to announce charges, if that day comes, we'll do it in court.
Long Island prosecutors also saying a DNA swab collected from Harriman after his arrest was consistent with a hair collected off of a victim's body. A defense attorney for the defendant disputes that connection.
There's nobody on the face of this earth that's credible is going to say that hair is my client's hair.
Rex, did you do it?
Harriman, who was arrested in July and has been held without bail, is facing murder charges for the deaths of Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amberlynn Costello, whose bodies were all found on Gilgo Beach more than a decade ago. He's pleaded not guilty, but is the prime suspect in a 4th murder as well.
He's a fellow who was working, has never been arrested, has a wife and children, is a productive member of society.
Harriman told the court he spends 2 to 3 hours a day in jail reviewing the evidence against him. Prosecutors say family members of 2 Gilgo victims were in court to witness the proceedings themselves. They chose not to comment. The defendant returns to court next for his next hearing on November 15th.
Our thanks to Noah for that report.
While his primary opponents took to the national stage in California, former President Trump was in Michigan. Trump skipped Wednesday night's debate to speak at an auto parts company in Clinton Township. It came just a day after President Biden traveled to the state to join striking UAW members in Detroit. Trump, meanwhile, spoke at a non-union company, despite being just miles away from the picket lines. While few striking workers attended the speech, Trump attacked Biden on his economic agenda and asked for their support.
Meanwhile, the president has approved an emergency declaration for Louisiana. Salt water is creeping up the Mississippi River from the Gulf, and it's compromising the state's drinking water. The river is only about 5 inches from hitting record low levels right now, so the downstream flow of fresh water isn't strong enough to keep the salt water out. Salt water is heavier, so it flows along the riverbed. Engineers are now creating an underwater barrier to try and hold back the salt water. Some parishes were already starting to rely on bottled water over the summer. And this underwater levee will only slow this problem. Officials say what they really need right now is prolonged rain.
All right, we did get the sun for a day, and now more rain is on the way for the East Coast this morning. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman has a look at where the storm is heading and how much rain it could bring. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, ladies. We're going to see likely a nice start to our day for a lot of folks across parts of the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, but we will start to usher in a little more rain as the day goes on, specifically into the later parts of the day and definitely into tomorrow. Here's a look at your satellite and radar right now. We've got some showers across parts of the Midwest. We've, of course, got the unsettled weather that we're dealing with across Florida. That's going to stay with us for the next couple of days. But this low pressure is what we're going to be watching here as it forms off the southeast coast and then kind of slowly but surely works its way north. Notice later into the day today and then again into tomorrow, we're dealing with the rain. It's not quite as widespread and not quite as prolonged as it was earlier into the week, but we will, of course, see some rounds of rain that impact us for our outdoor plans and such as we get into tomorrow and even into Saturday. Well, the good news is we'll start to see it start to pull away by the time we get to Saturday, and a nice day is on tap for Sunday. We will have to deal with some coastal flooding, though. Notice we've got 10 million people under these alerts. Minor to moderate coastal flooding is expected with some strong onshore winds, so heads up for that. We will see that last for us for the next couple of days. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead for Pittsburgh, 70 degrees. We'll deal with some showers across Louisville with a high of 78 degrees. New Orleans sees some showers and thunderstorms this afternoon, 88 degrees in Orlando. More thunderstorms in the picture stretching down through Miami as well. That's a look at the forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. One small step for man, one major milestone for a man named Frank Rubio. This was the moment the American astronaut touched down on the Earth's surface for the first time in more than a year. His stay at the space station was extended unexpectedly. He said the hardest part was being away from his family. It is the longest time any American has spent on the International Space Station. Now, after orbiting the Earth nearly 6,000 times, he is almost home.
Dozens of arrests in Philly after a night of looting.
The issue is hitting retailers coast to coast. We'll tell you how it's causing stores to close.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back now with a growing problem of retail theft. Dozens of people were arrested in Philadelphia after a violent crime spree. It's a problem forcing some retailers to close up shop. Tom Yamas has this report.
More than 50 people are under arrest in connection with this overnight crime wave that hit Philadelphia. Officers tackling suspects ransacking businesses. Crowds of suspected thieves seen running from stores like Apple, Lululemon, and Foot Locker.
This is not shoplifting. This is looting. This is riot.
It's called organized retail theft. It's happening all over America, killing business and making shopping even more expensive. Target says crooks are forcing them to close 9 stores by October, saying theft is, quote, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This Target in Oakland is one of the ones shutting down, and you can see what the shopping experience is like. You got deodorant, you have shaving cream, all locked up, even toothpaste. You have to call someone to help you buy one because of thieves.
But it's the crime outside of stores in Oakland that is terrifying residents. 10,000 cars stolen just this year. Burglaries and robberies also up. Last week, cameras captured this woman screaming in agony as thieves dragged her across the street, trying to steal her purse. It mirrors another incident earlier this month.
When you see crime like that during the day, what does that tell you?
It tells me that there's a sense of lawlessness, that there are people in our community that don't fear being arrested.
LaRon Armstrong was the latest Oakland police chief to be fired.
Is it a free-for-all when it comes to crime in Oakland?
I think it's a combination of lack of enforcement and then not strong enough prosecution.
And now residents of Oakland say they've had enough, closing their own businesses in protest of a city they say can't keep them safe.
Letting violent crime criminals out as soon as they're apprehended and booked does not lead to public safety.
I consider it a state of emergency. I've never seen Oakland this way before.
Residents now calling for new leadership, tougher laws, and a turnaround before crime cripples their city. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Oakland.
Turning now to X, formerly known as Twitter, also known as the company Xing out staff on its disinformation and election integrity team. So that's the group responsible for trying to prevent election interference and the spread of false election info on the platform. The company did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the cuts.
And still to come, The Wiz returning to Broadway to take you back to the world of Oz.
And the late night lineup is coming back starting next week.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing?
This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back with the latest in culture and trends, and we begin down the yellow brick road. The Wiz is returning to Broadway this spring. A pre-Broadway national tour just launched in Baltimore, where the original show premiered nearly 50 years ago. Previews begin at New York's Marquee Theater March 29th, and opening night is set for April 17th. You can start to get those tickets in November.
Until then, you can get a refresher of watching the movie You Can't Beat Michael Jackson and Diana Ross.
So good.
So good. Now that the Writers Guild strike has ended, late night shows are returning en masse. Stephen Colbert tweeted a video of his team back for the first time in 5 months. The Late Show, along with Jimmy Kimmel Live, The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, and Late Night with Seth Meyers will be back on the air on Monday. And the big question, especially the buzz around 30 Rock here, is when Kelly Clarkson will start, considering she moved all the way from LA to be right upstairs.
Yes, and a great show on the Today Show last week, too. Well, Bruce Springsteen is postponing his remaining 2023 tour dates to focus on his health. In a statement, the rock legend announced he's still recovering from peptic ulcer disease. New dates for the shows are expected to be announced next week for 2024.
At least he says he is getting better. When we come back, a morning staple just got pricier.
And Peloton's new partnership has stocks soaring.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand deliberations.
All right, it just did too.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
Well, you can now buy gold at an unexpected place, and your morning OJ just got more expensive. Here's what you need to know early today. According to a new study, 4 out of 5 black Americans say they see racist or racially insensitive depictions of black people in the media. The survey also found about 63% say that news about black people is often more negative compared to other racial or ethnic groups.
Peloton just announced a 5-year partnership with Lululemon that will bring its content to the athletic apparel company's Exercise app. And Lululemon will now be Peloton's primary apparel partner.
You can now buy gold bars at Costco's website, and they are selling like hotcakes, guys. But they're for members only, with a limit of 2 per customer.
Orange juice prices just hit a record high of nearly $4 a pound. The surge comes after hurricanes that reduced Florida's crop to its lowest in nearly 80 years.
All right, coming up, can you guess where the state where these flamingos were spotted? Probably not where you expect. We'll tell you more about the rare sight right after this.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It always
always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
With the start of the fall comes a new sick season, leaving a lot of us wondering, is it a cold, a flu, COVID, or just allergies? Jolie Sherman from our Connecticut station breaks down the difference in symptoms.
So far, so good. We'll see as the temperature drops, I guess.
Tim Morrell says he's feeling good, aside from his seasonal fall allergies.
A little bit of stuffiness, I guess, and just like wake up feeling that way and like gets better progressively throughout the day.
Dr. Jessica Abrantes Figueredo, chief of infectious diseases at St. Francis Hospital, says it's that time of the year again.
I think right now the season is looking like a typical respiratory viral season to start. Again, time will tell, but it's starting to get colder.
While flu, COVID, and fall allergy symptoms can be similar, cough, runny nose, and tiredness, she says pay close attention to fatigue, muscle aches, or shortness of breath, because those symptoms typically suggest that it's something more serious than allergies.
Those are definitely alarm symptoms to be checked out.
Dr. Abrantes Figueredo recommends getting your flu shot and COVID boosters this season. Michelle Ficcaro from West Hartford says she's doing just that, and also masking up.
Just because I have a low immune system and I know the flu's getting tough now, and with COVID going around again, I'm actually getting my flu shot next week, so just want to make sure I protect myself as much as possible.
Our thanks to Jolie Sherman for that report.
People in Wisconsin flocking to see a strange sight, bright pink flamingos blown in from a storm. Sean Gallagher from our Milwaukee affiliate went to check it out.
This is the type of scene you'd expect in South Beach in Miami, not South Beach in Port Washington. And word spread fast.
Facebook.
Yeah, that's always something
I heard it this afternoon, and I'm like, and then I heard them, like, oh, it's a zoo down there.
They're one of my favorite birds.
We just came. We had no idea there was going to be this many people.
And it was a must for those who are bonkers about birds. With their long lenses in tow, they snapped once-in-a-lifetime shots.
You get the butterflies. Even I was just saying people before, like you can see the people that just showed up, how jittery they are at first when they show up.
I've never seen one in my life, so I'm like, I gotta go get it. It's a lifer.
Experts say the fluorescent phenocopteriformes, that's a science word for all the birders out there, landed here after being diverted by Hurricane Idalia. A surprise to Dawn Ritter that she was ready for.
Shocking. It was just shocking. And of all places, like, I had tears in my eyes today. I really did.
And thanks to Sean Gallagher for that report. Some of the other birds in the flock are like, you put the wrong South Beach in Waze. It's not this one.
This is what you get. Yeah. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you Friday morning. Republican presidential candidates clash in California. Debate night was missing the GOP frontrunner, but that didn't stop things from heating up. We've got a live report from Washington.
Saltwater is creeping up the Mississippi River. We're going to take you inside this massive undertaking to slow the process that's forcing Louisiana to declare a state of emergency.
Russia's surging trade with China is boosting its war with Ukraine. We'll have a live report on CNBC's latest investigation.
A soldier surprise. You'll see the heartwarming moment made possible by a crowd of country music fans.
And we look back at some of the best one-hit wonders. Can you remember their names? We're putting our knowledge to the test on this Thursday, September 28th. Early today starts right now. Glad you could be with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And good morning. I'm Jessica Layton. With less than 4 months now before the first Republican primary contest, the candidates in the crowded field are really still searching for that big breakout moment. At Wednesday's second GOP presidential debate, 7 contenders used the absence of the frontrunner to plead their case to the American people.
For more on this, we go to NBC's Drew Petrimo in Washington. Good morning, Drew. What did we see at Wednesday night's debate?
Well, yeah, good morning, Francis and Jessica. The debate featured all but one of the candidates who appeared during last month's debate, with former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson being the only one who failed to qualify. While the moderators attempted to cover a lot of ground with topics ranging from health care to the ongoing labor disputes across the country to Ukraine, the night frequently devolved into prolonged periods of shouting and interruption between the 7 contenders on stage. As with the first debate, entrepreneur and upstart candidate Vivek Ramaswamy became a frequent target for his competitors. Senator Tim Scott attacked Ramaswamy over his business dealings in China, while he shared this exchange with Nikki Haley about TikTok.
I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say, because I can't believe.
Meanwhile, Republican frontrunner and former President Donald Trump skipped the second debate of this election cycle, instead opting to speak at an auto manufacturing plant in Michigan Wednesday night. Trump's absence did not go unnoticed by his challengers, as he was called out by both Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie. DeSantis said Trump was, quote, missing in action, while Christie had this to say during the debate's closing minutes.
This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. He needs to be voted off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
In a statement, a senior advisor to the Trump campaign called on the Republican National Committee to cancel all future debates, calling them boring and inconsequential, and adding they will not change the dynamic of the race. Back to you.
Hi, Drew. Thank you.
Well, nearly a week since he was hit with major corruption and bribery charges, Senator Bob Menendez made his first appearance in federal court Wednesday. Menendez is expected to address his colleagues in Congress later today, as he remains defiant in the face of growing calls from inside his own party to resign. Here's NBC's Jonathan Dienst.
We have a few words with you. Holding hands with his wife Nadine, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez left federal court to a crush of cameras and a handful of protesters. Earlier, Menendez, his wife, and 2 businessmen pleaded not guilty to charges they took part in a wide-ranging bribery scheme. The FBI says Senator Menendez and his wife got these gold bars, piles of cash, and a Mercedes in exchange for government favors. The senator released on $100,000 bail, his wife on $250,000. Sources familiar with the matter say the FBI is investigating if Egyptian intelligence services played any role in the alleged bribe scheme in an effort to get non-public U.S. government information from Menendez, then chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Meanwhile, President Biden still silent on the Menendez case, while the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, Dick Durbin, added his name to the growing list of Democrats calling for Menendez to resign. Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer criticizing Menendez, but not calling on him to step down.
For senators, there's a much, much higher standard. And clearly, when you read the indictment, Senator Menendez fell way, way below that standard.
Our thanks to Jonathan Dienst for that report.
Despite the objections of former President Trump's legal team, Judge Tanya Chutkan will preside over Trump's federal election interference trial. On Wednesday, Chutkan ruled against Trump's request for her recusal in the upcoming trial for perceived anti-Trump comments she had made in cases related to January 6th. In her opinion, Chutkan wrote that those comments reflected the information presented in those cases and that she has never taken the position that Trump should be prosecuted or imprisoned. The federal trial is set to begin in March. Trump pleaded not guilty earlier this summer.
A bill that could help expand the marijuana industry just cleared a big hurdle. It would give legal protections to banks that want to offer financing to these types of businesses. Cannabis is not legal at the federal level right now, so it can be hard to get traditional funding, even if it's legal at that state level. The Senate Banking Committee has advanced this new solution to the chamber floor. The bill does have bipartisan support in the Senate, but it could face a tougher battle in the House.
North Korea's Kim Jong-un made a public call to increase the country's nuclear weapons. According to North Korean state media, Kim made the comments during the country's two-day parliament session. It's now part of North Korea's constitution. Kim also called for his country to play a larger role in the group of nations confronting the United States. North Korea's leader called the movement the New Cold War. This comes after Kim met with Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this month and visited Russia's military and technology sites.
Salt water is creeping up the Mississippi River from the Gulf, and it's compromising drinking water on the Gulf Coast. It is so bad right now that President Biden has approved an emergency declaration for Louisiana. Morgan Lentis from our New Orleans affiliate has the story.
You could say this stretch of the Mississippi River near Naomi, Louisiana, is really the front lines of that fight against saltwater intrusion. This is the spot where the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is building that underwater sill.
This is designed to slow it down.
There is no mistaking the mission of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, stall a saltwater wedge moving up the Mississippi River. But that task is a mighty one. Saltwater is heavier than fresh water, meaning it rides along the riverbed.
So what's been happening lately is we haven't had enough flow from the Mississippi River coming downstream to prevent the salt water from coming upstream.
Prompting the Corps to install a sill or levee, which will sit 30 feet below the water's surface. It will act as a barrier to that low-lying salt water, buying communities upriver 10 to 15 days before higher salinity levels reach their drinking supply.
So all of this work is essentially being done to protect freshwater intakes upstream of here. If we didn't build this, Belle Chase would be threatened, then St. Bernard Parish, then Orleans Parish, then Jefferson Parish.
It's important to remember that while all this work going on behind me is important, it only buys us time. What we really need to solve the problem is prolonged rain upriver.
Without a major tropical system, without the precipitation pattern changing in the basin, this may be a more prolonged event relative to previous ones.
Meaning other mitigation measures are needed. The Corps' goal is to barge in 36 million gallons of fresh water to impacted communities every day. I asked if they're ready to sustain larger cities like New Orleans as that saltwater wedge continues its march up the Mississippi.
I can tell you there's daily coordination meetings. We've been participating in the mayoral meetings with Jefferson Parish, meetings with FEMA, and kind of all hands on deck to try and figure this out multiple ways.
Our thanks to Morgan Lentis for that report.
Okay, rain heads for the East Coast this morning. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman has her eye on the storm. Of course, we just got one day of the sun, and of course the rain has got to come back.
You know what, Francis, just for you, we're going to have still a little bit of sunshine for the better part of the day today, but then later this afternoon, that's when we'll start to see the rain moving in for parts of New York City. We do have some additional rain in the forecast, though, in the coming days, so let's talk about it. Here's the deal today. We'll see some kind of drearier conditions the closer to the coast you go and the farther south towards the mid-Atlantic that you go, but some showers that we'll have to deal with across parts of the Midwest as well. And of course, those rain showers and thunderstorms are not going anywhere for folks down in Florida. That's going to be unsettled for the next few days. Also, the next few days, we'll have a strong onshore wind, so that means coastal flooding for 10 million people. And guess what? September supermoon tonight into tomorrow morning. That's when we're going to see the ability to see this supermoon. This, of course, occurs when the full moon's orbit is closest to the Earth. You'll also see a couple other planets out there, so keep your eyes peeled into the early morning hours tomorrow. So 5, 6 before the sun, of course, comes up. This is the fourth of the supermoons for 2023. That means it is the last of 2023. Viewing conditions in some spots will be quite nice. We'll see a couple places, especially in the center of the country, that'll have a good viewing of that. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day in Pittsburgh, 70 degrees with some partly cloudy skies. We'll deal with some showers across Ohio and Michigan. Nicer conditions out towards Chicago, 96 degrees in Dallas with a whole lot of sunshine, and Atlanta hits 79 degrees this afternoon. And that is a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Thanks, Angie. Still ahead, is China's trade with Russia supporting the war in Ukraine?
And our colleagues at CNBC are here to break down their latest investigative report.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We are nearly 11 weeks into the actors' strike, but negotiations are set to resume next week. SAG-AFTRA announced the union and studios will meet at the bargaining table on Monday, and among their demands, the actors are looking for safeguards against artificial intelligence. The news comes as WGA members return to work, approving a new 3-year contract and writing off some use of AI as the tech tries to transform Hollywood. Our Miguel Almaguer explains.
Putting down picket signs and picking up pens. Hollywood writers scripting their return to work. Securing a 12.5% pay raise over 3 years, writers also won staffing minimums on future projects. But perhaps most important, guardrails over the use of artificial intelligence. AI can't write or rewrite literary material. AI-generated material can't be used to undermine a writer's credit. And a company can't require the writer to use AI software.
It's hard to put guardrails on something that by the time those guardrails are laid down, the technology has already moved on.
The writers' deal could serve as a template for actors who are still on the picket line, as all of Hollywood looks to resume shuttered productions. But the use of AI is expected to eliminate the need for some actors and could replicate the look and sound of famous faces.
If you have a film or TV show that normally would have a dozen actors, maybe you could have 6 actors and a couple of digital actors for, in the background.
From Hollywood to Main Street to Middle America, the World Economic Forum predicts artificial intelligence and automation will cut 83 million jobs in 5 years. But Ty Sheraton says it'll also create new opportunities.
We need to come together to have conversations about it, further enlighten and educate ourselves on how it's being used, how we can incorporate it and adopt it into our workflow.
In Hollywood, when it comes to AI, art may be imitating life. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
We want to turn now to a new investigation by CNBC that found that Chinese companies are playing a critical role in boosting Russia's economy and its war effort in Ukraine. CNBC's Karen Gilchrist joins us now to break down this report. Karen, good morning. This was eye-opening.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me. Yes, the trade relationship between Russia and China is well documented. Last year, total trade between the two countries hit a record high of $190 billion. But there's increasing evidence that that trade also includes the supply of dual-use goods to Russia for use in its military. These are goods with both civilian and military applications, such as drones and semiconductors. Now, new CNBC analysis has delved into Russian customs filings, which show evidence of companies supplying Russia with products such as drones, also radios, batteries, helmets, etc. Now, one of the main companies identified is DJI, a drone maker from China. But also there are smaller companies that appear to have emerged in the wake of the war for this very purpose. And it's not only these goods that are being transferred, it's also other so-called unappreciated trade flows identified by analysts. And these include aramid fibers used in bulletproof vests and also construction equipment to help fortify Russia's defensives against Ukraine's counteroffensive.
All right, Karen, thank you.
All right, coming up in early today, a little bit of fun here with a quiz. We're testing your knowledge, your musical knowledge, to see if you can name some one-hit wonders.
Cannot wait for that. And later, the massive Powerball jackpot remains up for grabs for one lucky winner.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This week, September 25th, was National One-Hit Wonder Day. But just like the one songs, once in a zeitgeist, it is here to stay.
So the thing about the one-hit wonders is that everyone knows the song once you hear it. But let's see if we can name the title and artist of a few of our favorites, like this #1 hit. It's described as the song that defined the 80s. Palpable heart and soul. It's not about a woman, but about youngsters breaking away from rigid older generation. And this song reminds me of closing time at my favorite Syracuse University establishments back in the early 2000s.
Talk House in Amagansett, New York. The 80s band Rubik's Cube. They sing it every time. Everybody of every decade gets on their feet when it comes to this. So usually when it comes to these one-hit wonders, they're earworms, right? They get stuck in your head. We hear them from, everywhere from commercials to movie soundtracks, just like this song.
And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany? She said, I think I remember the mailman.
I don't know. I can't remember who sang it.
Deep Blue Something?
There you go.
I think it was Deep Blue Something.
Okay,
yes.
On me on that one. But, this catchy tune, it's featured in a man's last-ditch attempt, to save troubled romance. A very popular video played on VH1 back in the day and MTV multiple times an hour. So, yeah, that one, need to figure out who that band is and what else they played.
This was me and my girlfriends with the sunroof open, cruising to whatever, and the last song played at nearly every social gathering in the 90s and early 2000s. Everyone had it at their weddings, at their parties, mostly because it comes with their own dance. Do you remember it? Macarena, obviously.
We can all my kids even know how to do it. They can reteach me.
Yeah, I need to learn too. I forgot.
The muscle memory. We can all agree one-hit wonders are one-and-done chart toppers that everybody knows the words to. So you get up on your feet, you sing all the words to them long after the artist faded away from the spotlight. How do we bring it down from this?
We're not gonna. This is just, we're gonna carry you right into the rest of your day. We'll be right back after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning, Mr.
Well,
President.
very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Right, you can now buy gold at an unexpected place, and your morning juice just got more expensive. Here's what you need to know early today. We start with this new study. 4 out of 5 black Americans say they see racist or racially insensitive depictions of black people in the media.
You can now buy gold bars at Costco's website. They're going fast. Members can get 2 per customer.
Orange juice prices just hit a record high of nearly $4 a pound. This comes after hurricanes reduced Florida's crop to its lowest in nearly 80 years. We'll be right back.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Wisconsin woman got the surprise of a lifetime after her deployed husband made a surprise visit to a concert she was attending. Marcus Arsvold from our Madison, Wisconsin affiliate has more on the soldier's surprise.
Welcome home.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Oh, you betcha.
U.S. Army soldier Chris Rolke waits eagerly for his wife April to join the line of Luke Bryan fans at the farm tour in Brooklyn.
She always figures things out. It's very hard to surprise her, so I'm kind of nervous that we're actually able to pull it off.
His sign says, "Surprise, honey, I'm home," and he asks others in line to sign it.
So she has no idea?
No, she has no idea.
He even asks strangers to help keep the secret when she drives in.
Come here. That is her car right there.
So how does Chris think she'll react?
You know, you hope for the hallmark moment of running and screaming. She's going to jump on me. I know that.
He's right.
Surprise.
I hate you.
April is shocked.
I'm ecstatic. I don't want to let him go.
She only lets him go briefly to hold on to the card he made and then hold on to his hand.
I missed you.
I missed you.
I love you.
I love you too.
Oh. And our thanks to Marcus Arsvold for such a sweet story, and I'm sure they're hanging on there, not letting go.
A beautiful couple. Well, the Powerball jackpot just keeps growing. Wednesday night's Powerball numbers, they're right there on your screen with the Powerball number 7, and we have yet to hear if there's a winning ticket out there. The lottery's grand prize now stands at $925 million. The next drawing on Saturday, so any one of you could be the next lucky winner.
All right, so start waiting in those lines and get ready for that on Saturday. There's buzz building for tonight's very first People's Choice Awards right here, Country Awards right here on NBC. Dylan Dreyer is in Nashville with a look at what's still ahead this morning.
Hey everyone, I am here in Nashville with Little Big Town. They are giving me a tour of Music City ahead of hosting the People's Choice Country Awards. And they are showing me all their favorite hot spots right here on Broadway, which is the heart of Nashville. So be sure to tune in to see all the places we went to coming up on the Today Show.
All right, so much in Nashville besides the music alone, just the culture, the food, the
amazing
bars,
restaurants.
the boots there, as Dylan's getting a taste of too.
That's right, all the fashion. What a fun assignment.
Yeah,
Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Hope you have a great one. See you back here when it's Friday. Preview of the weekend. Enjoy.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a government shutdown now all but certain. This morning, Congress at a crossroads with two separate spending bills working their way through the House and Senate, but each destined to fail in the opposite chamber. Now time's running out for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to get his own party to agree on a plan. We'll bring you the latest on the closed-door talks as the deadline approaches. Plus, it's a race for second place ahead of the 2024 election. Donald Trump's top Republican rivals slamming the former president at last night's second GOP debate.
Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight.
You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record.
Trump choosing to skip the debate again, and this time meet with auto workers instead. We're going to have highlights from the debate stage to the campaign trail. New this morning, U.S. soldier Travis King back on American soil, months after running across the border into North Korea. More on his condition, his status with the military, and what is next. And indebted, student loan repayments set to restart in just days after a 3-year pause. What borrowers need to know, plus the latest in the fight for student debt forgiveness.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. We begin this morning with limbo in Washington as we inch closer to a potential government shutdown with little progress being made on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, the government will shut down at 12:01 a.m. Sunday if they don't reach a deal, something that looks increasingly likely. There is a procedural vote expected in the Senate today to move forward on a temporary government funding bill that would postpone a shutdown until November, but the outlook for that is not great. The bipartisan measure has been criticized by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is having a lot of trouble with his own party on reaching a deal. He, however, is blaming Democrats and President Biden for a lack of a resolution. President Biden saying he doesn't believe a shutdown is inevitable. McCarthy saying House Republicans are still working on it.
The House is working on passing 73% of all the appropriation bills of the job we're supposed to do by Thursday. We're bringing up on Friday ability to fund the government, but at the same time secure our border. So yes, we're doing our job.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest on this. Julie, good morning to you. So break it down for us. What kind of movement can we expect to see today in the Senate regarding this stopgap bill trying to make its way through that chamber? Outlook not so good.
Yeah, not so good, guys. We're just days away. Look, the clock is ticking. And even if the Senate manages to get this CR, this short-term government funding bill, which we believe they will, through the Senate, you heard from McCarthy there, he's probably not going to put it on the floor. He wants his own bill, a conservative measure that has border security provisions attached to it, to ride through the House. The problem is, I talked to multiple members last night. It's still not clear if he has the votes for even that bill. So McCarthy right now still contending with members of his own party to get anything through to them. Of course, then it has to go over to the Democrat-controlled Senate and vice versa before anything can be signed by President Biden. So for our viewers watching this at home, both chambers are still having trouble passing their individual bills. Ultimately, this will need to come to a resolution that could pass both chambers, but we're still quite far from that.
So, Julie, we know House Speaker McCarthy suggested a meeting with President Biden would be important. The White House rejected that idea, saying the issue is really up to Republicans to fix. So what are the biggest challenges McCarthy's facing right now in the House?
Yeah, look, President Biden has made it clear he's probably not going to sit down with the speaker. He met with him and his team back during those debt ceiling negotiations at the end of May. This is really something that Biden is saying is McCarthy's problem. It's his problem with his members and his conference to figure out. McCarthy touched on this yesterday. Take a listen to what he said, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Has the Senate passed an FAA bill? No, they have not. When we look at a challenge on the border, have they passed any bill themselves? They're a different body on something to deal with the border, even though the leader from the Senate comes from New York and his governor and mayor are crying for something to be done. No, they've done nothing on it, because had they passed a bill, the House has passed a bill, we could go to conference and solve that.
So So there's no time to go to conference between both sides, right? We heard this time and time again. McCarthy wants basically the Senate and the House to get together and to talk about these individual bills that they passed. We have just days left. And on the border security issue, that's something you hear from Republicans a lot. I talked to a top House Democrat yesterday who told me that what Republicans want to attach in terms of border security is, quote, not real border security. And the White House is also making the argument that if a shutdown happens, Border Patrol agents could go unpaid. And what Republicans are planning to do does cut some of the budget that the Department of Homeland Security would have to operate. So really a stalemate here, an impasse on both sides. But ultimately, McCarthy's going to have to show that he can get something passed with just his members.
And Julie, let's talk about the perspective of Americans who will be affected by this potential shutdown. Who's winning the PR battle here? Who do you think will take the blame if this happens?
Well, historically, guys, Republicans do fall for the blame when a shutdown happens. The last shutdown, you'll remember, lasted more than a month under the former president. In 2019, there was a new poll that came out. You see it on your screen where voters are kind of split. They are blaming Biden and Democrats in Congress for this as well, because ultimately Democrats drew control of the White House and the upper chamber of the Senate. But look, this would really be devastating for millions of Americans. You showed a graphic earlier when we were talking here. I mean, millions of Americans will go without paychecks. Million more of low-income Americans won't have food stamps, won't have critical child care programs. And look, we have a lot of authorizations that are up at the month, too, like the FAA, for example, various child care tax credits, some COVID relief measures that were put in place. So a lot on the line here and not a lot of time to fix it.
Certainly that clock is ticking down. Julie, we have more congressional news to talk about, though, so stick with us just a minute.
Yeah, this morning, while a possible government shutdown looms over Capitol Hill, House Republicans are holding their first hearing into whether to impeach President Biden.
Yeah, Democrats have been asking for evidence of President Biden's potential wrongdoing. Republicans say that's the purpose of this hearing. They're going to present evidence, they say, from their months-long investigations into whether Biden was involved in or personally profited from his family's foreign business dealings. They also investigated whether he improperly influenced policy when he served as vice president. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says Republicans, quote, uncovered an overwhelming amount of evidence showing that President Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. But so far, there's been no direct evidence to prove those allegations. And the White House insists Biden has done nothing wrong. They're calling today's hearing a political stunt.
So let's bring back Julie Sirkin along with NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos here to weigh in on all this. Julie, what are we watching for today in this hearing?
Well, look, I'm personally watching for Republicans to make the case, make the connection that they've been talking about over and over again between Hunter Biden, the president's son, and the president himself. Because remember, the president's the one that they are opening this impeachment inquiry to. So far, they have been unable to prove this connection between his son's business dealings and the president's influence, if he had any over those. But they did release this 30-page memo late last night. They sent it, I'm told, to all members on the committee as well, outlining their goal for today. And they make it very clear this is coming from Republicans. They open this impeachment inquiry, but it doesn't mean that they're going to pursue a formal impeachment until they are ready to lay out this evidence, which they say they have an overwhelming amount of, enough to potentially fill 7 hours today, with 50 members on these committees set to question 4 witnesses, 3 from the Republican side, 1 from the Democrat side. But ultimately, even though they've led this investigation for 7 months, as we've heard from the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, James Raskin, say, they haven't been able to put proof in the pudding, right? They haven't been able to connect all of these dots that they've been laying out. But we'll see if they can try to make the case today. Overall, though, I'm expecting just evidence to be laid out, much of which we already know.
And potentially filling 7 hours, Danny. Let's get to you on this. We've heard about these allegations for such a long time now. What do we know about the evidence Republicans say they have or they claim to have here?
2 main categories: foreign business dealings and Hunter Biden tax cases. And of course, with both categories, Hunter Biden features prominently. Certainly, there's a strong case to be made for impeachment of Hunter Biden, but Hunter Biden is not the president, nor was he the vice president. So plenty of evidence to be concerned about Hunter Biden. The foreign business dealings, you're going to see likely evidence of transactions with Kazakhstan, China, even Ukraine, of course, Russia as well. But the key is this. Irrespective of these financial transactions, these business dealings, the key is a nexus between those dealings and some benefit to President Biden, to Joe Biden. That is the key. And I think the Republicans are going to need a lot more than evidence that maybe Joe Biden was on a phone call or that he stopped by lunch to say hi to some of Hunter Biden's business associates. They may have evidence of that, but for corruption purposes, they're going to need more. On the tax side, it's whether or not Hunter Biden, did he receive favorable treatment? We may or may not see evidence of that during the 7 hours today. Did the government, the U.S. government under Joe Biden, give preferential treatment to Hunter Biden? Kind of a hard case to make now because Hunter Biden is now under indictment, but that we may see given some of the hearings of some former tax investigators in the last few months. But most likely, the big case Republicans want to make is foreign business dealings, and they're going to try to tie some benefit that leads to Joe Biden, the then vice president, current president.
So, Julie, politically, what are the implications for President Biden and his reelection campaign?
Well, look, this is effectively counter-programming that Speaker McCarthy has set up, right? It's to counter these Trump indictments, to counter all of these things that are coming down the pike for the former president as they look to protect him here, and certainly ahead of this shutdown as well. But for the president himself, his son, as Danny laid out, is facing an indictment now by the Justice Department. Republicans on the committee would argue that this is thanks to them, thanks to the evidence that they were able to lay out, although they are not satisfied with the prosecutor, the special counsel who has been appointed to look into that matter. But this certainly doesn't bode well politically for the president, because this keeps this on the minds of Americans who are seeing this happen with the former president and everything that Biden was able to point out there. And it's happening to Biden now, in effect, right? It is certainly, the Republicans have not been able to prove this connection, but it is in the news cycle. We're talking about it. We're going to take this hearing today. And Biden wants to talk about his economic message, the progress he was able to make, the legislation he was able to pass, which, as our White House team has reported and noted, is not resonating as much as he wants to with voters.
And Danny, to Julie's point, we've seen several impeachment inquiries over the past several years. So how long is this expected to take, and what's next for Republicans if they go down this road further?
Even though impeachment cosmetically looks like a criminal prosecution and a criminal investigation, we need to stop thinking of it that way, because in many ways it is exactly the opposite. For example, if you want to indict someone, you have to go to a grand jury and show them evidence to at least probable cause to secure that indictment. Here, none of those rules are required. Even this inquiry is not required. The House could immediately proceed to impeachment proceedings if they have the votes, because that's really what impeachment is. It's not a criminal proceeding. It's basically a debate in Congress, one that happens to be identified in the Constitution. But all it is a head count. Do we have enough for this vote? Do we have enough for this vote if it gets to the Senate? That is it. So procedurally, this can last as long as they want it to, or not at all.
Danny, thank you so much. Julie, we are setting you free. You do not have to stick around for yet another segment.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Last night in California, 7 Republican candidates locked horns in another fiery GOP primary debate moderated by Fox Business. The rivals clashed over a variety of topics, including China, immigration, and the economy.
But the chaotic, often raucous event was marked by the absence of Donald Trump. The former president and current GOP frontrunner decided to visit Detroit instead. That move was criticized by some of the candidates last night.
Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record, where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have.
His last debate, he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching. You're afraid of being on this stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line.
Secondly,
say on the curtains, do your homework, Tim, because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
Did you send them back?
Did you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
You get it
You
done.
hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are scrapping. You are scrapping. Excuse me. You know I fought.
Fiery over curtains. Who would have predicted that? Well, joining us now for more on this, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett and our senior national politics reporter John Allen. Good morning to both of you. Maura, let's start with you. As we just heard, there was plenty of arguing, a lot of talking over each other. What are some of the key takeaways from the debate? Did anyone manage to stand out from the pack?
Yeah, good morning. A lot of interruption, a lot of confusion on the stage last night. And it's tough to say whether or not there was really a standout candidate. It's probably better contextualized by some standout moments from several candidates, one of which, Tim Scott, there we saw a more outspoken candidate in him because he really needed to push forward. His campaign had telegraphed that prior to the debate. We also saw those moments from Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, Haley's campaign prior to the debate had told me that they expected her to be a target of attacks on stage, seeing that she had seen some big spikes in polling prior to the debate, but she was actually more on the offense, doling out the most attacks on stage last night, according to NBC News analysis. And Vivek Ramaswamy was actually on the receiving end of more of those attacks, a lot of those exchanges like you just saw around his relationship with China. Now, as for the presumed second place candidate, Ron DeSantis, we saw those polls slip in his name following the last debate, and he didn't really have anything that really stood out last night separately, and so it remains to be seen if that'll be the case after this debate as well. Now, of course, obviously, the whole Donald Trump of it all looming as he was not on stage but still racing ahead in the polls. This debate did give the candidates another chance before this next fundraising deadline to potentially get more donor support and be able to get some more longevity in the race ahead as they continue to go up against Donald Trump, but that remains to be seen in these next couple of days to see what that support looks like, guys.
So, John, if there was anything memorable from Governor DeSantis, is that he did take aim at Trump for missing the debate again. So did Chris Christie. That was less of a surprise. Beyond that, not much criticism directed at the former president. So is that going to have even an inch of impact on GOP voters? And do you think that Trump could show up for the next one, which is just over a month away?
I talked to a Republican strategist last night, Matthew Bartlett out of New Hampshire, who said that these attacks were like attacking the sun with water guns, that Christie and DeSantis were likely to have little effect on Trump at all, little effect on voters with what they said. Trump is definitely in a position right now where he doesn't want to debate. I think, until further notice, you can expect that he's not going to debate. Right now, you showed those polling figures. He's at 59% in the Republican primary, according to the NBC News polling. DeSantis is at 16%. Everybody else is below that. I don't think there's a political advisor in the country that would tell their candidate that in that circumstance that they should get on a debate stage.
And John, speaking of Nikki Haley, as Maura was saying, she went on the offense last night. She got a lot of attention from the first debate performance. And last night we saw her clash with Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy. She's coming in third in that latest NBC News poll. But after last night, DeSantis, should he be looking over his shoulder?
In one word, yes. But that's not the only thing that Maura said that was really insightful. She made a lot of good points a moment ago. I think if you're Ron DeSantis, you got to be looking over your shoulder at everybody. Mostly if you're DeSantis, you have to be worried that your donors, that your supporters are going to dry up or that some of them are going to go to another candidate. DeSantis has long been running in second place, but his trajectory has been almost entirely downhill for the last, 6 or 7 months. And you've got a situation where Nikki Haley is one of the few candidates who's shown any sort of movement upward. Since that last debate, you've seen her poll numbers at the national level go up. More importantly, you've seen her numbers go up within the states. So the early states of Iowa and New Hampshire and her own home state of South Carolina. This is a candidate who definitely was on the move before this debate. And I don't think she did anything last night that will arrest that upward movement.
So, Maura, where does this leave the GOP field? Could we see any dropouts, or does it seem like everyone here is going to hang on till at least Iowa?
Well, as for now, the campaigns are pushing ahead. Several candidates like Ramaswamy and Haley already planning visits to early states in the next couple of days. But I think what we're going to have to watch over the next month before the next debate is the increased qualifying threshold to get on that debate stage. It was a struggle for North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum to even make the stage last night. Didn't really stand out, and he'll really have to push ahead to make sure he can qualify again. I actually spoke with Ramaswamy ahead of the debate yesterday, and he basically hedged his bet, saying, you know, if the voters don't align with me, if they choose to pick somebody else, I'm okay with that. But he didn't give any sort of timeline. And so campaigns right now are projecting that optimism as they get back out on the campaign trail, looking for any potential spikes in polling and fundraising numbers. But again, they have a little bit of time ahead of that next November 8th debate, guys.
All right, Maura, John, thank you both so much.
An American soldier who fled into North Korea is now back in the United States. Private First Class Travis King landed early this morning after being expelled by North Korea. He dashed across the border into North Korea back in July. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest.
Travis King is finally home, touching down on American soil after a secretive exit from North Korea. 71 days after the Army Private Second Class made that willing bolt across the border, he was escorted into China, where U.S. officials were waiting, taken into U.S. military custody, from all accounts in good health. U.S. officials say no concessions were made to North Korea, nor did North Korea ask for anything in return for Private King's release, despite ongoing U.S. sanctions and threats over the country's weapons program. Instead, North Korea took it as a case of illegal immigration, releasing a statement through KCNA saying that officials had decided to expel Travis King. Now, to get him out, Private King, who's 23, had to be retrieved by the government of Sweden, which keeps an embassy in Pyongyang, and then was shepherded across a bridge by car into China, a rare show of cooperation between the U.S. in Beijing at North Korea's request. A spokesperson here today confirming, quote, China provided the necessary assistance from a humanitarian perspective. From China, Private King was then flown to a U.S. base in South Korea. That's where he called his mother. And he will now be at the Brooke Army Medical Center for what's called post-isolation support. Travis King could still face disciplinary action in the U.S. for being absent without leave. There will also be a slew of questions about what happened in North Korea and what compelled him to do what he did. But for now, U.S. officials say that they are focused on Travis King's health and reuniting him with his family.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez is expected to address Senate Democrats at their party's lunch today. This comes one day after he and his wife pleaded not guilty in connection with federal bribery charges. They were arraigned yesterday in a Manhattan courtroom. NBC's Jonathan Dienst has the latest on the case and the calls for the senator to step down.
We have a few words with you. Holding hands with his wife Nadine, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez left federal court to a crush of cameras and a handful of protesters. Earlier, Menendez, his wife, and two businessmen pleaded not guilty to charges they took part in a wide-ranging bribery scheme. The FBI says Senator Menendez and his wife got these gold bars, piles of cash, and a Mercedes in exchange for government favors. The senator released on $100,000 bail, his wife on $250,000. Sources familiar with the matter say the FBI is investigating if Egyptian intelligence services played any role in the alleged bribe scheme in an effort to get non-public U.S. government information from Menendez, then chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Meanwhile, President Biden still silent on the Menendez case, while the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, Dick Durbin, added his name to the growing list of Democrats calling for Menendez to resign. Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer criticizing Menendez, but not calling on him to step down.
For senators, there's a much, much higher standard. And clearly, when you read the indictment, Senator Menendez fell way, way below that standard.
Our thanks to Jonathan Dienst for that report. More than half the Senate Democratic caucus has now called for Menendez to resign.
In Baltimore, police are confirming an arrest in the murder of 26-year-old tech entrepreneur Pavel Lepere. Police say they will hold a news conference at 11 a.m. Eastern time to announce the arrest of 32-year-old Jason Billingsley. Police found Lepere's body at an apartment late Monday morning with apparent blunt force trauma. Police and the U.S. Marshals Service immediately launched a manhunt for Billingsley, and a first-degree murder warrant was issued for his arrest. Authorities say Billingsley was also wanted in connection with an unrelated attempted murder and rape earlier this month.
All right, switching gears to weather now. You probably want to keep those umbrellas handy if you're in the East Coast.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with more umbrella news. Angie.
I'm sorry. I know it's not what you want to hear, but we're still going to have mainly a dry day in places like New York City today. It'll start to be a little soggier here as we get to the end of our day. So into the evening hours and definitely into the overnight and into tomorrow. So here's the deal. Here's what's going on. We have some thunderstorms that we're tracking leading to some flooding concerns across parts of the Midwest. So heads up about that. We're still dealing with kind of unsettled weather across Florida, but now we're going to watch this low pressure kind of form off the southeast coast and leave us with some showers and some breezy conditions up and down, really from the mid-Atlantic to parts of New England. So here's the deal as we get into tomorrow. This is 8 p.m. Friday. You can see some of these spots are going to be heavy rain. So we're talking high rainfall rates. Once again, we know how saturated our grounds are in a lot of these spots. So we'll likely see the potential for some flooding as well. The good news is we're going to start to see this pull away by the time we get into the later parts of Saturday. We're still going to be quite soggy for Saturday too. Sunday will be a great day in that region. So you'll still have some time this weekend to get those outdoor plans in, and the temperatures look great in some spots too. Here's those rainfall totals by the time we get into Saturday. You can see some really impressive amounts, up to 5 inches possible in some spots, but likely widespread numbers are going to be closer to 1 to 2 inches. But again, we've already had plenty of rain over the past couple of weeks, so it wouldn't be surprising if we see some of these flood watches going up in some of these spots. These are the areas with the greatest concern for flash flooding. So heads up, places like Montauk, New York, Monroe, Atlantic City, all on the table for you as we get through at least tomorrow. Now, we're going to see some strong onshore winds too, and we've got a full moon, so no surprise if we see some minor to moderate coastal flooding. Notice how many people are influenced by this. 15 million people under these alerts at this time, so heads up about that. Now, out with the bad news. Let's talk about the good news, because we've got a harvest supermoon that happens tonight. Here's what you're going to want to do. You look to the east, and just about 2 hours after sunset, we'll have a pretty good kind of start to our overnight hours and into the early morning where you can catch this. You're also going to be able to see Jupiter and Saturn. East, southeast, there's the moon. It's going to be full, and this is actually our last supermoon of 2023. So this is the last of the 4 that we've seen. Typical year has about 3 to 4, so right on par for that. But if you want to catch one in 2023, tonight is going to be the night that you want to do that. And just a reminder, that happens when the moon is in the closest orbit when it is full. So it's going to be great in some spots, right? Let's talk about those spots that it's going to be great, actually. Middle of the country, really starry night. You've got mostly clear skies expected. Super viewing out towards the southwest. The spots that are going to be a little iffy, parts of the Midwest, you'll see some stormy conditions up into portions of the northern plains. Out into the Pacific Northwest, too, you're going to deal with those clouds and rain. And unfortunately, for parts of the Northeast, we'll have to deal with some clouds. And I told you that rain is going to be working in right around that time, so not great. But if you're in the middle of the country, right around 6 a.m. sunrise, you're going to have the best time to see that. So just a heads up there.
All right.
You see how I ended on a positive note for you guys?
Yes.
I don't want you to throw tomatoes at me. Umbrella news.
You're going to need to remove the umbrella to see the moon. So there you go.
You brought it right back to the umbrella.
Exactly. You did. I knew it.
Bookend. All right. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. After the break, a heartbreaking homecoming in Maui as families return to Lahaina after those devastating wildfires.
Plus, it's back to work for Hollywood writers. Details on the deal that brought an end to their months-long strike, including the big sticking point of artificial intelligence. We'll be right back.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. It's been nearly 2 months since those massive, deadly wildfires ravaged Hawaii. Some of the people who live in hard-hit Lahaina are now returning home for the first time to get a look at what, if anything, is left of their homes. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest.
Finally, after waiting more than a month and a half, families from Lahaina are stepping over the broken pieces of their properties.
Right now, it just looks weird. It looks like out of a horror movie.
For Tawny Katayama and her 84-year-old grandmother Noreen, they braced for this moment hours earlier. But that didn't prepare them for the emotional floodwaters that followed.
This is the first time I'm going to see it, so it's pretty bad. After so many years of living here, I just can't say it.
With thousands of homes destroyed and families displaced, many came clad in PPE, unsure what they'd find.
There's no expectations to really find anything. Anything that we can find, I feel like it's just gonna be bonus.
Like the Vieras, whose parents moved to Lahaina in the 70s.
I think this is the only one that survived.
Yet even in all that rubble, treasures emerged. Like this pistol, an heirloom from their grandfather who served in the Maui Police Department almost a century earlier. Remnants of their lives recovered amidst so much that's been lost.
In your opinion, do you think a large percentage of the people who died, their lives could have been saved if things were done differently?
Definitely. Definitely. It is very regrettable, but definitely yes. That's my firm belief.
Sherman Thompson headed Hawaii's Civil Defense Advisory Council for years. After a 2018 fire nearly burnt down Lahaina, officials created a hazard mitigation plan that identified utility lines, roads, and bridges as particularly vulnerable, and the potential for residents to be trapped in Lahaina.
Was it your expectation after a mitigation plan like that emergency officials would have figured out what the escape plan would look like if something like this were to ever happen?
That would have been an almost obvious thing. How to properly mobilize or have mass evacuation taken place. You have to have order and a sense of escape routes and education of the general public.
The ATF is investigating the cause of the wildfires, and Hawaii's Attorney General has launched an independent investigation into the state and local responses. As residents finally seeing what's left of their homes, process and ponder what's next.
You think with two really good incomes, my husband and I, we'd be able to buy a house and, give my children what they deserve, what I had, growing up here. We had a home with a yard and a neighborhood, and it's not possible, because of how expensive homes are.
An unsure future with a few mementos giving them strength in this raw moment.
Heartbroken for so many of those people there. Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report.
Many Hollywood writers are back at work after top union officials reached a deal with major movie studios and streamers to end their strike. That means many late-night talk shows will be back on air starting Monday. And one of the major parts of the new deal has to do with the use of artificial intelligence. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has those details.
Putting down picket signs and picking up pens. Hollywood writers scripting their return to work. Securing a 12.5% pay raise over 3 years, writers also won staffing minimums on future projects. But perhaps most important, guardrails over the use of artificial intelligence. AI can't write or rewrite literary material. AI-generated material can't be used to undermine a writer's credit. And a company can't require the writer to use AI software.
It's hard to put guardrails on something that by the time those guardrails are laid down, the technology has already moved on.
The writers' deal could serve as a template for actors who are still on the picket line as all of Hollywood looks to resume shuttered productions. But the use of AI is expected to eliminate the need for some actors and could replicate the look and sound of famous faces.
If you have a film or TV show that normally would have a dozen actors, maybe you could have 6 actors and a couple of digital actors for, in the background.
From Hollywood to Main Street to Middle America, the World Economic Forum predicts artificial intelligence and automation will cut 83 million jobs in 5 years. But Ty Sheraton says it'll also create new opportunities.
We need to come together to have conversations about it, further enlighten and educate ourselves on how it's being used, how we can incorporate it and adopt it into our workflow.
In Hollywood, when it comes to AI, art may be imitating life. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Well, coming up, a state trooper now on the wrong side of the law after a violent encounter with a teenager. What we're learning about what happened from his own body camera.
And American Airlines under fire after a black passenger says he was accused of trafficking his own children. His story and how the airline is responding. Next on Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A Delaware state trooper is now facing charges after authorities say he brutally beat a teen who pulled a front door prank on his house. The incident captured on his body-worn camera. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has that video. We do want to warn you, though, it is pretty disturbing to watch.
Prosecutors say it started with a prank, often called ding-dong ditch. In this case, a kick to the door before the teen runs away. But the house was that of a Delaware state trooper. And authorities say what happened next led to felony charges for Trooper Dempsey Walters.
It was his decision to enact his own form of personal justice.
Body cam video, blurred before it was released by authorities, appears to show Walters roughly taking down a teen named Al before tracking down the boy named Jaden seen in the doorbell video.
On the ground now.
Prosecutors say Dempsey turned off his body camera before punching the handcuffed 15-year-old seated in the back of the car. Other body cam angles captured Jaden crying out for help. Mommy! Sam Davis represents the families of both teens and provided these pictures of Jaden's injuries, including a broken eye socket.
It took 2 surgeons 8 hours to put plates and 11 screws and a piece of mesh to try to heal his broken face.
Walters was indicted under Delaware's new deprivation of civil rights law and pleaded not guilty. NBC News reached out to Walters and has not received a response.
As a mother and a grandmother, watching that video footage is very difficult. As a prosecutor, the constitutional violations I saw were stunning.
Walters has been suspended without pay, while his higher-ups offered this apology.
To the victims and their families impacted by the actions of Mr. Walters, I'm sorry.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
A musician is calling out American Airlines after he says a flight attendant called police over fears that he was trafficking his own kids. The dad in this case, David Ryan Harris, is a guitarist who's played with rock stars like Dave Matthews and John Mayer. He's black and his children are biracial. Harris says he and his kids were flagged after landing on a flight from Atlanta to LA because a flight attendant didn't think they looked enough alike to be related. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has that story.
Musician David Ryan Harris still reeling after he says he was reported to authorities by American Airlines for suspected child trafficking. All he was really doing? Flying with his two biracial children.
In Los Angeles, we were met at the top of the jetway by an AA employee, and there were 4 police officers there as well.
Harris has played with massive recording artists Dave Matthews and John Mayer. Shocked by the interaction, he posted a series of videos to social media.
Apparently, a flight attendant had called ahead with some sort of concern that perhaps my mixed children weren't my children because they were unresponsive during an interaction with her.
Harris says his 7-year-old child is just shy.
There was one maybe 30-second interaction with the flight attendant. And it seems to me that you should have to have a bit more to go on before you're able to call the police on someone.
He also says the airline could have easily verified his identity.
There's a flight manifest. They know people's names. I know there was internet on the plane. Any sort of Google search, you wouldn't have to dig very deep. You know, my Instagram page, if you'd gone there, you'd seen, pictures of me with those very same children.
We reached out to American Airlines, and they apologized for any misunderstanding that may have occurred, saying in part, "We strive to create a positive, welcoming environment for everyone who travels," adding that a member of their team has reached out to the customer to learn more and address their concerns.
The representative eventually did apologize.
As a former flight attendant, they are one of the first lines of defense in human trafficking, and they are trained to identify that.
But Sean Kathleen says that Harris's situation could have been handled better by the airline.
I thought that he brought up some really, really solid points, like, hey, check the manifest. So that would be a pretty, low lift.
Now Harris says he's turning his focus to advocacy, trying to find a way to prevent both human trafficking and experiences like his by doing things like checking children's IDs at airport check-in.
I do feel like that could have prevented this scenario from happening.
And our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. Coming up, student loan payments back on the calendar after a 3-year hiatus. What you need to know ahead of this Sunday's due date. Plus, a retail nightmare. Major chains are closing up shop, they say, after an alarming spike in thefts. More on the problem and what's being done about it. You're watching Morning News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on some drastic measures. Stores across the country say they are just closing up shop, and they're blaming violent crime like this looting spree in Philadelphia for those closures. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas has more.
More than 50 people are under arrest in connection with this overnight crime wave that hit Philadelphia. Officers tackling suspects ransacking businesses. Crowds of suspected thieves seen running from stores like Apple, Lululemon, and Foot Locker.
This is not shoplifting. This is looting. This is riot.
It's called organized retail theft. It's happening all over America, killing business and making shopping even more expensive. Target says crooks are forcing them to close 9 stores by October, saying theft is, quote, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This Target in Oakland is one of the ones shutting down, and you can see what the shopping experience is like. You got deodorant, you have shaving cream all locked up, even toothpaste. You have to call someone to help you buy one because of thieves.
But it's the crime outside of stores in Oakland that is terrifying residents. 10,000 cars stolen just this year. Burglaries and robberies also up. Last week, cameras captured this woman screaming in agony as thieves dragged her across the street, trying to steal her purse. It mirrors another incident earlier this month.
When you see crime like that during the day, what does that tell you?
It tells me that there's a sense of lawlessness, that there are people in our community that don't fear being arrested.
LaRon Armstrong was the latest Oakland police chief to be fired.
Is it a free-for-all when it comes to crime in Oakland?
I think it's a combination of lack of enforcement and then not strong enough prosecution.
And now residents of Oakland say they've had enough, closing their own businesses in protest of a city they say can't keep them safe.
Letting violent crime criminals out as soon as they're apprehended and booked does not lead to public safety.
I consider it a state of emergency. I've never seen Oakland this way before.
Residents now calling for new leadership, tougher laws, and a turnaround before crime cripples their city. Tom Llamas, NBC News, Oakland.
Now for what's making financial headlines, major fitness labels Peloton and Lululemon are coming together. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning to you, Stephen. Yeah, so Peloton and Lululemon are teaming up in a 5-year global partnership. Peloton will become the exclusive provider of digital fitness content for the yoga wear makers starting early next year. And Lululemon will be Peloton's primary partner for athletic apparel. Lululemon is also discontinuing its Mirror fitness device that features live and on-demand workouts, but has seen a slowdown in demand. Peloton has been pivoting away from hardware to become a software-first company. The Pentagon has awarded SpaceX the first contract for the Starshield network that the company is developing. It's a military-specific version of the Starlink satellite internet system. A spokesperson for the U.S. Space Force confirming SpaceX, which is run by Elon Musk, was given a 1-year contract earlier this month. The Pentagon is already a high-value buyer of SpaceX's rocket launches. And Costco sells everything you'd ever want, right? So from caskets, snow tires, and a giant tub of Nutella, well, add to the list 1-ounce gold bars, which the retail club says are selling out in just a few hours. Earlier this week, Costco CFO confirmed the gold bars have been sold online from time to time, and they're limited to 2 per member. Gold is seen as a safe haven investment, and lingering worries about the economy and jewelry sales have helped prop up the price around $1,900 an ounce.
Wow, gold bars are surprising. Did you say caskets, though? Caskets?
Yeah, they sell caskets. Yes, they do. I've seen the brochures.
That's even more shocking to me. All right, learn something new every day from Silvana. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Well, after 3 years of a pandemic pause, federal student loan repayments are set to restart Sunday, 3 months after the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Now, many people are facing thousands of dollars of debt, and they say they still have no way of paying it back. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung has more.
Josie Bridges is a single mom living paycheck to paycheck. It's hard enough dealing with rising prices at the store.
My student payments are sitting right now at about $400 is what they're expecting each month. So, I mean, that's my food budget right there.
The pandemic freeze on student loan payments allowed Josie to open up her own salon in Portland, Oregon. But with $4,000 in outstanding debt from her community college degree, she says she simply won't be able to make the payments once they resume in October.
It's kind of out of my hands at this point. If I can't make it, I can't make it.
It's a game changer.
The Biden administration's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in student debt would have wiped Josie's slate clean. Instead, a challenge from 6 Republican states resulted in a Supreme Court decision in June striking down the plan after Josie had already put thousands of dollars in investments into her salon.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that's kind of scary.
The median student loan borrower has between $20,000 to $25,000 in outstanding student debt. Over 40 million borrowers had interest accrual restart this month, with the first payments in over 3 years due in just days. Economists like Brian Adams say it won't trigger a recession, but will weigh on those least able to bear it.
Anybody that is part of an underserved community, they tend to have higher debt than those that are not in underserved communities, and they tend to have lower incomes. So that's a potential issue.
It is officially time for a student loan repayment boycott.
Some borrowers taking to social media to urge others not to pay, like Maya Dawit, who owes over $15,000 and has no plans to pay in October.
They'll potentially garnish wages. Maybe they'll take from your tax refund. You know, good luck. I think I made like $10,000 this year, so you can have it all if you want it.
Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says missed payments won't immediately trigger garnished wages or credit score hits.
We know many of our borrowers are going to struggle to make payments, but we want to make sure that we're not sending their name to credit agencies. So we're going to hold them harmless for a year as they're getting back up.
Among longer-term options for relief, see if your employer offers repayment assistance programs and consider the SAVE program, which adjusts monthly bills based on borrowers' income. Josie's weighing her options, but says it's going to be tough either way.
At this moment, it's either come up with money to pay for these now student loans that I'm having to pay, or make it to where my business doesn't function as it needs to.
And our thanks to Brian Chung for that report. By the way, students who graduated in the spring, they get a little more time. They don't have to make payments until the grace period expires, which is usually 6 to 9 months after graduation. Well, coming up this morning, he is back on Earth after making some space history. When we come back, hear from astronaut Frank Rubio after spending more than a year out of this world, literally.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The winner of last month's $1.6 billion Mega Millions jackpot has claimed that prize. It's the third largest jackpot in U.S. history, and a lucky ticket was bought at a public supermarket in Neptune Beach, Florida. Meanwhile, the Powerball jackpot has climbed to $925 million after no winner last night. That makes 30 consecutive drawings without a big winner, and I still forget to play each and every time.
I'm just relieved that, so I always get nervous that like someone bought the winning ticket and lost it and never knew.
That sounds like something I'd do.
That's a relief.
Yeah,
All right.
A relief there. Finally this hour, there is no place like home, especially for NASA astronaut Frank Rubio.
His 6-month mission turned into a record 371-day space odyssey after he got stuck in space. NBC's Tom Costello has his story.
Less than 1,000 meters from touchdown.
Frank Rubio wasn't supposed to set a new American space record. He would have rather been home, celebrating some big milestones in his 4 kids' lives. But finally,
Touchdown confirmed at 6:17 a.m. Central Time. Rubio's record ride comes to an end.
he was safely back on planet Earth in Kazakhstan.
It's good to be home.
Rubio got stuck on the space station after his ride home, a Russian spaceship, was hit by space junk and sprang a coolant leak. A 6-month mission turned into 12 months while he waited for a replacement ship. The greatest challenge, he says, was psychological.
I think the most difficult one, again, is pretty easy, just the separation from family. That's been a challenge.
A year in space also carries unique health risks, increased radiation exposure, body fluids that shift to the head and cause vision changes. Muscle and bone loss in microgravity can lead to balance troubles back on Earth.
There's a lot of science that has to happen in the first few weeks, and then there's getting back to enjoying life.
Rubio is also a combat veteran and doctor who was vigilant about staying in shape in space.
I feel like I've stayed at a pretty high level up here, so it'll be interesting to see what those first couple of days feel like when I'm back on Earth.
Now, after orbiting the Earth nearly 6,000 times, Frank Rubio is one step closer to home. Tom Costello, NBC News.
Welcome home. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, back in the U.S., some breaking news overnight. Travis King, the Army private who ran across the border into North Korea before being expelled by that country, well, he's now back on American soil. New video this morning shows King arriving at an Air Force base in San Antonio, Texas. More on his condition in just a moment. Stalemate. No real progress in Washington this morning. Negotiations on Capitol Hill at a standstill to avoid that potentially disastrous shutdown, which could be just days away. We've got the state of play this morning as the clock ticks down to Saturday night's deadline. And this comes as House Republicans shift their attention to trying to impeach President Biden. Developing overnight in custody, Baltimore police have reportedly arrested the man who they believe is connected to the murder of a 26-year-old tech CEO that happened on Monday. What we know about that suspect this morning. And building their wealth. As we mark Hispanic Heritage Month, a new survey from J.P. Morgan spotlights Latino women and just how comfortable they feel about their money. A lot to get to this morning, but we do begin this hour with that fight to keep the federal government open.
Today on Capitol Hill, the Senate is moving forward with a procedural vote on a temporary government funding bill. It would avert a shutdown until at least mid-November, but its path to passing is unclear, as some Senate Republicans say they won't support the bill. For the latest on everything happening on Capitol Hill, let's bring in NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, first of all, what can we expect when it comes to this Senate bill and its future? And really, what really matters is what's happening in the House. So what are we hearing from Speaker Kevin McCarthy as he tries to get votes to keep the government running?
Yeah, hey guys, look, the clock is ticking to avoid this government shutdown. The Senate's certainly going to begin taking up that stopgap measure to essentially fund the government through mid-November. It would include some money for Ukraine and disaster relief. But remember, The Ukraine issue is a one brewing among House Republicans because there are many of them who do not believe that any stopgap measure should include Ukraine funding, at least without border security funds. And the bill that House Republicans want to attach to a stopgap funding measure would just not fly in the Senate. So really both sides at an impasse here. Speaker McCarthy talked about this yesterday. Take a listen to what he said.
We're bringing up on Friday ability to fund the government, but at the same time secure our border. So yes, we're doing our job. So what does the president have to do with that? If he wants to sit and hide in the White House and put the government into a shutdown, that's on him. But that's the wrong thing to do.
Here's the thing. The reality is McCarthy still doesn't have the votes among his own members to pass a short-term government funding bill, even with those border security measures attached. I just talked to a handful of Republicans yesterday who confirmed as much to me. So the Senate can begin processing their bill today. Majority Leader Schumer argues that that bill would pass with bipartisan support in the House, but McCarthy's not going to put that on the floor, at least for now.
And Julie, McCarthy having so many problems in his own party getting support, the idea of him reaching across the aisle to try to get support from Democrats, where does that stand? Is that at all possible?
Yeah, myself and other reporters on our team, as well as elsewhere, keep asking McCarthy that question, right? Is it time to work across the aisle? The problem for McCarthy is that he's got his gavel to contend with, right? He has a group of members, conservative members, who want to kick him out of the speakership chair. If he starts dealing with Democrats, that will only make that much more likely. But the thing is, Democrats and moderate Republicans, at least, are having private conversations because moderate Republicans are concerned. They're hearing from constituents. I talked to a number of them. They're worried that a government shutdown could not only impact their constituents, could impact the country, but also their prospects on keeping a Republican majority in the House. For now, though, McCarthy not looking to work with Democrats. But here's what Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries had to say about any prospect of that happening last night on MSNBC. Watch.
They are being led by individuals like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is driving the House of Representatives toward a government shutdown that would be reckless and hurt the American people, because we are wasting time doing things that have no shot of becoming law, like cutting the defense secretary's salary to $1 per year, and also engaging in this illegitimate impeachment inquiry.
Yeah, that impeachment inquiry, of course, the first hearing being held today by Republicans just as the clock is ticking on this government shutdown. All of this sort of the perfect storm for Speaker McCarthy. We'll see if he can get out of it, but it's not really looking good.
Yeah, so Julie, what are the things we should be looking out for today and tomorrow? Anything that might tell us there's progress one way or another?
Well, these are really pivotal, crucial days. I'm told the Senate and the House is, of course, planning to stay in until they can figure out a pathway forward. That means through the weekend. And certainly today, the Senate is going to begin to process that short-term government funding bill. It will have the votes expected to pass, even with Ukraine and disaster aid attached to it. Tomorrow, we heard from McCarthy, he plans to put the stopgap measure on the House side on the floor, which is, again, different from the Senate measure. They're not aligned, though. So the problem is the House passes the CR, if they can even get there, right? Because it's not clear at this point they will. The Senate will not take that bill up and vice versa. There is now an idea potentially that the two chambers can come together and do what's known as a conference committee to process all of these measures. But again, what you're seeing on your screen, all of the effects of a government shutdown are very, very likely because there just isn't enough time left.
All right, Julie Sirkin, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you so much.
In California last night, 7 GOP candidates clashed in the second primary debate. But once again, the event took place without the former president and clear frontrunner right now, Donald Trump. The chaotic contest saw each of the candidates battle it out for control of that debate as they push to close the gap on their absent rival. NBC News correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
There were two main targets of last night's debate, current President Joe Biden and the former President Donald Trump, neither of them on the debate stage. But with Trump leading this Republican field by more than 40 points in the latest NBC News poll, he cast a very long shadow over that debate stage. Overnight, 7 Republican presidential candidates facing off in a contentious and at times chaotic debate. The frontrunner, former President Trump, skipping the showdown to campaign in Michigan. His rivals Chris Christie and Ron DeSantis repeatedly noting his absence.
Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
On abortion, DeSantis demanded Mr. Trump explain his recent comments on Meet the Press, when the former president criticized the Florida governor for signing a 6-week abortion ban.
I think what he did is a terrible thing and a terrible mistake.
To try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time.
Former Vice President Mike Pence taking aim at President Biden for joining striking auto workers in Michigan.
Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line, he belongs on the unemployment line.
And Vivek Ramaswamy, who tangled with rivals in the first debate, acknowledging his critics.
You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times.
Still, his rivals pounced, Tim Scott seizing on his business dealings.
I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden.
And Nikki Haley targeting his use of TikTok.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
We asked Ramaswamy about that exchange after the debate. The core argument that Nikki Haley seemed to have against you, the core argument
she has a grudge against me that I don't have a grudge against her.
It's a one-way grudge. She can't trust you, that voters can't trust you. What do you say to that?
She said I made her dumber. And
well, there was that too.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Trump and his campaign have argued it's time to move past these primary debates and focus on rallying Republicans around him to face off against Joe Biden next year. But the Trump campaign also spending some energy last night attacking Nikki Haley, not just longtime foil Ron DeSantis, suggesting they may see someone else in second place soon enough.
All right, Garrett, thank you. Well, the United Auto Workers strike, now nearly 2 weeks old, could expand to even more workers tomorrow. And just 24 hours after President Biden walked the picket line with striking union workers in Michigan, former President Donald Trump also courted auto workers in the state.
Trump, the Republican primary frontrunner, skipped the second GOP debate, as we mentioned, to deliver that primetime address to auto workers at a non-union facility near Detroit. And he did not hold back in targeting his Republican opponents.
You know, we're competing with the job candidates. They're all running for a job. No, they're all job candidates. They want to be in the, they'll do anything. Secretary of something. They even say VP. I don't know. Does anybody see any VP in the group? I don't think so.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with more. So, Maggie, what else did Trump have to say last night there in Michigan?
Yeah, guys, you know, it's really interesting. His speech kind of went exactly as analysts predicted. He took a little bit of time, as you just showed, to take jabs at his Republican opponents who were across the country on a debate stage. But he largely used the bulk of his more than hour-long speech here in the Detroit area at that non-union plant, by the way, to go in on President Biden, repeatedly blast him and blast the administration's push to shift the industry to electric vehicles, which former President Trump is adamant will kill union jobs. And that is a claim that the White House has repeatedly refuted. In fact, at one point, the former president speaking directly to striking workers, telling them, quote, "I don't think you're picketing for the right thing." Take a listen to more of what he said.
Yesterday, Joe Biden came to Michigan to pose for photos at the picket line. But it's his policies that send Michigan auto workers to the unemployment line. He wants electric vehicle mandates that will spell the death of the U.S. auto industry. You know, it doesn't matter. I watch it. You're negotiating a contract. You're all on picket lines and everything. But it doesn't make a damn bit of difference what you get, because in 2 years, you're all going to be out of business. You're not getting anything.
So again, a big quote that followed that passage, by the way, the president telling those workers, quote, "I don't think you're picketing for the right thing." That being said, it's worth noting who was in the crowd. Our team on the ground clocked roughly 300 people who came into that invite-only event at a non-union plant just north of Detroit. Of those 300, roughly 20% told our team they're actually in the UAW, and only a handful of them said they're actually workers on strike. So that was the audience last night, but obviously the former president, knowing his message would reverberate across the country. Guys.
And Maggie, on that note, how was the former president's message received? What did these union workers say about that visit?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. We're in front of this Ford plant here in Wayne, Michigan. We talked to workers as soon as we got here. They really bristled at that comment that they're not picketing for the right thing. They say they are absolutely picketing for the right things at this moment. Again, we talked about pay, that 40% raise demand, tiers, and long-term job security. That being said, they acknowledge they are afraid about long-term job security. They have those fears tied to electric vehicles. But again, they say they are well aware of what they're picketing for and why they're picketing for it. The UAW itself, the union, not releasing an official response to the former president's speech last night. That's a supporter going by, revving their engine. So again, no comment officially from the UAW, but the president of the union last week blasted the idea that former President Trump would come here to speak at all and said he had no plans to meet with him. So that's where that relationship stands at the moment, guys.
So Maggie, real quickly, the other relationship is between the union and the big three auto workers. We know the union's threatening more walkouts. Where do things stand with negotiations?
Yeah, so quickly, that's according to a source with the UAW telling NBC News that tomorrow we're going to kind of see a rinse and repeat to some degree of what we saw last week, that at 10 a.m. Eastern time, the union president's going to go on Facebook Live and announce what they call new strike targets, basically another round of facilities where at noon they will call on more workers to walk off the job. We saw the same thing last week when they called on all of those parts distribution facilities with GM and Stellantis to go on strike. This is all, of course, barring what the union calls serious progress in their contract talks. And guys, as we said, last week was specific to GM and Stellantis, but in a possible sign that talks with Ford have stalled again. I asked if this could affect all of the big three, and that source telling me at this point everything is on the table. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, guys.
All right, a lot more to come on that. Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Overnight, the American soldier who fled into North Korea months ago returned home to the United States. Private First Class Travis King landed early this morning in Texas. He was expelled by North Korea, where he was held since July after running across the border. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is in San Antonio and joins us with the latest. So, Morgan, what more can you tell us about his return overnight?
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And that more than 6,000-mile return ended just a short time ago here at Joint Base San Antonio. That is where the plane carrying Private Second Class Travis King touched down. We have video that we were able to capture overnight. You can see military personnel escorting that 23-year-old Wisconsin native off the plane. Officials described King as being in both good health and in good spirits, adding he has had a chance to at least speak to a family member over the phone on the way here. But as you mentioned, this all began back in July. That is when U.S. officials say that following assault allegations in South Korea, King booked a group tour of the DMZ, the demilitarized zone separating North and South Korea, then bolted into North Korea, whose officials say that he admitted to doing so because he was, quote, disillusioned with American society. Now, U.S. officials have made it clear there was no trade-off for King. The handoff came courtesy of Swedish officials who escorted King to the Chinese border, where he was placed in military custody. Both U.S. and Chinese officials present for that, a rare moment of cooperation between the two superpowers. China saying they only got involved at the request of the United States and of North Korea, adding that they were adding a humanitarian effort. Joe?
So what comes next for him? Are there charges he could face?
Yeah, very good question, Joe. There could be potential charges. Officials say right now their focus remains on reunited King with family, making sure he is in good health. He will be taken to Brooke Army Medical Center here in San Antonio, where he'll undergo what they call a post-isolation treatment. Charges, though, could be in the future, Joe. Because he was declared absent without leave by the military, he could face potential discipline, including a dishonorable discharge.
And Morgan, I know you mentioned a brief conversation with his family. What more do we know about King's family? Will they be able to see him?
Military officials are remaining tight-lipped on the exact timeline of events now that he's touched down here in San Antonio, but they did stress the need to reunite King with his family, and they also added that he has had a chance to speak with him, at least over the phone, but there is an in-person reunification expected sometime soon.
Joe. All right. Morgan Chesky in San Antonio. Morgan, thank you so much.
We turn now to Baltimore, where police are confirming an arrest in the murder of a 26-year-old Baltimore tech entrepreneur. There had been an all-out manhunt for this. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Emily.
Hey there, Stephen. Well, Baltimore residents, I can tell you, are breathing a sigh of relief this morning with this man who officials have described as armed and dangerous now off the streets. Jason Billingsley had been wanted for first-degree murder in the killing of tech CEO Pavel Lepere, but police now also tying him to other serious crimes that happened in another part of Baltimore just last week.
This morning, after a 3-day manhunt, authorities confirming the arrest of Jason Billingsley, suspected in the killing of tech CEO Pavel Lepere. The U.S. Marshals telling NBC affiliate WBAL Billingsley was captured in connection to the murder at a train station in Bowie, Maryland.
Our Special Investigations Section and Homicide Unit have been working aggressively to identify the suspect responsible for this tragic incident.
Lepere was found dead of apparent blunt force injuries Monday in the apartment building where friends say she lived and worked, sparking a massive manhunt for her killer. The mother of the suspect telling NBC News in a telephone interview she had texted with her son. "I told him to turn himself in because they're going to kill him." Also saying that her son showed her a gun Monday, but she believes he's trying to sell it. Authorities not revealing any connection between the 26-year-old rising star entrepreneur and the suspect, but say Billingsley has a lengthy rap sheet, including sex offenses and assault. He was released from jail last October, according to authorities, who are now confirming Billingsley is also wanted in connection with an attempted murder, arson, and rape that occurred in another part of Baltimore just last week.
Hey, Pavel, CEO and founder of EcoMap Technologies.
While a student at Johns Hopkins University, Lepere founded EcoMap Technologies. Her family, friends, and colleagues gathering for a vigil in her honor Wednesday, saying Lepere was compassionate about her community and her work.
She inspired so many people through her brilliance, through her passion, through her zest for life, through her authenticity.
And Baltimore police have yet to reveal a motive in Lepere's killing as they continue to comb through all cases since last October when Billingsley was released from jail. We are expecting to learn more about how authorities brought him into custody overnight at a news conference scheduled for 11 a.m. today. Stephen.
All right, Emily, thanks for that update.
Parts of the country in store for some unseasonably warm temps in the next few days.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with our morning News Now weather. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we just can't let go of summer in parts of the country, specifically the middle of the country, where once again today we will head back to the low 90s in places like Tulsa, Amarillo, San Angelo, Dallas, all going to be into the 90s and all running way above normal for this time of year. We expect temperatures to be warm, of course, in parts of the South, but mid-80s is more like it for this time of year in places like Dallas. That warmth continues as we get into tomorrow. Notice it spreads a little farther to the north. We've got 90s expected in Omaha. That temperature is close to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. St. Louis will head to 87 degrees, and even Nashville will see temperatures into the mid-80s. As we look out towards the northeast, we've kind of got a mild stretch here as we roll into the weekend. Mid-70s for places like Pittsburgh on Saturday, a little bit warmer on Sunday and into the 80s by the time we get back into our next work week. Same kind of trend a little closer to the coast for places like New York. Richmond will hang out into the mid-70s, end up into the low 80s by the time the weekend finishes up. But places like Chicago staying into the low 80s from start to finish for the weekend and even into the upcoming work week beyond that. A big picture look at what's happening across the country. We've still got the cool and unsettled conditions for parts of the Pacific Northwest. Those really warm temperatures I told you about in the middle of the country. Out west, specifically the Southwest, mild conditions for this time of year and a whole lot of sunshine. A great couple of days ahead for you folks there. And we've got some of these storms that we're going to track and have already seen popping up this morning for parts of the Midwest, stretching it out into the Ohio Valley, and those rain showers and thunderstorms that we've been dealing with for the past 24 hours in Florida. And we'll continue seeing those in the picture at least for another day or so, with the flooding concern remaining through the end of the week for our friends there. Here's a look at the weekend ahead. Not much changes as we head into Friday. We do see that rain return for parts of the Northeast, though. That's the one big thing to note. That'll start to happen in places like New York later into the afternoon and evening hours today. overnight, and then you might wake up to a kind of a messy commute for your Saturday morning. So a heads up about that. We'll see that kind of linger for parts of your Saturday. It won't be the excessive kind of gloom that we saw for the earlier part of the week across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, but some showers with some heavy rain and a flooding potential will be there even into Saturday. A great day for places like Chicago on Saturday. We look down towards the Gulf Coast, temperatures into the 90s still. We keep it really warm over the next couple of days. In Florida, still dealing with the flood risk for your Saturday plans. Just note that if you have any of those outdoor plans, it's going to be a little iffy. The games for the kids and such, and Saturday and Sunday is going to be difficult in Florida because we do have those elevated rain chances. A great day, though, finally back in the picture for Sunday. You can see across the Northeast, plenty of sunshine, guys. This is the day that you want to make all those outdoor plans. We'll see nice temperatures, too, mid-70s, upper 70s, and that warm sunshine continues in the middle of the country. We'll start to see some rain heading towards the Rockies on Sunday, but otherwise, just a heads up about that. When it comes to the rainfall for parts of the Northeast, we will have some spots that could pick up a good amount. 1 to 2 inches is the more likely number, but some pretty high rainfall rates are possible with that low that's going to develop off the southeast coast and kind of meander, hang out right offshore and eventually move to the north. But even still, we could see some spots that pick up about 5 inches. We know how saturated it's been over the past couple of days. I don't have to tell you guys. We've had to walk through it, trudge through it on our commutes. So just the umbrella will be handy, and watch for those flooded roadways and things like that over the next couple of days.
All right. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, more bad news for automakers. Kia and Hyundai this morning, why they're recalling more than 3 million vehicles in the wake of a spike in thefts involving their cars.
But first, striking footage from that wedding fire in Iraq that has so far killed more than 90 people. The scenes of horror as the cause of that fire comes to light. That's next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with more details surrounding that horrifying wedding fire in Iraq. A massive fire tore through a wedding hall Tuesday night during a couple's first dance. That fire so far has left more than 90 people dead, and the death toll could rise. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more on what ignited the disaster.
A couple's dream wedding turned into a nightmare. Pyrotechnics igniting the ceiling of the venue during the first dance. The bride and groom fleeing the flames along with some of their guests. But many didn't get out in time. The blaze ripping through the venue, leaving more than 90 people dead and dozens more hurt. This nun, who lives in a monastery nearby, saying bodies are being taken out. Youths were flooding into the hall to get out the largest number of people they could. Emergency crews rushing the injured to a nearby hospital. The wards full of victims. This Iraqi health official saying the majority of the victims were completely burned. Daylight revealing the extent of the destruction. Drone footage shows the wedding hall's roof collapsed. Inside the building, a charred and mangled mess. Mounds of twisted metal rising from the floor of the building.
Mama! Mama!
This man making an unthinkable discovery in the rubble, the burned remains of his mother's clothing. Officials announcing 9 people who worked at the venue have been arrested in connection to the fire. This investigator saying the pyrotechnics used in the ceremony were not allowed inside or outside the venue. As family and friends carry out the solemn task of mourning the dead, hundreds of people gathering for funeral processions. A day supposed to be filled with celebration turned into tragedy.
And our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. We should note both the bride and groom did make it out of the wedding venue alive.
A St. Louis woman is living with a disastrous problem. The Social Security Administration has classified her as dead, and despite her attempts to correct that, the issue has plagued her for years now. It's a seemingly simple data error that causes some serious challenges for up to 12,000 Americans every year. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explains.
This St. Louis woman is alive and well, but trying to prove that to the Social Security Administration has been her living nightmare.
It's like a haunting.
The agency classified her as dead.
It messed up my whole life.
Carthen tells our St. Louis affiliate's investigative team she's been dealing with the mistake for 16 years. The station covering her struggle back in 2007 when she was a college student.
I got denied my financial aid.
Back then, Carthen shared the paperwork from her lender stating she was deceased.
Now they're saying, prove to us you're not dead.
She says she wasn't able to graduate because of the issue, and she hasn't been able to vote, buy a home, file taxes, or even hold a steady job.
It's just a matter before my Social Security number catch up with me, and then they have to let me go. HR can't process payroll.
Carthen says she was told by the Social Security Administration that her name was mistakenly added to its death master file, essentially ending her existence in 2007. She was given this death erroneous letter to show as proof that she's still alive.
That was supposed to resolve it, and I was supposed to give it to all my creditors, but by that time I had cars repossessed, I got put out my home, I couldn't explain it. It was too late. Contracts were invalid. It still messed up my credit.
Carthen eventually managed to get a new Social Security number and even changed her legal name, adding characters like a hyphen in 2021.
The judge honored it. Social Security honored it. And that's what my Social Security card showed.
But she says the new number is still connected to the old.
The old one that's classified as dead with the new one is cross-referenced. So anytime that I'm trying to use it in commerce, trying to buy a home or what have you, it's going to come back denied and rejected.
So Carthen is still the walking dead and walking around with a briefcase full of documents to prove her identity.
And now I keep my birth certificate and all these things with me because I don't never know.
A spokesperson for the SSA telling our local station they can't discuss individual cases due to privacy laws, adding approximately 3 million deaths are reported to the Social Security Administration each year, and our records are highly accurate. Of these millions of death reports we receive each year, less than 1/3 of 1% are subsequently corrected. A 2019 report from the Social Security Advisory Board says between 7,000 and 12,000 people are erroneously recorded as dead every year by the SSA. Carthen says she submitted numerous documents to the SSA, her doctor even confirming she is most definitely alive, and she also filed a federal lawsuit. Nothing has worked.
We're sorry, we apologize, but government has sovereign immunity. There's nothing we can do.
All she wants is to be resurrected.
It's just I need to get before Congress to share what has happened, the detriment that it has caused, and the resolution, how it can be fixed.
Wow, so frustrating. Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that report. Madeline says that she's tried everything, even writing the last 4 presidents in the White House asking for help, but it's just become a finger-pointing game between agencies. The Social Security Administration says if a person suspects they have been incorrectly declared dead, they need to head to their local Social Security office as soon as possible with an original form of ID.
Wow, what a headache there. All right, coming up, the disturbing rise of retail theft across the country. It's forcing many store owners to change the way they do business.
Yeah, how they say they're working to stay safe as this troubling trend becomes more and more violent. That's next. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a growing crisis across the country. Many retail stores are seeing a spike in retail crime, which is causing some businesses to shut down. As NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff explains, a new report shows criminals are becoming more bold in public.
Hey there. Yeah, we all saw those striking images of stores being looted in Philadelphia this week, and it is part of a larger trend. Theft has impacted retailer margins and profitability to the tune of $112 billion last year. That's according to a new industry survey. But the violence associated with retail theft is the biggest concern. Businesses of all sizes are now struggling to stay safe and keep their doors open amid the nationwide crime spree. Across the country, cities big and small are seeing a rise in retail crime. But it's the growing dangers associated with those thefts that are causing concern.
But what we're seeing are these large-scale, open and brazen events of theft.
Shocking videos like these show increasingly violent criminal acts, leaving some business owners and their employees worried for their safety. While the financial hits from retail theft are only up slightly from last year, the heightened levels and threat of violence associated with these crimes are getting worse. A major study from the National Retail Federation found 81% of retailers reported that organized retail criminals had grown more violent. And even 88% say even shoplifters are more aggressive and violent. It has some owners changing the way they're doing business.
I have more cameras than I ever had. I have a staff person whose job is to walk around. My staff, I had to train them up more to understand what they should and should not do.
Retailers are taking a hit at a time when they're already having a hard time filling open positions, with the holiday shopping season fast approaching.
I've had 2 people quit because they're like, you know what, I'm not doing this. I am not doing this.
Oakland is among those cities most affected by organized retail crime. The problems former Oakland Police Chief Lerone Armstrong sees in his own backyard now spreading across the country.
I think it's a combination of lack of enforcement, not enough resources, and then not strong enough prosecution.
I've seen it happen. I've seen people run out with products and security just kind of say, hey, and that's all they can really do.
Though these brazen thefts seem to be happening more and more, law enforcement and retail experts say turning the tide on the nationwide crime spree is possible.
We have to ask that states and local communities look at their current laws related to property theft and larcenies and make sure that they're strong enough to put consequences behind the criminal acts.
The rise in violent crimes is forcing some stores to make the decision to close, and, of course, that can have a devastating impact on the surrounding neighborhoods and people who rely on their services. But Deborah, the woman we spoke to and owns 2 boutiques here in Manhattan, told us closing her doors would mean the criminals win, and she's not going to let that happen. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you so much.
Car makers Kia and Hyundai have issued a massive recall over concerns that some vehicles can randomly burst into flames. Nearly 3.4 million cars are affected by the recall, and they're telling owners of those models to park them outside and far from any flammable structures until repairs can be made. The issue has to do with a faulty module and can leak brake fluid and cause an electrical short. This is just the latest in a string of recalls amid a spike in thefts plaguing the 2 automakers, which are owned by the same parent company. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist has more.
It's the car theft wave sweeping the nation, and big cities are struggling to keep up. The numbers are shocking. In Chicago, for example, thieves stole only 500 Kias and Hyundais in the first half of 2022. But by the end of that year, that number had ballooned to more than 8,300. And this year is on track to be even worse, with car thefts already surpassing 21,000, up 86% year to date. The city says Kias and Hyundais make up more than half. And it's not just Chicago, of course. Cities like Cleveland, St. Louis, and Baltimore have seen a surge, too.
Kia boys, stolen car haul.
It all started in 2021 when a viral TikTok trend called #KiaBoys began spreading across social media. It instructed would-be car thieves on how to quickly hotwire certain Kia models that lacked engine immobilizers.
Pull down and then break it down.
This doesn't work with most cars. In fact, 96% of other vehicles sold in the U.S. shipped with immobilizers in 2015. But they're not required, and only about a quarter of Kias and Hyundais had the protection. That's why last month, Chicago joined several other American cities in suing the automakers, alleging they've contributed to a major increase in crime. Kia has said the suits are without merit, while Hyundai has said all its cars meet government anti-theft requirements. In light of the disturbing streak, Kia and Hyundai attempted a fix, offering a free software update available at dealerships and at mass giveaway events. The update requires the car's key to be in the ignition to start, but there have been reports of cars being stolen even after they got the update. One victim's father telling our Washington affiliate,
I would love to find out if the program was actually put in or the program failed.
When asked for comment, Hyundai responded by saying, our dealers across the country are maximizing the number of anti-theft software installations. Kia told NBC Washington that it's confident the software update works as intended. The car makers built their reputations advertising affordable cars for the average consumer.
I'll be there in 30 minutes.
That allowed the pair, which are owned by the same South Korean conglomerate, to become the third largest manufacturer in the world at one point. But even though some security systems may work, thieves still target the cars, which could mean a smashed window and an abandoned car when realizing it can't be hacked for a joyride, underscoring just how big of a challenge Kia and Hyundai face.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that story. For their part, Kia and Hyundai say the lawsuits don't have any merit.
Breaking news just in. NBC News has learned that actor Michael Gambon, known for playing Professor Albus Dumbledore in the Harry Potter movie series, has died. Gambon's family confirmed his death in a statement. They say he died peacefully in the hospital following a bout of pneumonia. His family has requested privacy at this time and thanked fans for their messages of love and support. Michael Gambon was 82 years old.
Well, still to come this morning, confidence is key, especially when it comes to your money.
After the break, as Hispanic Heritage Month rolls on, we've got a new survey that shines a light on just how comfortable Latino women feel about their finances. That's next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
September is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, and this morning we're sharing the story of a young woman from Chicago with dreams of having a family. She decided to freeze her eggs, and in the process, doctors made a surprising discovery, a cancer diagnosis. She's telling her story in the hopes it will help other women realize they're not alone. Today, anchor Savannah Guthrie has her story.
Morgan Belloc knew she wanted to be a mom one day, but the timing wasn't right for the 34-year-old public relations executive from Chicago. So she decided to freeze her eggs, hoping to have a baby further down the road.
I always had wanted to be a mom. Unfortunately, as women, we just know there are no guarantees, and I really had a gut feeling. I just knew in my gut this was something I had to do.
Morgan arrived for her first egg freezing appointment in the summer of 2017.
At that first appointment, I had an ultrasound, which revealed a pretty significant cyst on my right ovary. They assured me it was benign, 99% chance. So the plan was to pause egg freezing for the time being.
The cyst refused to just go away, so doctors operated to remove it. During that surgery, they discovered what Morgan never could have imagined.
They found another tumor hiding behind the one that they were removing, and that one was a cancerous tumor. I remember seeing the fear in my doctors' faces, and I knew it was a big deal. Immature teratoma, stage 1 ovarian cancer.
Morgan never experienced any symptoms and had no family history of ovarian cancer. There were no warning signs. She's among the nearly 20,000 women in this country diagnosed with ovarian cancer every year. The disease spreads quickly and aggressively, and many women aren't diagnosed until stage 3 or stage 4. Morgan's life became an urgent fight against cancer, and just weeks after her diagnosis, she was back in surgery.
I had to remove my right ovary entirely, but after that, I was given a clean bill of health, which meant I'd have to be very closely monitored for about 5 years.
I was told that I was cancer-free.
Now, nearly 6 years cancer-free, Morgan is in complete remission.
It's crazy to think that I just got really lucky and that there's a very real chance that I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't have gone into that doctor's appointment.
As soon as doctors cleared her, Morgan returned to her original goal of freezing her eggs, completing 2 cycles in 2018. And a happy new beginning. She married her husband, Derek, 2 years ago, both eager to start a family. Morgan's life saved in her courageous quest to have another.
Our thanks to Savannah Guthrie for that report. Morgan says that she and her husband, Derek, are now in the middle of IVF treatments. They're hoping to welcome a baby very soon.
Financial headlines now. After some high-profile backlash, Delta is rethinking changes made to its loyalty program.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, so listen to this. Delta Airlines is rethinking the changes it recently made to its loyalty program. Delta's CEO says the moves went too far in addressing a surge in elite frequent flyers. Delta had said that starting in 2025, it would base elite status purely on spending versus counting flights and would limit access to its airport lounges to holders of Delta credit cards. The changes were sharply criticized by loyalty members on social media, with some vowing to take their business elsewhere. Some owners of the new iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max are complaining the devices are getting too hot while they're being used or during charging. Customers on social media and Apple online forums say the back of the phone becomes too hot to touch while gaming or during a phone call or a FaceTime video chat. Reports say Apple has referred some people to an old support article. The company hasn't commented. The iPhone accounts for about half of Apple's revenue, and new models are highly scrutinized for any issues. And Disney Plus is joining Netflix in cracking down on password sharing. Disney started emailing subscribers in Canada this week about changes to the service agreement, including, quote, restrictions on account sharing. Just like Netflix, Disney Plus customers may not share their account outside their primary household. The changes come as the streaming service expands the rollout of its cheaper ad-supported tier to Canada. No word on whether Disney will crack down on password sharing in the U.S. Gonna go out there and say it's probably coming here too.
And many platforms, I'm guessing, too, yeah.
Yeah, a lot more to come on that. My in-laws are probably going to kick me off any minute. Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and this morning we're talking about the strides being made to help close the wealth gap.
Yeah, a new survey from JP Morgan Wealth Management revealed that Hispanic and Latino women are becoming more confident when it comes to their finances. 52% of Hispanic and Latino women investors saying they feel more knowledgeable about their investments and retirement planning than they did just 5 years ago.
Let's bring in Veronica Navarro. She is the head of communications at JP Morgan Wealth Management. Good to have you with us. So let's talk more about the study's findings. Why is it more Hispanic and Latino women are feeling more confident? And what are we seeing with the men? Is it different?
We think men is very similar trend than women. We think it's easier to find financial information now than it's ever been. That you can go and find the meaning of a 401k, like we have Investopedia. With JP Morgan, we have the Know. It's like a content hub. We simplify financial terms very easily. We also think democratizing finances, that you can trade online right now with no commission. So people can start investing for no money, which is something that they could not do like a decade ago. So we think investing and money are more popular or more recurrent conversations than they were a few years ago, and that is helping. The industry is also on board. We need to know to be able to act, but knowing is not enough. And we also, you just said, it's more than half of women. It's barely half of women. So we really need to do a lot more.
Those numbers need to go even higher.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, and on that subject, despite the gains that we're seeing among Latinas, there is still a big disparity when it comes to their white peers. So what are the barriers that are left here in this area, and how do you go about overcoming them?
Well, I want to talk about my personal experience. I'm Hispanic. I'm originally from Spain. We did not talk about money. Money was like a banned topic in my house. And not only that, for my mom, investing was very risky. She always said, no, you don't invest. And not only that, she also used to say, why are you saving for retirement? You might be dead tomorrow. So all of that, misconceptions, trickled down to me to the point where I started working. And I started working in a foreign company. It was in the UK, and they had a 401k. And they were doing a matching program. I was not even matching the program because I didn't understand the concept. So those concepts need to start from the dinner table. I don't know how it is in your house, but it is very
A lot of families
important.
don't talk about money, exactly. We have about 30 seconds here, but what role does generational wealth play in all of this?
Yeah, generational wealth is the way that we explain it is if you're in a baseball game, you're going to start in first base, second base, or third base. What are you going to do for the generation behind you? You want them to start in first base, second base, or third base. Do that for them.
That's a great way to analyze it, to think of it that way. You want to get them started as close to home as humanly possible, right?
That's right.
All right. Veronica Navarro, thank you so much. Good to have you on.
Thank you for having me.
Well, coming up this morning, are you ready for it? We've got so much more on the story that America can just not look away from.
Yeah, that rumored romance between Taylor Swift and Chief star Travis Kelce. It's heating up this morning with Kelce's own take on that whirlwind weekend. I've got it all covered after this.
our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Barry Manilow has broken a Las Vegas record that had been held by Elvis for more than 45 years. The Copacabana singer has performed 637 shows at the Westgate Resort and Casino. That beats Elvis Presley's residency at the same venue, which lasted from 1969 to 1976. Manilow, who turned 80 in June, was presented with a key to the Las Vegas Strip as he played his 637th show over the weekend. He wore a red jacket from Presley's 1977 tour and performed covers of Hound Dog and Can't Help Falling in Love. The singer seems to have no plans to stop performing at the Westgate. He recently announced dates for 2024.
So cool. That generation, you look at him, you look at Wayne Newton, they just keep on performing.
And their fashion is on point.
Exactly, as always. All right. We've got new details on the story that broke the internet this week. Kansas City Chiefs star Travis Kelce is opening up about Sunday's game, which featured a guest appearance by Taylor Swift, fueling those dating rumors. Travis Kelce and his brother, Eagles star Jason, have a really popular weekly podcast called New Heights. Well, this week it was really popular thanks to a new fan base, Swifties, who helped push the podcast past 1 million subscribers and who eagerly watched Wednesday's episode, which so far has more than 1.5 million views on YouTube. It's every Swiftie's wildest dream to know more about Trailer or Swelsey, whatever you want to call them. And now we're finally hearing from Travis Kelce.
How's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up.
We're getting a look at Kelce and Taylor Swift getting close Sunday night in a new photo obtained by TMZ. They were at a party after the Chiefs game where Swift made that high-profile appearance.
And then we just slid off in the getaway car at the end.
Kelce shared a few more new details yesterday with his brother, Eagles player Jason, on their podcast.
This might be an all-timer of an episode.
I wonder why.
The Kelces were coy as they kicked off this week's episode of New Heights. You had to wait 32 minutes, 47 seconds before their football-focused conversation was intercepted.
I'm enjoying life, and I sure as hell enjoyed this weekend.
Kelce reflecting on the moments that broke the internet Sunday.
Everybody in the suite had nothing but great things to say about it. To see the slow motion chest bumps, to see the high fives with mom, to see how, Chiefs Kingdom was all excited that she was there.
The brothers also acknowledged the new attention with a segment they call No Dumb Questions, this time directed at Swifties.
What's a field goal? Do you throw the ball or run with it?
Me personally, I run with it.
What is a down? A down is an attempt to get 10 yards.
For fans of both football and Swift, the podcast answered some questions, but not all.
I'd like to know what they talked about. How was dinner? How was the party?
Kelce made it clear moving forward, his comments will be focused on football.
What's real is that, it is my personal life, and I want to respect both of our lives.
Even as his teammates block a blitz of Swift questions.
I met her. She's really cool, good people, but like Trav said, man, I'm going to let them have their privacy and just keep it moving.
A source close to the situation tells NBC News Swift and Kelce are just getting to know each other, and it's not the first time they've hung out. They met up a little over a month ago in New York. Of course, we're waiting to see if they have another meeting here this upcoming Sunday night with the Chiefs playing the Jets in New Jersey. StubHub says since Sunday, ticket sales for that game up 175%. The Sunday night game already highly watched. That would just take it into the stratosphere.
The Swifties, the power of the Swifties, can't beat it.
Exactly. Yeah. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a government shutdown now all but certain. This morning, Congress at a crossroads with two separate spending bills working their way through the House and Senate, but each destined to fail in the opposite chamber. Now time's running out for House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to get his own party to agree on a plan. We'll bring you the latest on the closed-door talks as the deadline approaches. Plus, it's a race for second place ahead of the 2024 election. Donald Trump's top Republican rivals slamming the former president at last night's second GOP debate.
Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight.
You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record.
Trump choosing to skip the debate again and this time meet with auto workers instead. We're going to have highlights from the debate stage to the campaign trail. New this morning, U.S. soldier Travis King back on American soil, months after running across the border into North Korea. More on his condition, his status with the military, and what is next. And indebted, student loan repayments set to restart in just days after a 3-year pause. What borrowers need to know, plus the latest in the fight for student debt forgiveness.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. We begin this morning with limbo in Washington as we inch closer to a potential government shutdown with little progress being made on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, the government will shut down at 12:01 a.m. Sunday if they don't reach a deal, something that looks increasingly likely. There is a procedural vote expected in the Senate today to move forward on a temporary government funding bill that would postpone a shutdown until November, but the outlook for that is not great. The bipartisan measure has been criticized by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is having a lot of trouble with his own party on reaching a deal. He, however, is blaming Democrats and President Biden for a lack of a resolution. President Biden saying he doesn't believe a shutdown is inevitable. McCarthy saying House Republicans are still working on it.
The House is working on passing 73% of all the appropriation bills of the job we're supposed to do by Thursday. We're bringing up on Friday ability to fund the government, but at the same time secure our border. So yes, we're doing our job.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest on this. Julie, good morning to you. So break it down for us. What kind of movement can we expect to see today in the Senate regarding this stopgap bill trying to make its way through that chamber? Outlook not so good.
Yeah, not so good, guys. We're just days away. Look, the clock is ticking. And even if the Senate manages to get this CR, this short-term government funding bill, which we believe they will, through the Senate, you heard from McCarthy there, he's probably not going to put it on the floor. He wants his own bill, a conservative measure that has border security provisions attached to it, to ride through the House. The problem is, I talked to multiple members last night. It's still not clear if he has the votes for even that bill. So McCarthy right now still contending with members of his own party to get anything through to them. Of course, then it has to go over to the Democrat-controlled Senate and vice versa before anything can be signed by President Biden. So for our viewers watching this at home, both chambers are still having trouble passing their individual bills. Ultimately, this will need to come to a resolution that could pass both chambers, but we're still quite far from that.
So, Julie, we know House Speaker McCarthy suggested a meeting with President Biden would be important. The White House rejected that idea, saying the issue is really up to Republicans to fix. So what are the biggest challenges McCarthy's facing right now in the House?
Yeah, look, President Biden has made it clear he's probably not going to sit down with the speaker. He met with him and his team back during those debt ceiling negotiations at the end of May. This is really something that Biden is saying is McCarthy's problem. It's his problem with his members and his conference to figure out. McCarthy touched on this yesterday. Take a listen to what he said, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Has the Senate passed an FAA bill? No, they have not. When we look at a challenge on the border, have they passed any bill themselves? They're a different body on something to deal with the border, even though the leader from the Senate comes from New York and his governor and mayor are crying for something to be done. No, they've done nothing on it, because had they passed a bill, the House has passed a bill, we could go to conference and solve that.
So there's no time to go to conference between both sides, right? We heard this time and time again. McCarthy wants basically the Senate and the House to get together and to talk about these individual bills that they passed. We have just days left. And on the border security issue, that's something you hear from Republicans a lot. I talked to a top House Democrat yesterday who told me that what Republicans want to attach in terms of border security is, quote, not real border security. And the White House is also making the argument that if a shutdown happens, Border Patrol agents could go unpaid. And what Republicans are planning to do does cut some of the budget that the Department of Homeland Security would have to operate. So really a stalemate here, an impasse on both sides. But ultimately, McCarthy's going to have to show that he can get something passed with just his members.
And Julie, let's talk about the perspective of Americans who will be affected by this potential shutdown. Who's winning the PR battle here? Who do you think will take the blame if this happens?
Well, historically, guys, Republicans do fall for the blame when a shutdown happens. The last shutdown, you'll remember, lasted more than a month under the former president. In 2019, there was a new poll that came out. You see it on your screen where voters are kind of split. They are blaming Biden and Democrats in Congress for this as well, because ultimately Democrats drew control of the White House and the upper chamber of the Senate. But look, this would really be devastating for millions of Americans. You showed a graphic earlier when we were talking here. I mean, millions of Americans will go without paychecks. Million more of low-income Americans won't have food stamps, won't have critical child care programs. And look, we have a lot of authorizations that are up at the month too, like the FAA, for example, various child care tax credits, some COVID relief measures that were put in place. So a lot on the line here and not a lot of time to fix it.
Certainly that clock is ticking down. Julie, we have more congressional news to talk about, though, so stick with us just a minute.
Yeah, this morning, while a possible government shutdown looms over Capitol Hill, House Republicans are holding their first hearing into whether to impeach President Biden.
Yeah, Democrats have been asking for evidence of President Biden's potential wrongdoing. Republicans say that's the purpose of this hearing. They're going to present evidence, they say, from their months-long investigations into whether Biden was involved in or personally profited from his family's foreign business dealings. They also investigated whether he improperly influenced policy when he served as vice president. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says Republicans, quote, uncovered an overwhelming amount of evidence showing that President Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. But so far, there's been no direct evidence to prove those allegations. And the White House insists Biden has done nothing wrong. They're calling today's hearing a political stunt.
So let's bring back Julie Sirkin along with NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos here to weigh in on all this. Julie, what are we watching for today in this hearing?
Well, look, I'm personally watching for Republicans to make the case, make the connection that they've been talking about over and over again between Hunter Biden, the president's son, and the president himself. Because remember, the president's the one that they are opening this impeachment inquiry to. So far, they have been unable to prove this connection between his son's business dealings and the president's influence, if he had any over those. But they did release this 30-page memo late last night. They sent it, I'm told, to all members on the committee as well, outlining their goal for today. And they make it very clear this is coming from Republicans. They open this impeachment inquiry, but it doesn't mean that they're going to pursue a formal impeachment until they are ready to lay out this evidence, which they say they have an overwhelming amount of, enough to potentially fill 7 hours today, with 50 members on these committees set to question 4 witnesses, 3 from the Republican side, 1 from the Democrat side. But ultimately, even though they've led this investigation for 7 months, as we've heard from the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, James Raskin, say, they haven't been able to put proof in the pudding, right? They haven't been able to connect all of these dots that they've been laying out. But we'll see if they can try to make the case today. Overall, though, I'm expecting just evidence to be laid out, much of which we already know.
And potentially filling 7 hours, Danny. Let's get to you on this. We've heard about these allegations for such a long time now. What do we know about the evidence Republicans say they have or they claim to have here?
2 main categories: foreign business dealings and Hunter Biden tax cases. And of course, with both categories, Hunter Biden features prominently. Certainly, there's a strong case to be made for impeachment of Hunter Biden, but Hunter Biden is not the president, nor was he the vice president. So plenty of evidence to be concerned about Hunter Biden. The foreign business dealings, you're going to see likely evidence of transactions with Kazakhstan, China, even Ukraine, of course, Russia as well. But the key is this. Irrespective of these financial transactions, these business dealings, the key is a nexus between those dealings and some benefit to President Biden, to Joe Biden. That is the key. And I think the Republicans are going to need a lot more than evidence that maybe Joe Biden was on a phone call or that he stopped by lunch to say hi to some of Hunter Biden's business associates. They may have evidence of that, but for corruption purposes, they're going to need more. On the tax side, it's whether or not Hunter Biden, did he receive favorable treatment? We may or may not see evidence of that during the 7 hours today. Did the government, the U.S. government under Joe Biden, give preferential treatment to Hunter Biden? Kind of a hard case to make now because Hunter Biden is now under indictment, but that we may see given some of the hearings of some former tax investigators in the last few months. But most likely, the big case Republicans want to make is foreign business dealings, and they're going to try to tie some benefit that leads to Joe Biden, the then vice president, current president.
So, Julie, politically, what are the implications for President Biden and his reelection campaign?
Well, look, this is effectively counter-programming that Speaker McCarthy has set up, right? It's to counter these Trump indictments, to counter all of these things that are coming down the pike for the former president as they look to protect him here, and certainly ahead of this shutdown as well. But for the president himself, his son, as Danny laid out, is facing an indictment now by the Justice Department. Republicans on the committee would argue that this is thanks to them, thanks to the evidence that they were able to lay out, although they are not satisfied with the prosecutor, the special counsel who has been appointed to look into that matter. But this certainly doesn't bode well politically for the president, because this keeps us on the minds of Americans who are seeing this happen with the former president and everything that Biden was able to point out there. And it's happening to Biden now, in effect, right? It is certainly the Republicans have not been able to prove this connection, but it is in the news cycle. We're talking about it. We're going to take this hearing today. And Biden wants to talk about his economic message, the progress he was able to make, the legislation he was able to pass, which, as our White House team has reported and noted, is not resonating as much as he wants to with voters.
And Danny, to Julie's point, we've seen several impeachment inquiries over the past several years. So how long is this expected to take, and what's next for Republicans if they go down this road further? Even
though impeachment cosmetically looks like a criminal prosecution and a criminal investigation, we need to stop thinking of it that way, because in many ways it is exactly the opposite. For example, if you want to indict someone, you have to go to a grand jury and show them evidence to at least probable cause to secure that indictment. Here, none of those rules are required. Even this inquiry is not required. The House could immediately proceed to impeachment proceedings if they have the votes, because that's really what impeachment is. It's not a criminal proceeding. It's basically a debate in Congress, one that happens to be identified in the Constitution. But all it is a head count. Do we have enough for this vote? Do we have enough for this vote if it gets to the Senate? That is it. So procedurally, this can last as long as they want it to, or not at all.
Danny, thank you so much. Julie, we are setting you free. You do not have to stick around for yet another segment.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Last night in California, 7 Republican candidates locked horns in another fiery GOP primary debate moderated by Fox Business. The rivals clash over a variety of topics, including China, immigration, and the economy.
But the chaotic, often raucous event was marked by the absence of Donald Trump. The former president and current GOP frontrunner decided to visit Detroit instead. That move was criticized by some of the candidates last night.
Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record, where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have.
His last debate, he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching. You're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line.
Secondly, on the curtains, do your homework, Tim, because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
Did you send them back?
Did you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
You get it
You
done.
hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are scrapping. You are scrapping.
I'm not scrapping.
You know I fought.
Fiery over curtains. Who would have predicted that? Well, joining us now for more on this, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett and our senior national politics reporter John Allen. Good morning to both of you. Maura, let's start with you. As we just heard, there was plenty of arguing, a lot of talking over each other. What are some of the key takeaways from the debate? Did anyone manage to stand out from the pack?
Yeah, good morning. A lot of interruption, a lot of confusion on the stage last night. And it's tough to say whether or not there was really a standout candidate. It's probably better contextualized by some standout moments from several candidates, one of which, Tim Scott, there we saw a more outspoken candidate in him because he really needed to push forward. His campaign had telegraphed that prior to the debate. We also saw those moments from Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, Haley's campaign prior to the debate had told me that they expected her to be a target of attacks on stage, seeing that she had seen some big spikes in polling prior to the debate, but she was actually more on the offense, doling out the most attacks on stage last night, according to NBC News analysis. And Vivek Ramaswamy was actually on the receiving end of more of those attacks, a lot of those exchanges like you just saw around his relationship with China. Now, as for the presumed second place candidate, Ron DeSantis, we saw those polls slip in his name following the last debate, and he didn't really have anything that really stood out last night separately, and so it remains to be seen if that'll be the case after this debate as well. Now, of course, obviously, the whole Donald Trump of it all looming as he was not on stage but still racing ahead in the polls. This debate did give the candidates another chance before this next fundraising deadline to potentially get more donor support and be able to get some more longevity in the race ahead as they continue to go up against Donald Trump, but that remains to be seen in these next couple of days to see what that support looks like, guys.
So, John, if there was anything memorable from Governor DeSantis, is that he did take aim at Trump for missing the debate again. So did Chris Christie. That was less of a surprise. Beyond that, not much criticism directed at the former president. So is that going to have even an inch of impact on GOP voters? And do you think that Trump could show up for the next one, which is just over a month away?
I talked to a Republican strategist last night, Matthew Bartlett out of New Hampshire, who said that these attacks were like attacking the sun with water guns, that Christie and DeSantis were likely to have little effect on Trump at all, little effect on voters with what they said. Trump is definitely in a position right now where he doesn't want to debate. I think, until further notice, you can expect that he's not going to debate. Right now, you showed those polling figures. He's at 59% in the Republican primary, according to the NBC News polling. DeSantis is at 16%. Everybody else is below that. I don't think there's a political advisor in the country that would tell their candidate that in that circumstance that they should get on a debate stage.
And John, speaking of Nikki Haley, as Maura was saying, she went on the offense last night. She got a lot of attention from the first debate performance. And last night we saw her clash with Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy. She's coming in third in that latest NBC News poll. But after last night, DeSantis, should he be looking over his shoulder?
In one word, yes. But that's not the only thing that Maura said that was really insightful. She made a lot of good points a moment ago. I think if you're Ron DeSantis, you got to be looking over your shoulder at everybody. Mostly if you're DeSantis, you have to be worried that your donors, that your supporters are going to dry up or that some of them are going to go to another candidate. DeSantis has long been running in second place, but his trajectory has been almost entirely downhill for the last, 6 or 7 months. And you've got a situation where Nikki Haley is one of the few candidates who's shown any sort of movement upward. Since that last debate, you've seen her poll numbers at the national level go up. More importantly, you've seen her numbers go up within the states. So the early states of Iowa and New Hampshire and her own home state of South Carolina. This is a candidate who definitely was on the move before this debate. And I don't think she did anything last night that will arrest that upward movement.
So, Maura, where does this leave the GOP field? Could we see any dropouts, or does it seem like everyone here is going to hang on till at least Iowa?
Well, as for now, the campaigns are pushing ahead. Several candidates like Ramaswamy and Haley already planning visits to early states in the next couple of days. But I think what we're going to have to watch over the next month before the next debate is the increased qualifying threshold to get on that debate stage. It was a struggle for North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum to even make the stage last night. Didn't really stand out, and he'll really have to push ahead to make sure he can qualify again. I actually spoke with Ramaswamy ahead of the debate yesterday, and he basically hedged his bet, saying saying, you know, if the voters don't align with me, if they choose to pick somebody else, I'm okay with that. But he didn't give any sort of timeline. And so campaigns right now are projecting that optimism as they get back out on the campaign trail, looking for any potential spikes in polling and fundraising numbers. But again, they have a little bit of time ahead of that next November 8th debate, guys.
All right, Maura, John, thank you both so much.
An American soldier who fled into North Korea is now back in the United States. Private First Class Travis King landed early this morning after being expelled by North Korea. He dashed across the border into North Korea back in July. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest.
Travis King is finally home, touching down on American soil after a secretive exit from North Korea. 71 days after the Army Private Second Class made that willing bolt across the border, he was escorted into China, where U.S. officials were waiting, taken into U.S. military custody, from all accounts in good health. U.S. officials say no concessions were made to North Korea, nor did North Korea ask for anything in return for Private King's release, despite ongoing U.S. sanctions and threats over the country's weapons program. Instead, North Korea took it as a case of illegal immigration, releasing a statement through KCNA saying that officials had decided to expel Travis King. Now, to get him out, Private King, who's 23, had to be retrieved by the government of Sweden, which keeps an embassy in Pyongyang, and then was shepherded across a bridge by car into China, a rare show of cooperation between the U.S. in Beijing at North Korea's request. A spokesperson here today confirming, quote, China provided the necessary assistance from a humanitarian perspective. From China, Private King was then flown to a U.S. base in South Korea. That's where he called his mother. And he will now be at the Brooke Army Medical Center for what's called post-isolation support. Travis King could still face disciplinary action in the U.S. for being absent without leave. There will also be a slew of questions about what happened in North Korea and what compelled him to do what he did. But for now, U.S. officials say that they are focused on Travis King's health and reuniting him with his family.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez is expected to address Senate Democrats at their party's lunch today. This comes one day after he and his wife pleaded not guilty in connection with federal bribery charges. They were arraigned yesterday in a Manhattan courtroom. NBC's Jonathan Dienst has the latest on the case and the calls for the senator to step down.
We have a few words with you. Holding hands with his wife Nadine, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez left federal court to a crush of cameras and a handful of protesters. Earlier, Menendez, his wife, and two businessmen pleaded not guilty to charges they took part in a wide-ranging bribery scheme. The FBI says Senator Menendez and his wife got these gold bars, piles of cash, and a Mercedes in exchange for government favors. The senator released on $100,000 bail, his wife on $250,000. Sources familiar with the matter say the FBI is investigating if Egyptian intelligence services played any role in the alleged bribe scheme in an effort to get non-public U.S. government information from Menendez, then chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Meanwhile, President Biden still silent on the Menendez case, while the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, Dick Durbin, added his name to the growing list of Democrats calling for Menendez to resign. Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer criticizing Menendez, but not calling on him to step down.
For senators, there's a much, much higher standard. And clearly, when you read the indictment, Senator Menendez fell way, way below that standard.
Our thanks to Jonathan Dienst for that report. More than half the Senate Democratic caucus has now called for Menendez to resign.
In Baltimore, police are confirming an arrest in the murder of 26-year-old tech entrepreneur Pavel Lepere. Police say they will hold a news conference at 11 a.m. Eastern time to announce the arrest of 32-year-old Jason Billingsley. Police found Lepere's body at an apartment late Monday morning with apparent blunt force trauma. Police and the U.S. Marshals Service immediately launched a manhunt for Billingsley, and a first-degree murder warrant was issued for his arrest. Authorities say Billingsley was also wanted in connection with an unrelated attempted murder and rape earlier this month.
All right, switching gears to weather now. You probably want to keep those umbrellas handy if you're in the East Coast.
Yeah, meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with more umbrella news. Angie.
I'm sorry. I know it's not what you want to hear, but we're still going to have mainly a dry day in places like New York City today. It'll start to be a little soggier here as we get to the end of our day. So into the evening hours and definitely into the overnight and into tomorrow. So here's the deal. Here's what's going on. We have some thunderstorms that we're tracking leading to some flooding concerns across parts of the Midwest. So heads up about that. We're still dealing with kind of unsettled weather across Florida, but now we're going to watch this low pressure kind of form up the southeast coast and leave us with some showers and some breezy conditions up and down, really from the mid-Atlantic to parts of New England. So here's the deal as we get into tomorrow. This is 8 p.m. Friday. You can see some of these spots are going to be heavy rain. So we're talking high rainfall rates. Once again, we know how saturated our grounds are in a lot of these spots. So we'll likely see the potential for some flooding as well. The good news is we're going to start to see this pull away by the time we get into the later parts of Saturday. We're still going to be quite soggy for Saturday too. Sunday will be a great day in that region. So you'll still have some time this weekend to get those outdoor plans in, and the temperatures look great in some spots too. Here's those rainfall totals by the time we get into Saturday. You can see some really impressive amounts, up to 5 inches possible in some spots, but likely widespread numbers are going to be closer to 1 to 2 inches. But again, we've already had plenty of rain over the past couple of weeks, so it wouldn't be surprising if we see some of these flood watches going up in some of these spots. These are the areas with the greatest concern for flash flooding. So heads up, places like Montauk, New York, Monroe, Atlantic City, all on the table for you as we get through at least tomorrow. Now, we're going to see some strong onshore winds too, and we've got a full moon, so no surprise if we see some minor to moderate coastal flooding. Notice how many people are influenced by this. 15 million people under these alerts at this time, so heads up about that. Now, out with the bad news. Let's talk about the good news, because we've got a harvest supermoon that happens tonight. Here's what you're going to want to do. You look to the east, and just about 2 hours after sunset, we'll have a pretty good kind of start to our overnight hours and into the early morning where you can catch this. You're also going to be able to see Jupiter and Saturn. East, southeast, there's the moon. It's going to be full, and this is actually our last supermoon of 2023. So this is the last of the 4 that we've seen. Typical year has about 3 to 4, so right on par for that. But if you want to catch one in 2023, tonight is going to be the night that you want to do that. And just a reminder, that happens when the moon is in the closest orbit when it is full. So it's going to be great in some spots, right? Let's talk about those spots that it's going to be great, actually. Middle of the country, really starry night. You've got mostly clear skies expected. Super viewing out towards the southwest. The spots that are going to be a little iffy, parts of the Midwest, you'll see some stormy conditions up into portions of the northern plains. Out into the Pacific Northwest, too, you're going to deal with those clouds and rain. And unfortunately, for parts of the Northeast, we'll have to deal with some clouds. And I told you that rain is going to be working in right around that time, so not great. But if you're in the middle of the country, right around 6 a.m. sunrise, you're going to have the best time to see that. So just a heads up there.
All right.
You see how I ended on a positive note for you guys?
Yes.
I don't want you to throw tomatoes at me with umbrella news.
You're going to need to remove the umbrella to see the moon. So there you go.
You brought it right back to the umbrella.
Exactly. You did. I knew it.
Bookend. All right. Thank you, Angie. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. After the break, a heartbreaking homecoming in Maui as families return to Lahaina after those devastating wildfires.
Plus, it's back to work for Hollywood writers. Details on the deal that brought an end to their months-long strike, including the big sticking point of artificial intelligence. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just made
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. It's been nearly 2 months since those massive, deadly wildfires ravaged Hawaii. Some of the people who live in hard-hit Lahaina are now returning home for the first time to get a look at what, if anything, is left of their homes. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has the latest.
Finally, after waiting more than a month and a half, families from Lahaina are stepping over the broken pieces of their properties.
Right now, it just looks weird. It looks like out of a horror movie.
For Tawny Katayama and her 84-year-old grandmother Noreen, they braced for this moment hours earlier, but that didn't prepare them for the emotional floodwaters that followed.
This is the first time I'm going to see it, so it's pretty bad. After so many years of living here, I just can't say anything.
With thousands of homes destroyed and families displaced, many came clad in PPE, unsure what they'd find.
There's no expectations to really find anything. Anything that we can find, I feel like, is just going to be bonus.
Like the Vieras, whose parents moved to Lahaina in the 70s.
I think this is the only one that survived.
Yet even in all that rubble, treasures emerged. Like this pistol, an heirloom from their grandfather who served in the Maui Police Department almost a century earlier. Remnants of their lives recovered amidst so much that's been lost.
In your opinion, do you think a large percentage of the people who died, their lives could have been saved if things were done differently?
Definitely. Definitely. It is very regrettable, but definitely yes. That's my firm belief.
Sherman Thompson headed Hawaii's Civil Defense Advisory Council for years. After a 2018 fire nearly burnt down Lahaina, officials created a hazard mitigation plan that identified utility lines, roads, and bridges as particularly vulnerable, and the potential for residents to be trapped in Lahaina.
Was it your expectation after a mitigation plan like that emergency officials would have figured out what the escape plan would look like if something like this were to ever happen?
That would have been an almost obvious thing. How to properly mobilize or have mass evacuation taken place. You have to have order and a sense of escape routes and education of the general public.
The ATF is investigating the cause of the wildfires, and Hawaii's Attorney General has launched an independent investigation into the state and local responses. As residents finally seeing what's left of their homes, process and ponder what's next.
You think with 2 really good incomes, my husband and I, we'd be able to buy a house and, you know, give my children what they deserve, what I had, you know, growing up here. We had a home with a yard and a neighborhood, and it's not possible, you know, because of how expensive homes are.
An unsure future with a few mementos giving them strength in this raw moment.
Heartbroken for so many of those people there. Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report.
Many Hollywood writers are back at work after top union officials reached a deal with major movie studios and streamers to end their strike. That means many late-night talk shows will be back on air starting Monday. And one of the major parts of the new deal has to do with the use of artificial intelligence. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has those details.
Putting down picket signs and picking up pens. Hollywood writers scripting their return to work. Securing a 12.5% pay raise over 3 years, writers also won staffing minimums on future projects. But perhaps most important, guardrails over the use of artificial intelligence. AI can't write or rewrite literary material. AI-generated material can't be used to undermine a writer's credit. And a company can't require the writer to use AI software.
It's hard to put guardrails on something that by the time those guardrails are laid down, the technology has already moved on.
The writers' deal could serve as a template for actors who are still on the picket line, as all of Hollywood looks to resume shuttered productions. But the use of AI is expected to eliminate the need for some actors and could replicate the look and sound of famous faces.
If you have a film or TV show that normally would have a dozen actors, maybe you could have 6 actors and a couple of digital actors for, in the background.
From Hollywood to Main Street to Middle America, the World Economic Forum predicts artificial intelligence and automation will cut 83 million jobs in 5 years. But Ty Sheraton says it'll also create new opportunities.
We need to come together to have conversations about it, further enlighten and educate ourselves on how it's being used, how we can incorporate it and adopt it into our workflow.
In Hollywood, when it comes to AI, art may be imitating life. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Well, coming up, a state trooper now on the wrong side of the law after a violent encounter with a teenager. What we're learning about what happened from his own body camera.
And American Airlines under fire after a black passenger says he was accused of trafficking his own children. His story and how the airline is responding. Next on Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Welcome back. A Delaware state trooper is now facing charges after authorities say he brutally beat a teen who pulled a front door prank on his house. The incident captured on his body-worn camera. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has that video. We do want to warn you, though, it is pretty disturbing to watch.
Prosecutors say it started with a prank, often called ding-dong ditch. In this case, a kick to the door before the teen runs away. But the house was that of a Delaware state trooper. And authorities say what happened next led to felony charges for Trooper Dempsey Walters.
It was his decision to enact his own form of personal justice.
Body cam video, blurred before it was released by authorities, appears to show Walters roughly taking down a teen named Al before tracking down the boy named Jaden seen in the doorbell video.
On the ground now.
Prosecutors say Dempsey turned off his body camera before punching the handcuffed 15-year-old seated in the back of the car. Other body cam angles captured Jaden crying out for help.
Mommy!
Sam Davis represents the families of both teens and provided these pictures of Jaden's injuries, including a broken eye socket.
It took 2 surgeons 8 hours to put plates and 11 screws and a piece of mesh to try to heal his broken face.
Walters was indicted under Delaware's new deprivation of civil rights law and pleaded not guilty. NBC News reached out to Walters and has not received a response.
As a mother and a grandmother, watching that video footage is very difficult. As a prosecutor, the constitutional violations I saw were stunning.
Walters has been suspended without pay, while his higher-ups offered this apology.
To the victims and their families impacted by the actions of Mr. Walters, I'm sorry.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
A musician is calling out American Airlines after he says a flight attendant called police over fears that he was trafficking his own kids. The dad in this case, David Ryan Harris, is a guitarist who's played with rock stars like Dave Matthews and John Mayer. He's black and his children are biracial. Harris says he and his kids were flagged after landing on a flight from Atlanta to LA because a flight attendant didn't think they looked enough alike to be related. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has that story.
Musician David Ryan Harris still reeling after he says he was reported to authorities by American Airlines for suspected child trafficking. All he was really doing? Flying with his 2 biracial children.
In Los Angeles, we were met at the top of the jetway by an AA employee, and there were 4 police officers there as well.
Harris has played with massive recording artists Dave Matthews and John Mayer. Shocked by the interaction, he posted a series of videos to social media.
Apparently, a flight attendant had called ahead with some sort of concern that perhaps my mixed children weren't my children because they were unresponsive during an interaction with her.
Harris says his 7-year-old child is just shy.
There was one maybe 30-second interaction with the flight attendant. And it seems to me that you should have to have a bit more to go on before you're able to call the police on someone.
He also says the airline could have easily verified his identity.
There's a flight manifest. They know people's names. I know there was internet on the plane. Any sort of Google search, you wouldn't have to dig very deep. You know, my Instagram page, if you'd gone there, you'd seen, pictures of me with those very same children.
We reached out to American Airlines, and they apologized for any misunderstanding that may have occurred, saying in part, "We strive to create a positive, welcoming environment for everyone who travels," adding that a member of their team has reached out to the customer to learn more and address their concerns.
The representative eventually did apologize.
As a former flight attendant, they are one of the first lines of defense in human trafficking, and they are trained to identify that.
But Sean Kathleen says that Harris's situation could have been handled better by the airline.
I thought that he brought up some really, really solid points, like, hey, check the manifest. So that would be a pretty, low lift.
Now Harris says he's turning his focus to advocacy, trying to find a way to prevent both human trafficking and experiences like his by doing things like checking children's IDs at airport check-in.
I do feel like that could have prevented this scenario from happening.
And our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. Coming up, student loan payments back on the calendar after a 3-year hiatus. What you need to know ahead of this Sunday's due date. Plus, a retail nightmare. Major chains are closing up shop, they say, after an alarming spike in thefts. More on the problem and what's being done about it. You're watching Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on some drastic measures. Stores across the country say they are just closing up shop, and they're blaming violent crime like this looting spree in Philadelphia for those closures. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas has more.
More than 50 people are under arrest in connection with this overnight crime wave that hit Philadelphia. Officers tackling suspects ransacking businesses. Crowds of suspected thieves seen running from stores like Apple, Lululemon, and Foot Locker.
This is not shoplifting. This is looting. This is riot.
It's called organized retail theft. It's happening all over America, killing business and making shopping even more expensive. Target says crooks are forcing them to close 9 stores by October, saying theft is, quote, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This Target in Oakland is one of the ones shutting down, and you can see what the shopping experience is like. You got deodorant, you have shaving cream, all locked up, even toothpaste. You have to call someone to help you buy one because of thieves.
But it's the crime outside of stores in Oakland that is terrifying residents. 10,000 cars stolen just this year. Burglaries and robberies also up. Last week, cameras captured this woman screaming in agony as thieves dragged her across the street trying to steal her purse. It mirrors another incident earlier this month.
When you see crime like that during the day, what does that tell you?
it tells me that there's a sense of lawlessness, that there are people in our community that don't fear being arrested.
LaRon Armstrong was the latest Oakland police chief to be fired.
Is it a free-for-all when it comes to crime in Oakland?
I think it's a combination of lack of enforcement and then not strong enough prosecution.
And now residents of Oakland say they've had enough, closing their own businesses in protest of a city they say can't keep them safe.
Letting violent crime criminals out as soon as they're apprehended and booked does not lead to public safety.
I consider it a state of emergency. I've never seen Oakland this way before.
Residents now calling for new leadership, tougher laws, and a turnaround before crime cripples their city. Tom Llamas, NBC News, Oakland.
Now for what's making financial headlines, major fitness labels Peloton and Lululemon are coming together. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning to you, Stephen. Yeah, so Peloton and Lululemon are teaming up in a 5-year global partnership. Peloton will become the exclusive provider of digital fitness content for the yoga wear makers starting early next year. And Lululemon will be Peloton's primary partner for athletic apparel. Lululemon is also discontinuing its Mirror fitness device that features live and on-demand workouts, but has seen a slowdown in demand. Peloton has been pivoting away from hardware to become a software-first company. The Pentagon has awarded SpaceX the first contract for the Starshield network that the company is developing. It's a military-specific version of the Starlink satellite internet system. A spokesperson for the U.S. Space Force confirming SpaceX, which is run by Elon Musk, was given a 1-year contract earlier this month. The Pentagon is already a high-value buyer of SpaceX's rocket launches. And Costco sells everything you'd ever want, right? So from caskets, snow tires, and a giant tub of Nutella, well, add to the list 1-ounce gold bars, which the retail club says are selling out in just a few hours. Earlier this week, Costco's CFO confirmed the gold bars have been sold online from time to time, and they're limited to 2 per member. Gold is seen as a safe haven investment, and lingering worries about the economy and jewelry sales have helped prop up the price around $1,900 an ounce.
Wow, gold bars are surprising. Did you say caskets, though? Caskets?
Yeah, they sell caskets. Yes, they do. I've seen the brochures.
That's even more shocking to me. All right, learn something new every day from Silvana. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Well, after 3 years of a pandemic pause, federal student loan repayments are set to restart Sunday, 3 months after the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Now, many people are facing thousands of dollars of debt, and they say they still have no way of paying it back. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung has more.
Josie Bridges is a single mom living paycheck to paycheck. It's hard enough dealing with rising prices at the store.
My student payments are sitting right now at about $400 is what they're expecting each month. So, I mean, that's my food budget right there.
The pandemic freeze on student loan payments allowed Josie to open up her own salon in Portland, Oregon. But with $4,000 in outstanding debt from her community college degree, she says she simply won't be able to make the payments once they resume in October.
It's kind of out of my hands at this point. If I can't make it, I can't make it.
It's a game changer.
The Biden administration's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in student debt would have wiped Josie's slate clean. Instead, a challenge from 6 Republican states resulted in a Supreme Court decision in June striking down the plan after Josie had already put thousands of dollars in investments into her salon.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that's kind of scary.
The median student loan borrower has between $20,000 to $25,000 in outstanding student debt. Over 40 million borrowers had interest accrual restart this month, with the first payments in over 3 years due in just days. Economists like Brian Adams say it won't trigger a recession, but will weigh on those least able to bear it.
Anybody that is part of an underserved community, they tend to have higher debt than those that are not in underserved communities, and they tend to have lower incomes. So that's a potential issue.
It is officially time for a student loan repayment boycott.
Some borrowers taking to social media to urge others not to pay, like Maya Dawit, who owes over $15,000 and has no plans to pay in October.
They'll potentially garnish wages. Maybe they'll take from your tax refund.
good luck. I think I made like $10,000 this year, so you can have it all if you want it.
Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says missed payments won't immediately trigger garnished wages or credit score hits.
We know many of our borrowers are going to struggle to make payments, but we want to make sure that we're not sending their name to credit agencies. So we're going to hold them harmless for a year as they're getting back up.
Among longer-term options for relief, see if your employer offers repayment assistance programs and consider the SAVE program, which adjusts monthly bills based on borrowers' income. Josie's weighing her options, but says it's going to be tough either way.
At this moment, it's either come up with money to pay for these now student loans that I'm having to pay, or make it to where my business doesn't function as it needs to.
And our thanks to Brian Chung for that report. By the way, students who graduated in the spring, they get a little more time. They don't have to make payments until the grace period expires, which is usually 6 to 9 months after graduation. Well, coming up this morning, he is back on Earth after making some space history. When we come back, hear from astronaut Frank Rubio after spending more than a year out of this world, literally.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The winner of last month's $1.6 billion Mega Millions jackpot has claimed that prize. It's the third largest jackpot in U.S. history, and a lucky ticket was bought at a public supermarket in Neptune Beach, Florida. Meanwhile, the Powerball jackpot has climbed to $925 million after no winner last night. That makes 30 consecutive drawings without a big winner, and I still forget to play each and every time.
I'm just relieved that I always get nervous that like someone bought the winning ticket and lost it and never knew.
That sounds like something I'd do.
That's a relief.
Yeah,
all right.
A relief there. Finally this hour, there is no place like home, especially for NASA astronaut Frank Rubio.
His 6-month mission turned into a record 371-day space odyssey after he got stuck in space. NBC's Tom Costello has his story.
Less than 1,000 meters from touchdown.
Frank Rubio wasn't supposed to set a new American space record. He would have rather been home, celebrating some big milestones in his 4 kids' lives. But finally...
Touchdown confirmed at 6:17 a.m. Central Time. Rubio's record ride comes to an end.
He was safely back on planet Earth in Kazakhstan.
It's good to be home.
Rubio got stuck on the space station after his ride home, a Russian spaceship, was hit by space junk and sprang a coolant leak. A 6-month mission turned into 12 months while he waited for a replacement ship. The greatest challenge, he says, was psychological.
I think the most difficult one, again, is pretty easy, just the separation from family. That's been a challenge.
A year in space also carries unique health risks, increased radiation exposure, body fluids that shift to the head and cause vision changes. Muscle and bone loss in microgravity can lead to balance troubles back on Earth.
There's a lot of science that has to happen in the first few weeks, and then there's getting back to enjoying life.
Rubio is also a combat veteran and doctor who was vigilant about staying in shape in space.
I feel like I've stayed at a pretty high level up here, so it'll be interesting to see what those first couple of days feel like when I'm back on Earth.
Now, after orbiting the Earth nearly 6,000 times, Frank Rubio is one step closer to home. Tom Costello, NBC News.
Welcome home. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But your news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Savannah Sellers today. Right now on Morning News Now, back in the U.S., some breaking news overnight. Travis King, the Army private who ran across the border into North Korea before being expelled by that country, well, he's now back on American soil. New video this morning shows King arriving at an Air Force base in San Antonio, Texas. More on his condition in just a moment. Stalemate. No real progress in Washington this morning. Negotiations on Capitol Hill at a standstill to avoid that potentially disastrous shutdown, which could be just days away. We've got the state of play this morning as the clock ticks down to Saturday night's deadline. And this comes as House Republicans shift their attention to trying to impeach President Biden. Developing overnight in custody, Baltimore police have reportedly arrested the man.
Good morning. I'm Hallie Jackson in Washington, and we're coming on the air with live coverage from the Capitol, where the Republican-controlled House Oversight Committee is about to kick off its first hearing as part of an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. When Speaker Kevin McCarthy launched these proceedings earlier this month, he alleged what he described as a culture of corruption around the Biden family. House Republicans have already been investigating business dealings involving the president's son, Hunter. And Hunter was indicted on federal gun charges just a few weeks ago. But with this inquiry, they're looking into whether the president himself used his power to help his son and enrich his family. It's important to note here, at this point, House Republicans have not shown any evidence of wrongdoing by the president himself. And an impeachment inquiry does not mean he will actually be impeached. It just kicks off the process that could eventually lead to a vote on it, a trial, and possible conviction if it gets to the Senate. Keep in mind, of course, control of the Senate lies with Democrats. The other piece of context here is you are looking live right now at that hearing room. You can see a stack of boxes there. You can see the head of the committee there. It's all happening against the backdrop of an even more pressing crisis. The House, specifically House Republicans, barreling toward a government shutdown just about 72 hours away with no real progress on a deal to avoid it. We will have live coverage right here on NBC News. I want to bring in our NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, who is live for us on the Hill. So Ryan, talk us through expectations here. We expect to see several witnesses, none of whom are believed to be presenting any new evidence related to this inquiry, more like laying out what they see as the case and what Republicans see as the case to go after President Biden.
That's right, Hallie. And I think it's important to point out that Republicans up until this point have been somewhat frustrated that what they believe is the evidence that they've uncovered in their investigation into the president's son, his family, and the president himself has been important and they believe worthy of more attention from the American public. But yet it hasn't broken through to the average everyday American in a way where it would lead to a groundswell of support for articles of impeachment against President Biden. So what they're hoping today is to bring out what they're describing as 3 expert witnesses. We should point out that all 3 of these expert witnesses are largely Republicans, and have those 3 expert witnesses piece together the information that they've collected up until this point as a way to try and map out what they are calling, as you rightly point out, a culture of corruption surrounding the Biden family, and then attempt to show that that culture of corruption extends to the president himself. Now, where they haven't really been able to find that specific link is that tie to the president himself. And in instances where they have attempted to make that connection to the president, there's always at least one piece of that connection that's missing. For instance, one of the things I'm sure you're going to hear them talk about today are instances where the president's son would gather his business associates and then call his father and put him on speakerphone. Now, what they don't have to corroborate any evidence of malfeasance in this case is that there's no one saying that during those phone calls the president himself actually discussed business or even perhaps knew that those business associates were on the other end of those speakerphone conversations. And then there's the other issue of timeline, and this is something that was exposed yesterday during a press conference with the Ways and Means chairman, Jason Smith, that I was a part of, where a lot of the evidence that they've pointed to comes during a period of time where Joe Biden was not the vice president, was not the president, and in some cases was not even the candidate for president. And so trying to establish some sort of use of public office as a way to enrich his son or his family or even himself is difficult to make when many of these accusations take place during that period of time where Joe Biden was not an official member of the United States government. That being said, there is a lot of smoke here. There are a lot of questionable business decisions and activities that Hunter Biden was involved in with business interests that are directly opposed to the United States government and its diplomatic efforts, in particular business partners from China and other places. So we'll have to see how they lay this all out, Hallie, but there's no doubt there is some skepticism attached to this hearing here today.
Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. We are looking, of course, at Congressman James Comer delivering his opening statement. We're going to listen in.
Biden lied to the American people that he never spoke to his family about their business dealings. He lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life. Let's be clear. There was no wall. The door was wide open to those who purchased what a business associate described as the Biden brand. Evidence reveals that then Vice President Joe Biden spoke, dined, and developed relationships with his family's foreign business targets. These business targets include foreign oligarchs who sent millions of dollars to his family. It also includes a Chinese national who wired $250,000 to his son. Joe Biden also lied to the American people about his family making money in China. He continued to lie about it even when the House Oversight Committee uncovered bank wires, revealing how the Bidens received millions from Chinese companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party. Just this week, we uncovered 2 additional wires sent to Hunter Biden that originated in Beijing from Chinese nationals. This happened when Joe Biden was running for president of the United States, and Joe Biden's home is listed as the beneficiary address. To date, the House Oversight Committee has uncovered how the Bidens and their associates created over 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe Biden was vice president, and raked in over $20 million between 2014 and 2019. We've also identified 9 Biden family members who have participated in or benefited from these shady business schemes. Now, what were the Bidens selling to make all this money? Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden is the brand, and Joe Biden showed up at least 24 times with business targets and associates sending signals of access, influence, and power to those prepared to pay for it. The American people demand accountability for this culture of corruption. They demand to know how these schemes have compromised President Biden and threatened our national security. They demand safeguards to be put in place to prevent public officials from selling access to their public office for private gain. Under the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans have now opened an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. By opening an impeachment inquiry, our investigation is now focused on whether President Biden engaged in impeachable offenses under the U.S. Constitution. It empowers Congress, elected by the people, to continue providing the answers, transparency, and accountability that the American people demand and deserve. In recent history, Democrats inflicted much damage on the credibility of congressional investigations by peddling the Russian collusion hoax. But this committee, under this majority, will not pursue such witch hunts based on manufactured allegations, innuendo, and no real evidence. Today, the House Oversight Committee will examine over 24 pieces of evidence revealing Joe Biden's corruption and abuse of public office. This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates. We will hear from legal and financial experts about this evidence and crimes that may have been committed as Joe Biden was sold around the world. The House Oversight Committee, along with the committees on the Judiciary and Ways and Means, will continue to follow the money and the evidence to provide accountability so that Americans know their public offices are not for sale. I now yield to Jason Smith, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released new documents showing President Biden was not just aware of his son's business dealings, but he was connected to them. In a newly released message to a Chinese business executive, Hunter Biden mentions preserving the, quote, keys to my family's only asset. That asset, Joe Biden. New evidence released in response to questions raised by members of the committee on both sides when Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers, testified in July, paints a disturbing picture of a revolving door between Joe Biden's office and Hunter Biden's business partners. According to a worksheet provided by IRS whistleblower Ziegler, then Vice President Biden's April 2014 official visit to Ukraine occurred only days after a series of White House meetings with Hunter Biden and his business associates regarding Ukraine. Shortly after Joe Biden returned stateside, the Ukrainian company Burisma announced Hunter Biden's appointment to its board. New evidence provided shows Hunter Biden using his father's position to gain favor with billionaire Miguel Alemán, including having Joe Biden host them at the White House in February of 2014 at the vice president's residence alongside Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim in November of 2015. And then in 2016, using Air Force Two to shuttle Hunter Biden and his business associate to Mexico City. Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand. The Biden family and their associates received millions in payments from foreign sources, including from Russia, China, Ukraine, Romania. In one email, Hunter Biden even bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company for, quote, introductions alone. And yet the DOJ wanted to keep the spotlight as far from Joe Biden as possible. One of the items we released yesterday was an IRS interview with James Biden, the president's brother, in September of 2022. The agency was barred in the interview from asking him about Joe Biden and about whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's deal with a Chinese energy company. And when Hunter Biden had his tax liability of over $2 million mysteriously paid for by a Democrat Party donor named Kevin Morris, who he barely knew, something IRS investigators saw as a possible campaign finance violation, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf said she did not want any of the agents to look into the allegation. On the board are notes Agent Shapley took from that meeting. He notes that Wolf told investigators that she was not, quote, personally interested in pursuing it. This is the same attorney, Wolf, who in an email we released yesterday responded to IRS investigators seeking approval for a search warrant with, quote, there should be nothing about political figure one in here, that being a reference by definition of Joe Biden. The Biden family sold access to Joe Biden's power, and the Biden Justice Department protected the Biden brand. We must continue to follow the facts. I yield to Representative Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is a tale as old as time. Politician takes action that makes money for his family, and then he tries to conceal it. Never forget 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma. Gets paid a lot of money. Hunter Biden's not qualified, fact number 2, to sit on the board. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of the brand, because of the name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden to weigh in and help them with the pressure they are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine on December 9th, 2015, gives the speech attacking the prosecutor that starts the process of getting that guy fired. Those facts, by the way, are consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and the FBI recorded in the 1023 form, the same form that the Justice Department didn't want to let this committee see. And all those facts, all of that was further confirmed yesterday with the information that the Ways and Means Committee released from the whistleblowers Shapley and Ziegler. Here's a communication from Hunter Biden to an executive with Burisma. Devin and I do feel comfortable with Blue Star strategies and the ability of Sally and Karen to deliver. Hunter Biden put Burisma in touch with Blue Star Strategies. What were they going to deliver? Well, that was in a communication released yesterday as well. U.S. officials in Ukraine and in the United States need to express support for Burisma and Nikolai Zlochevsky to the highest level decision makers, the president of Ukraine, the president's chief of staff, and the prosecutor general. That's what they were going to deliver. And were they successful? The Interior Minister confirmed that Zlochevsky is no longer wanted. We won in less than a year communications between the folks at Blue Star and Eric Sherwin, who was Hunter Biden's business partner. Awesome work. Congratulations to you guys. Those are the communications. That's what they got done. And remember, when this happens in October 2016, when the pressure is taken off, the case is dropped against Zlochevsky, this is the second prosecutor. Joe Biden fired the first one. The second prosecutor comes in, drops the charges. That's exactly what they wanted done. And the final step is the Biden Justice Department tries to sweep it all under the rug. They slow walk the investigation. They let the statute of limitations lapse for the most important years, 14 and 15, the Burisma years when all that income's coming in. They try to put together this sweetheart deal and get it past the judge. And we learned yesterday in the search warrant examining Hunter Biden's electronic communications, they weren't allowed to ask about political figure one. Political figure number one is the big guy, is Joe Biden. And they would have gotten away with it all. They would have gotten away with it all except for two brave whistleblowers who sat in those seats 2 months ago and told their story. And their story has stood up. Two brave whistleblowers and a judge in Delaware who said, we're not going to let this happen. That's why we're here today. That's why this inquiry is so darn important. It's the oldest story in the world, and those are the facts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Raskin of Maryland for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I give my opening statement, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Given that the committee has not been authorized by the full House to conduct an impeachment inquiry, am I correct in assuming that we're obligated to follow the rules of the House, including Section 370 of the Rules and Manual, which prescribe engaging in personalities towards the president?
At ease.
He's trying to say that we can't talk about President Biden. This is an investigation of Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, considering this is an investigation of Joe Biden, I assume that his name's going to come up.
Right, but the House has not authorized this as an impeachment inquiry, so we're just operating with the general rules. And I think saying that the president lied is considered engaging in a personality. In fact, Section 370 says accusations that the president has committed a crime or even that the president has done something illegal are unparliamentary. And we're operating with the general rules of the House because the House has not authorized.
The Speaker of the House has authorized the impeachment inquiry. It has been authorized.
Okay. All right.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The ranking member who wants to be recognized, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
I believe changing of the rules must require a vote from the full House of Representatives. The rules of the committee.
The chair overrules a point of order. While articles of impeachment are not directly before this committee, we are looking into the potential wrongdoing of the president. Given the unique nature and subject matter of today's hearing topic, these words will not be ruled out of order. So,
okay.
Ranking Member Ashton, please proceed.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chairman. We obviously have an honest disagreement about that. All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that. But they don't want to cut off public services to the people and deny paychecks to more than 1 million service members without first launching an impeachment drive, even when they don't have a shred of evidence against President Biden for an impeachable offense. And you think I'm being harsh? Here's what some Republicans have had to say over the last week about the actions of the Republicans as they watch up close, quote, the dysfunction caucus at work, in the words of our GOP colleague from Nebraska, Don Bacon. Clown show, foolishness, terribly misguided, stupidity, failure to lead, lunatics, disgraceful, new low, pathetic, enabling Chairman Xi, people that have serious issues. Those folks don't have a plan, show just how broken they are, and individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. Now, if I said any of these things, they'd probably take my words down, but these are Republicans talking about Republicans. So let's be clear, this isn't partisan warfare America's seeing today. It is chaotic infighting between Republicans and Republicans. It's MAGA versus extreme MAGA, as if anybody in the real world could tell the difference between the two. What a staggering failure of leadership. Speaker McCarthy's invertebrate appeasement of the most fanatical elements of his conference now threatens the well-being of every American. Now, some people think the members of the GOP caucus aren't interested in anything logical. They just want to see the world burn, as Alfred Pennyworth put it in The Dark Knight. But I see a method in the madness. A week ago, Donald Trump posted a comment saying that a government shutdown, quote, is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me and other patriots. You get it? To delay justice, Donald Trump would cut off paychecks to a couple million service members and federal workers and furlough more than 1 million workers and pay them later for having not worked. They would halt food assistance to millions of moms and kids and keep NIH in my district from enrolling any more patients in life and death clinical research trials. Trump's convinced that if we shut the government down, his 4 criminal prosecutions on 91 different felony and misdemeanor charges will be defunded and delayed long enough to keep him from having to go before a jury of his peers before the 2024 election. And like flying monkeys on a mission for the Wicked Witch of the West, Trump's followers in the House now carry his messages out to the world: shut down the government, shut down the prosecutions. But the cult master has another command for his followers, which brings us here today. On August 27th, he posted this edict: either impeach the bum or fade into oblivion. They did it to us. Of course, the standard for impeachment is not whether they did it to us, but whether the president committed treason or bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants. As Republican Representative Ken Buck, a Freedom Caucus member, told CNN the other day, President Trump has gone on his social media account and said we should be impeaching President Biden. Kevin McCarthy said we have an impeachment inquiry. You draw the conclusion, directly or indirectly, this impeachment inquiry was a result of President Trump's pressure. So we move from a Trump-ordered government shutdown to a Trump-ordered impeachment process, and yet back in the reality-based world, the majority sits completely empty-handed with no evidence of any presidential wrongdoing, no smoking gun, no smoke. In fact, we have had to slide awkwardly into a House impeachment process without the benefit of the floor vote that Speaker McCarthy insisted was absolutely imperative and necessary when Donald Trump was impeached. In fact, they went to the Department of Justice and they got an OLC opinion saying, quote, no committee may undertake the momentous move from legislative oversight to impeachment without the delegation by the full House of such authority. OLC opinion, January 19th, 2020. And that's why the House voted in the case of Donald Trump, but that's exactly what has not happened here because they don't have the votes, because dozens of Republicans recognize what a futile and absurd process this is. Now, the title of the hearing is The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry of President Joseph Biden. And yet, they present us no basis at all today, even after 8 months of investigation. They've invited 3 witnesses to testify. Not one of them is an eyewitness to a presidential crime of any kind. Not one of them is a direct fact witness about any of the events related to Ukraine and Burisma. Not one of them has participated in the 8 months of investigation in which our distinguished chairman has publicly boasted that he received 100% of everything he asked for. And I quote, "Every subpoena that I've signed as chairman of the House Oversight Committee over the last 5 months, we've gotten 100% of what we've requested, whether it's with the FBI, with the banks, or with Treasury." That means we are the real witnesses here. In fact, the committee has received 12,000 pages of bank records. Here they are, right in front of us, printed double-sided, and not a single page shows a dime going to President Joe Biden. We've received 2,000 pages of SARS reports the chairman subpoenaed. We've held hearings and conducted interviews with everybody from Hunter Biden's business partners to a federal agent assigned to that investigation, and still we found no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. If the Republicans had a smoking gun or even a dripping water pistol, they would be presenting it today, but they've got nothing on Joe Biden. All they can do is return to the thoroughly demolished lie that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump launched 5 years ago, the Burisma conspiracy theory, a fairy tale so preposterous that one of its main authors, Lev Parnas, has now disowned and repudiated it. This is the theory that Vice President Biden, global anti-corruption groups, and most Western governments targeted Ukraine Prosecutor General Shokin for removal because he was threatening the Burisma Corporation, whose board Hunter Biden served on. Trump synthesized the lie in his August 27th post about President Biden, saying, look, the guy got bribed, he paid people off, and he wouldn't give $1 billion to Ukraine unless they, quote, got rid of the prosecutor. Trump's story is the opposite of the truth. When Biden was VP, he worked as a key player in the Obama administration and global community's efforts to combat corruption in Ukraine. In late 2015, as part of a coordinated global effort, Biden called for the removal of Viktor Shokin, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who did nothing about corruption in Ukraine other than to participate in it. Rather than assist British authorities who were actually investigating Burisma and its owner, Shokin consistently frustrated their efforts. The leadership provided by Biden was part of a broad bipartisan campaign to oppose corruption in Ukraine. In early 2016, Republican senators Ron Johnson, Rob Portman, and Mark Kirk wrote to the Ukrainian president assailing corruption in his country and urging him, quote, to press ahead with urgent reforms to the prosecutor general's office. Yet years later, in 2018, as President Trump saw Biden as a strong rival in the 2020 election, he worked with Giuliani to twist all the facts around and to suddenly accuse Biden of corruption in calling for the dismissal of a corrupt prosecutor. A few months ago, Chairman Comer and the committee received an insider's account of the plan to concoct and spread this lie from an extraordinary letter sent to us by Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man. Giuliani and Parnas searched high and low to find anyone who would endorse their contortions about Biden. Their failing crusade culminated in the infamous phone call that then President Trump made to Ukrainian President Zelensky, in which Trump threatened to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars in economic, strategic, and military security assistance to Ukraine unless Zelensky embraced their ridiculous fabrication and falsely advertised to the world that Ukraine was investigating Joe Biden. This shakedown became the basis for the first House impeachment of President Trump. Giuliani's big lie has been thoroughly debunked by multiple sources. As Congressman Buck, a former chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado and a member of the House Freedom Caucus said, and I quote, "There is in fact no evidence that Shokin was engaged in an investigation of Burisma or that Joe Biden's role in his firing was in any way connected to Burisma. He continued, what's missing despite years of investigation is the smoking gun that connects Joe Biden to his never-do-well son's corruption. It's scandalous to use impeachment to establish a counterfeit moral equivalence between President Biden, an honorable public servant who has never been indicted or convicted of anything in his career of more than 50 years in public life, and Donald Trump, a twice-impeached president who's recently been found in court to have sexually abused and defamed a woman and fraudulently inflated the value of his real estate properties while facing 91 criminal charges in 4 separate indictments on everything from conspiring to overthrow an election and defraud the American people to making criminal hush money payoffs to stealing classified government documents and hiding them while obstructing justice. Impeachment is the people's final weapon of constitutional self-defense against a president who behaves like a king and violates the public trust by committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors equivalent to them. It is reserved for extraordinary public offenses like inciting a violent insurrection against the American government and trying to overthrow our presidential election. That offense in 2021, whose related crimes have resulted in hundreds of criminal convictions and hundreds more being prosecuted, led to Donald Trump's second impeachment in the House on a massive bipartisan vote of 232 to 197 and a similarly lopsided bipartisan vote of 57 to 43 in the Senate. I wonder how many of my esteemed Republican colleagues here who all voted against impeaching Donald Trump, if they were in the House at that point, can reconcile their votes against impeaching Trump for the grave crime of inciting a violent insurrection against the government with their calls supporting impeachment of Joe Biden for allegedly committing a high crime and misdemeanor that has not even been defined yet, much less proven. Mr. Chairman, if this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas, the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. attorney and mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas to come and testify in these hearings. And I would like to ask for a vote on that or debate, as you would please, Mr. Chairman.
He made a motion to subpoena.
Are they going to table it? I didn't hear a motion to table.
Motion, yeah. Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan.
I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman. This is on the subpoena of the 2 key figures, Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas.
Key figures for what?
But in your theory about why President Biden should be impeached, I think
this is going to be an informative hearing for you, Mr. Raskins, because we were going to present evidence.
What evidence? There's no evidence witnesses.
Well, just,
there are no fact
just
witnesses.
sit back and let the American people see the hearing and let the American people decide.
All right.
Now, look, you've gone over your time. We're going to have a We're going to go by the rules here.
Okay.
Okay?
Motion
and I'm glad you brought the box of bank statements. If we had a box of all the foreign money the Bidens took, it would have reached to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So let's just have
point
this
of parliamentary inquiry.
No, listen. Everybody's going to get 5 minutes. I'm going to present the witnesses. Everyone's going to get a chance. 5 minutes. I'll let the ranking member go way over time in his opening statement, but we are going to abide by the 5 minutes.
There's a motion to table on the floor.
There's a motion
on the floor.
Roll call.
There's a non-debatable motion on the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
I want the motion to table. Right. Will the clerk, we don't even have a clerk. Okay. Will the clerk get prepared for the roll call? Mr. Raskins made a motion, and then Mr. Jordan made a motion to table, and it was seconded. So the vote will now be on the motion to table Mr. Raskins' motion to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
And Lev Parnas.
And Les Parnas. All right. Will the clerk take the roll?
No, neither Mr. Giuliani nor Mr. Parnas is in jail now.
Nate. This is the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner? Mr. Gosar? Ms. Fox? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Armstrong?
So you are listening now to a vote on a parliamentary procedure to table a motion that Congressman Jamie Raskin, the Democratic ranking member, has brought forward. This is some essentially procedural jujitsu, if you will. It is an attempt by Democrats to put Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas in the spotlight. Republicans are seeking to move forward to bring those witnesses to the table. Let me bring in Ryan Nobles now, who's been watching this along with us for the last 35 minutes here. The first impeachment inquiry related to what the Republicans allege is wrongdoing by President Biden. Democrats point out there has been no evidence presented of that. What's standing out to you in these first few minutes, Ryan?
Well, first of all, it's how, to your point, Hallie, Democrats are going to use whatever parliamentary tool they have in their toolkit to try and interrupt the flow of this hearing. You know, and we met and were briefed by members of both Republican and Democratic parties about this, and we're warned that this hearing could go as long as 7 hours because of moments just like this, where you see both sides attempting to use the levers of the committee rules to try and make their point. And I think that it's important for our viewers to understand they may be coming into this with the same perception they may have had of the January 6th Select Committee hearings, which of course got so much attention. And the big difference between those hearings and these hearings is, if you'll remember, the January 6th Select Committee, while bipartisan, was a unified group. They did everything in concert. They agreed to the way that the hearing was going to flow, and that allowed them to, in many respects, choreograph the conduct of the committee from start to finish. It allowed them to know exactly when they were going to question witnesses, when they were going to play pieces of video, when they were going to establish or present evidence that we hadn't seen up until that point. That's not how today is going to go. We saw the committee chairs have their opportunity to do their opening statement. The ranking member had his opportunity to give his opening statement. From here on out, though, they're going to introduce the witnesses, and each member's only going to get 5 minutes to ask questions of these witnesses. And what Republicans are hoping comes out of this is that these expert witnesses paint a picture, create a timeline of these connections between the Biden family business enterprises that don't involve Joe Biden, and then directly connect them to Joe Biden. But what you're going to see happen throughout this entire day is that once a Republican gets to ask questions, a Democrat's going to come in right behind and then attempt to ask questions that undermine whatever the testimony may be up until that point.
So you're hitting it on the head, Ryan, because it appears as though, based on what we've seen so far and what we anticipate for the next perhaps 6 to 7 hours, is Republicans seeking to lay out some dots that they've connected to assume and to imply that President Biden has done something illegal, something unethical, something wrong, and then Democrats to come in and try to poke holes, essentially, in those dots connected. I mean, that seems to be the back and forth here. We're already seeing some of that laid out. And just so people understand, listen, there's a lot here. This is complicated. There are a lot of layers to this when we talk about Burisma, when we talk about Lev Parnas, when we talk about some of these names that may not be familiar to people offhand in the way that, for example, the events of what happened on, let's say, January 6th were immediately accessible and immediately visceral, I think, to folks who watched that unfold, Ryan. That's a piece of this, too, is that this can get complicated. And the task in front of both Republicans and Democrats is to try to untangle this here. They're doing it against the backdrop, of course, of that government shutdown shutdown. I think it's worth noting there's a shutdown clock sitting up there next to Congressman Raskin, again, the ranking Democratic member, as he is seeking to tie what he sees as theatrics by Republicans to this very real crisis that could hit coming up in just less than 72 hours.
Yeah, and let me just give you one example, Hallie, of how Democrats may attempt to do that, right? We heard Jason Smith's opening testimony. One of the principal arguments that the impeachment inquiry is going to try and establish is that somehow Hunter Biden, the president's son, was given preferential treatment in the investigation into his potential wrongdoing by the Department of Justice and the IRS. And Jason Smith was pointing to this email that was sent from a career prosecutor within the Department of Justice where she asked for a search warrant for a political figure to be removed from the conduction of the search warrant. And that political figure was Joe Biden. That happened during the Trump administration. It happened when Bill Barr was the attorney general and Donald Trump was the president. So he left that part of it out when he was making that presentation. But perhaps once the questioning and answering begins, we'll see Democrats come in and correct the record there. Hallie.
Ryan, thank you. That vote has now been concluded. The witnesses are being introduced. We're going to go back and listen in.
General for DOJ tax for 6 years. Ms. O'Connor supervised DOJ litigation of civil, criminal, trial, and appellate tax cases. Next, we have Mr. Bruce Dubinsky, who is the founder of Dubinsky Consulting, a forensic accountant. Mr. Dubinsky has accumulated over 40 years of financial, investigative, and dispute consulting experience, served as an expert witness over 100 times, and has testified in over 80 trials, including trials involving criminal and civil financial fraud. Lastly, we have Professor Michael Gearhart, who serves as the Burton Craig Distinguished Professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Professor Gearhart has been a law professor for more than 30 years. He's the author of 7 books and has written more than 100 law review articles and dozens of op-eds in the nation's leading news publication. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise the right hand. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes is expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up your testimony. I now recognize Professor Turley to begin his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee. It's an honor to appear before you today and to talk about what is undoubtedly the most weighty constitutional decision that you have under Article 1, other than the declaration of war, and that is the potential impeachment of a president of the United States. It was roughly 25 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings with other experts in the impeachment of President William Clinton. It was 4 years ago that I appeared in the impeachment proceedings for President Donald Trump. And then it was just 3 years ago that another impeachment occurred without any hearings at all. The shortening intervals between impeachments should be a cause of concern and circumspection for all the members on both sides. And I want to emphasize what it is that we're here today for. This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish. But I also do believe that the House has passed the threshold for an impeachment inquiry into the conduct of President Biden. Having said that, I want to just address 3 inescapable facts that led me to that conclusion. First, President Biden has indeed spoken falsely about these foreign deals. The Washington Post and other newspapers have noted that some of his past comments are demonstrably untrue. Second, President Biden was the focus of a multi-million-dollar influence peddling scheme. And then finally, President Biden may have benefited from millions of dollars as a part of that scheme. Now, those facts should not be taken out of context. They're merely allegations, and they should not become presumptions of impeachable conduct. Indeed, as I've said in past impeachments, self-dealing is a difficult issue under the impeachment clause. The framers sought to avoid ambiguous standards. That's one of the reasons that perfidy was rejected. While it may not sit well with many, President Biden and other presidents can be dishonest, can even lie to the American people, and that would not constitute an impeachable offense. Indeed, most presidents have lied to the American people. That's why I've not liked any president since James Madison. Now, dishonesty alone is not impeachable, and so what I lay out in my testimony are what I call guardrails or best practices. Those are designed to protect this process. Frankly, a number of the things I lay out benefit President Biden, as I say in my testimony. Because presidential impeachment shouldn't be a closed question, it shouldn't be a rush to judgment, and you should avoid the type of confirmation bias that can occur in this process. This is, as people say, a political process, but it is also a constitutional process. Influence peddling is a form of corruption. The United States has signed treaties to combat this form of corruption around the world. And that is also an inescapable fact. We need to find answers as to some of these questions. I'm running out of time, so I'd like to make one last observation, if I may. These are constitutional moments that demand the best from each of us to transcend the politics and passions of our time. It calls for something that's difficult. It calls for solemnity and clarity for members. We have become a nation addicted to rage, and we can fuel that. This body is a powerful teacher, as Brandeis said, and you can teach that, or you can teach a respect for this process. It begins here and now. We can disagree with each other without hating each other. These are important issues, and I think they're close issues. And I think some of these issues really do gravitate in favor of the president. So I would simply say that this is a moment where members and citizens can stand together without prejudging the evidence. And I thank you for the honor of appearing before you today.
Thank you, Professor Shirley. Ms. O'Connor.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, the chairman invited me to share my thoughts on the conduct of the tax investigation into Hunter Biden. I make my comments on my own behalf as a private citizen and not on behalf of any person with whom or group with which I might be or have been affiliated. When I learned that experienced IRS special agents had felt compelled to report to Congress about the obstruction of their criminal tax investigation, I felt compelled, too, to share my understanding of how things are supposed to work with people who have no reason to appreciate how disturbing the whistleblower's allegations are. Without context and a frame of reference, it's difficult to know sometimes how seriously to take things. In an October 2022 meeting of the Hunter Biden prosecution team, U.S. Attorney Weiss admitted it was not his decision whether to bring charges the investigation had proven should be brought. This directly contradicted Attorney General Garland's sworn testimony 6 months earlier. This was the final straw. After more than 3 years of having his investigation stymied, but nonetheless having proven substantial criminal charges, Supervisory Special Agent Shapley realized he had to come forward. In fact, he had come forward before, internally within the IRS, using the procedures developed for that purpose. He had complained up his chain of command as early as June 2020 about the obstruction he was encountering, but there had been no response. Once Shapley had taken steps to come forward to Congress, Special Agent Joseph Ziegler did the same. It was not the whistleblower's testimony, however, but what followed that compelled me to write. My first Wall Street Journal article was called "Throw Hunter Biden's Plea Deal in the Trash." Given the substance of the whistleblower's testimony, the plea deal Weiss had worked out with Biden was a miscarriage of justice. After that commentary was published, I heard from many people who were similarly appalled at the unfolding injustice. Many were knowledgeable and experienced tax professionals. Perhaps the most commonly commented on aspect of the handling of the Hunter Biden matter was that Weiss had permitted the statute of limitations to expire on prosecuting provable offenses. This was appalling. It is not significant that the plea agreement, it is not insignificant that the plea agreement was announced on June 20. Let's review what came just before. On August 19, it became known that IRS employees were going to let Congress know about the obstruction they were encountering. Later, Shapley and Ziegler sat for hours of sworn and subscribed testimony with the House Ways and Means Committee staff. It was expected that the committee would make the testimony public. It did on June 22. U.S. Attorney Weiss, with his June 20 announcement of a plea deal, beat the publication of the whistleblower's testimony by the skin of his teeth. 2 days. If the whistleblowers had not come forward, would Weiss have brought any charges at all? My second Wall Street Journal commentary was published on July 25. It was called "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." Given what Shapley and Ziegler testified they had proven, and the charges the tax division reportedly had authorized, the plea deal represented serious injustice, not only to law enforcement, but also to people who have been caught up in this system and have suffered the consequences the law provides. I received a great deal of positive feedback on this commentary too. People understand that for laws to be respected, they must be enforced. The nature of any investigation is the following of leads. That didn't happen here. This team was not permitted to search the guest house of Joe Biden's Delaware mansion and Hunter Biden's storage facility in Virginia, to interview family members and business associates, to examine Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop. By November 2019, the FBI had confirmed the devices were Hunter's and the contents were authentic. But the Hunter Biden investigation must not be viewed in isolation, rather as part of a broad landscape of corruption. Don't forget that a full year after that, in October 2020, FBI officials were telling Twitter that the laptop was Russian disinformation. The whistleblowers tell us that the tax investigation of Hunter Biden was an offshoot of an investigation already underway into an online pornography platform. That is how investigations develop. Agents follow wherever the leads take them. And when they take them in the direction of a new investigation, they open one. Question: if U.S. Attorney Weiss had been in charge of that pornography investigation, would he have blocked the investigation into Hunter Biden's tax crimes? I thank the committee.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Mr. Dubinsky.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, distinguished members of this committee, guests, and my fellow citizens. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. First, at the outset, let me state unequivocally and in no uncertain terms that I agreed to testify today not because I have a political agenda or axe to grind, because I do not. Rather, I agreed to testify in this proceeding in order to help this committee and the American people gain a better understanding of how frauds are committed, how complex business arrangements, sometimes using limited liability companies, sometimes those being shell companies, are used in frauds, and how money is moved by fraudsters to facilitate the conduct of illicit activity. Let me be clear, I am not prejudging the facts that have emerged to date with regard to the Biden family and associates businesses and the money they received that had its origins from foreign sources. I am not here today to even suggest that there was corruption, fraud, or any wrongdoing. In my opinion, more information needs to be gathered and assessed before I would make such an assessment. I'm here today to lend my expertise to answer questions that this committee may have while they advance this investigation and gather more facts about the business dealings surrounding the Biden family and associates businesses. Throughout my 40-year career as a certified public accountant, a forensic accountant, and a certified fraud examiner, I've worked tirelessly to uncover the truth when it comes to cases involving allegations of fraud, corruption, and wrongdoing. I have investigated some of the world's largest frauds, including have investigated and testified in the criminal case for the United States Department of Justice on the Bernie Madoff Ponzi, the world's largest Ponzi. I've worked on cases like the Enron case, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters election corruption cases, as well as some of the United States' largest cases of tax fraud, to name a few. As the age-old proverb goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. As a fraud investigator, when I see smoke, I immediately look for the fire. The critical question facing the American people today is whether behind the smokescreen clouding the Biden family and associates businesses was there or is there a fire? And if there was or is a fire, how big is that fire? Why were members of the Biden family and close business associates receiving millions of dollars of payments from foreign entities and individuals? What services, if any, were being provided? What was the substance of the alleged services being provided? Was the money being paid for a fair amount commensurate with those services? Were political favors being traded and disguised as services? These are the questions that, as a forensic accountant, I routinely am asked to answer when I'm hired to investigate allegations of corruption and fraud. There's a great deal of evidence that has been collected to date by this committee and others trying to answer these very questions. However, much more information is still needed in order to be able to answer these questions and make a final determination as to whether or not the Biden family and its associates' businesses were involved in any improper or illicit activities, and importantly, whether those activities, if any, were connected to President Joe Biden or then Vice President Biden. In my experience, fraudsters purposely create a labyrinth of limited liability companies to create an opaque network of entities that are then used to hide improper conduct. In many instances, these complex business arrangements are typically centered around illicit activities and involve moving money around the globe in a manner designed to avoid the detection of the underlying illegal activity, as well as the movement of the money tied to that illegal activity. Gone are the days, for the most part, when suitcases full of currency or gold bars are exchanged as payment in the conduct of illegal activities. Today, more sophisticated methods are employed to obfuscate the true nature of such illegal activities and to hide the movement of money. The importance of following the trail of money is a critical component of any fraud investigation. The term shell company has its origins in the world of business and finance. The term shell, as you would note, implies that the company is like an empty shell, lacking substance or real activity. Shell companies typically have no employees, no offices, no real operating businesses. They use P.O. boxes for mailing addresses. While I will note shell companies can be used for legitimate business activities, more often than not, they're associated with fraudulent activities like tax evasion, money laundering, hiding of assets, and other illicit practices. It takes a heavy lift to pull the covers back on these shell companies to determine who the true beneficial owners are, where the money went, and to expose the true sham nature of their existence. However, through the use of legal subpoenas and proper investigative methods and a great deal of persistence, fraud investigations can and do expose the identity of the wizards behind these curtains and the extent of their illicit activities. In closing, let me underscore the importance of conducting a thorough, independent, and unbiased investigation of the matter before us today before you reach any conclusions. The American people deserve to know the truth. The rigor and discipline of a well-planned and executed investigation should not be subverted by political motivations or aspirations. To do so would critically undermine the integrity of any such investigation and any conclusions reached. Thank you again for this opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Professor Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member as well and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the honor and the privilege to be able to appear before you today to talk about the basis for an impeachment inquiry of President Biden. I think a good place to begin is with the Federalist Papers. And in the Federalist Papers, Alexander Hamilton warned of the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. He foresaw that impeachment may, and now I quote, agitate the passions of the whole community and to divide it into parties more or less friendly or inimical to the accused. In many cases, it will connect itself with pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or on the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the relative strength of the parties than by demonstrations of innocence or guilt. I think Alexander Hamilton knew what he was talking about. And I think what he said may well describe the current set of proceedings. One thing I might add to all of that is that the framers designed an impeachment process to follow or comply with several safeguards. And it's important that we keep these safeguards in mind as these proceedings go on. The first is the necessity for credible evidence of the commission of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. There is not, at least not that I've yet heard, such credible evidence. Let me give you an example of what I fear is similar to the current proceedings. Hunter Biden is arrested for speeding in a car owned by his father, and the police go after the father. I don't think that's how the law should work. I don't think that's how impeachment should work. Well, I respect members of this committee enormously. Believe me, I'm just a law professor and citizen, and I come here with great awe when I speak to an important body like this. But I listened to Congressman Jordan, whom I respect a great deal, when he said there are 4 facts. Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma. Hunter Biden was not qualified. So far, by the way, nothing about President Biden. Third, there were executives who asked Hunter Biden for help. Again, not yet any proof about any kind of complicity of President Biden. And lastly, Joe Biden gave a speech. If that's what exists as a basis for this inquiry, it is not sufficient. I say that with all respect, and I think that that is part of the problem, I think, and many Americans think, may exist with respect to these proceedings. A second safeguard is the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause. It requires fundamental fairness. And I think in these proceedings, something has happened to President Biden that was said to have happened to President Trump in 2019. And that is, the burden has flipped to President Biden to prove his innocence. Any further investigation is being done to ensure that Mr. Biden has to prove his innocence rather than the committee being able to connect the dots in a convincing and persuasive way. It's not me you have to persuade. It's the American people whose trust you deserve and whose trust you have to maintain. A third principle is judicial review. And here I would just remind the committee about the Supreme Court's decision in Trump versus Mazars. The court said about this committee that, in fact, it has to conduct an investigation for a legitimate purpose. A fishing expedition is not a legitimate purpose. Moreover, the court in Trump versus Mazars said that it is not a legitimate purpose for the House or House committee to be conducting the function of law enforcement. And I heard many references here to criminal misbehavior, to whether or not somebody should be thrown in jail, criticisms of a prosecutor, Mr. Weiss. That sounds to me like an attempt to really substitute for the proper legitimate proceedings of the House. 2 other safeguards real quickly. One is that these proceedings should be based on principle, not partisanship. And I fear that what we're hearing today, which can be traced all the way back to 2019, and accusations made against Mr. Biden as far back as then, are really driven by partisan animus more than they are by principle. And a final safeguard is for the House, the full House, to authorize an impeachment inquiry. That does not come from me. That comes from Speaker McCarthy. He said there should be the full House's approval. It also comes from Mr. Trump's Justice Department, who said there must be a committee must be authorized by the full House. That has not happened here. My concern is with the Constitution. That's what my devotion is to. And I hope all of us understand that there's nothing more serious than honoring our Constitution and following the design the framers gave us. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I do want to state the fact in 2019, the D.C. District Court judge ruled a vote of the full House was not required to commence an impeachment inquiry. Now we're going to begin the question and answer phase. We have 47 members here today that are going to ask questions, so we're going to abide by the 5 minutes. I will begin, followed by Ranking Member Raskins. This week, the Oversight Committee issued another bank subpoena targeting specific wires originating from Beijing. Most of our bank subpoenas have been for Biden family associates' accounts, resulting in thousands of pages of bank records. We've identified these bank accounts based on suspicious activity reports filed with the Treasury Department after being flagged by the banks. The bank records obtained this week showed that on August 2nd, 2019, Jonathan Lee and Ms. Tang Ling in Beijing sent Hunter Biden $250,000, listing Joe Biden's home address in Wilmington, Delaware. The wire stated it was for a personal investment. A second wire showed that on July 26, 2019, Ms. Wang Xin sent $10,000 listing Joe Biden's home address in Willington, Delaware. The $10,000 wire said it was a loan to beneficiary. Now let's talk about the $250,000 personal investment. Sure looks like Jonathan Lee was making a substantial investment in the Bidens months after Joe Biden announced his run for the presidency in April 2019. Now, who is Jonathan Lee? During Devin Archer's interview with the Oversight Committee, he explained how Vice President Biden developed a relationship with Jonathan Lee. Vice President Biden had coffee with Jonathan Lee in Beijing. He talked with him on the phone and even wrote a college recommendation letter for Mr. Lee's children. Hunter Biden even met with Jonathan Lee after flying on Air Force Two to Beijing with Joe Biden. The Beijing Bidens cultivated a relationship with Jonathan Lee and other Chinese nationals for one reason and one reason only: to access their wealth. As we all know, the Bidens had nothing to sell except the brand, which was Joe Biden. Hunter Biden sold the brand well, making the Biden family millions from China and elsewhere. While Joe Biden was vice president, Hunter Biden became an investor in a Chinese investment fund with Jonathan Lee and owned a percentage of BHR Partners through one of his many LLCs. This was a political problem for his dad, the big guy, who was running for president. In October 2019, 2 months after the Beijing wires, Hunter Biden's lawyer claimed he served only as a member of the board of directors in an unpaid position. This was Hunter Biden's lawyer. He was in an unpaid position. Abby Lowell now claims the money is a documented loan from a private individual. Now, these wire statements are very concerning, and the Biden's defenders' justification for the money isn't consistent with what we know from the suspicious activity reports from Treasury. Mr. Dubinsky, I'm very skeptical of Abby Lowell's statement that the $250,000 payment from Jonathan Lee and another woman was a loan, because the wire states it was a personal investment. We've also reviewed documents at Treasury that don't support Mr. Lowell's theory. In your experience, are international loans of this amount supported by documentation such as loan terms, interest rates, and repayment schedule?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. They typically would be. You would see that. You would see documents setting forth the interest rates, terms of repayments,
Absolutely.
all of those.
Absolutely. So would it be important to review Hunter Biden's bank records and see if Hunter Biden paid back the money to Jonathan Lee, or if he sent the money to someone else, I don't know, using a cashier's check, for example?
Well, as somebody mentioned earlier, it's very important to follow the money.
Absolutely.
And that's very important in this situation.
Thank you. Professor Turley, we all know what this payment's really for. It's for influence peddling and selling the Biden brand. Now, to date, we have shown that the Biden family and their companies received more than $15 million without providing any known legitimate services between 2014 and 2019. If you include the business associates and their companies, they've received over $24 million. Based on evidence we've developed so far, what are some of the potential laws we should be analyzing during our impeachment inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually lay out what are the most obvious potential articles of impeachment without saying that those have been established, but the ones that I recommend for the committee to focus on. And one of the things I recommend is that the committee actually start by looking at potential crimes, because I've said that in the past two impeachments, that it's an important thing to front load criminal acts for the reasons I laid out. It gives a very high standard for impeachment, quite frankly, higher than it's binding. I said in the last two impeachments, you can't impeach for non-criminal conduct. So I suggest starting there. But as I talk about in my testimony, bribery, obstruction, conspiracy, abuse of power, those have all been raised in past impeachments. Abuse of power is the article that is very, very common. It tends to be a catch-all, and it is the one that I've always been a little bit uncomfortable with, which is why I suggest you end there rather than start there, because that's the article that brings in a lot of non-criminal conduct. And frankly, I think that you need to focus as much as you can on the evidence and whether you can establish these connections.
Very good. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Raskins of Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, has there ever been an impeachment process launched in the middle of a government shutdown?
No.
Well, why did the Office of Legal Counsel opine that there must be a vote of the full House before a committee launches into an impeachment investigation? Why did Speaker McCarthy insist on it and in fact say that there would be one in this case?
I think the Office of Legal Counsel said that, at least in part, because an impeachment inquiry is deadly serious. It is, again, just about the most serious thing any House committee ever undertakes. And one safeguard against a committee acting on the basis of just, let's say, the party membership is to ensure that the full House is behind the impeachment inquiry.
A dozen of our colleagues on the Republican side have already called for impeachment. I'm struck by the fact that of the 4 expert witnesses brought together today, not a single one of them argued that a sufficient quantum of evidence exists today to justify the impeachment of President Biden. Is there any precedent in our country for launching an impeachment inquiry absent evidence of wrongdoing by the president?
No. And in fact, I would just point out that with Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton and President Trump in 2019, the full House authorized those impeachment inquiries.
Lev Parnas sent us a letter in which he said, it was addressed to Chairman Comer, in which he said, the narrative you are seeking for this investigation has been proven false many times over by a wide array of respected sources. There is simply no merit to investigating this matter any further, and he says, please abandon this effort to investigate the Bidens, which is nothing more than a wild goose chase. And he was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man, gallivanting all over the world to try to put together a case back in 2019 that Joe Biden had done something wrong. Do you agree that, given that the evidence we've looked at over the 8 months comes down to this discredited Burisma conspiracy theory, we should hear from those responsible for concocting the story in the first case, in the first place, specifically Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani?
Absolutely.
What did you think about the fact that the very first act of the committee in its impeachment investigation was to reject the idea of subpoenaing Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani, who are at the heart of the story that's the basis for impeachment?
I think if there's going to be an investigation into the president, all the evidence, that is to say, all the participants, anyone that has knowledge should be spoken to.
We have lots of colleagues on this committee and off the committee who've called for the impeachment of Joe Biden, who also voted against impeaching Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the union. And hundreds of people have gone to jail in subsidiary acts under the umbrella of that insurrectionary process. Now, can you come up with a theory that it would allow someone to say, I am going to vote to impeach Joe Biden for offenses unstated and evidence unknown, but I will oppose and vote against the impeachment of Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the union, which is something that concurrent bipartisan majorities voted for in the House and the Senate?
I cannot, and I might just add as a law professor that one of the things I suggest to my students in trying to assess the constitutionality of any governmental action is to take the names out. Switch the names or switch the political parties and see if the outcome is the same.
So if Joe Biden had incited a violent insurrection against the union and said, you go and fight like hell, and if you don't, you won't have a country anymore, would you consider that in the ensuing mayhem and chaos to be an impeachable event or not? To your mind, in applying the law to the facts, have you seen any evidence that Joe Biden has done anything remotely comparable to what Donald Trump did, which earned him his impeachment in the bipartisan vote of the House?
I have not, and I also just might add, with all due respect, I heard the phrase Biden family many, many times, but I don't know who the Biden family is. I don't know who's being referenced when people talk about the Biden family.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for unanimous consent to introduce Lev Parnas' July 18th, 2023 letter to you and to me and to the rest of the committee into the official record of this proceeding.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Jason Smith from Missouri, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's amazing to be sitting in your committee. It's a pleasure to be here. Yesterday, we had a committee to release over 700 pages of documents that came from the 2 IRS whistleblowers based on the last oversight hearing when they presented before this committee, where members, both Republican and Democrat, asked for additional information, and they provided it, and we brought it forward. What was interesting is the other side of the aisle actually mentioned Trump a whole lot more than they ever mentioned Biden. And it's happening over here too. So I think it's kind of consistent both in the Ways and Means Committee and in the Oversight Committee. But Ms. Connor, my question is yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee voted to release additional information provided, like I said, by Gary Shapley and Mr. Ziegler. One of the documents shows that Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf ordered investigators not to pursue leads into possible campaign finance violations. We know that over $2 million of Hunter Biden's tax liabilities were paid off by a big Democrat Party donor and Hollywood lawyer who's named Kevin Morris. James Biden, the president's brother, told investigators he did not know how Hunter Biden even knew this individual, but was later asked to thank him for the payment, quote, on behalf of the family. The Biden family. The family. So how would such payments that essentially pushed under the rug the president's son's tax problems, at least for 1 year, be considered a campaign finance violation on part of the Biden campaign?
Thank you for the question. I have no idea. I thought you were going to ask me why would Leslie Wolf say don't look into that? And I think the answer to that probably is that if it's a campaign contribution, then it implicates political person number one. And that apparently is a big barrier that had been created throughout this entire investigation. And as far as it being a campaign contribution, that $2 million actually was intended to satisfy the liabilities for 2 years of Hunter Biden's late filed and unpaid taxes.
Is it unusual for an assistant prosecutor to say, don't look at this individual, this person's off limits?
As I mentioned in my opening statement, that is how investigations develop. The agents follow the leads wherever they take them. And in this case, a legitimate investigation was being done of money that was being paid, and for the assistant U.S. attorney who is orchestrating the investigation to say, don't look at that anymore, I think the reason is related to another instruction of hers that she didn't want to get public integrity involved. And that tells us that she was looking beyond Hunter Biden and into a person whose activities would be subject to public integrity at DOJ.
One thing that I want to ask, since you worked tax division for DOJ, if Kevin Morris gave a gift of $2 million to help pay off Hunter Biden's debts, who has to report that on their taxes? Does Mr. Morris have to report it, or does Hunter Biden?
Well, as I understand it, the parties are claiming that it's a loan and that Hunter Biden will pay it back between 2025 and 2027.
Would that have to be reported on any tax records?
If it's a loan, no, but I haven't seen any of the documentation of that loan. And that is one, I'm sure Mr. Dubinsky can tell you that calling something a loan is one way to claim that it's not taxable income.
So one quick question. You know, we uncovered yesterday that the Biden family and associates received over $20 million from 23 different countries that they had business ties to or communications with. And they also had over 20 shell LLCs where they would transfer money in and out. If you were still sitting in your office in DOJ's tax division, would this web of entities and activities concern you?
I would make sure that my prosecutors were concerned about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, pleased to have you with us today. In your testimony, you referenced Alexander Hamilton's warning about the dangers of trivializing impeachment through petty partisanship. Let me ask you, Mr. Gerhardt, do you think that initiating an impeachment inquiry against President Biden without any evidence of wrongdoing by the president meets any basic standard of proof?
Not credible proof at all, in my opinion. And in fact, I think one thing to keep in mind about a hearing like this or any kind of anything that calls itself an impeachment inquiry is the critical importance of building public trust. And that gets built in part on the basis of credible evidence.
Well, Professor Gerhardt, what is the risk to our Constitution and even for the rule of law if impeachments are initiated without any evidence of wrongdoing by a president?
They trivialize impeachment, they trivialize the Constitution, and they ride roughshod over the rule of law. Nothing good comes from abusing a power, whether it's done by a president or by Congress.
Professor Gerhardt, do you believe that initiating an impeachment inquiry without any evidence of wrongdoing by a president is consistent with the view that impeachment is a grave and solemn duty?
Impeachment is a grave and solemn duty, all the more reason why all evidence, for example, relating to Burisma, ought to be heard and considered. That would actually add credibility to what the committee is doing.
I would be remiss if I did not add that it is incredible that we are holding this sham hearing 2 days before the government will shut down. Instead of this hearing, we could be discussing how to fund the government, or we could discuss my bill to exempt from federal government shutdowns the federal and independent agencies that are exclusively or primarily federally funded but have jurisdiction over local D.C. civil and criminal justice matters. Or we could be discussing how we are going to provide back pay to federal contract workers if Republicans unfortunately do push us into a shutdown. Instead, we are holding this sham hearing. I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Raskin.
Well, thank you kindly, Ms. Norton, for that. Mr. Comer referred to a 2019 wire to Hunter Biden while President Biden was not in office. He was a private citizen, so of course was Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has never held public office. Mr. Smith referenced a DOJ email from 2020 during the Trump administration. So, Professor Gerhardt, I mean, what do you make of the idea of impeaching a president while he's in office for something that his son did or may have received when the president wasn't in office?
It's not consistent with the American legal system. Just imagine if the names are switched. Just imagine if this is Jared Kushner, or one of President Trump's sons.
Mr. Smith talked about $20 million that he thought Hunter Biden had received and put in the names of different family members. I think the Washington Post has debunked that as recently as this weekend, saying it was like 8 or 9 million. But let's say it were 20 million. That's 1% of the $2 billion that was brought back by Jared Kushner from Saudi Arabia to a company that Jared Kushner created the day after the Trump administration ended. But assuming there were no other evidence, would it be fair to attribute that $2 billion that Jared Kushner pocketed with the $25 million management fee every year that Jared Kushner pocketed? Would it be fair to attribute all of that to Donald Trump because it's his son-in-law?
No, not without any evidence actually showing the president knew it.
Yeah. So
or approved it.
Because the principle of American law is that people are responsible for their own conduct and not the conduct of their adult children. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, and to the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you. Professor Gerhardt, it wasn't just a speech. He leveraged $1 billion of American tax money, and he did so at a time when our government was supportive of the prosecutor. Here's what our government said. The Assistant Secretary of State, we have been impressed with the ambitious reform and anti-corruption agenda of your government, written to the Prosecutor General, who Joe Biden leverages our money to get fired. The United States fully supports your efforts to fight corruption, she further wrote. The Interagency Policy Committee said this on October 1st, 2015. The IPC recommends moving forward with a third loan guarantee to Ukraine in the near term. And even after Joe Biden gives the speech on December 9th, the European Commission said, their report said the anti-corruption benchmark is deemed to have been achieved for Ukraine. But the most telling evidence is what his business partner said. Devin Archer, when we deposed him under oath just 2 months ago, said this. Here's the question. The request was help from the United States government to deal with the pressure they were under from their prosecutor. You know what Mr. Archer's response was? That's correct. Next question. What did Hunter Biden do after he was given that request? He called his dad. That's what we're investigating. That's one of the three things Professor Turley talked about, the influence peddling scheme. I want to go to those three things, Professor Turley. False statements, influence peddling scheme, and Joe Biden might have benefited. Let's do the third one first. Is a benefit to your family, can a benefit to your family be a benefit to you?
It is. There's been repeated statements that you need to show that President Biden accepted direct money in order for this to constitute a benefit, even under criminal cases that deal with bribery, extortion, and the Hobbs Act. The courts actually have rejected that. They've said that money going to family members is in fact a benefit. And I don't really see any legal basis for that. Obviously, the strongest case is if you have a direct payment. But this idea that you can have millions going to a politician's family and that's not a benefit, I think is pretty fallacious.
Yeah, how about the false claims thing? In your written testimony, you said to the extent that the president has used the White House, I think this is a little broader. To the extent the president used the White House staff to maintain false claims or resist disclosures, it can fit into the type of Nixonian abuse of power model. We know all kinds of false statements have been made by the White House. Joe Biden's made them. He said it was a lousy question when they asked him, have you ever been involved, talked to anyone of your son's business partners? We know that was false. Ron Klain said, the president is confident his son didn't break the law. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said, never spoke to his son about his overseas business dealings. What do you think about all those false statements from the White House in this abuse of power issue?
Well, the involvement of White House staff and executive branch staff has been really one of the tripwires that we saw in Nixon, to some extent even in Clinton. The degree to which you enlist support for a false narrative or to obstruct Congress can go into things like abuse of power. One of the things that I suggested is that if you look at past impeachment inquiries, and once again, this is an inquiry to find evidence, you're not voting on articles of impeachment, those allegations tend to develop last, and you look at what you have found.
Yeah. How about the Attorney General? I'm concerned about statements he made. March 1st, 2023, in front of the Senate, he was asked a question about Mr. Weiss's investigation. He said this in response to Senator Grassley. Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. Last week, the Attorney General told us that Weiss had the authority because I promised him he would have the authority if he asked it. That seems to me to be something different. It's what he said to the Senate, he's got full authority, no problem. Last week he told the House Judiciary Committee he had authority because I promised if he come talk to me, I would give him the authority that I already told the Senate he had. Do you see a concern there with false statements coming from the Biden Justice Department?
Well, there is a concern. You don't have to prejudge the evidence to say that obviously this is part of the inquiry. And what I don't understand is the opposition to the inquiry itself. It seems to me the test is would the alleged conduct, if proven, establish impeachable offenses? And is there a credible basis for those allegations? I think the answer is clearly yes, that there is a basis to look at the president's conduct without prejudging whether that qualifies at the beginning of that inquiry as an article of impeachment.
And let's be clear, you don't need a full vote of the House to proceed in an impeachment inquiry phase of our constitutional duty to do oversight. In fact, the Democrats did it. 4 years ago, I was in an impeachment deposition run by Adam Schiff in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, and I went to the floor. So I'm in an impeachment deposition, and I went to the floor to vote on opening an impeachment inquiry. They did the same darn thing because you have that authority as a Congress when the Speaker of the House makes that designation.
The Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, did in fact initiate the impeachment. In some cases, then you have a later vote. I've said in my testimony, I consider that the best practice to have a vote of the House. But the court that was referenced earlier looked at this and said that the Constitution does not require resolution. Actually said if you look at all the impeachments, often there wasn't a resolution. That doesn't mean it's not a good practice, but the Constitution itself does not require such a resolution.
Thank you. Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I do want to agree with the chairman that the witnesses we have here today do bring an awful lot of experience and expertise to the issue. But what they don't bring is facts, right? They don't bring evidence. None of you are able to really elucidate or illustrate actions by the president with respect to this inquiry. Ms. O'Connor, I do want to ask one clarification. You mentioned in your oral testimony that you had written a commentary entitled, "You'd Go to Prison for What Biden Did." That was, you'd go to prison for what Hunter Biden did. Isn't that?
That's exactly right. I was cutting down words to stay within my 5 minutes.
You realize, yeah. That's an important word, though, that you left out, though, right?
It is. I regretted it immediately.
So the article, just for the record, and I like to enter into the record unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
The article, Ms. O'Connor, is you'd go to prison for what Hunter Biden did. I think that's an important word. Yeah. Okay.
It is.
Thank you.
I did not delete it intentionally. Only in
reclaiming my
service of time.
Reclaiming my time. So, when I walked into this hearing room, my first question was, "Where's Rudy? Where's Rudy? Where's Rudy Giuliani?" You know, this is supposed to be an inquiry on the facts against the president for potentially an impeachment. Articles of impeachment. And the one person who was an agent of President Trump was sent to Ukraine to dig up some dirt, find some dirt on Joe Biden. Just like he said to the election officials in Georgia, find me 11,780 votes. Find me some dirt on Joe Biden. And we don't have him here. We're not allowed to ask him questions. And Professor Gerhardt, would it not be helpful to have a factual witness here who was, and let me just read from, this is an excerpt of the call between Mr. Trump and President Zelensky. He says, Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. If you could speak to him, that would be great. The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General and Rudy would be great. And then, so he's actually placing Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine with the imprimatur of authority for the president. Wouldn't that be a useful witness to?
It seems obvious that he should be brought before the committee.
Yeah, you would think so. What we have here is a lot of allegations. I've heard about, emails from Hunter Biden from China. Hunter Biden cashed in, the IRS interview with James Biden. And I hear a lot about the Biden family. But look, this was an impeachment inquiry about President Biden. And I would try to discern what the allegations are for the president because they're non-existent at this point. Is there a reason? The other question is why hasn't Rudy Giuliani, if he's such a key witness and was on the ground on this and had direct authority from the president, why isn't he here? And I think, and Professor Gerhardt, maybe you could elucidate on this. Rudy Giuliani also lost 60 cases. He brought 60 cases across the United States with respect to the big lie, and he was a midwife for the big lie. He brought 60 cases and lost them all for lack of evidence. So that, I believe, hurts his credibility, does it not?
It does. His credibility has been hurt in a number of different ways, yeah.
Right. He also made allegations against Dominion voting machines. And now he's being sued by them because he falsely declared that those machines were unfairly helping President Biden. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Wouldn't that also lead to a drop in credibility on behalf of Mr. Giuliani's testimony?
I mean, I agree with you, and I would just add that because Mr. Giuliani's a lawyer, he has to abide by and comply with the rules of professional conduct, and he's in trouble because he hasn't.
All right.
Gentlemen,
my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair, and I recognize as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Professor Turley, thank you so much for the materials that you provided to this committee. Your legal analysis is first off, incredible in its historic foundations, but also its legal descriptions of the aspects of how do you conduct an impeachment investigation, what are the standards for an impeachment investigation, and taking, as you relate in that memo, some of the public facts that you're aware of and comparing them to congressional authority and oversight responsibilities. I think it really does help the overall discussion, and I think it gives validity to the need for this committee to move forward on an investigation as you look to historically what's happened before. Now, you made some comments in your opening statement about your description that I think are important to focus on in trying to guide our investigation. You said that it's not criminal for a president or vice president to lie. You also said that it's not criminal that Hunter Biden received, someone paying the child of a vice president for doing nothing isn't necessarily criminal. Those are my words, not yours. But you did take that next leap that using your office, taking official actions to benefit individuals or third parties to induce them to financially benefit your family would be a crime. Would it not, Professor?
It is. That's if you take a look at some of the treaties and sources that I cited, the United States has for years combated influence peddling as a prototypical form of public corruption. And much influence peddling follows that pattern. Many people now accept that what Hunter Biden did was rather raw and open influence peddling. So the only question is, was the president involved in that? And I'm not prejudging that. But there's an argument that now that you hear, that they were just selling the illusion of access. The fact is, you have to ask yourself one question. How do you know? Even if you accept that selling the illusion of access is not misconduct, how do you know it was an illusion?
Well, and that's where I'm going to go next, because there's also another concerning aspect of President Joe Biden's actions as vice president, for which there is currently an active criminal investigation, and that is his misuse of classified documents. There has been appointed by the Department of Justice, by the Attorney General, a special prosecutor for the purposes of investigating the federal crimes that could have arisen as a result from this president's misuse of classified documents. The fact that he had them at the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement and the Wilmington, Delaware private residence of President Joe Biden, as well as other matters that might arise from it, places where there were other people. One of those other people happens to be Hunter Biden. Now, this committee, in its scope of this investigation, indicates that These classified materials are also relevant because, for example, the Oversight Committee has requested information regarding the classified materials discovered in the president's home where his son has resided during the time period relevant to the investigation and personal office. The White House has not provided this information. Obviously, his son was receiving payments from Romania, Russia, Ukraine, China. If there are in those documents that relate to, for example, the prosecutor in Ukraine or Burisma itself or other aspects of Ukraine or any of the parties or individuals, obviously, that were making payments to Hunter Biden, that would be relevant, wouldn't it?
It would be relevant. One of the things I address in my testimony is I say that the most concerning line for me in this inquiry is pre-office conduct. And what I say is that there should be a type of rebuttable presumption against bringing in pre-office conduct, but there is precedent for it when it forms.
Well, and this, he was in office at the time because he wouldn't have had access to classified documents. These are not things that he did as a private citizen. He had these documents given to him. And I want to ask you, in his scope as both senator and as vice president, there's been a lot of talk that perhaps the president inadvertently ended up with these documents. Now, first off, there's an unbelievable number of documents. He's clearly a classified document hoarder, and he clearly was mishandling them. Can't you infer intent by knowledge of the law? Here, the President Biden knows how to handle classified documents and what mishandling is. Wouldn't that be attributed to his intent?
Well, that can all go to a question of establishing intent. And in all of these cases, you obviously don't have a confession. I'm not too sure if the documents matter will become relevant to an impeachment inquiry. I've said earlier that the issue that concerned me about the documents is that they ended up being distributed to different sources. It appears that they went to different locations, and there are accounts of being in the president's home. And the question is, were they divided and why? But it's not clear to me whether that would amount to an impeachable offense or not.
Right, you have to make that nexus, which I have to go to the next step. I've seen some of these documents as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee. I can tell you they are of the highest level of concern and threat to national security. I think we do have to get to the bottom of why was he taking these and what was he doing with them. I'll yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent motion. Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent motion. I ask unanimous consent to introduce page 131 of the transcript of Devin Archer's testimony, where the question is asked, but he did not provide the Burisma executives with actual access to his father. The access to his father was an illusion of access.
Gentleman's out of order. You'll have time in your 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is it admitted?
I object.
I object too.
The clock's ticking, Mr. Conley.
What's the objection based on?
Mr. Goldman's taking your time, Mr. Conley. It's your turn to speak.
You're taking time away from me unfairly. Distract, deflect, dissemble. Hold on to those two words, distract and deflect, because I think this hearing's all about, look over here, not over there. So, Professor Gerhardt, I've heard concern about branding. So, shouldn't we be concerned about all those Biden towers all over the world where foreign partnerships were formed and influence was used here in the United States? I've seen these towers in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in Turkey. I even saw one in Chicago. Shouldn't that be a source of concern of this committee in terms of influence, both foreign and domestic, when President Biden became president?
If there were such things as Biden buildings.
Well, was there anyone who did have them?
I think we all know who had.
Well, could you tell us? Because,
Well,
just give me the name, Professor
I think if
Gerhardt.
we're talking about Mr. Trump.
Thank you. Yeah. So when President Biden appointed his son to manage U.S. foreign policy, both in the Persian Gulf and the Middle East peace, by the way, his son who couldn't qualify for getting a security clearance, but President Biden apparently granted it to Hunter anyhow. And then after leaving the White House, getting a $2 billion deal, because we're told by Mr. Dubinsky, follow the money, especially foreign money. Shouldn't that be of concern to us that maybe a sweetheart deal occurred with the blessing of the president with foreign money, and shouldn't we look into Hunter Biden for that, given the fact that he handled Middle East peace in the White House?
It should have been a concern with President Trump and his son-in-law.
Oh, Trump, I got that wrong again. I'm sorry. Well, let's see. I'm looking at, I heard again, I think it was Professor Turley talking about, because he's not prejudging, of course, but he's just suggesting that maybe we want to look into criminal activity like obstruction, fraud, and abuse of power. So let's take fraud. So shouldn't we be concerned that a New York judge just found President Biden's organization committed fraud every year for the last 10 or 15 years, and that under the Martin Law in New York, that Biden organization is now subject to dismemberment and dismantlement because of the fraudulent activity? Shouldn't that be of concern to us?
That should be of concern with respect to Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump again. And in this case, we're not speculating. A judge actually made that ruling?
Yes, sir.
Should we be concerned about the personal? I mean, while we're at it, since we're loading on, shouldn't we be concerned about the personal behavior of the president? For example, President Trump or President Biden being found guilty of sexual assault and defamation associated with that activity, again in a civil court, in this case in New York?
We should be concerned as it relates to Mr. Trump, yes.
With Mr. Trump again. I just think that one of the reasons we're here is because somebody has been indicted in 4 different locales on 4 different sets of concerns with, I think, 81, 91 actual counts, and has been found guilty in 2 civil proceedings, one involving sexual behavior and one on actual corporate fraudulent activity. And we don't want to talk about any of that. We want to speculate about discredited testimony from discredited witnesses like Rudy Giuliani, whom we're afraid to subpoena. That's what this is all about. This isn't about our need to defend Joe Biden. This is about their need to make sure we get off topic, that we no longer talk about the pending criminal trials of the former president of the United States. And if anything's worthy of examination, that is, not this. I yield back.
Chair now
Order,
recognizes
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Donalds from
Point of
Florida
order,
for
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Point of order. Down here. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes
You
Mr.
have been
Donalds for
watching
5
the
minutes.
first impeachment inquiry now against President Biden, called by House Republicans who are looking to tie the president to what they see as wrongdoing by the president ahead of what they foresee as a potential impeachment against him. The GOP looking to connect the dots as to what they see as wrongdoing, but Democrats, as you've heard, pushing back, pointing out a lack of evidence and dismissing the way Republicans have been handling the process. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, who's been watching every minute of this along with us. And Ryan, we've heard some notable testimony here, including from one of the Republican witnesses, Jonathan Turley, a familiar face to conservatives, somebody who's frequently appeared on cable news to talk about President Biden and the Biden family here. Is this going the way that Republicans had hoped it would go?
You know, Hallie, I can't imagine that this is what they hoped the opening salvo in this impeachment hearing would be. And you mentioned Jonathan Turley specifically, and he is important. He's done this a lot. He appeared at the impeachment hearings for President Trump, both 2 of those impeachment hearings. As he pointed out way back for Bill Clinton's impeachment hearing, he was a part of that as well. And he said something that's probably going to get played over and over again over the next 24 hours. He specifically said that he has not seen evidence that would warrant articles of impeachment. But he then did go on to say that he still believed that the inquiry was worthy and that they need to continue investigating. And if more information comes out, then so be it. But this is an important distinction because there are already several members of Congress, including the chair of this committee, James Comer, who have said that they've seen enough, that they think Articles of impeachment could be filed right now, but they are looking to collect more evidence to make the rest of their caucus seem more comfortable. So that, I think, initially, probably not a soundbite Republicans were hoping to hear. The second part that I think is important that we should point out about the way that this has gone early on, and it kind of tracks back to what we were talking about before the hearing started, is how Democrats have been able to kind of get in the way of the flow of what Republicans are attempting to do here. And what you found was them spending a lot of time discussing whether or not this impeachment inquiry is even necessary or appropriate, given the fact that the House of Representatives did not vote for an impeachment inquiry. And so I don't think they wanted to relitigate that. It was something that they had already hoped was behind them and moving forward. But Jim Jordan, perhaps one of the most prominent members of this panel, had to spend a good bulk of his 5 minutes rebutting those claims after Democrats presented them during their questioning. So again, if you're comparing what the goals of this hearing were for Republicans, and that is to lay out all the facts of the case in a clear and easy to understand way, and then demonstrate a tie to President Biden, at least in this early stages of what could be a marathon hearing, they really have yet to do that.
So far, an hour, 48 minutes in. Ryan, you referenced that comment from Jonathan Turley. We want to play it for folks to remind you of what he said.
And I want to emphasize what it is that we're here today for. This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish.
With that, I want to bring in our NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander, who is live for us at the White House. Peter, you heard that comment from Jonathan Turley. We have heard already, even in these last nearly 2 hours, from the White House pushing back on the timing of this inquiry, among other things. Explain that, because we've seen, it's been very visible here, that shutdown clock that has been right next to some of these Democratic questioners, laying out that we are now just 60-plus hours away from the government potentially shutting down.
Well, and as if to reinforce that, we've heard repeatedly now over the course of the last couple of hours from White House officials, a spokesperson for the office here for oversight and investigations, reaching out to myself and other reporters who've been watching this to say, among other things, and I'll quote, there are 60 hours and the figure changed as the countdown continued here, minutes until the government shuts down because of, as they described it, extreme House Republicans' chaos and inability to govern, noting the potential impacts of a shutdown, saying, quote, nothing can distract from that. And fundamentally, that really is the split screen that the White House hopes Americans are noticing right now, that we are now basically just a couple of days away from a potential shutdown in this country, the impact, the furloughing of federal employees, the fact that military members will work but without pay for whatever period of time this goes on. So the White House is trying to make the argument here that this is, in effect, the chaos conference of Republicans right now. They have branded this the Republican shutdown. And the fact of the matter is, as many Republicans themselves have conceded, a shutdown is bad politics for Republicans. The senator from Maine, Susan Collins, acknowledging this is likely to harm Republicans here. And as it relates to what we've been watching today, Hallie, specifically, there is polling that reinforces the skepticism of Americans right now. NBC News' recent polling showing that about 56% of Americans oppose an impeachment inquiry into President Biden right now. And if you drill down, obviously Republicans and Democrats are divided, but you drill down on that crucial block of independent voters in this country, 6 in 10 independents oppose the inquiry that we are now seeing get underway. Just about 29% of them support the inquiry that's beginning to take shape right now. I would just punctuate all this to say that we're going to see President Biden today trying to reinforce that idea of a split screen, speaking in just a few hours from now at the McCain Institute in Arizona, where the message, we are told by White House officials, will focus heavily on the topic of bipartisanship, an effort to, again, try to criticize Republicans for the intra-party fighting right now that has led us to this place where there is the potential, increasingly high likelihood, we should say, of a government shutdown, and also to sort of focus on the preservation of democracy and the fight for these key institutions, another means, in effect, of saying that what we're seeing right now is undercutting those institutions in this country. Hallie?
Peter Alexander live for us there on the White House North Lawn. Let me bring in now former Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo and former HUD Secretary and Democrat Julian Castro, both now NBC News political analysts. It's good to see you both. Congressman Curbelo, let me start with you because you heard Peter lay out some of the numbers there from recent polling, that more than half of Americans do not want to see this impeachment inquiry proceed, that 6 in 10 independents, 60% of independents don't want to see it either. What are the political risks and rewards here as you see it for your party, as we've seen in the last hour and 50 minutes or so?
Well, Hallie, I'm thinking about the 18 House Republicans who represent districts that Joe Biden won. Those Republicans don't want to be focusing on impeachment. They want to resolve this government shutdown situation that's looming large here as we get to the end of this week. They know what the swing voters want. Swing voters want politicians to focus on solving problems. They want to see them working together. So this is important for Republican base voters. That's why the party's doing it. That's why McCarthy's doing it. It's important to him personally to continue serving as Speaker of the House under this slim Republican majority. But this is something that could hurt those swing district Republicans, especially with this government shutdown looming.
Secretary Castro, to you here, I wonder what you make of the way that Democrats have been responding to this, pushing back on not just what they see as a lack of evidence presented by Republicans, but on the timing as well.
Well, Democrats are doing what they have to do. I mean, they've pointed out, I think, very well leading up to this hearing and in the hearing that there is no there there. This is a classic where's the beef moment. Not only that, as Ryan pointed out, it doesn't help when Jonathan Turley, one of the witnesses for the GOP today, starts off by saying, look, based on the evidence that's out there, that doesn't support an actual article of impeachment. So Democrats, I think, will push back. They will make it clear that this is a farce, that this is simply meant to muddy the waters and try and bring down President Biden's negatives. They'll try and do that as earnestly and straightforwardly as they can. And I think it is going to have a negative impact on Republicans, especially, as Carlos points out, in those swing districts, in the House, and also in close Senate contests. So there is political risk here for Republicans. They might think that they're just going to go in there and drive up Biden's negatives and muddy the waters, but that's not really what the American people want when you have a shutdown of government that is looming.
Congressman Curbelo, Secretary Castro, it's good to see both of you. Thank you so much. Let me bring in our NBC News legal analyst, Danny Savalos, who's joining us. Danny, one of the things the Secretary mentioned was, of course, that line from Jonathan Turley suggesting that there is not, as he sees it to this point, evidence to support an impeachment moving forward, although he didn't rule it out that possibility could come up. This is not a criminal proceeding. Let's remind people of that. This is not a court of law. How important is it to have evidence when you're looking at allegations of a crime? Explain this from the legal perspective, if you will.
I'm glad you mentioned that this is not a court of law, because it only confuses us when we think of impeachment proceedings as anything resembling criminal procedure or criminal justice. Here's an example. If this were an impeachment proceeding that made it all the way to the Senate, who acts as a jury, you could hardly call the Senate an impartial jury. You could hardly call this a proceeding in the House, which would be analogous to a grand jury, an impartial jury. These are all people whose votes can be counted on before the proceeding even begins. Instead, this is much more like a congressional debate, and the rules are made up not by the criminal rules of procedure, but by the participants themselves, the jury members, so to speak. So the standard, the burden of proof, maybe you can ascribe some burden of proof or a standard to these proceedings, but arguably they're not even necessary at all. So really this becomes what the House wants to do ultimately, one way or another, by a show of hands.
Danny, thank you. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter is joining us as well. Tom, a lot of names, a lot of dates, a lot of places thrown around here in the last 2 hours. One of them, Lev Parnas. That's somebody we heard a lot about from Democrat Jamie Raskin, who wanted to see both him and Rudy Giuliani, the former president's former attorney, subpoenaed. Explain why he is somebody who is emerging as a central figure here.
Well, Lev Parnas is somebody who's wanted to testify before in front of a different impeachment hearing and impeachment proceedings, that time involving former President Donald Trump. Hallie, he's a Ukrainian national, and he's somebody who's been on the radar surrounding Hunter Biden and Burisma and Biden's time on the board there, because he was involved, or believed to have been involved, in an effort to disseminate information that Hunter Biden, while he was on the board of this company Burisma was being investigated by somebody who would be analogous with the United United States Attorney General, but in Ukraine. And there was some discussion at the time, or some information that people were trying to present, that that prosecutor was pushed out at the behest of then Vice President Biden while his son was on the board of this natural gas company. You and I are very familiar with this industry in Ukraine because allegations around it and Ukrainian oligarchs have been central to a number of legal criminal inquiries as well as congressional inquiries over the past 8 years or so, having to do with who knows what and when, who's pushing what information. And to the best of our reporting so far, there's no indication that, in fact, Vice President Biden did push out that prosecutor because his son was on the board. There were some allegations that that prosecutor might have had his own problems with the law. And look, in this industry, the investigations have investigations into it. It's very granular, it's very detailed, but this individual, Lev Parnas, that you mentioned, could potentially be very helpful as to how we got to this point involving Biden, Burisma in these allegations in the first place, Hallie.
Tom, thank you very much. Eugene Scott is joining us, the senior political reporter for Axios. It is possible, as we are looking live on the left side of the screen at the hearing that is continuing, that it stretches for 5 more hours, maybe longer. What's next after today, Eugene?
Well, one thing I think we could look to Democrats to do is to continue to focus on messaging. You can see that they tried to tie Republican lawmakers to Donald Trump, that his desire for Biden to be impeached is a main motivation for this whole situation, as well as Rudy Giuliani, someone who obviously is in headlines quite a bit right now because of his own legal issues. The thought is that if you can remind the voters that the reason Republicans are doing this is because of connections with individuals who are largely unpopular with people outside of the GOP, that can help voters understand why we're currently in this situation and how they perhaps should proceed moving forward.
Eugene Scott from Axios. Good to see you, Eugene. Thank you so much. Lots of moving pieces on Capitol Hill, not just this first impeachment inquiry now against President Biden, as Republicans are seeking to tie him to questions about business dealings related to his son Hunter, but simultaneously, of course, the jockeying over whether or not House Republicans can avoid a government shutdown Saturday night, 11:59 p.m. When the clock ticks over to midnight on Sunday, the lights may be off as it relates to government funding. We are going to have continuing coverage of all of it right here on NBC News Now, with our thanks to all of our reporters, analysts who have joined us over the course of the last 2 hours. More coverage to come, including a total wrap-up and some highlights on Hallie Jackson Now later tonight. I'll see you then. More ahead, too, on NBC News Daily, which starts right now. I'm Hallie Jackson. For all of us here at NBC News, thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Good Thursday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, September 28th. Suspect captured. The man accused of murdering a Baltimore tech entrepreneur is in custody after authorities found him at a train station. But we are now learning about his lengthy rap sheet and potential motive.
Back on U.S. soil, American soldier Travis King touched down in Texas this morning after being expelled from North Korea. What lies ahead for the Army private and whether he'll face disciplinary action.
The swift effect. Football star Travis Kelce is breaking his silence on his rumored relationship with Taylor Swift, what he said about the pop star on his podcast after her high-profile appearance in his stadium suite.
Collecting clutter. Millions of Americans report having an attachment to things they should probably actually throw out. How to know if it's just collecting items or actually signs of a hoarding disorder.
There are entire television series about this, Morgan.
I know, and just wait, we have an entire segment about it.
All right, welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the capture and arrest of the primary suspect in the murder of tech CEO Pavel Lapierre in Baltimore.
Jason Billingsley arrest. It comes just a few days after Lapierre's body was found at an apartment building. Now, that same building is also the headquarters for her company, Echo Map Technologies. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us live from Baltimore. Ron, this has been a pretty intense search. A lot of people there in Baltimore on high alert. Police wrapped up a presser just minutes ago. Did the police say if this man actually knew Pava?
They don't think there's a connection. They haven't found one as of yet. They're still looking. It appears to be a random act, the police say. What's interesting about this also is that they now connected this suspect, Jason Billingsley, to another crime that happened a week before the murder of LaPierre. That was somewhere else in Baltimore, and the charge there is attempted murder, rape, and arson. That crime, they say, was a targeted attack, that Billingsley, for some reason, went after the people who were there. We don't know a lot of details about it. The police were also tracking him because of that during the past 6 days leading up to the death of LaPierre. So they said, they were asked a number of questions during the press conference of, if you knew that this individual was wanted for that other crime, why didn't you put out more information about him? Because while you were tracking him, he apparently committed this other crime, killing LaPierre. And they basically said that because this first incident was targeted, they didn't think the public was in danger. So a lot of questions about that. But the bottom line as to the issue of the murder of LaPierre, he's charged with that. It's unclear whether there was a connection. They say that she was killed Friday night, her body found sometime Monday morning at the apartment building where she lived and worked.
So a long time actually surpassed between the time she was actually killed and the time she was discovered. Ron, what did the police say at this press conference about how they eventually caught up with Billingsley?
They had been tracking him for some time. They had cell phone, financial information. They made a reference to the fact that there may have been some witnesses who may have tipped them off to him. But he was cornered by a SWAT team in a town called Bowie, Maryland. That's about 45 minutes away from here. Captured without incident late last night, around 11 o'clock at night, and taken into custody. And there was a lot said about how, because of the severity of this crime, because he was a registered sex offender who was released on probation about a year or so ago. There was a lot of criticism of a system that would allow that to happen, and a lot of finger pointing about who's responsible, from the legislature to the district attorney's office to the police, so forth. But the bottom line is officials vowed that this individual will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and the hope, they said, is that he will never, ever see the light of day again.
All right,
Back to you
NBC News
guys.
correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, the American soldier Travis King is now back here in the United States after being freed by North Korea. You can actually see, if you look at your screen here, this is him walking off of a plane at a military base in San Antonio, Texas, just earlier on this morning. The White House says that Sweden and China made his release possible. King had been detained in North Korea for the past 2 months after bolting across the South Korean border. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman has been following all of this for us. Josh, look, we are told that King is expected to get a psychological treatment first at that base. But what else happens? What is the process like from here on out?
Well, he is right now at Brooke Army Medical Center, where he is undergoing a process the U.S. military calls post-isolation support. This is a specialized program created by the U.S. military for people who have been held hostage or prisoners of war or wrongfully detained and are frankly traumatized by the experience. It's the same location where Americans Brittany Griner and Trevor Reed got treatment after they were released from Russia. And it's the same kind of support that's currently being offered to those 5 Americans who were released after being detained in Iran and freed as part of that prisoner swap last week. So it's a whole set of both medical and psychological support services being offered, and all of this following this extraordinary shuttle diplomacy in which the Swedish government, acting on behalf of the U.S., was able to negotiate over the course of weeks the release of Travis King, who was brought first into China, then flown on a State Department medical plane through South Korea and ultimately back to Texas.
And Josh, what happens then from this point? I mean, what is his status with the military?
Yeah, this is a big unanswered question. We heard today from an Army spokesman saying, look, their first priority is his health and his well-being. And after he gets some of this treatment, then the chain of command of the U.S. military will figure out what to do next. But it would be, frankly, surprising if he didn't face some type of disciplinary proceeding down the line, given that he was already facing disciplinary action when he was supposed to be leaving South Korea and instead entered North Korea. He was also declared AWOL by the U.S. military, so that could bring potential potentially additional consequences. And so there is an expectation that once his immediate health concerns are addressed, there may be an opportunity for the military to look at some type of disciplinary proceedings, including potentially separating him from his military service, Morgan.
Wow, really important news there. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman for us there. Josh, thank you.
Morgan, now to the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. Right now, the House Oversight Committee is holding its first hearing. Republicans are presenting what they say is evidence of the president's alleged business crimes. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, good to see you. So who are the witnesses testifying? How do they play into this overall case that the Republicans are now trying to build?
Hey, Vicki. Well, there's an ensemble of witnesses speaking at this first impeachment inquiry hearing, most of them assembled by Republicans, one of them by the Democratic minority in the House. Let's put up a graphic that shows who these people are. You'll see the photos on the screen. It's Bruce Dubinsky is one of them. He's a self-described forensic accountant. Eileen O'Connor is another. She's a former assistant attorney general at the Justice Department's tax division, which is involved in the charges against Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, who's facing a special counsel investigation. There's Jonathan Turley. He is a law professor. He has been a fixture on conservative media. And then the Democrats' witness is Michael Gerhardt, who is a witness in the Clinton impeachment, who has criticized this Republican inquiry into President Biden as lacking a serious foundation. Now, one of the interesting things that came up as part of this witness testimony was Jonathan Turley on the screen saying that, quote, "I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment." He's essentially saying that the Republicans may have enough to, may see enough smoke to warrant an inquiry, but he's saying they don't have enough to move forward with articles of impeachment. That's a notable comment coming from one of the GOP's own star witnesses in the case. Meanwhile, you have Democrats pushing back against this entire inquiry. Congressman Jamie Raskin saying that Republican colleagues were presenting 12,000 pages of bank records, and he said that didn't include a single dime going to the president. Democrats say this is entirely a fabricated claim that they're making, trying to connect President Joe Biden to the very serious allegations that his son Hunter faces.
Sahil, today's hearing comes as Congress is supposed to be working to avert this government shutdown. What are lawmakers saying about how this investigation is affecting the other big task at hand, passing a budget, so we don't see federal agencies shutting down this weekend?
Yeah, it's not clear that these two are particularly connected. There are Democrats who have argued, including the White House, who have argued that Republicans are trying to pursue this impeachment inquiry hearing as a distraction from their inability to get a bill through the House of Representatives to avert a government shutdown. But these things are moving on parallel tracks here. The House is struggling for very different reasons that have nothing to do with the impeachment inquiry to pass a bill to avert a shutdown. Speaker McCarthy is caught between the fact that there's a Democratic Senate and Democratic president and his own Republican hardliners in the House who want certain things that can't become law. And meanwhile, the Senate is voting right now, as I speak, to continue moving forward with a bipartisan bill to keep the government open through November 17th at existing levels, and it would have some Ukraine aid and disaster relief funding. Highly unclear how this all comes together if Congress can avert a shutdown by the Saturday midnight deadline. Vicki?
We'll be watching. Hopefully we get something done. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, thanks.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The United Auto Workers Union is now threatening even more strikes. The group said it would stay on the picket line unless significant progress is made by 10 a.m. tomorrow in negotiations with those car makers.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, the UAW strike at General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis plants, it's now 2 weeks in. What could expanding these strikes now mean for these companies, the negotiations? And we're talking about, what, 18,000 or so workers on the picket line right now.
That's right. There are currently about 18,000 workers on strike across those three automakers, which is about 12.5% of the UAW's 146,000 members. So what that means is that automakers, they're not really feeling the pinch right now because the work stoppages are targeted. Automakers' output is not hugely affected at this point, but obviously that could all change if the strikes continue to expand. Meanwhile, X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, is making cuts to its disinformation and election integrity team as the 2024 presidential race heats up. See how Elon Musk wrote on Twitter, now known as X, quote, Oh, you mean the election integrity team that was undermining election integrity? Yeah, they're gone, close quote. Meanwhile, the iPhone 15 hasn't even been out for a week, and already owners are complaining about overheating issues. According to several media outlets, including the Apple blog 9 to 5 Mac, users are saying the devices are getting extremely hot after using them for a while, even when performing basic functions like browsing the web. Apple has not made a statement about the potential issue yet, guys, but I hope they figure it out.
Yeah, imagine waiting that long to get your hands on one of those, and then now you've got this hot iPhone 15.
I know, Deirdre, sometimes
Exactly.
that first gen product is an issue, right?
Yeah, you might want to wait, or at least for a software update.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa for us there. Deirdre, thank you.
Just ahead, American Airlines accused a man of kidnapping and tracking his own children. Why he says it should never have happened. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
Seeing all this craziness in front of you, what was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, well, today, American Airlines is under fire for mistakenly accusing a man of kidnapping and trafficking his own children. The father is David Ryan Harris, a musician who's played with some of the biggest stars. He says he was flagged because a flight attendant did not think he and his kids looked alike. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky spoke with Harris about the incident.
Musician David Ryan Harris still reeling after he says he was reported to authorities by American Airlines for suspected child trafficking. All he was really doing? Flying with his two biracial children.
In Los Angeles, we were met at the top of the jetway by an AA employee, and there were 4 police officers there as well.
Harris has played with massive recording artists Dave Matthews and John Mayer. Shocked by the interaction, he posted a series of videos to social media.
Apparently, a flight attendant had called ahead with some sort of concern that perhaps my mixed children weren't my children because they were unresponsive during an interaction with her.
Harris says his 7-year-old child is just shy.
There was one, maybe 30-second interaction with the flight attendant. And it seems to me that you should have to have a bit more to go on before you're able to call the police on someone.
He also says the airline could have easily verified his identity.
There's a flight manifest. They know people's names. I know there was internet on the plane. Any sort of Google search, you wouldn't have to dig very deep. You know, my Instagram page, if you'd gone there, you'd seen, you know, pictures of me with those very same children.
We reached out to American Airlines, and they apologized for any misunderstanding that may have occurred, saying in part, "We strive to create a positive, welcoming environment for everyone who travels," adding that a member of their team has reached out to the customer to learn more and address their concerns.
The representative eventually did apologize.
As a former flight attendant, they are one of the first lines of defense in human trafficking, and they are trained to identify that.
But Sean Kathleen says that Harris's situation could have been handled better by the airline.
I thought that he brought up some really, really solid points, like, hey, check the manifest. So that would be a pretty, you know, low lift.
Now Harris says he's turning his focus to advocacy, trying to find a way to prevent both human trafficking and experiences like his by doing things like checking children's IDs at airport check-in.
I do feel like that could have prevented this scenario from happening.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Quite an ordeal there. A Delaware state trooper is facing felony charges after new body cam footage shows him brutally beating a teen who pulled a doorbell prank. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren tells us how the community is responding, and we want to warn you, this video may be disturbing to watch.
Prosecutors say it started with a prank, often called Ding Dong Ditch. In this case, a kick to the door before the teen runs away. But the house was that of a Delaware state trooper, and authorities say what happened next led to felony charges for Trooper Dempsey Walters.
It was his decision to enact his own form of personal justice.
Body cam video, blurred before it was released by authorities, appears to show Walters roughly taking down a teen named Al before tracking down the boy named Jaden seen in the doorbell video.
On the ground now.
Prosecutors say Dempsey turned off his body camera before punching the handcuffed 15-year-old seated in the back of the car. Other body cam angles captured Jaden crying out for help. Mommy! Sam Davis represents the families of both teens and provided these pictures of Jaden's injuries, including a broken eye socket.
It took 2 surgeons 8 hours to put plates and 11 screws and a piece of mesh to try to heal his broken face.
Walters was indicted under Delaware's new deprivation of civil rights law and pleaded not guilty. NBC News reached out to Walters and has not received a response.
As a mother and a grandmother, watching that video footage is very difficult. As a prosecutor, the constitutional violations I saw were stunning.
Walters has been suspended without pay, while his higher-ups offered this apology.
To the victims and their families impacted by the actions of Mr. Walters, I'm sorry.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Wow. All right. Concern is growing about the likelihood of a government shutdown happening this weekend. But how will it actually impact you? We're going to break it all down coming up in just a moment. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In North Dakota, a 23-year-old man had the rare opportunity to abandon his day job and become a cowboy. Alex Larson with our NBC affiliate KVLY shows us that with a little bit of grit and determination, dreams can come true.
Miles away from, well, anything, you'll find Caden Bradall. A unique summer job. Someone needed sheep to eat weeds around the grasslands, but had no one to herd them. That's where Caden comes in. The 23-year-old was suddenly in charge of 1,100 sheep, horses, dogs, and a new home.
This is the humble boat.
Living without running water, indoor plumbing, or electricity.
The phone, let me tell you, you don't need that thing. Be alone with your thoughts, at least a little bit in your life.
The summer heat usually forced Caden to sleep anywhere else, outside on a chair or on a pickup bed.
It was kind of cool, but at the same time, not nearly as cool as the guy thinks it is.
Living without any familiar faces.
The first 30 days, it's like you're at war with your mind.
Believe it or not, Caden had not been a sheep herder before.
2 days slept out with sheep on the north side of 27.
But he quickly found out learning to herd sheep wasn't the hardest part.
You get a lot of time with your thoughts, by yourself, You figure out, you think about all the bad things you've ever done, every conversation you've ever had, everything.
Something he found more difficult than eating a can of beans for dinner every night, being alone.
It's life-changing, it's something like come out to the middle of nowhere where you don't know anybody.
But he got the hang of it. He even started helping others with their sheep and cattle. Everything changed. He made connections.
A lot of good people. A lot of people that'll be friends for life.
Caden is packing up sheep camp this weekend.
I think I'm going to sit in a shower for 3 days straight because I shower once a week. That might sound terrible, but it's what you do.
Despite the challenges,
I think every kid that's, just graduating high school to 25 years old should try it at least once, do something like this.
Next summer, he hopes to do it all again.
Now I don't know if I ever want to go back to a 9-to-5 job because I just want to sit on a horse forever.
Our thanks to Alex Larson with KVLY. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, right now, crews are working deep underwater near New Orleans to slow down a saltwater intrusion that's moving up the Mississippi River. The salt now making some of that water undrinkable. Morgan Lentes from our NBC affiliate WDSU takes us inside the massive undertaking.
You could say this stretch of the Mississippi River near Naomi, Louisiana, is really the front lines of that fight against saltwater intrusion. This is the spot where the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is building that underwater sill.
This is designed to slow it down.
There is no mistaking the mission of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, stall a saltwater wedge moving up the Mississippi River. But that task is a mighty one. Saltwater is heavier than fresh water, meaning it rides along the riverbed.
So what's been happening lately is we haven't had enough flow from the Mississippi River coming downstream to prevent the salt water from coming upstream.
Prompting the Corps to install a sill or levee, which will sit 30 feet below the water's surface. It will act as a barrier to that low-lying salt water, buying communities upriver 10 to 15 days before higher salinity levels reach their drinking supply.
So all of this work is essentially being done to protect freshwater intakes upstream of here. If we didn't build this, Belle Chase would be threatened, then St. Bernard Parish, then Orleans Parish, then Jefferson Parish.
It's important to remember that while all this work going on behind me is important, it only buys us time. What we really need to solve the problem is prolonged rain upriver.
Without a major tropical system, without the precipitation pattern changing in the basin, this may be a more prolonged event relative to previous ones.
Meaning other mitigation measures are needed. The Corps' goal is to barge in 36 million gallons of fresh water to impacted communities every day. I asked if they're ready to sustain larger cities like New Orleans as that saltwater wedge continues its march up the Mississippi.
I can tell you there's daily coordination meetings. We've been participating in the mayoral meetings with Jefferson Parish, meetings with FEMA, and kind of all hands on deck to try and figure this out multiple ways.
All right, that was Morgan Lentes from our NBC affiliate WDSU reporting.
All right, well, still ahead, a swift response. NFL star Travis Kelce sharing new details about his budding relationship with Taylor Swift. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. The news continues after this.
Tonight, our special edition of Nightly News from inside Iran. I sat down with the country's president and asked about the well-being of the soon-to-be freed Americans. There are many in the United States, members of Congress, who have raised concerns that this is a ransom. What's your response to that? Iran has faced internal troubles, namely a violent crackdown on women's rights protesters.
Welcome back again this Thursday, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. The disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh will no longer exist after its president signed a decree dissolving state institutions. The move comes after the territory suffered a harrowing defeat in last week's military operation by Azerbaijan. Armenian officials say more than half of the population there has fled across the border. The republic is expected to be fully dissolved by the end of the year.
A man in Texas has pleaded guilty for his role in the smuggling operation that left 53 migrants dead. 29-year-old Cristian Martinez was one of several men charged for allegedly trapping those 53 migrants in the back of a scorching tractor trailer just last year. He now faces a possible maximum penalty of life in prison.
And the Powerball jackpot has now reached an estimated $925 million. There have been more than 2 months of drawings with no big winner. The next drawing will be on Saturday. Meanwhile, a person in Florida, one person, has stepped up to claim last month's Mega Millions jackpot. That's worth $1.6 billion.
That's a big jackpot.
Big prize.
Woo,
Yes.
that person's going to have a lot of new friends.
Indeed.
Ooh, all right. Last night's Republican debate was a pretty fiery one, with 7 candidates vying for command of that very stage. But the frontrunner, Donald Trump, was not in attendance, and his opponents made sure to criticize him for it.
And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer.
You know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight.
The former president skipped out on the event to court the blue-collar vote at an auto parts factory in Michigan. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Los Angeles. So, Dasha, with the auto workers' strike, the economy, government spending, inflation, all big themes of the night. What do the candidates have to say about the economy, which is a topic that many Republican voters really, they consider that the most important?
Yeah, absolutely right, Vicki. And it was also a Fox Business debate, so it was a big focus of the conversation. And it's a topic where there isn't a whole lot of daylight between the Republicans on that stage. So it was an area where President Joe Biden was a big target for the candidates. Take a listen.
Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border.
You know what? If I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be.
Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line.
Biden showed up on that picket line. But why are those workers actually there? It's because of all of the spending that he has pushed through in the economy that's raised the inflation.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis did take a jab at former President Trump for increasing the debt under his administration. He did come out more strongly against the former president in this debate than he has in the past, guys.
You know, Dasha, when we spoke, I believe it was yesterday, we were kind of talking about Nikki Haley and whether she was sort of the one who could edge out to the front of the stage and what she needed to sort of prove to the voters there. Who were the winners and losers of the night? There was that really interesting exchange that she had with Vivek Ramaswamy. Do we expect to see any of those candidates to see a sort of bump in their poll numbers?
Well, look, I think it depends on who you ask, right? Some people say that Donald Trump won the debate. I think it might take a few days to really see where the voters end up landing here. I think it took a little bit of time before we really saw that bump for Nikki Haley after the last one. She certainly had some zingers last night. Also, Ramaswamy had a slightly different sort of tone in this debate. He took a lot of heat, which sometimes means that, you know, there's momentum there. There's some threats from other candidates. And then Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he managed to take on Donald Trump in a little bit stronger of a way than he has in the past and managed to stay on message. But yeah, Nikki Haley showing strength there again. So I think we'll have to see in the coming days who came out on top, guys.
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear you say you think Donald Trump could have won the debate in absentia. A very interesting plot twist this year. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, thank you.
Well, Morgan, Congress has just 2 days left to avoid a government shutdown. And if lawmakers don't reach a deal, experts say it could have a major impact on the U.S. economy. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains what it could mean for you and your wallet.
There is so much noise coming out of Washington.
Prevent a government shutdown.
The government could shut down.
Avoid a government shutdown.
But here's everything you actually need to know about a possible government shutdown. How does it affect me? Well, if you're one of the millions of employees furloughed in a shutdown, from civilian defense staffers to medical researchers, you won't be paid and you won't be working after September 30th. Employees deemed essential won't be paid either, but they'll still have to work, like service members, Border Patrol agents, and TSA screeners. They'll get back pay eventually, but airport absenteeism was an issue during the last shutdown, snarling traffic for all of us. So be prepared for it to happen again this fall. Delays could also strike U.S. passport offices, so plan for an already bad backlog there to get even worse. Plan to visit a national park or monument? It's possible some will close while others will stay open, just without access to welcome centers or bathrooms. And be warned, it is a very long drive across Yellowstone without a bathroom. Most government watchdogs will also be sidelined, including those who inspect our food, our water, our workplace safety, and our investments. What isn't affected? Social Security checks, Medicare and Medicaid, and the U.S. Postal Service. Now, why again are they doing this? So there was a 5-way budget deal cut in June to avoid default. But now, as we approach the shutdown, one of the parties, House Republicans, is demanding to renegotiate. It's not all House Republicans, just a small group who are blocking Congress from doing any business until their demands are met on major immigration reforms, severe cuts to government programs, and less aid for Ukraine as it defends itself against Russia. None of those positions have broad support in Congress. So why can't House Speaker Kevin McCarthy just ignore this tiny fringe? In short, he wants to save his job. Flashback to January, when it took 15 votes and 5 days just for Republicans to pick a leader. McCarthy won the vote by conceding power to members of the far-right Freedom Caucus. But fast forward to today, and without some of those rebels, he doesn't have enough Republican votes to keep the government running. At the same time, they've warned him his job of Speaker is done if he cuts a deal with Democrats. So despite only representing about 5% of the House, the holdouts have the power to shut down a huge chunk of the government. Finally, what happens next? McCarthy has tried other concessions to try and get the far-right rebels on board, like agreeing to hold impeachment proceedings for President Biden. But once the government's shut down, there's no telling when it will reopen. The last shutdown, initiated by President Trump nearly 5 years ago, lasted more than a month and ultimately did not produce the border wall funding he was demanding. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Well, imagine being mistakenly labeled as deceased in all government systems. That's a real major data error that affects thousands of Americans every single year. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro sat down with one Missouri woman who's been struggling for years just to prove she's alive.
This St. Louis woman is alive and well, but trying to prove that to the Social Security Administration has been her living nightmare.
It's like a haunting.
The agency classified her as dead.
It messed up my whole life.
Carthen tells our St. Louis affiliate's investigative team she's been dealing with the mistake for 16 years. The station covering her struggle back in 2007 when she was a college student.
I got denied my financial aid.
Back then, Carthen shared the paperwork from her lender stating she was deceased.
Now they're saying, prove to us you're not dead.
She says she wasn't able to graduate because of the issue, and she hasn't been able to vote, buy a home, file taxes, or even hold a steady job.
It's just a matter before my Social Security number catch up with me, and then they have to let me go. HR can't process payroll.
Carthen says she was told by the Social Security Administration that her name was mistakenly added to its death master file, essentially ending her existence in 2007. She was given this death erroneous letter to show as proof that she's still alive.
That was supposed to resolve it, and I was supposed to give it to all my creditors, but by that time I had cars repossessed, I got put out my home, I couldn't explain it. It was too late. Contracts were invalid. It still messed up my credit.
Carthen eventually managed to get a new Social Security number and even changed her legal name, adding characters like a hyphen in 2021.
The judge honored it. Social Security honored it. And that's what my Social Security card showed.
But she says the new number is still connected to the old.
The old one that's classified as dead with the new one is cross-referenced. So anytime that I'm trying to use it in commerce, trying to buy a home or what have you, it's going to come back denied and rejected.
So Carthen is still the walking dead and walking around with a briefcase full of documents to prove her identity.
And now I keep my birth certificate and all these things with me because I don't never know.
A spokesperson for the SSA telling our local station they can't discuss individual cases due to privacy laws, adding approximately 3 million deaths are reported to the Social Security Administration each year, and our records are highly accurate. Of these millions of death reports we receive each year, less than 1/3 of 1% are subsequently corrected. A 2019 report from the Social Security Advisory Board says between 7,000 and 12,000 people are erroneously recorded as dead every year by the SSA. Carthen says she submitted numerous documents to the SSA, her doctor even confirming she is most definitely alive, and she also filed a federal lawsuit. Nothing has worked.
We're sorry, we apologize, but government has sovereign immunity. There's nothing we can do.
All she wants is to be resurrected.
It's just I need to get before Congress to share what has happened, the detriment that it has caused, and the resolution, how it can be fixed.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
You just feel her frustration through the
Can
screen.
you imagine someone telling the world that you're dead and you don't have the government documents?
And you've got to bring these papers everywhere with you. Oh, okay. All right, switching gears now. We are following new details on the rumored romance breaking the internet right now. Kansas, it's kind of a big deal. Kansas City's chief star Travis Kelce opening up about Sunday's game, which featured bejeweled appearance from Taylor Swift.
That's right. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has more on their potential love story.
It's every Swiftie's wildest dream to know more about Trailer or Swelsey, whatever you want to call them. And now we're finally hearing from Travis Kelce.
How's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
Shout out to Taylor for pulling up.
We're getting a look at Kelce and Taylor Swift getting close Sunday night in a new photo obtained by TMZ. They were at a party after the Chiefs game where Swift made that high-profile appearance.
and then we just slid off in the getaway car at the end.
Kelsey shared a few more new details yesterday with his brother, Eagles player Jason, on their podcast.
This might be an all-timer of an episode.
I wonder why.
The Kelseys were coy as they kicked off this week's episode of New Heights. You had to wait 32 minutes, 47 seconds before their football-focused conversation was intercepted.
I'm enjoying life, and I sure as hell enjoyed this weekend.
Kelsey reflecting on the moments that broke the internet Sunday.
Everybody in the suite had nothing but great things to say about it. To see the slow motion chest bumps, to see the high fives with mom, to see how, you know, Chiefs Kingdom was all excited that she was there.
The brothers also acknowledged the new attention with a segment they call No Dumb Questions, this time directed at Swifties.
What's a field goal? Do you throw the ball or run with it?
Me personally, I run with it.
What is a down? A down is an attempt to get 10 yards.
For fans of both football and Swift, the podcast answered some questions, but not all.
You know, I like to know what they talked about. How was dinner? How was the party?
Kelsey made it clear moving forward, his comments will be focused on football.
What's real is that, you know, it is my personal life, and I want to respect both of our lives.
Even as his teammates block a blitz of Swift questions.
I met her. She's really cool, good people, but like Travis said, man, I'm going to let them have their privacy and just keep it moving.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Coming up next, the dangers of hoarding. We'll speak with an expert about the possible causes of this pretty serious disorder and ways you can cope. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Okay, so have you held on to some things longer than you needed to, like old magazines, maybe even clothes? are they all over the place?
Well, if this sounds a little bit familiar, you might be one of the millions of Americans who suffer from hoarding. Joining us now, clinical psychologist David Tolan. He is also the founder and director of the Anxiety Disorder Center at the Institute of Living. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you joining us in studio today.
My pleasure.
This is a really interesting topic, and it actually affects a lot more people and a lot more families than I think people really realize. What's the difference between hoarding and just simply collecting a lot of things?
A great question, and a lot of people ask it. I think when you have a collection, you have an interest in a particular item and you save up a bunch of things that are related to that. But when you have a collection, you tend to engage in certain behaviors. You show your stuff to other people. You put it in a prized location. You communicate with other people who share your interest. You're happy and proud of it. This is not what we're talking about when we talk about hoarding disorder. We're talking about usually collecting a smattering of stuff that goes across different categories, not taking care of it, not being proud of it, not being happy about it. Yeah.
Disorganization.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it's that disorganization that really seems to differentiate collecting from hoarding.
That's interesting. We're seeing some of that on the screen there.
Really interesting.
So what are some signs that this is an actual disorder? You say hoarding disorder is a real condition. And is there a part of the population that it affects more than others?
It seems to affect men and women about equally. It's interesting. It starts early in life, but it seems to get progressively worse as somebody gets older and older and older. And so we see it disproportionately affecting older people. And we're talking about something along the lines of 2.5% of the population. Now, that may not seem like a very big number, but that's the population of Virginia.
Wow.
So we're talking about a lot of people who suffer from this.
How early in life when you say early in life?
Tweens, teens, somewhere in there. You know, now it's usually mild and it's being contained at that level. So there are very few people that would have full-blown hoarding disorder at that age. But you see the beginnings of the behavior at that age, and then it gets worse as the person ages and as their supports start to dwindle.
Dr. Tolan, you mentioned the beginnings. What sort of causes this? Is it a chemical imbalance, or could it be a response to trauma, for example?
It's all of the above. It's genetics, so we know that it runs in families, and we know there are specific chromosomal abnormalities that are linked to the heritability of hoarding. We know that stressful life events like trauma can at least bring on the symptoms in a genetically vulnerable person. We know there are abnormalities of brain structure and function that play into how a person makes decisions and how they avoid. And then we also know that ongoing life stressors play a role in maintaining the symptoms. So there's a lot of things going on.
You've been in a lot of homes where people are hoarding. What are some of the ways that people can get treatment for this?
Right. So right now, unfortunately, there is no medication that has been shown to be effective for hoarding disorder. The one thing that seems to be effective is called cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT for short. And the idea behind CBT is that we're going to help train the person to think differently and to act differently. So the idea is that we're going to help you figure out how to make better decisions about your possessions, how to think differently about the things that you own, and then have you practice doing things in a very challenging, very difficult, very distressing way sometimes, but help practice tolerating the distress that comes from that and learning to improve your circumstances.
That's so interesting.
Learning to let go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Clinical psychologist David Tolan, thank you so much for your time today, David.
We appreciate it. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Well, you have heard the news by now. The writers are back, and that means the return of late-night television. Hosts Jimmy Kimmel, John Oliver, Stephen Colbert, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, they're all going to be back on the airwaves soon.
I think as soon as next week. As these productions boot back up, we have some sad news. Sir Michael Gambon, who is known best for playing Professor Dumbledore in the Harry Potter series, has passed away at 82 years old. We have with us pop culture expert and journalist Daryl Kristen. So let's talk first about Sir Gambon and his legacy and what he was known for.
I know, yes. I mean, Dumbledore, we all love him and adore him. I mean, he was known for actually making a lot of pranks with Daniel Radcliffe on set. And he played Dumbledore for 6 movies in the Harry Potter spectrum of the world. He died peacefully in a hospital next to his son and wife. And I mean, this man's body of work is just unbelievable. 4 BAFTAs, 2 SAG Awards for a performance with an ensemble cast. And his first major movie role was in Othello in 1965. He started off in theater, so he just has such a plethora of work. We've seen him in Judy, we've seen him in Sleepy Hollow, all the way down to a variety of different other films and plays. So he will definitely be missed.
All right, well, switching gears for a minute to those late-night TV hosts. I was actually listening to a podcast yesterday, and I heard just clips of the podcast they were doing together.
Yes.
Tell us about why they did that and also how soon we could see them back on TV.
Yes, so Strike Force 5, it's all of our late night guys, you know, from Jimmy, the 2 Jimmys to John to Stephen, all the way down to Seth. So it's everyone there who is doing their podcast. And so what we've seen with this is that they used the podcast to actually make money for the employees while they were out during the strike. So if, you know, listen, last year they said that the advertising for podcast industry made $1.8 billion. So if any of that is a small amount that they can give to the employees, it'll be great. But what we found out is last week tonight, which for John Oliver will start this Sunday, and then all the other late night will follow on Monday. So very exciting. Looking forward to it, and no more reruns.
I know that podcast
no more reruns.
So short-lived. I think that could have had legs if they had started a little sooner. All right, we are officially in the fall season. Yes, so we need new content. What shows should we be on the lookout for? It's a lot of reality, right?
A lot of reality, but also a mix of like some dramas and comedies. So the first that I like actually is The Curse. It stars Emma Stone and Nathan Fielder.
Where is that?
It is actually going to be on Paramount Plus and Showtime. It is a story about they're a couple that they are trying to conceive a baby, and they feel like they're being followed by a curse while they actually are promoting a home improvement reality show. So
that sounds
I mean, it's a comedy.
Right up your alley.
It's kind of like dark but humorous. You know, I kind of like that kind of thing. Then we have Scott Pilgrim, Michael Cera, who stars in that. It's based off the novels and the graphic novels and the movie as well. So it follows Michael's character, Scott Pilgrim, as he is falling in love with his dream girl, and he has to fight against all of her boyfriends who are doing all these evil things to try and kick him out of the picture.
Is he the actor who played Alan in Barbie, Michael Cera? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Yes, he is.
Oh, he's so, I love him.
Yes, he's great.
So funny.
Yes, he's unbelievable. So I'm very excited about that one as well. And it's the animated series.
The reality shows.
Oh, the reality shows. Okay. I know the reality shows. Okay. Well, my favorite reality show right now is going to be The Golden Bachelor. Let's just start with Jerry. Okay.
To see that.
We all got to love Jerry.
It's giving Grand Zaddy.
It's giving Grand Zaddy. Definitely Grand Zaddy.
Look at Mr. Jerry.
Jerry Turner. He is a widower. He's 72 years old, and this is the first time that they're doing a bachelor of this age group. So the women are 60 to 75, 22 women, who are vying for his love. I love it because it's diverse too. It's all women from different backgrounds.
Oh, that's
so
great.
You know, listen, we've already fallen in love with Jerry.
I mean, I love what he said. He was like, people my age still fall in love, and I think that's a really good reminder.
It's an important message.
Yes.
Absolutely. Grand Zaddy indeed.
Yes. Also, there's The Creator that's coming out this weekend.
Okay.
That is going to be John David Washington, and it is a story. It's very much like where I feel like right now, where we were in this battle with the writer's strike and the actor's strike, where it's about AI, and this movie is a futuristic movie about AI battling human race.
Ooh,
and
yeah, I'm into it.
John's character is actually trying to find the creator who is the mastermind behind all of these things, and he has a weapon that can destroy mankind. And what they find out is that the weapon is actually a young AI child.
Ooh.
So,
well, AI was a big sticking point for that. I don't know. Is this too soon?
Is it too soon? Chomping at the bit.
I know. All right.
Right.
Wow. Pop culture expert and journalist Daryl Kristen. Thank you so much, Daryl, for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I love being here.
And you know what? It doesn't hurt that we match. I love that.
I know. You got the memo.
Fun and on the same page.
Well, I don't, but I'm Morgan Radford.
You still look good. I'm Becky Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Becky Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, September 28th. Back home, Army Private Travis King arriving on American soil after being released by North Korea. Now, the growing questions about his fate with the U.S. military and what this could mean for relations with the isolated nation.
Making their case, House Republicans holding the first public hearing for their impeachment inquiry against President Biden. The evidence lawmakers say they have and how the White House is reacting.
Set to restart. For the first time in years, millions of Americans are preparing to make student loan payments. We're going to break down what you need to know with the official due date just days away.
Writers return. Late night TV hosts gearing up to get back on the small screen now that the Hollywood strike is over. Plus, what to watch this weekend in our entertainment wrap.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. Thank you so much for joining us. We start right now with a dramatic return home for Army Private Travis King. After being held in North Korea for more than 2 months, the 23-year-old arrived back in the U.S. just earlier this morning. Here, you can actually see King getting off of the military plane at a base in San Antonio.
U.S. officials say he is getting medical checks there, and he appears to be in good health. King had been detained in North Korea since July after he intentionally ran across the border from South Korea. It is still unclear why North Korea decided to release him, but the White House says Sweden and China did help to organize his transfer. We have NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky live at the military base in San Antonio. Morgan, it is great to see you. Welcome back from paternity leave. Before we get to things there, just tell us a little bit about how your baby's doing.
Appreciate y'all asking. Elle is a happy and healthy 4-month-old who is, every time I look at her, she seems to be growing a little bit more. And I got to tell you, being on the front lines of fatherhood is unlike anything I could have ever anticipated, an absolute blessing. And, you know, considering that Elle's the first infant I've ever really had a chance to hang out with for a considerable amount of time, it's been amazing. And she and Mom Olivia are at home right now, just relaxing and enjoying everything. And we couldn't be happier. I appreciate y'all checking in. Yeah, it's...
Listen, Morgan.
I know. It's a whole new world.
I love the way you said from the front lines of fatherhood, from one Morgan to another as a new parent. Welcome back to work, and thank you so much. Speaking of families, though, I do want to transition to our top news of the day. Where do things sort of go from here? We know that King is actually expected to meet with his family.
Right. No exact timeline given by military officials here in San Antonio. We did have that dramatic return that our photographer was able to capture. That plane touched down about 12:35 a.m. this morning here in San Antonio, where personnel escorted Private Second Class King off of the plane. As far as kind of what's happening right now, we do know that he was taken to Brooke Army Medical Center. He will undergo what they call post-isolation treatment. No real exact length of time given for that. That could involve talking to medical staff there, even a therapist. They want to make sure he's of sound mind and body, although, as you mentioned, he was described as being in good spirits and in good health when he was brought back home. And officials added he did have a chance to speak to a family member, at least over the phone. There is a plan to reunite him with family. We've heard from his mother over the last several months being an advocate to get him back to the United States. But as for when they will be reunited, no firm timeline on if that's happening today or in the near future.
All right, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky back on the ground force there in San Antonio. Morgan, thank you.
Now we head over to Baltimore, Morgan, where police have captured and arrested the primary suspect in the murder of tech CEO Pava Lapierre. Jason Billingsley's arrest comes just a few days after Lapierre's body was found at an apartment building. That same building is also the headquarters for her company, EcoMap Technologies. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us live now from Baltimore. So, Ron, Billingsley was captured at a train station, but police are saying they think he's linked to other crimes from before this murder. What can you tell us about the timeline here?
He was arrested last night about 45 miles away from here in a town called Bowie at a train station by a SWAT team. Authorities have been tracking him for several days. And yes, he has also been linked to a crime that happened in a part of West Baltimore, a case involving alleged arson, attempted murder, and rape back about a week ago on the 19th of September. A case that's been described as a home invasion. Police, interestingly, were tracking him because of that incident. He was a suspect immediately, and police say that he was allegedly targeted a couple who lived at that particular residence. So that happens on the 19th. Pava Lapierre's attack and murder happens about a week later while police are tracking this individual. They were asked, well, why didn't you raise the alarms about him before? Could that have stopped this other murder? And their answer was essentially that they believed that that first incident was a targeted attack, and therefore there was no danger to the general public. They thought then. Of course, hindsight, it appears different. But that was one of the questions that was raised by all that. We also learned that the young woman's body was found on Monday, but she was apparently killed Friday night. And we still don't know the circumstances, and there seems to be no connection between the suspect and the young woman. It's unclear how he got access to the building, but they say there was no forced entry. And the family has asked that the police not discuss publicly the circumstances surrounding her murder.
Well, Billingsley has a long rap sheet, Ron, with some serious offenses, including first-degree rape conviction. What are city officials saying about his initial release, why he was on the streets?
Yes, this a case that dates back to 2013. He was on a convicted sex offender, and he was able to get out of prison after serving about half of his sentence. And part of that was as a result of a plea deal and other things in the legal system that seemed to follow the rules. There was some criticism, however, that the system, the rules put in place by the state legislature, may be too lenient when it comes to the ability of sex offenders to be released from prison. Here's what the mayor had to say about that. Take a listen.
And you go and look at the facts of that original case, you will agree that he shouldn't have been out on the streets. Every case, every individual is different, right? And I think that that's what has to happen, that we have to continuously look at things as they are, but the facts as they are for this case, for someone who committed rape, he shouldn't have been out on the streets.
The bottom line is that he's going to be charged with murder, attempted murder, rape, arson, and officials are saying, the prosecutors here are saying, that they're going to seek the maximum penalty, which would be life in prison, without the possibility of parole, so that he will never again see the light of day.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ron Allen. Ron, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, let's go next door to Capitol Hill, where Republicans are laying out their case against President Biden. Right now, the House Oversight Committee is hearing witness testimony about whether Biden's alleged business crimes linked to his son Hunter are actually impeachable offenses. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, it is great to see you this Thursday. First up, Speaker Kevin McCarthy really sort of fighting for his job. I mean, he announced this impeachment inquiry into the president more than 2 weeks ago. He's yet to hold a House vote on the issue. So what is the point of today's kind of public hearing here, Sahil? What are Republicans really hoping to prove today?
That's right, Morgan. They insist there's smoke out there with Hunter Biden and his foreign business dealings, and they say they want to get to the bottom of whether there are any links to his father, the President Joe Biden. So far, they have not been able to prove any such links to the president, that he benefited from it. There's a clash at the hearing with Jim Jordan, the top Republican in the Judiciary Committee, saying that this was a tale as old as time. A politician takes action that makes money for his family, tries to conceal it. Again, that's the allegation they're trying to prove. Jamie Raskin, the ranking Democrat, said Republicans had presented 12,000 pages of bank records, and not a single dime goes back to Joe Biden. He said Republicans don't have a smoking gun. They don't even have a dripping water pistol. They've got nothing on Joe Biden, in the words of Jamie Raskin. So this, by all accounts, looks like Republicans attempting to find evidence that connects to Joe Biden through the guise of an impeachment inquiry, even though they don't quite have that evidence yet.
And Sahil, I mean, how have any of those witnesses today said anything sort of particularly shocking? I mean, what do we expect to happen now from this point forward?
Yeah, there have been some notable remarks by the witnesses, 3 of them called up by Republicans, 1 of them by Democrats. Let's put on the screen the list of witnesses. A couple of the Republican witnesses did point out that Republicans don't quite have the evidence they need to move forward. Jonathan Turley is one of them, a constitutional law expert. He said, "I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment." Bruce Dubinsky said he's not suggesting that there was corruption, fraud, or any wrongdoing. He said that more information needs to be assessed before he makes that claim. The White House citing those comments as evidence that this is nothing more than a wild goose chase by Republicans. Morgan.
All right, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. As always, Sahil, we thank you so much.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, the Biden administration is announcing more plans to strengthen the U.S. power grid. The Energy Department today set to announce $170 million in new grants to bolster the grid against extreme weather.
But what does all of this mean? Thankfully, we have CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu, who always breaks it down for us in the easiest and best way possible. Dom, this is all part of a more than $2 billion clean energy program. So who is actually going to receive these grants?
So Morgan, Vicki, the grants themselves are for 11 states, tribes, and territories, and really to advance the government's goal of getting to 100% clean energy by the year 2035. The White House has said that with a stronger electrical grid, Americans will be more likely to adopt things in terms of green alternatives, like electric vehicles, so sort of an incentivizing process in place. Also, we have billionaire activist investor Ryan Cohen. He's been named the CEO of GameStop, and he will not be collecting a salary. That move comes more than 3 months after the company fired its previous CEO. Now, Cohen, you may recall, was the founder of pet supply retailer Chewy. He's become known as the king of the meme stocks. He bought a stake in GameStop back in 2020 and joined the board during the height of the meme stock phenomenon. And for all those out there who are Costco fans, yes, you can get caskets there. You can get Serrano ham, bones, the giant tubs of Nutella, all of them at Costco. And now you can add solid gold bars to that list. Yes, the wholesale big box retailer confirmed the 1-ounce bars, which do sell out very quickly, pop up time to time, and are limited to 2 per member. Gold's seen as a safe haven, guys, but Costco, yeah, you can really find anything there now.
The more you know.
Got to look up how much that costs. All right,
$1,900, guys. $1,900.
Thank you.
Of course he has the answer.
Don't
Come
you?
on
You're
now.
the man. Thank you so much, friend.
You got it.
All right, a warning for pet owners coming up. One family sent their dog to the trainer and he never came home. We'll tell you about the charges the trainer now faces coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Morgan Belloc dreamed of becoming a mom and decided to freeze her eggs, but undergoing that procedure led to a surprising diagnosis. Today Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie sat down with Belloc to discuss her battle with ovarian cancer.
Morgan Belloc knew she wanted to be a mom one day, but the timing wasn't right for the 34-year-old public relations executive from Chicago. So she decided to freeze her eggs, hoping to have a baby further down the road.
I always had wanted to be a mom. Unfortunately, as women, we just know there are no guarantees, and I really had a gut feeling. I just knew in my gut this was something I had to do.
Morgan arrived for her first egg freezing appointment in the summer of 2017.
At that first appointment, I had an ultrasound, which revealed a pretty significant cyst on my right ovary. They assured me it was benign, 99% chance. So the plan was to pause egg freezing for the time being.
The cyst refused to just go away, so doctors operated to remove it. During that surgery, they discovered what Morgan never could have imagined.
They found another tumor hiding behind the one that they were removing, and that one was a cancerous tumor. I remember seeing the fear in my doctors' faces, and I knew it was a big deal. Immature teratoma, stage 1 ovarian cancer.
Morgan never experienced any symptoms and had no family history of ovarian cancer. There were no warning signs. She's among the nearly 20,000 women in this country diagnosed with ovarian cancer every year. The disease spreads quickly and aggressively, and many women aren't diagnosed until stage 3 or stage 4. Morgan's life became an urgent fight against cancer, and just weeks after her diagnosis, she was back in surgery.
I had to remove my right ovary entirely, but after that, I was given a clean bill of health, which meant I'd have to be very closely monitored for about 5 years.
I was told that I was cancer-free.
Now, nearly 6 years cancer-free, Morgan is in complete remission.
It's crazy to think that I just got really lucky and that there's a very real chance that I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't have gone into that doctor's appointment.
As soon as doctors cleared her, Morgan returned to her original goal of freezing her eggs, completing 2 cycles in 2018. And a happy new beginning. She married her husband, Derek, 2 years ago, both eager to start a family. Morgan's life saved in her courageous quest to have another. Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
A Massachusetts family is calling for justice after they say a trainer that they hired from a popular app killed their dog. They're accusing the trainer of scamming them for weeks. Here's NBC Boston reporter Oscar Margain.
He was really the sweetest dog in the world.
Bart Hansen remembering 3-year-old Charlie, a French bulldog who in early September he had sent off for training.
He just never really learned like basic commands like come, sit. He was a little bit rough with our little kid outside, just playful.
Charlie was in the care of a supposed dog trainer who went by Lily, hired on an app called Thumbtack with a 5-star rating. He paid her more than $2,000 for a 2-week boarding program, but Charlie would not come back alive.
So she was sending me these text updates and pictures after he was dead for like a week. We found him dumped on the side of the road.
The dog would die at the trainer's home in Connecticut. Investigators saying the trainer, identified as Josephine Ragland, misled them multiple times until she finally told them that Charlie's body was dumped on the side of the road. Ragland is linked to similar dog negligence cases in California.
My reaction was pure shock.
After a necropsy, it was determined that Charlie was malnourished at the time of death. The 27-year-old woman facing 2 felony charges, and now Hansen is demanding accountability.
It's like Thumbtack. You had so many people complain to you across many states about this provider. You did nothing, and now my dog is dead.
Thumbtack saying they are actively investigating this situation and that they take the integrity of their platform seriously and will continue to take action in the best interest of their community.
I told my wife, he can be a hero in this particular situation because there can be a lot of good that can come out of this. Getting her name out there and preventing this really from ever happening again.
All right, that was Oscar Margain from our NBC Boston reporting.
Just a sad story. Okay, student loan payments, those are set to resume in just a few days. What you need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Police in Philadelphia arrested dozens of people Tuesday night after a violent looting spree at a handful of stores, including Foot Locker, Lululemon, even Apple. It's a growing problem across the country that's really forcing retailers to take pretty drastic measures. Top story anchor Tom Yamas has more.
More than 50 people are under arrest in connection with this overnight crime wave that hit Philadelphia. Officers tackling suspects ransacking businesses. Crowds of suspected thieves seen running from stores like Apple, Lululemon, and Foot Locker.
This is not shoplifting. This is looting. This is riot.
It's called organized retail theft. It's happening all over America, killing business and making shopping even more expensive. Target says crooks are forcing them to close 9 stores by October, saying theft is, quote, threatening the safety of our team and guests.
This Target in Oakland is one of the ones shutting down, and you can see what the shopping experience is like. You got deodorant, you have shaving cream all locked up, even toothpaste. You have to call someone to help you buy one because of thieves.
But it's the crime outside of stores in Oakland that is terrifying residents. 10,000 cars stolen just this year. Burglaries and robberies also up. Last week, cameras captured this woman screaming in agony as thieves dragged her across the street, trying to steal her purse. It mirrors another incident earlier this month.
When you see crime like that during the day, what does that tell you?
It tells me that there's a sense of lawlessness, that there are people in our community that don't fear being arrested.
LaRon Armstrong was the latest Oakland police chief to be fired.
Is it a free-for-all when it comes to crime in Oakland?
I think it's a combination of lack of enforcement and then not strong enough prosecution.
And now residents of Oakland say they've had enough, closing their own businesses in protest of a city they say can't keep them safe.
Letting violent crime criminals out as soon as they're apprehended and booked does not lead to public safety.
I consider it a state of emergency. I've never seen Oakland this way before.
Residents now calling for new leadership, tougher laws, and a turnaround before crime cripples their city. Tom Yamas, NBC News, Oakland.
Great reporting, Tom. Well, Hollywood actors remain on strike, unable to secure a deal with major studios and streamers. Among the big sticking points, the use of AI. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more on their fight and the writers who are now back at work after months of being on the picket line.
Putting down picket signs and picking up pens. Today, Hollywood writers scripting their return to work. Securing a 12.5% pay raise over 3 years, writers also won staffing minimums on future projects. But perhaps most important, guardrails over the use of artificial intelligence. AI can't write or rewrite literary material. AI-generated material can't be used to undermine a writer's credit. And a company can't require the writer to use AI software.
It's hard to put guardrails on something that by the time those guardrails are laid down, the technology has already moved on.
The writers' deal could serve as a template for actors who are still on the picket line, as all of Hollywood looks to resume shuttered productions. But the use of AI is expected to eliminate the need for some actors and could replicate the look and sound of famous faces.
If you have a film or TV show that normally would have a dozen actors, maybe you could have 6 actors and a couple of digital actors for, in the background.
From Hollywood to Main Street to Middle America, the World Economic Forum predicts artificial intelligence and automation will cut 83 million jobs in 5 years. But Ty Sheraton says it'll also create new opportunities.
We need to come together to have conversations about it, further enlighten and educate ourselves on how it's being used, how we can incorporate it and adopt it into our workflow.
In Hollywood, when it comes to AI, art may be imitating life. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
A recall alert for millions of cars at risk, what Kia and Hyundai owners need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. All those places you see there on our screen, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues just after this.
What about...
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're back now at 1:30. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
We so appreciate you joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. A shocking discovery at a New York City home daycare center, ghost guns. Police found the weapons in a 3D printer in an unlocked room at a center there in Harlem just days after fentanyl was found at another New York City daycare where a 1-year-old boy died from opioid exposure. In response, New York City Mayor Eric Adams vowed to increase safety at daycares.
Taiwan is ramping up its defenses, unveiling its first domestically developed military submarine. This marks the first step toward Taiwan's efforts to counter growing tensions with China, which has recently pledged to bring the island under its control. The project costs over $1.5 billion. It will enter trials next month before being deployed in 2 years.
And caught on video, a mother bravely shielding her son. Oh man, I still remember my heart sinking when I first saw this after a bear interrupted the young boy's birthday party. Take a look at this. The bear, it just showed up uninvited to a 15-year-old Santiago Macias' birthday picnic, leaping onto the table inches away from his face. Look how protective, cool, calm, and collected his mother Silvia is, avoiding the bear, holding her son, shielding his eyes. Santiago's mom does not consider herself a hero, just a mother who protected her cub, although I am totally calling her a mama bear hero.
Mama bear indeed. Gosh, that video.
Wow, it's chilling.
Oh my gosh, I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad they're okay. All right, student loan payments, they have been paused since the early days of the pandemic, but now they are set to resume. It's happening next week. Some people say they're not ready.
They're definitely not ready. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung spoke with one borrower who says the payments are going to be crippling.
Josie Bridges is a single mom living paycheck to paycheck. It's hard enough dealing with rising prices at the store.
My student payments are sitting right now at about $400 is what they're expecting each month. So, I mean, that's my food budget right there.
The pandemic freeze on student loan payments allowed Josie to open up her own salon in Portland, Oregon. But with $4,000 in outstanding debt from her community college degree, she says she simply won't be able to make the payments once they resume in October.
It's kind of out of my hands at this point. If I can't make it, I can't make it.
It's a game changer.
The Biden administration's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in student debt would have wiped Josie's slate clean. Instead, a challenge from 6 Republican states resulted in a Supreme Court decision in June striking down the plan after Josie had already put thousands of dollars in investments into her salon.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that's kind of scary.
The median student loan borrower has between $20,000 to $25,000 in outstanding student debt. Over 40 million borrowers had interest accrual restart this month, with the first payments in over 3 years due in just days. Economists like Brian Adams say it won't trigger a recession, but will weigh on those least able to bear it.
Anybody that is part of an underserved community, they tend to have higher debt than those that are not in underserved communities, and they tend to have lower incomes. So that's a potential issue.
It is officially time for a student loan repayment boycott.
Some borrowers taking to social media to urge others not to pay, like Maya Doid, who owes over $15,000 and has no plans to pay in October.
They'll potentially garnish wages. Maybe they'll take from your tax refund. You know, good luck. I think I made like $10,000 this year, so you can have it all if you want it.
Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says missed payments won't immediately trigger garnished wages or credit score hits.
We know many of our borrowers are going to struggle to make payments, but we want to make sure that we're not sending their name to credit agencies. So we're going to hold them harmless for a year as they're getting back up.
Among longer-term options for relief, see if your employer offers repayment assistance programs and consider the SAVE program, which adjusts monthly bills based on borrowers' income. Josie's weighing her options, but says it's going to be tough either way.
At this moment, it's either come up with money to pay for these now student loans that I'm having to pay, or make it to where my business doesn't function as it needs to.
I mean, you heard, Brian, from so many different Americans in this story, just kind of looking ahead. And when you look at the population as a whole, how will these types of payments just affect everyday people?
Yeah, well, for what it's worth, Experian estimates that the average monthly payment for a student loan borrower is about $200 a month. So if you have that kind of buffer, which, again, you haven't been paying that for the past few years, that's a pretty substantial amount depending on how much you're making. So this is going to be very impactful. And there's $1.7 trillion with a T in overall outstanding student debt across this country.
Outstanding.
Yep, over 40 million people that are going to be facing that. So a big deal here.
That's an extra $200 a month for a lot of folks. All right, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you so much.
Great story. Things, they were heating up in Simi Valley, California last night during the second Republican debate. Former President Donald Trump was not there, but needless to say, some of his opponents had some choice words for the frontrunner.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record.
All right, some strong words there. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now live from Los Angeles. Dasha, before that debate, we said we were watching former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, because of their fiery performances during the first debate. Were people watching them as closely this time around? How did they do?
Well, they went at it again. I want you to play one of the more heated exchanges, and then we'll talk on the other side. Watch.
I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
All right, that right there from Nikki Haley, already a meme, already trending online. She had some of the most zingers last night. And look, Vivek Ramaswamy once again took some of the most heat in this second debate. And his campaign says that's a good thing. That shows that these other candidates are threatened by him. Nikki Haley, of course, her campaign thinks that she came out on top because she did hold her own and she was strong and she did have some of those one-liners. Her campaign promoting that meme of hers. So, you know, who won that debate? It depends on who you're talking to. And I think it's going to take a couple of days before you really see who is going to get that bump. Voters need to really sleep on it for a little bit.
Sleep on it, and there are more debates still to come. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. Dasha, thank you.
Morgan, a New York City educator and youth baseball coach, has been relieved of his duties after video of him shouting homophobic slurs surfaced on social media. Jackie Beckford from NBC New York has more on the disturbing video.
A road rage incident caught on camera.
Everything that was said in the video, it was shocking. He said, I'm gonna R-word you, you effing, another F word that's very bad. Let's just say homophobic slurs were shouted.
The threat of sexual assault and the homophobic slur were coming from youth baseball coach and New York City teacher Juan Inoa. In fact, the name of his team clearly seen on his shirt as he gets out of his car.
After he got out of the car, I noticed he was going to the back of the car.
At which point, Matthew Kevelson says he drove off, afraid of what would come next.
This guy had filmed my license plate, my car. Who knows, this person would retaliate against me. So posting it was almost a form of protection in case anything happened.
We don't know what happened before the recording started, but Kevelson, a musician who goes by Matty Kevs, says the September 5th incident started after Inoa cut across 3 lanes of traffic.
I honked on the horn for all of maybe 2 Mississippi.
We reached out to Inoa, a teacher at a Flushing high school, who told us via email, now is not a good time. He wrote he could give us his side of the story tomorrow, but would not provide any further information. The Department of Education says Inoa was reassigned after learning of the video. And the New York Longhorns posted a statement to its social media account 3 days ago, stating the unnamed staff member was relieved of his duties and that the former member's actions do not align with the team's values.
Nothing happened for, I would say, 2 weeks.
Kevelson showing us screenshots he sent to team management on September 10th that he says went unanswered until 3 days ago.
This guy is around children. If he's a coach, if he's a teacher in the community, a leader in the community, he can't be acting like that in public. I didn't want the attention. I just wanted people to know that this guy was out there. And
oh, no.
Yeah, our thanks to Jackie Beckford with NBC New York. So many thoughts, but yeah, you can't be doing that.
No. Whoa, all right.
On so many levels.
I'm going to switch gears, literally
please.
and figuratively here. Car makers, Kia, Hyundai, they're issuing a recall for nearly 3.4 million cars, and they're warning vehicles can actually burst just into flames.
Wow, this recall comes as Kia and Hyundai face a spike in thefts as well. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist has the shocking numbers behind the crime wave.
It's the car theft wave sweeping the nation, and big cities are struggling to keep up. The numbers are shocking. In Chicago, for example, thieves stole only 500 Kias and Hyundais in the first half of 2022. But by the end of that year, that number had ballooned to more than 8,300. And this year is on track to be even worse, with car thefts already surpassing 21,000, up 86% year to date. The city says Kias and Hyundais make up more than half. And it's not just Chicago, of course. Cities like Cleveland, St. Louis, and Baltimore have seen a surge, too.
Kia boys, stolen car haul.
It all started in 2021 when a viral TikTok trend called #KiaBoys began spreading across social media. It instructed would-be car thieves on how to quickly hotwire certain Kia models that lacked engine immobilizers.
Pull it down and then break it down.
This doesn't work with most cars. In fact, 96% of other vehicles sold in the U.S. shipped with immobilizers in 2015. But they're not required, and only about a quarter of Kias and Hyundais had the protection. That's why last month, Chicago joined several other American cities in suing the automakers, alleging they've contributed to a major increase in crime. Kia has said the suits are without merit, while Hyundai has said all its cars meet government anti-theft requirements. In light of the disturbing streak, Kia and Hyundai attempted a fix, offering a free software update available at dealerships and at mass giveaway events. The update requires the car's key to be in the ignition to start, but there have been reports of cars being stolen even after they got the update. One victim's father telling our Washington affiliate,
I would love to find out if the program was actually put in
or that the program failed.
When asked for comment, Hyundai responded by saying, "Our dealers across the country are maximizing the number of anti-theft software installations." Kia told NBC Washington that it's confident the software update works as intended. The car makers built their reputations advertising affordable cars for the average consumer.
I'll be there in 30 minutes.
That allowed the pair, which are owned by the same South Korean conglomerate, to become the third largest manufacturer in the world at one point. But even though some security systems may work, thieves still target the cars, which could mean a smashed window and an abandoned car when realizing it can't be hacked for a joyride, underscoring just how big of a challenge Kia and Hyundai face. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
With the Hollywood writers' strike coming to an end, some of your favorite shows are just weeks away from returning to the airwaves. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Well, you have heard the news by now. The writers are back, and that means the return of late-night television. Hosts Jimmy Kimmel, John Oliver, Stephen Colbert, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, they're all going to be back on the airwaves soon.
I think as soon as next week. As these productions boot back up, we have some sad news. Sir Michael Gambon, who is known best for playing Professor Dumbledore in the Harry Potter series, has passed away at 82 years old. We have with us pop culture expert and journalist Daryl Kristen. So let's talk first about Sir Gambon and his legacy and what he was known for.
I know, yes. I mean, Dumbledore, we all love him and adore him. I mean, he was known for actually making a lot of pranks with Daniel Radcliffe on set. And he played Dumbledore for 6 movies in the Harry Potter spectrum of the world. He died peacefully in the hospital next to his son and wife. And I mean, this man's body of work is just unbelievable. 4 BAFTAs, 2 SAG Awards for a performance with an ensemble cast. And his first major movie role was in Othello in 1965. He started off off in theater. So he just has such a plethora of work. We've seen him in Judy. We've seen him in Sleepy Hollow, all the way down to a variety of different other films and plays. So he will definitely be missed.
All right, well, switching gears for a minute to those late night TV hosts. I was actually listening to a podcast yesterday, and I heard just clips of the podcast they were doing together.
Yes.
Tell us about why they did that, and also how soon we could see them back on TV.
Yes, so Strike Force 5, it's all of our late night guys, you know, from Jimmy, the two Jimmys, to John, to Steven, all the way down to Seth. So it's everyone there who is doing their podcast. And so what we've seen with this is that they use the podcast to actually make money for the employees while they were out during the strike. So if, you know, listen, last year they said that the advertising for podcast industry made $1.8 billion. So if any of that is a small amount that they can give to the employees, it'll be great. But what we found out is last week tonight, which for John Oliver will start this Sunday, and then all the other late night will follow on Monday. So very exciting. Looking forward to it, and no more reruns.
I know that podcast
no more reruns.
So short-lived. I think that could have had legs if they had started a little sooner. All right, we are officially in the fall season. Yes, so we need new content. What shows should we be on the lookout for? It's a lot of reality, right?
A lot of reality, but also a mix of like some dramas and comedies. So the first that I like actually is The Curse. It stars Emma Stone and Nathan Fielder.
Where is that?
It is actually going to be on Paramount Plus and Showtime.
Okay.
It is a story about they're a couple that they are trying to conceive a baby, and they feel like they're being followed by a curse while they actually are promoting a home improvement reality show. So
that sounds
it's a comedy.
Right up your alley.
It's kind of like dark but humorous. You know, I kind of like that kind of thing. Then we have Scott Pilgrim, Michael Cera, who stars in that. It's based off the novels and the graphic novels and the movie as well. So it follows Michael's character, Scott Pilgrim, as he is falling in love with his dream girl, and he has to fight against all of her boyfriends who are doing all these evil things to try and kick him out of the picture.
Is he the actor who played Alan in Barbie, Michael Cera? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
Yes, he is.
I love him.
Yes, he's great.
So fun.
He's unbelievable. So I'm very excited about that one as well. And it's the animated series.
Reality shows.
Oh, the reality shows. Okay. I know the reality shows. Okay. Well, my favorite reality show right now is going to be The Golden Bachelor. Let's just start with Jerry. Okay.
To see that.
We all got to love Jerry.
It's giving Grand Zaddy.
It's giving Grand Zaddy. Definitely Grand Zaddy.
Look at Mr. Jerry.
Jerry Turner. He is a widower. He's 72 years old, and this is the first time that they're doing a bachelor of this age group. So the women are 60 to 75, 22 women, who are vying for his love. I love it because it's diverse too. It's all women from different backgrounds.
Oh, that's
so
great.
You know, listen, we've already fallen in love with Jerry.
I mean, I love what he said. He was like, people my age still fall in love, and I think that's a really good reminder.
It's an important message.
Yes.
Absolutely, Grand Zaddy indeed.
Yes. Also, there's The Creator that's coming out this weekend.
Okay.
That is going to be John David Washington, and it is a story. It's very much like where I feel like right now, where we were in this battle with the writer's strike and the actor's strike, where it's about AI, and this movie is a futuristic movie about AI battling human race.
Ooh,
and
I'm into it.
John's character is actually trying to find the creator, who is the mastermind behind all of these things, and he has a weapon that can destroy mankind. What they find out is that the weapon is actually a young AI child.
Oof.
So,
well, AI was a big sticking point for that. I don't know. Is this too soon?
Is it too soon? Chomping at the bit.
I know. All right. Wow. Pop culture expert and journalist Daryl Kristen. Thank you so much, Daryl, for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I love being here.
is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Well, a typewriter poet, you may have never heard of this, but it's a person who has the ability to create heartfelt and meaningful poems right on the spot.
I'd never heard of that. Pretty interesting. Today's show co-host Chanel Jones taps into her inner poet to try her hand at writing rhymes for New York City parkgoers.
I don't know how to do a poem that doesn't rhyme. Like, what else is there?
Over the years, I've been known to share a rhyme or two. It's heartwarming to see. If there was a Dad of the Year award, they would tie, at least according to me. I still don't like beer. Oh, no, no, my dear. That's the only thing I could think to rhyme. But I thought I'd take my poetry to the public and headed to nearby Little Island to go on the job with poets Zoe Branch and Jay Sean Lee from creative agency Ars Poetica.
Would you like a poem?
The two are typewriter poets creating custom poems for strangers in minutes.
What kind of poems do they ask for?
Can you write me a love poem? My grandfather who passed a few years ago. Can you write a poem about that? You really want to hold the person's story and make sure they feel heard.
So can you do a poem for me? One, because I selfishly want one, and two, because I want to learn.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So let me know what you could use a poem about today.
How about juggling? Juggling career, trying to run a marathon, and 3 kids, but also embracing it and realizing that these are all things that I'm lucky to have.
Okay, give me a moment.
In just a few minutes.
Are you kidding me? Oh, that's so sweet. I'm gonna cry. Oh, hands, may you hold all this heavy, wide truths, these gifts that are round, that are flying through the air. Now they go, all these precious things, with my feet planted firm on this earth. Girl, it sounds like scripture. It seems like you're a therapist for some people at times.
There just aren't that many platforms for random strangers to connect with each other vulnerably.
It was time to get my creative juices flowing.
I'm gonna write a poem about you.
Maybe a poem that just talks about all the great people in our lives that just pop up randomly.
Okay. Oops.
The typewriter took a little getting used to.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. Whatever. Oh, shoot.
Finally.
There are a lot of typos. It looks like a 3-year-old wrote you a love letter.
Noise, beautiful noise. I learned it's not noise, it's music, sweet music. Now I bring music to the people I meet in the park, a wedding, or with friends. Cheers to living my purpose, making beautiful music. Love, Chanel. Thank you so much.
You like it?
I love it.
You know what? If this TV thing doesn't work out for me, can I just... They're gonna stick me in the middle of a park in New York City? Shall we do it? I love this job. Like, what? I feel a lot of pressure. Hi. What's your name? Lucy. Okay, so tell me, why you're here in New York.
We're just here on a family holiday.
Whew. Okay, Lucy. I'm ready. Hold on. Where's the dash? Ooh. Pardon my horrible typing. Almost done. Okay. Woo, are you ready for your poem? I just have to fix one thing.
From North England at NYC, a trip I will forever cherish. Hello world, here we come.
Welcome to New York.
I talked to more tourists.
How do I want to start?
We return to Germany with memories we will forever cherish. Oh, I like it.
What would you like me to write a poem about?
I was starting to get the hang of it, I think.
I've been here in New York and wandering and just kind of feeling like an open vessel for inspiration.
No, you can't pee.
Wandering but never lost. Let her be inspired by the sights and sounds. She wanders, but she's never lost. Love, Chanel. Thank you.
I love it.
Oh, yeah. That morning, I typed up a poem to mark the end of our time. And no, this one did not rhyme.
Every day is a new adventure. new ways to connect with each other and reconnect with nature. When we are open, the universe reveals new gifts. At the heart of it all is love. The end.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
Our very own Bard, Chanel Jones. She's got a future, I think. All right, I'm Vicki Wood.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, September 28th, 2023, showdown on Capitol Hill. A busy day in the nation's capital as House Republicans hold their first hearing in the impeachment inquiry into President Biden. At the same time, lawmakers facing that weekend deadline to keep the government open, avoid a shutdown. What it could mean for your life.
Captured. Police arrest the man accused of killing a young tech CEO in Baltimore, Maryland. Now we're learning police were looking for him even before the murder.
Dead wrong. A Missouri woman is trying to take back control of her life after the government accidentally declared her dead. Why she says the process to prove she's actually alive and well has been a hard one.
Clutter, chaos. Finding it hard to part ways with a lot of old things at home? Well, you're not alone. But when does it cross into hoarding? We'll talk with a psychologist who specializes in just that.
Going to be an interesting one to talk about.
You know, I think everybody has been touched by that in some way.
And we all save things.
Yes.
So you wonder,
Fine line. Well, we'll get into it, but we're going to begin this hour with two major stories, one that could affect a lot of jobs.
Let's start with House Republicans hosting a first hearing on the impeachment inquiry of President Biden. They allege without evidence that President Biden engaged in a bribery scheme that involved business ventures of his son, Hunter Biden. The Bidens deny the allegations, and Democrats accuse Republicans of spreading conspiracy theories. Here's a sample of how it's going.
For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes.
Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie.
Meanwhile, millions of federal workers are being notified they might have to stop working as we careen toward a federal government shutdown. The logjam involves Republicans who are at odds with each other over deep spending cuts. Even if they come to an agreement, it would likely be doomed in the Democratic-controlled Senate. A separate bill has bipartisan support in the Senate, but House Republicans are not likely to back it.
All of this against the backdrop of the 2024 presidential election. President Biden is in Arizona, where he's expected to sharpen his criticism of former President Donald Trump. Mr. Trump skipped out on last night's GOP debate in California, but he was still a dominant presence on the stage.
And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer.
You know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action.
The America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you.
We've got all angles covered with NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, and NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Sahil, I'll start with you, and thank you all for joining us. At this impeachment inquiry hearing, did House Republicans offer any new evidence today backing up their allegations of wrongdoing by President Biden and his son, Hunter?
New evidence? Not exactly. The general vibe out of House Republicans at this hearing was that there's a lot of smoke there with Hunter Biden, so let's investigate and see if there's a fire that leads back to President Joe Biden. Jim Jordan, the senior Republican, said it would be a tale as old as time of a politician taking actions to enrich his family and trying to conceal it. Jamie Raskin, the ranking member on the panel, came back and said that Republicans have produced 12,000 pages of bank records without a single dime going to Joe Biden and connecting the two of them together. Some of the witnesses at this hearing also cast doubt as to whether there had been proof of wrongdoing. Let's play what some of them had to say.
This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment.
These proceedings should be based on principle, not partisanship. And I fear that what we're hearing today, which can be traced all the way back to 2019, and accusations made against Mr. Biden as far back as then, are really driven by partisan animus.
Now, the first witness there was Jonathan Turley, who was called by Republicans, the White House citing his comment there that they haven't proven wrongdoing, to argue that this is nothing more than a fact-free wild goose chase.
And Sahil, this is the first of many steps, right, of the impeachment process. Can you just quickly walk us through what happens next? Does this become an official impeachment inquiry at some point?
Well, that depends on how House Republicans decide to play this going forward. Speaker McCarthy launched the inquiry by himself, unilaterally, but he can't impeach Joe Biden by decree. He would need, ultimately, the votes of a majority of the House. And in his slim Republican majority, he does not have that. So the question becomes, what kind of evidence can Republicans produce as part of these, impeachment inquiry hearings? Are they going to be able to convince enough Republicans to move forward? They're certainly not getting any help from Democrats at this stage. Far from clear how this proceeds. If they do, it would be articles drafted up in the Judiciary Committee, then moved to the floor of the House for a full vote. Kate?
All right, Sahil Kapoor, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, I want to start with what we were just talking about, the impeachment hearing. What is the White House doing with this? How are they addressing it?
Well, in advance of this hearing, we've been hearing from White House officials strongly denouncing House Republicans for what they call these conspiracy theory attacks on the president. And it's worth noting that today, as this hearing has been underway, we've been getting a steady stream of statements really calling attention to what the White House has described as a split screen between what House Republicans are doing with this inquiry and versus what the White House says they should be doing, which is working with Democrats to try to reach a deal to avert a government shutdown. The statement that the White House has released has been identical, laying out what the economic consequences of a potential shutdown would be, and saying that this hearing is simply an effort to distract from the fact that Republicans aren't able to really get on the same page with one another in order to avert this. Now, it's also worth noting that what we're not hearing from the White House, and we're not hearing even from the House Democrats who are in this committee room, is a defense of Hunter Biden's conduct. This is something that the White House has largely deferred to Hunter Biden's own legal team to deal with. They're focused on the fact that, in their view, House Republicans have not yet produced any smoking gun evidence that links the president to any potential wrongdoing, certainly not misconduct during his time in office.
Mike, let's talk 2024 just for a minute. We mentioned the Republican debate last night. Former President Trump was in Michigan last night. President Biden is in Arizona today. It seems strategic since that could be a significant state in 2024.
Yeah, it's really notable as we were watching that Republican debate last night. There were a lot of attacks on the debate stage of those 7 candidates at one another and certainly on President Biden. But we haven't seen the kind of attacks on Donald Trump. And it really reflects exactly what the president is going to be on display in a moment here, just later this hour. A major speech on what he calls threats to democracy from what he calls the extreme MAGA wing. This is really a sign that we're already in the general election phase. There's still a lot of votes need to be counted in the primary, but it's certainly looking like a Trump-Biden rematch, and both men are training their sights on one another at this point.
Mike Memoli for us. Mike, thank you.
In case you missed it, there is a very real chance that the U.S. government is going to shut down this weekend. Lawmakers have until just midnight on Saturday, to come to a budget deal before the federal government runs out of funding. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin is following the latest for us. So, Julie, negotiations are coming down to the wire now. What are the major sticking points here among the different factions of House Republicans? And also, what are the chances of a resolution before midnight Saturday?
I'll work backwards there because for the purpose of our viewers here, it is very real that we are going to hit a shutdown because the sticking points are vast, and it depends which faction of Republicans you ask. Their answer may be different, whether it's spending, wanting to bring down numbers even further on that. McCarthy has a handful of holdouts still, even now, just 2 days away from the shutdown, on even the most conservative stopgap funding measure in terms of how long that should go, what the top line numbers should be, whether the border security proposals in there are really strong enough to get those conservatives on board. Coming over to the Senate, I was just talking to Senate Republicans who were huddling in a meeting in the number 2 Senate Republicans' office to see if they can add border provisions to the Senate stopgap funding measure. Again, in the words of one Senate Republican, this is like trying to cram and study for an exam the night before the exam takes place. You can imagine the results there, and certainly they are still very far apart. No votes to even pass a resolution out of the conservative House Republican chamber, much less one that can pass both.
I mean, a really helpful analogy there, Julie. Of course, beyond the halls of Capitol Hill, this is going to have an impact on people. I know federal workers are starting to be informed that a shutdown is imminent. So would that have an effect on, well, we know it will have an effect on millions of people across the country. What sort of preparations are underway ahead of the deadline?
Yeah, we're told that agencies from HHS, the Health and Human Services Agency, to Homeland Security, Treasury, they are starting to give out guidance to their employees about what happens if a shutdown takes place. Because remember, this, of course, will have an impact on millions of Americans when it comes to low-income families, food security, child care programs, so many things that the federal government funding for that touches the lives of. But certainly when it comes to D.C. and Washington, a lot of these workers are going to be expected to show up to work if they are essential without any pay, right? Your TSA workers, your air traffic controllers, they're going to have to be coming to work without pay. There are others who are going to be furloughed, and then back pay becomes a question. But this is really a mess and one that agencies are beginning to prepare for.
All right, Julie Sirkin with the latest from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. A popular app is suing the state of Texas.
And we have a Mega Millions winner, finally. Christina Partsenevelos has all the answers. Hi, Christina.
Finally, and it's not me because I'm sitting here, but Kate and Zinclay. Let's talk about Yelp first, because Yelp is suing the state of Texas over the site's labeling of abortion crisis centers. The tech company is trying to get ahead of an expected lawsuit from the Texas Attorney General's office that would bar Yelp from warning its users that these centers do not provide abortion or abortion referrals. X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, got rid of a feature that lets users report election misinformation. This, according to an Australian research organization. Researchers say the platform removed politics as an option from available categories in its reporting menu in every jurisdiction except for the European Union. There's a new billionaire in America, but we won't know who they are for the next 3 months. A Florida resident came forward yesterday to claim the $1.6 billion Mega Millions jackpot, but the state has a law that keeps a winner's identity private for 90 days after winning a prize over $250,000. So fun to daydream, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't get behind that. I wouldn't tell anybody. Maybe you. I might tell you.
You might tell me?
Well, I think you'd notice because I wouldn't. I don't know if you'd find me here.
But I remember that so well. It was Publix in Florida. Remember, we were all debating, like,
Yes.
who walked in a grocery store and came out a billionaire? We'll never know. Christina,
In 3 months, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you. Well, coming up, why more auto workers could soon walk off the job and where negotiations now stand.
Plus, an arrest in the death of a tech CEO in Baltimore. Why police were already watching that suspect days before the killing. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
After a 3-day manhunt, U.S. Marshals have announced the arrest of a suspect in the killing of a young tech CEO in Baltimore. Authorities say Jason Billingsley is the man responsible in the death of Pava Lepere. She founded a company called EcoMap Technologies. The 26-year-old woman was found dead in her apartment building on Monday. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Baltimore with more. Ron, I know police had a news conference today, and there were some pretty shocking revelations about what was happening in the days leading up to that murder. What did they say?
Well, they said that they were tracking the suspect, Billingsley, in connection with another incident, an alleged attempted murder, rape, and arson attack that had happened a week before Lepere's murder. And they said they were tracking his cell phone, his financial records, and so forth. And then he allegedly committed this murder a week later or so. The police defended their action of not publicizing the first case because they said it was a targeted incident. And so they didn't alert the public that they were looking for Billingsley because there were some questions raised about whether, if they had, might that have prevented him from going on to allegedly kill LaPierre? They defended their actions along those lines, but it was still very shocking to hear that this individual was under surveillance at some point, and apparently they lost track of him at some point when he committed this other murder, the LaPierre murder. So a number of other revelations as well. Basically, this case is just devastating to this community, to the family, to friends and colleagues of LaPierre, and that revelation just really was unsettling even more so.
No, you can imagine the family hearing that. I know they held a vigil for Pava LaPierre last night. How are people remembering her, Ron?
Yes, and the family just released a statement saying that they appreciate the tireless efforts of the Baltimore Police Department, and they are relieved to know that the suspect, Billingsley, can no longer hurt other innocent victims. We also spoke to her co-founder, the co-founder of her company, Sherrod Davis. Here's some of what he had to say about how she's being remembered. Take a listen.
She wore her heart and her values on her sleeve, and she never had an emotion that she could hide. She was just wise beyond her years. She could see things that no one else could see. Honestly, I think of her as like a superhero in that way.
There was a huge outpouring of grief and sorrow at a vigil here in town last night. Hundreds attended, and today prosecutors vowed that they are going to seek the stiffest possible penalties against Billingsley, charged with murder and other crimes, and they vowed that he will be put away for the rest of his life. Kate.
All right, Ron Allen for us. Ron, thank you.
Travis King, the American soldier detained in North Korea for more than 2 months, is back in the United States. He arrived in San Antonio overnight after North Korea expelled him just yesterday. His return caps a period of intense diplomacy for China, Sweden, and North Korea. NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman is following this for us. So, Josh, what more are we learning about Travis King's condition, first off, and then what's going to happen to him next?
Well, he's said to be in good health and good spirits in Clay. He's now at Brooke Army Medical Center, which is the same place they brought Americans Brittany Griner and Trevor Reed when they were released from Russia. And he's receiving what's called post-isolation support, a specialized military program for people who have been held hostage or prisoners of war that not only deals with their mental and physical health, but also helps to reintegrate them into normal life after that kind of isolation. As far as what's next for him, we don't yet know if the military is going to pursue some type of disciplinary proceeding against him. The Army today saying their first concern is his well-being and his privacy, and that the chain of command will make decisions later about what's going to happen next.
And Josh, of course, beyond him, bringing King home required some significant diplomatic muscle, right? It's notable that China was involved here. So is there any indication that our relationship with China, or maybe even North Korea, is improving with him coming home?
Well, it seems like the big role China played was essentially facilitating him entering China from North Korea as a buy station before he was able to leave Asia and head back to the U.S. The Chinese government today saying they had gotten requests from the U.S. and from the Swedes and that they were willing to help out of humanitarian concern. But really, the big credit that U.S. officials are giving for his return is to the Swedish government, who acts on behalf of U.S. interests in North Korea and clearly played the big role in actually negotiating this agreement with the North Koreans, who apparently didn't want to speak directly with the Americans. So there are no signs yet that our relationship with North Korea is improving, although U.S. officials certainly holding out hope for more diplomacy in the future, in Clay.
Okay, Josh Letterman with the latest there. Thank you.
Coming up, a gun bust inside a New York City daycare. This after a child was exposed to fentanyl and died in another daycare in New York City. What's being done to give parents peace of mind when they drop their kids off? You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school,
Back to business.
back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This week's Sunday Night Football on NBC matchup may draw in fans from outside of football. Of course, we're talking about the ultimate diehard Swifties.
Yeah, that's right. Sources tell NBC News that Taylor Swift is expected to cheer on Travis Kelce when his Kansas City Chiefs play the New York Jets on Sunday night. The rumored appearance adding more speculation to all those dating rumors sparked after Swift attended last week's Chiefs game, which you all know about unless you've been under a rock somewhere. She was sitting next to Kelce's mom. Sunday Night Football is on NBC this Sunday.
So let's bring in sideline reporter Melissa Stark. She's following this ahead of all the headlines this week. So Melissa, Taylor Swift, of course, have certainly, you could say, intercepted the spotlight. But this was also a highly anticipated game way before Swift. So what other storyline should we be following in this matchup?
I don't know if there are any other storylines at this point. I mean, everybody I talk to, this is all they want to know. It's my friends that don't even know anything about football. Everyone wants tickets to this game. It's incredible. But this game was supposed to be Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes playing against each other. And after the first week of the season, when Aaron Rodgers went down with that torn Achilles, such disappointment, right, for the Jets. So now we will not get Patrick Mahomes against Aaron Rodgers. And we will get, I mean, the biggest storyline is this Chiefs offense. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. And it's such a potent offense that finally came together last week. And the Jets defense is playing pretty well, but the Jets offense, just without Aaron Rodgers, has not been good.
Yeah, well, so talk about that a little bit more. What are they going to do without Aaron Rodgers? What are the options at this point for us, for those of us who don't follow closely?
They're sticking with their quarterback, Zach Wilson, who has just struggled, and the coaches behind him. I mean, you have everybody weighing in. There's a diehard Jets fan called Fireman Ed. He filmed an entire video of himself after last week's game. We have to get rid of this quarterback. We have the Hall of Famer Joe Namath weighing in, saying we have to get rid of this quarterback. But the coaching staff, Robert Saleh, and the coaching staff are saying he is our guy. We are supporting him. So I guess they're going to try and lean on the run game and their running back, Breece Hall, and hope that works for them, because as good as the Chiefs offense is, the Chiefs defense is pretty stingy and pretty incredible themselves. And one big storyline there is Chris Jones, who is their best defensive player. He held out last season, and he didn't play in the kickoff game, which is the game that we had on NBC that the Lions beat the Chiefs. But he is back, and he is a force to be reckoned with.
So, Melissa, with all that said, can you also just dive deeper for us into the Kansas City quarterback, Patrick Mahomes? I know he was named Super Bowl MVP just last season. So what exactly makes his game, the way he plays, so exciting to watch? And who else is standing out to you?
So he grew up, his dad was a baseball player. So he grew up playing baseball, and he almost, played baseball professionally. So he has these no-look sidearm passes that just no one can believe that he has. And so he's so fun to watch, and he extends the plays. Any defense that you talk to that is playing against Patrick Mahomes says the play is never over. You just can't give up on this guy. He just keeps going. And he was injured last year in the playoffs. We actually had that game on NBC, and then he played through injury in the Super Bowl, his ankle, and he actually had it rolled up on in last week's game as well. But he's tough. He's creative, and he's as good as it gets. And I'm sure a lot of people got more familiar with him watching that quarterback series on Netflix. And that really gave a deep dive into just how efficient he is with his time, how much he works out in the off season. Yeah, it sounds like you guys watched it. And we found that fascinating, just everything that he does in the off season. I mean, everything is about his craft. And he has he has Brittany Mahomes as his wife, and now he has his son actually just came to his first game. He's got the daughter, and the son just came. We're like, well, how do you even have time for your kids? But he just is so methodical about it, and so fun to watch.
By the way, Melissa, the football kicks off on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, right? There's a game in London on Sunday.
It's so much fun. Before I took the Sunday Night Football job, I used to do those international games, and they love it.
Yeah.
We've now expanded to Germany, but these London, so I haven't gone to Germany, but I wasn't there last year.
Awesome.
But I was doing the London games a lot, and they have just this incredible, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah.
It's state of the art, and then the fans there.
It's just good TV. It's good TV, and we love to watch it.
so
Sorry,
good.
Melissa, I hate to cut you off, but thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, appreciate it. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
New York Attorney General Letitia James could call former President Trump and 3 of his adult children to testify at his civil fraud trial. That's set to begin next week, according to newly released court documents. Earlier this week, a judge had found the Trump Organization liable for fraud, so next week's trial will now determine how much money the Trumps will have to pay. The judge found that the Trump Organization misstated values of assets over several years in annual financial forms, changing the values by close to $2 billion total.
The first of 6 men indicted in Texas over the deaths of 53 migrants locked inside a truck in June of 2022 has pleaded guilty. 29-year-old Christian Martinez pleaded guilty to multiple counts of conspiracy and other charges related to smuggling connected to the sweltering truck that was found abandoned on a remote San Antonio road with 66 people locked inside. Martinez will be sentenced in January, and he faces up to life in prison.
And memo to my children, another streaming service has announced that it is planning to crack down on password sharing. In an email to its Canadian subscribers, the streaming giant said that starting November 1st, the service will limit users' ability to share their login credentials outside of the household. No word yet on how exactly these changes will work or if the new policy will come to the U.S., so maybe my kids have a minute to process.
I hope they have a moment to process. Well, just 2 weeks after a fentanyl operation was busted inside a New York City daycare, authorities have announced the discovery of a ghost gun factory in a separate daycare facility. Just take a look at how many firearms police seized here. Ghost guns, if you're not familiar, are weapons built by a user. They do not have serial numbers like normal firearms you could get at a dealer. And that makes these weapons harder to trace. The suspect who was allegedly running the illegal operation, just 18 years old. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is following this story for us. So, Kristen, this is pretty striking here. What more do we know about what was happening inside the daycare and how exactly police discovered it?
Right. Hey there, Zen Clay. Well, this was part of an operation looking for these ghost guns. So it wasn't targeting specifically the daycare, but that's where they found it. They say that they found the ghost guns and a 3D printer, including 2 guns that were completely printed and finished already, as well as an assault pistol that was in the final stages of assembly. These daycares are inspected regularly. NBC News reporting has found that this daycare was last inspected in February, and while they found some issues with sleeping and feeding schedules for the kids, there was obviously nothing like these firearms found at that point. An attorney for the 18-year-old suspect says that this is really just getting more attention because of the fentanyl bust at another daycare. He says it shouldn't be, that these were found in the teen's bedroom and there were no children present, but obviously a huge concern, St. Clay.
Absolutely, to say the least. I mean, Kristen, these daycares are places where children are supposed to be safe, protected. So is the city doing anything to review or inspect other facilities to make sure they're safe?
Right. I mean, I know from my experience, leaving your kid with someone else is the hardest thing that you will ever have to do, I think. And so, you know, parents need to have a high level of trust. Mayor Adams says that they are going to do something. He says it's a changing game and they're really having to adapt to stay ahead of what he called the bad guys. He didn't lay out any specific steps, but he did say that these inspections really should be more than just walking through a facility. These inspectors should also be opening closets, checking bathrooms, things like that, to make sure there is nothing untoward going on. St. Clay?
All right, Kristen Dahlgren with the latest there. Thank you.
New developments this hour in the Gilgo Beach murders on Long Island. Prosecutors say they have connected alleged serial killer Rex Heuermann's DNA to one of the victims.
You'll remember Heuermann is charged with the murders of 3 women, but now the government is suggesting that this case could expand to include other murder victims found along the shore of New York's Long Island. NBC's Noah Pransky has the latest.
The case against the accused Gilgo Beach serial killer grows.
And now we've expanded our investigation to include other bodies that were recovered in that area.
Rex Heuermann appearing today in court for a pretrial conference. He's been charged in 3 of the murders so far, but prosecutors say they're now expanding the investigation to include other victims found along the same shoreline.
We're still investigating. Our investigation is continuing, and when we're prepared to announce charges, if that day comes, we'll do it in court.
Long Island prosecutors also saying a DNA swab collected from Heuermann after his arrest was consistent with a hair collected off of a victim's body. A defense attorney for the defendant disputes that connection.
There's nobody on the face of this earth that's credible who's going to say that hair is my client's hair.
Rex, did you do it?
Heuermann, who was arrested in July and has been held without bail, is facing murder charges for the deaths of Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amberlynn Costello, whose bodies were all found on Gilgo Beach more than a decade ago. He's pleaded not guilty, but is the prime suspect in a 4th murder as well.
He's a fellow who was working, has never been arrested, has a wife and children, is a productive member of society.
Heuermann told the court he spends 2 to 3 hours a day in jail reviewing the evidence against him. Prosecutors say family members of 2 Gilgo victims were in court today to witness the proceedings themselves. They chose not to comment. The defendant returns to court next for his next hearing on November 15th.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Noah Pransky.
We are less than 24 hours away from another key deadline set by the United Auto Workers Union. The UAW president is set to host a live stream on Facebook tomorrow morning, where a union source tells NBC News he's expected to announce additional strikes unless he sees, quote, serious progress on negotiation talks. After starting with just 3 walkouts, one each at each of the 3 big automakers, the strikes now span 41 facilities nationwide, amounting to about 12% of the union membership being on a walkout. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa's in Wayne, Michigan. She's been following this for days for us. I know there's picketing workers behind you at an assembly plant. Maggie, what else are we learning about this expansion potential tomorrow?
Yeah, so Kate, as you know, and as you pointed out just then, this is a familiar routine, or at least it's becoming one. These workers, just like last week, ahead of that expansion that we saw last week, tell us they don't know where the new walkouts are going to be. They don't know which of the big 3, whether it's all of the big 3 or just some of them, are going to be included. They don't know how many workers are going to walk off the job come noon tomorrow. Again, the announcement's at 10 a.m. Eastern. They would walk off the job at noon. But keep in mind, last week it was a similar situation. Up until that announcement actually happened, the details were kept completely under wraps by union leadership, and that seems to be a negotiating tactic they are sticking to going into this second expansion, this 3rd round of walkouts, if you will, tomorrow. Again, the union saying that this will happen unless they see serious progress. Keep in mind, we're talking about 3 individual contracts with Ford, GM, and Chrysler owner Stellantis. And one final note, last week, remember, Ford was spared from that latest round of walkouts, the union saying that they had progress in those talks. This week, I asked if Ford would be spared again, and I was told by a source with the UAW this time around, everything is on the table. So a possible sign that those talks may have stalled again, Kate.
Maggie, this all comes after the high-profile visits of President Biden earlier this week. Former President Trump, I know, was in Michigan last night. Questionable how many union members were in the audience, but there were workers there. What do you think about the impact of those trips, and could it affect negotiations?
People here hope those trips put pressure on the big 3. I mean, just point blank. They were glad to have any, and we've talked about this over the last few days, any additional spotlight, any additional pressure. Mixed reviews here on the picket line from Mr. Trump's visit. He talked a lot about electric vehicles, hammering home long-term fears about job security, which people here agree with. President Biden, as you saw, really a huge show of support, the first sitting president ever to join the picket line. So again, people hope that it makes a difference. The big 3 saying, hey, it's just the union and us negotiating. They have vowed to ignore politics in this process, Kate.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us, remaining out there. Thank you, Maggie.
Hollywood striking actors and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers are heading back to the bargaining table. The 2 groups released a joint statement saying they will resume negotiations on Monday, October 2nd, and several studio executives will be in attendance. This announcement comes over 75 days since picketing began and less than a week after the Writers Guild of America reached an agreement on a new 3-year contract. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers represents NBC Universal, the parent company of NBC News.
Now this one, a Missouri woman trying to get her life back, literally, after a government clerical error a decade and a half ago accidentally marked her, this is no joke, as dead. She has to prove daily to banks and government agencies that she is alive and well. Here's NBC correspondent Valerie Castro.
This St. Louis woman is alive and well, but trying to prove that to the Social Security Administration has been her living nightmare.
It's like a haunting.
The agency classified her as dead.
It messed up my whole life.
Carthen tells our St. Louis affiliate's investigative team she's been dealing with the mistake for 16 years. The station covering her struggle back in 2007 when she was a college student.
I got denied my financial aid.
Back then, Carthen shared the paperwork from her lender stating she was deceased.
Now they're saying, prove to us you're not dead.
She says she wasn't able to graduate because of the issue, and she hasn't been able to vote, buy a home, file taxes, or even hold a steady job.
It's just a matter before my Social Security number catch up with me, and then they have to let me go. HR can't process payroll.
Carthen says she was told by the Social Security Administration that her name was mistakenly added to its death master file, essentially ending her existence in 2007. She was given this death erroneous letter to show as proof that she's still alive.
That was supposed to resolve it, and I was supposed to give it to all my creditors, but by that time I had cars repossessed, I got put out my home, I couldn't explain it. It was too late. Contracts were invalid. It still messed up my credit.
Carthen eventually managed to get a new Social Security number and even changed her legal name, adding characters like a hyphen in 2021.
The judge honored it, Social Security honored it, and that's what my Social Security card show.
But she says the new number is still connected to the old.
The old one that's classified as dead with the new one is cross-referenced. So anytime that I'm trying to use it in commerce, trying to buy a home or what have you, it's going to come back denied and rejected.
So Carthen is still the walking dead and walking around with a briefcase full of documents to prove her identity.
And now I keep my birth certificate and all these things with me because I don't never know.
A spokesperson for the SSA telling our local station they can't discuss individual cases due to privacy laws, adding approximately 3 million deaths are reported to the Social Security Administration each year, and our records are highly accurate. Of these millions of death reports we receive each year, less than 1/3 of 1% are subsequently corrected. A 2019 report from the Social Security Advisory Board says between 7,000 and 12,000 people are erroneously recorded as dead every year by the SSA. Carthen says she submitted numerous documents to the SSA, her doctor even confirming she is most definitely alive, and she also filed a federal lawsuit. Nothing has worked.
We're sorry, we apologize, but government has sovereign immunity. There's nothing we can do.
All she wants is to be resurrected.
It's just I need to get before Congress to share what has happened, the detriment that it has caused, and the resolution, how it can be fixed.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Wow. Well, coming up, cleaning out. It can be hard to get rid of old things around the house, but when does it become too much? An expert weighs in on the signs of hoarding and how you can part ways with the things you no longer need. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Do you have a tough time getting rid of things, whether it's like old clothes or pictures or little trinkets, things you've collected? Things can pile up.
Yeah, it really can add up. And if you find yourself struggling to get rid of this stuff, you are not alone. But when does all that clutter turn into something more serious like hoarding? Here to help answer that question is clinical psychologist Dr. David Tolin. He is the founder and director of the Anxiety Disorder Center at the Institute of Living, and you may recognize him also from the TV series hoarders. Thanks for joining us here on this TV screen.
Thanks for having me.
So I've heard a lot of terms. I watch a lot of HGTV, right? And so they'll call people sentimentalists, right? Or maybe you're an antiquer. But what is hoarding specifically? Break that down for us.
Great question. And it's really important that we distinguish this. This is not being sentimental. This is not being an antiquer. This is not being a collector. This is a very serious mental disorder in which the person literally cannot throw things away. It is painful to them to throw things away. They think that they need to save nearly everything, and they resist urges. They resist all efforts to try to get rid of stuff. And so the clutter just builds up to the point where it's not just messy, but the person actually has a hard time using the home for its intended purposes. So we see people who have kitchens that you can't cook in anymore, or beds you can't sleep in, or furniture you can't sit down on anymore, all because it's been taken over by the clutter.
Yeah. You know, we think about the most extreme cases, but I know research has found that millions of Americans may fall into what you're talking about, as much as 6% of the population. Does that sound right?
Best estimate we have right now is about 2.5% of the population.
2.5.
Now, that doesn't sound like a very big number, but that's the population of Virginia. So we're talking about a lot of people.
Yeah, that is a lot of people. Is there a pattern to people that fall into hoarding?
Well, what we know so far is that hoarding behavior seems to start very early, you know, even in childhood. But it's kind of mild at that point. And then as the person gets older, it seems that the symptoms get progressively worse and worse and worse. And along with that, the person racks up more and more stressful life circumstances, and they have fewer and fewer practical supports around them to help contain the clutter. And so the problem escalates out of control, probably leveling off as the person hits middle age.
And beyond the stuff, how does it make this person feel? I imagine there's an emotional component to it.
People with hoarding disorder are often very unhappy about their life circumstance. And again, this is really different from collecting, where your collection makes you happy and you're proud of it. People with hoarding disorder are not happy and proud of the stuff in their homes. They feel often very miserable about it, and they can be very impaired. People with hoarding disorder often have a hard time functioning in a lot of ways. And so we're seeing this is a complex and multifaceted psychiatric disorder.
If you have a friend, a family member who you think might be hoarding, what do you do?
Well, step one is never argue about it, because you're always going to lose. Because if you're like the average person with hoarding disorder, you're middle-aged. You've probably started this when you were, say, 10 years old. So let's say you've been hoarding for 40 years. And if you've been hoarding for 40 years, you've also been arguing about hoarding for 40 years. And you've gotten really good at it. And so anybody walking in trying to argue their way through a hoarding problem is just signing up for a loss.
What do you do?
Yeah. What you can do is express your concern gently and in a supportive manner. Say, listen, this is what I'm seeing. I wouldn't even call it hoarding. I would just say, this is what I'm seeing. This is what worries me. This is what I think this is turning into. And I think maybe you should go talk to somebody about it.
And briefly, maybe you're on the other side and you are the person who has all this stuff, maybe has the hoarding disorder. What do you do about it? I imagine it's a lot to hold.
It is a lot to hold. And the best thing really to do is get professional help for it. And at the moment, we don't have any medications that are effective, that are known to be effective for the use of hoarding disorder. But cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT, which is a form of counseling, does seem to be effective. And it helps a lot of people think differently about their possessions, make decisions more efficiently, and challenge themselves with new patterns of behavior.
Yeah, and it's okay to talk about it.
You got to talk about it.
Yeah. Right, because there's so much more to it than just, as you said earlier, than just buying things.
Yeah, it's not just about the stuff. This has really deep psychological roots.
Clinical psychologist Dr. David Tolan, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Learned a lot.
Yeah, really important conversation. Well, there's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, Zinkley, it's Kate. I know I'm going to see you in just a minute, but I just wanted to leave a voicemail for you. Oh my God, last night after we were together, they were talking about you, and I really wanted to tell you what they had to say. Give me a call back, okay?
I hadn't seen that until just now.
There are so many ways to communicate right now. I can leave a voicemail, a really long voicemail for Zinkley.
I should probably check my phone. And you can also call me, video chat me, FaceTime me, text me, or even leave me a voice memo. So what exactly is the etiquette on what to use and when? Heather Kelly is a tech reporter at the Washington Post who wrote a great article about all of this. She joins us now. So Heather, let's jump in here and start with those voicemails. Should Kate or anyone else be leaving really lengthy voicemails?
Or a voicemail at all.
Or any voicemails. Okay, that one voicemail in that example was great. Beyond that, there's almost never a reason for a voicemail. Most of them are like that. They're just, hey, call me back. You know how else you can say call me back? A text message. So unless it's a sentimental reason, unless you're going to wish me a happy birthday and sing me a song or you're my grandparents, please do not leave a voicemail.
Wow. So really avoid the voicemail. Okay. The next one I want to ask you about sparked a lot of debate here at NBC News Daily. Are you supposed to text someone before you call them? And hold that thought. We polled our NBC News Daily team and they said, 15 people said, yes, text before you ever call. 10 said just call. And 9 said, I don't care. Heather, what are we supposed to do?
I would love to know the age breakdown of those answers. This is a really generational divide. Gen Z and millennials would really like you to text first. I think they're being a lot more selective about how they spend their time on the phone. They're busy. And also there's sometimes a little bit of anxiety about an unplanned phone call. Like, what do you want to talk about? Is it important? So always text first. However, don't just say call me, because that makes it sound like you're in jail. This is your one phone call.
That's true.
Say why you want to talk to us, and that would be great.
My husband recently texted our kids and said, we need to talk.
Oops.
That was it. We need to talk.
Yeah.
My son thought he was in so much trouble. Like, do you have cancer? What is the problem?
Right. And that's a good point. Relationships matter, right? Is it your boss? Is it your friend? Is it your parent? Okay, let's pivot, though, and talk about another big one, speakerphone. Okay, so talk to us about the etiquette there when you're not just holding the phone up to your ear.
This one seems pretty universal. I found 0 people who are like, yes, take your speakerphone call in public. There is never really a good reason to do this. If you're, in a park and there's people pretty far away, enjoy yourself. One thing that's happening is video calls like FaceTime default to speakerphone.
Yes.
So when somebody calls you, it's already doing that. I say, please don't do this unless you're having like a really good fight, and then do it next to me.
Oh, that's a good point. You can overhear some real doozies. Speaking of FaceTime. FaceTiming someone without telling them you're about to FaceTime them, okay?
I do that, by the way. Uh-oh, the silence.
The people you know?
People I know, don't worry, no shame, no shame. But general practice, should we not be doing it?
This is chaotic, and honestly, I kind of love it, but only for your besties. You've got a couple things to be concerned with, like where are they answering the phone? It's going to be speaker, so you're going to pause before you say anything terribly embarrassing. You should be dressed. They should only answer if they're dressed. The fact that it's video adds this whole other weird layer of like, what are we getting into by doing this spontaneously?
That's a good point. And then there's another feature on phones now, voice memos or audio messages where you can literally leave your voice. What are your thoughts there?
I'm calling these face mails, hoping that catches on. It's brand new. It's 2 weeks old. I kind of love it. It's very much like a TikTok for one person.
Oh,
it's a vertical video.
You're talking about the
sorry.
FaceTime message, right? You're talking about when you're brand new on the iPhone.
Yes.
Zinkley was talking about just voice memos too, but go ahead.
Oh, voice memos have been around a while. Voice memos are kind of an elite way to communicate with your friends. They're part of a texting conversation. And it's best for gossip that you can just do as a monologue. Like, you just want to get it out. You don't want to back and forth. You put it in a voice memo. It better be under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And the other rule is never save somebody's voice memo. That's really crossing a line. And never, ever share it with a third party.
One and done. One more question.
I have like 30 seconds for this one. On texting, should you use emojis? Because my generation does, and I don't think the younger people do.
I would stay away. Sometimes like that thumbs up where I got your message, it's just a tool to say, I got you. I will not be continuing this conversation. Beware of what emojis you're using.
Okay, well, Heather Kelly, we got you. Thumbs up emoji. Thanks for being with us.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zeke Leas, and why you're watching Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zeke Leas.
I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, September 28th, 2023, down to the wire. Congress races to avoid a government shutdown. That deadline just 2 days away. Where negotiations stand right now, plus what it means for you.
Up for debate. Republican presidential hopefuls clash in a fiery second debate. Who managed to stand out as the frontrunners once again skips out?
Payback time. Student loan payments restart this weekend after a 3-year pause. What millions of borrowers need to know.
And you rang. Should you text before calling or call but don't leave a message? When it comes to phone etiquette, there are a lot of unwritten rules. An expert will get us all dialed in.
Oh, and don't get us started about those video calls.
Yeah, I have so many questions. Emojis, use them, don't use them.
We'll get into it. But we're going to start this hour with 2 major stories, one that could affect a lot of jobs.
Let's start with House Republicans hosting a first hearing on the impeachment inquiry of President Biden. They allege without evidence that President Biden engaged in a bribery scheme that involved business ventures of his son, Hunter Biden. The Bidens deny any allegations, and Democrats accuse Republicans of spreading conspiracy theories. Here's a sample of how the hearing is going.
For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes.
Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie.
Meanwhile, millions of federal workers are being notified they may have to stop working as we careen toward a federal government shutdown. The logjam involves Republicans who are at odds with each other over deep spending cuts. Even if they do come to an agreement, it would likely be doomed in the Democratic-controlled Senate. A separate bill has bipartisan support in the Senate, but House Republicans are not likely to back it.
All this against the backdrop of the 2024 presidential election. President Biden is in Arizona, where he's expected to sharpen his criticism of former President Donald Trump. Mr. Trump skipped out on last night's GOP debate in California. He was in Michigan, but he was still a dominant presence on the stage.
And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer.
You know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action.
The America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you.
We will have more on the debate later in this show, but right now we have all the others' angles covered with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, and Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Ryan, I do want to start with you in this impeachment inquiry hearing. Did House Republicans offer any new evidence today backing up their allegations of wrongdoing by President Biden and also his son, Hunter?
Zinkley, they really didn't, and they really had a hard time even trying to establish a narrative that was the goal of today's hearing. They were hoping to kind of reset the conversation as to exactly what the purpose of their investigation was. They invited 3 different expert witnesses with the goal of trying to help them establish that link between President Biden and the business dealings of his son, Hunter. Listen to how some of those expert witnesses responded to the questions that were posed by the panel today.
This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment.
These proceedings should be based on principle, not partisanship. And I fear that what we're hearing today, which can be traced all the way back to 2019, and accusations made against Mr. Biden as far back as then, are really driven by partisan animus.
And to be clear, Michael Gerhardt, the second witness you heard from there, he was asked to appear by the Democrats. But that first witness, Jonathan Turley, was a Republican witness. And he stated a number of times during the hearing today that he believes that there is not evidence yet to move to articles of impeachment. Now, Republicans would argue that that's the reason they launched an inquiry. They believe there is enough information out there to begin that process of finding out if President Biden has done something wrong. But today, they really did not provide that smoking gun that would take that next step of the possibility of impeachment articles being brought to the House floor.
So, Ryan, right, if I understand right, they haven't even really begun the inquiry yet, right? So what happens next? Can this become an official inquiry?
So technically, they have launched the inquiry, Kate. Kevin McCarthy, the House Speaker, did that unilaterally without a House vote. And they believe that that gives them a level of investigatory power that they wouldn't have under the normal auspices of their House committees. It wouldn't have to be specifically tied to a legislative purpose. So the next stage of this investigation will be subpoenaing perhaps officials, bank records, other pieces of information that would help them continue to build that narrative of the connection between the president and his son's business dealings. So at this point, we'll have to see what that next step is by these different committees that are in charge of this impeachment inquiry.
Thanks for straightening me out. Appreciate it, Ryan. Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, let's start with how the White House is dealing with this impeachment hearing. Are they addressing it?
Well, Kate, in days leading up to this hearing, the White House has not been shy about blasting what one White House spokesperson called these conspiracy theory attacks on President Biden coming from House Republicans, and pointing out why the so-called evidence they were presenting fell far short of a smoking gun, linking the president to any wrongdoing here. Today, we're seeing something of a different approach as the White House employs what they're calling a split-screen strategy, calling out Republicans for what they are doing versus what they should be doing, which is working to avert a government shutdown. We've received the same statement from a White House spokesperson once, sometimes twice an hour over the course of this hearing, with an updated count of the hours and minutes left until a potential shutdown, describing what the economic fallout of a shutdown would be, and calling this hearing a distraction. Now, it's also worth noting the White House is leaning on some of those House Democrats in the committee itself to really rebut the charges as they're occurring, not addressing necessarily what the Republicans are accusing Hunter Biden of doing, referring those questions to Hunter Biden's own legal team.
And Mike, let me ask separately about politics. Former President Trump skipped the GOP debate. He went to a rally in Michigan with auto workers. President Biden, that was last night. President Biden now today is in Arizona. It seems like there's a reason they're in those states. They're starting to focus on the key states for 2024.
Yeah, last night's Republican debate really does end up feeling like an undercard, as you see. The former president in Michigan courting union workers, a battleground state there, and President Biden just took the stage in Arizona, another major battleground state, for a really important speech as the White House is billing it for the president to talk about the cause of his presidency, what he says is the cause of his presidency, to preserve and protect our democracy. The president going to be issuing some new strong rhetoric about what he called the extremist ideology of MAGA Republicans, saying that if MAGA Republicans were to take power again, they would undermine the institutions of our democracy itself, Kate.
All right, Mike Memoli at the White House for us. Mike, thank you.
Well, in case you missed it, there is a very real chance the U.S. government is going to shut down this weekend. Lawmakers have until midnight Saturday to come to a budget deal before the federal government runs out of funding. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin is following the latest for us. So, Julie, good to see you. Negotiations are coming down to the wire here. What are the major sticking points among the different factions of House Republicans? And also, what are the chances of a resolution before midnight on Saturday?
St. Clair, I don't bet, I stay away from it, but if I was a betting woman, I would tell you that the chances of a shutdown are very, very, very high. I mean, literally a couple of moments ago, conservatives in the House Freedom Caucus wrote to McCarthy, the speaker, demanding a list of questions, asking him things like, will you reject the Senate bipartisan stopgap funding bill if it comes over to us? Will you stay in session to pass all these appropriations bills? Will we even avert a government shutdown by that deadline? These are members of his own party asking him these questions less than 48 hours until a potential government shutdown. But then you have senators working on a potential ad with border security provisions to try and make it palatable for Republicans in the House. Take a listen to what McCarthy said this morning, though. He's not giving up.
I know Sunday's football day. If people have this type of attitude, they'd quit in the third quarter. One thing, if I hope you realize about me, is I never give up. And you know what? If we have to play into overtime to get it right, I will do just that.
Overtime after a government shutdown would certainly mean that would impact millions of Americans, and the government would shut down regardless because they just don't have enough time to get this done. Tomorrow, McCarthy plans to put a stopgap funding measure on the floor. That's not even guaranteed to have the votes to pass. The Senate version of the bill is being changed and amended as we speak to try and get something through here that addresses border funding and Ukraine and disaster relief and keeps the government open. But guys, it's not looking good.
Not looking good, and not a small list of sticking points there. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. Let's turn now to Travis King, the American soldier detained in North Korea for more than 2 months. He's back in the United States. He arrived in San Antonio overnight after North Korea expelled him just yesterday. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from San Antonio. Morgan, I'll lead by saying welcome back from paternity leave. I hope it was restful for you, and we're glad to see you back in the field. So what more are we learning about Travis King's condition right now, and what will happen with him next?
Yeah, Zinkley, for as much as we're learning, there are still so many unanswered questions here. We do know that it was around 2:35 this morning that Department of Defense plane touched down here at Joint Base San Antonio, carrying the 23-year-old private second-class Travis King. We saw military personnel escort him off the plane. As for what's taken place within the past 12 hours or so, we don't know exactly when it will take place, but military officials have said that they did want to take him to Brooks Army Medical Center, where he will undergo what they call a post-isolation treatment, likely talking to medical staff there, potentially therapists, following those 71 days in North Korea. After that, military personnel said that they do plan on reuniting him with family, but no official word at this time if that's taken place. We do know, however, he has spoken to them over a phone call prior to making the journey back here to Texas. We do know, and you can tell we're definitely standing by an airbase, Zinkley, but right now, all eyes go forward to what the military could do next. They never declared King a deserter, but they did say he was absent without leave. That could result in disciplinary action, including a potential dishonorable discharge. Zinkley?
All right, Morgan, thanks for reporting through that. We know you'll stay on this one. And, of course, this required a lot of diplomatic efforts as well. So thanks for bringing us the latest, and welcome back again.
Yeah. Can I just say, Morgan's pictures of him with his baby?
We kind of got to brag on our friend here.
That's on his Instagram. Congratulations, Morgan. Time now for CNBC's Money Minute. 2 major food suppliers are under investigation.
And yet another streamer is cracking down on password sharing. Password stealers, beware. Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hey, how are you, Kate and Sinclair? Yeah, Purdue and Tyson Foods are facing a federal probe after a New York Times report that said there were minors working at their facilities in Virginia. The magazine published the story of a migrant child who was injured while working for a sanitation company contracted by Purdue. The Department of Labor has been cracking down on child labor violations. Purdue and Tyson told the Times that they do plan to cooperate with any government inquiry. Disney Plus is joining Netflix and cracking down on password sharing. Disney started emailing subscribers in Canada this week about changes to the service agreement. Customers may not share their account outside of their primary household. No word on whether Disney will crack down on password sharing or when here in the U.S. Meantime, Delta Airlines is walking back changes it announced that, well, were not well received. They were fairly controversial to the loyalty program. CEO Ed Bastian, speaking at a conference, said that Delta went too far trying to address a surge in the ranks of elite frequent flyers. Bastian promised what he called modifications that will be announced over the next few weeks. So he's got a couple of months because the new rules will take effect January 1st.
Full disclosure, I have million-miler status on Delta.
Full disclosure,
really?
more of a flex.
Well, only because of the job, right?
Of course.
But that stuff matters to me.
It's to a lot of us. All right. Well, Bertha Coombs, thank you so much.
Coming up, payback time. Student loan payments restart this weekend. Why some people are saying they're not going to pay and what could happen to them.
Plus, in custody, police tracked down a convicted felon wanted in the murder of a young tech CEO. But it turns out they had already been watching him for over a week. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
After a 3-day manhunt, U.S. Marshals have announced the arrest of a suspect in the killing of a young tech CEO in Baltimore. Authorities say Jason Billingsley is the man responsible for the death of Pavel Lepere. She founded a company called EcoMap Technologies. The 26-year-old was found dead in her apartment building on Monday. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is covering this from Baltimore. Ron, I know there was a news conference today, some pretty shocking revelations about what happened before Pavel Lepere's murder.
Yes, exactly, Kate. It was revealed today by police that the suspect, Jason Billingsley, was being tracked by authorities in connection with another case involving alleged armed attempted murder, rape, and arson, and that police were tracking him and had him under surveillance, and he was yet able to still become involved in this alleged killing of Lepere about a week later. Authorities said that they didn't raise alarms and alert the public about the first incident because they thought that if they did, the suspect would become aware of it and go to ground, which is what they say he did. But still questions are being raised about whether, in fact, Lepere's death might have been prevented. Police said that they didn't raise those alarms because they thought that the first case involved a situation where the suspect knew the victims, whereas the Lepere case is still being seen as a random attack. Authorities say they have not yet discovered any connection between the suspect and the victim. All of that, of course, is little comfort to this community, still grieving, mourning. There was a huge vigil last night. Hundreds attended to pay their respects to the family. Lepere's parents, her father was here, along with some of her co-workers. Today, the family released a statement saying that they appreciate the tireless efforts of the Baltimore police, and they are relieved to know that he can no longer hurt other innocent victims, and that they will continue to honor and celebrate Pava Marie's, her life, her successes, and her legacy. Kate.
Feel for that family. Ron Allen, thank you so much in Baltimore.
Just 2 weeks after a fentanyl operation was busted inside a New York City daycare, authorities have announced the discovery of a ghost gun factory in a separate daycare facility in the city. Just take a look at how many firearms police seized here. If you're not familiar, ghost guns are weapons built by a user, so they don't have serial numbers like firearms you would normally get at a dealer. And that makes these weapons a lot harder to trace. The suspect, who was allegedly running the illegal operation, is just 18 years old. Well, in Louisiana, officials are scrambling to limit the impacts from a giant saltwater mass making its way north up the Mississippi River. President Biden has approved a federal disaster declaration in Louisiana to help get more federal resources to solve this crisis. A major concern here is how the saltwater could damage the water system in New Orleans and its nearly 400,000 residents. The city's emergency manager says if that saltwater does reach New Orleans by the end of next month, the city could be dealing with a crisis until next year.
Coming up, Republicans campaigning for the White House face off during a fiery second debate, all minus Donald Trump. What happened? What you need to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This week's Sunday Night Football on NBC matchup may draw in fans from outside of football. Of course, we're talking about the ultimate diehard Swifties.
Yeah, that's right. Sources tell NBC News that Taylor Swift is expected to cheer on Travis Kelce when his Kansas City Chiefs play the New York Jets on Sunday night. The rumored appearance adding more speculation to all those dating rumors sparked after Swift attended last week's Chiefs game, which you all know about unless you've been under a rock somewhere. She was sitting next to Kelce's mom. Sunday Night Football is on NBC this Sunday.
So let's bring in sideline reporter Melissa Stark. She's following this ahead of all the headlines this week. So Melissa, Taylor Swift, of course, has certainly, you could say, intercepted the spotlight. But this was also a highly anticipated game way before Swift. So what other storyline should we be following in this matchup?
I don't know if there are any other storylines at this point. I mean, everybody I talk to, this is all they want to know. It's my friends that don't even know anything about football. Everyone wants tickets to this game. It's incredible. But this game was supposed to be Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes playing against each other. And after the first week of the season, when Aaron Rodgers went down with that torn Achilles, such disappointment, right, for the Jets. So now we will not get Patrick Mahomes against Aaron Rodgers. And we will get, I mean, the biggest storyline is this Chiefs offense. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. And it's such a potent offense that finally came together last week. And the Jets defense is playing pretty well, but the Jets offense, just without Aaron Rodgers, has not been good.
Yeah, well, so talk about that a little bit more. What are they going to do without Aaron Rodgers? What are the options at this point for us, for those of us who don't follow closely?
Yeah, they're sticking with their quarterback, Zach Wilson, who has just struggled, and the coaches behind him. I mean, you have everybody weighing in. There's a diehard Jets fan called Fireman Ed. He filmed an entire video of himself after last week's game. We have to get rid of this quarterback. We have the Hall of Famer Joe Namath weighing in saying we have to get rid of this quarterback. But the coaching staff, Robert Saleh, and the coaching staff are saying he is our guy. We are supporting him. So I guess they're going to try and lean on the run game and their running back, Breece Hall, and hope that that works for them, because as good as the Chiefs offense is, the Chiefs defense is pretty stingy.
So, Melissa, with all that said, can you also just dive deeper for us into the Kansas City quarterback, Patrick Mahomes? I know he was named Super Bowl MVP just last season. So what exactly makes his game, the way he plays, so exciting to watch? And who else is standing out to you?
So he grew up, his dad was a baseball player. So he grew up playing baseball, and he almost, played baseball professionally. So he has these no-look sidearm passes that just no one can believe that he has. And so he's so fun to watch, and he extends the plays. Any defense that you talk to that is playing against Patrick Mahomes says the play is never over. You just can't give up on this guy. He just keeps going. And he was injured last year in the playoffs. We actually had that game on NBC, and then he played through injury in the Super Bowl, his ankle, and he actually had it rolled up on in last week's game as well. But he's tough. He's creative, and he's as good as it gets. And I'm sure a lot of people got more familiar with him watching that quarterback series on Netflix. And that really gave a deep dive into just how efficient he is with his time, how much he works out in the off season. Yeah, it sounds like you guys watched it. And we found that fascinating, just everything that he does in the off season. I mean, everything is about his craft. And he has he has Brittany Mahomes as his wife, and now he has his son actually just came to his first game. He's got the daughter, and the son just came. We're like, well, how do you even have time for your kids? But he just is so methodical about it, and so fun to watch.
By the way, Melissa, the football kicks off on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, right? There's a game in London on Sunday.
It's so much fun. I before I took the Sunday Night Football job, I used to do those international games, and they love it.
Yeah.
We've now expanded to Germany, but these London. So I haven't gone to Germany, but I wasn't there last year.
Awesome.
But I was doing the London games a lot, and they have just this incredible, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah.
It's state of the art, and then the fans there.
It's just good TV. It's good TV, and we love to watch it.
Yeah,
Sorry, Melissa, I hate to cut you off, but thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, appreciate it. Football all day Sunday. There's much more ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
New York Attorney General Letitia James could call former President Donald Trump and 3 of his adult children to testify at his civil fraud trial set to begin next week, according to newly released court documents. Earlier this week, a judge had found the Trump Organization liable for fraud, so next week's trial will determine just how much money the Trumps will have to pay. The judge found that the Trump Organization misstated the values of assets over several years in annual financial forms, changing the value by close to $2 billion.
Actor Michael Gambon, known for his role as Professor Dumbledore in the Harry Potter films, has died. The Irish actor was part of 6 of the 8 Harry Potter films. He had won numerous awards for his work across theater, television, and film, even being knighted in 1998. He was 82 years old.
In less than 24 hours, we could see even more United Auto Workers Union members join the picket lines. The UAW president is set to host a live stream on Facebook tomorrow morning, where union source tells NBC News he's expected to announce additional strikes. That is, unless he sees, quote, serious progress on negotiation talks. Tomorrow also marks exactly 2 weeks since the walkouts began.
The threat of a government shutdown becoming more real every day. We are a little over, 2 days away now from it becoming a reality, potentially, a major disruption to the entire country.
Yeah, that's right. It could not come at a worse time. So NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains why.
There is so much noise coming out of Washington.
Prevent a government shutdown.
The government could shut down.
Avoid a government shutdown. But here's everything you actually need to know about a possible government shutdown. How does it affect me? Well, if you're one of the millions of employees furloughed in a shutdown, from civilian defense staffers to medical researchers, you won't be paid and you won't be working after September 30th. Employees deemed essential won't be paid either, but they'll still have to work, like service members, Border Patrol agents, and TSA screeners. They'll get back pay eventually, but airport absenteeism was an issue during the last shutdown, snarling traffic for all of us. So be prepared for it to happen again this fall. Delays could also strike U.S. passport offices, so plan for an already bad backlog there to get even worse. Plan to visit a national park or monument? It's possible some will close while others will stay open, just without access to welcome centers or bathrooms. And be warned, it is a very long drive across Yellowstone without a bathroom. Most government watchdogs will also be sidelined, including those who inspect our food, our water, our workplace safety, and our investments. What isn't affected? Social Security checks, Medicare and Medicaid, and the U.S. Postal Service. Now, why again are they doing this? So there was a 5-way budget deal cut in June to avoid default. But now, as we approach the shutdown, one of the parties, House Republicans, is demanding to renegotiate. It's not all House Republicans, just a small group who are blocking Congress from doing any business until their demands are met on major immigration reforms, severe cuts to government programs, and less aid for Ukraine as it defends itself against Russia. None of those positions have broad support in Congress. So why can't House Speaker Kevin McCarthy just ignore this tiny fringe? In short, he wants to save his job. Flashback to January, when it took 15 votes and 5 days just for Republicans to pick a leader. McCarthy won the vote by conceding power to members of the far-right Freedom Caucus. But fast forward to today, and without some of those rebels, he doesn't have enough Republican votes to keep the government running. At the same time, they've warned him his job of Speaker is done if he cuts a deal with Democrats. So despite only representing about 5% of the House, the holdouts have the power to shut down a huge chunk of the government. Finally, what happens next? McCarthy has tried other concessions to try and get the far-right rebels on board, like agreeing to hold impeachment proceedings for President Biden. But once the government's shut down, there's no telling when it will reopen. The last shutdown, initiated by President Trump nearly 5 years ago, lasted more than a month and ultimately did not produce the border wall funding he was demanding. Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Let's stay on politics. Last night in California, 7 Republican hopefuls debated for the second time this primary season in a showdown full of barbs and bickering. But the frontrunner was once again absent. Of course, I'm talking about former President Donald Trump. He skipped the debate to campaign in Michigan, leaving his rivals to duke it out without him. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Los Angeles, California. So, Dasha, the reality is, even though he was not in the room, Donald Trump is still far outpacing his rivals here. Did last night do anything to change that for voters?
Well, it's a great question, Zinkley. And look, after the first debate, it really took a few days for the dust to settle, for voters to kind of sleep on it before we saw that bump for Nikki Haley, the slump for the other candidates. So I think it's going to take a little bit to really see. But we did see some of the dynamics shift a little bit. Look, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came out swinging against former President Trump, something new. We've seen him take aim at him before, but only when asked about him directly, not going after him unprompted as he did last night. We saw Nikki Haley fire off some zingers at Ramaswamy and some of the others on the stage already. She's got a meme going around on the internet. Ramaswamy once again taking the heat from a lot of the other contenders. His campaign saying, hey, that's a good thing. Shows that he is a contender, shows that the others see him as a threat. And we got a chance to catch up with him briefly in the spin room. Take a listen to what he told us.
I am the new guy in this race, and I have to own that. I have to earn people's trust because I haven't been a governor or a senator or anything else. And that's fair. I think one of the best predictors of how good of a president somebody's going to be could be, I'm just reflecting on this, how much we grow over the 1.5 year period of running for president. And I think that I am growing into being ready to be the leader who unites this country.
The last line he said there was a little bit curious, growing into being ready, potentially leaving open some of those criticisms we've already heard against him from his rivals, saying he might not be ready on day one to step into the job. He, of course, argues against that. These contenders have a long way to go, though. You've seen those wide polling gaps. Former President Trump and his campaign saying he won the debate. They're, in fact, saying that there shouldn't be any more debates because the primary voters have already spoken their minds with these polls. These other candidates have something else to say about that. But if you talk to any political experts, political scientists, they tell you that there needs to be consolidation in this field. The Republican Party would need to line up behind one of these other contenders if they have any shot at beating former President Trump.
All right, time will tell. Dasha Burns, thanks so much.
Remember how Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman presided over the Senate the other day in shorts and a hoodie? Did you see that? Well, that was after the rules for what to wear in the Senate were relaxed. Well, guess what? Now another change. The Senate unanimously passed a new dress code for men on the Senate floor. The official dress code now requires men to wear business attire, which is defined as, quote, coat, tie, and slacks or other long pants. It does not, Zinkley, specify what women should wear.
Interesting. Okay. Noted. Well, Hollywood striking actors and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers are heading back to the bargaining table. The two groups released a joint statement saying they will resume negotiations on Monday, October 2nd, and several studio executives will be in attendance. Now, this announcement comes over 75 days since picketing began and less than a week after the Writers Guild of America reached an agreement on a new 3-year contract. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers represents NBC Universal, of course, the parent company of NBC News.
Well, in just a few days, college graduates with student loans are going to be back on the hook for all the money they borrowed.
That's right. Loan payments are set to resume October 1st for the first time since the government paused them during the pandemic. That was March 2020, and 3 months after the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung took a closer look at the effect these repayments are having on people. Brian, what'd you find?
Yeah, well, when it comes to what we're facing here, some have described it as a cliff, $1.7 trillion in student debt that's coming due. Some people say they can't or won't pay. Josie Bridges is a single mom living paycheck to paycheck. It's hard enough dealing with rising prices at the store.
My student payments are sitting right now at about $400 is what they're expecting each month. So, I mean, that's my food budget right there.
The pandemic freeze on student loan payments allowed Josie to open up her own salon in Portland, Oregon. But with $4,000 in outstanding debt from her community college degree, she says she simply won't be able to make the payments once they resume in October.
It's kind of out of my hands at this point. If I can't make it, I can't make it.
It's a game changer.
The Biden administration's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in student debt would have wiped Josie's slate clean. Instead, a challenge from 6 Republican states resulted in a Supreme Court decision in June striking down the plan after Josie had already put thousands of dollars in investments into her salon.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and that's kind of scary.
The median student loan borrower has between $20,000 to $25,000 in outstanding student debt. Over 40 million borrowers had interest accrual restart this month, with the first payments in over 3 years due in just days. Economists like Brian Adams say it won't trigger a recession, but will weigh on those least able to bear it.
Anybody that is part of an underserved community, they tend to have higher debt than those that are not in underserved communities, and they tend to have lower incomes. So that's a potential issue.
It is officially time for a student loan repayment boycott.
Some borrowers taking to social media to urge others not to pay, like Maya Doit, who owes over $15,000 and has no plans to pay in October.
They'll potentially garnish wages. Maybe they'll take from your tax refund. You know, good luck. I think I made like $10,000 this year, so you can have it all if you want it.
Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says missed payments won't immediately trigger garnished wages or credit score hits.
We know many of our borrowers are going to struggle to make payments, but we want to make sure that we're not sending their name to credit agencies. So we're going to hold them harmless for a year as they're getting back up.
Among longer-term options for relief, see if your employer offers repayment assistance programs and consider the SAVE program, which adjusts monthly bills based on borrowers' income. Josie's weighing her options, but says it's going to be tough either way.
At this moment, it's either come up with money to pay for these now student loans that I'm having to pay, or make it to where my business doesn't function as it needs to.
All right, so Brian, thank you for all of that. We talked about the government shutdown just a couple minutes ago. People might wonder, does that have any impact? Like, if the government shuts down, maybe I don't have to pay.
Well, the payments are due, right? October 1st, again, when those first interest payments will be due. But again, as we kind of outlined there, and the Secretary Miguel Cardona was saying, if you do miss a payment, they understand that the first payments in over 3 years are going to be difficult. If you don't make them, it's okay, because you won't be immediately reported to credit bureau agencies. So it's not like you will be inhibited from getting a mortgage or getting a car loan.
Destroy your credit.
Right, but only for a year. Only for a year that grace period is going to be there. After that point, next September, then you'll have to pay. But again, just because if the government shuts down, whatever, it doesn't change the fact that October 1st will be the day that those first payments will be due.
Okay.
Really important people stay on it. Brian Chung, thanks for staying on it for us.
Coming up, you called. An expert gets us dialed in to today's unwritten phone etiquette. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Hey, Zinkley, it's Kate. I know I'm going to see you in just a minute, but I just wanted to leave a voicemail for you. Oh, my God, last night after we were together, they were talking about you, and I really wanted to tell you what they had to say. Give me a call back, okay?
I hadn't seen that until just now.
There are so many ways to communicate right now. I can leave a voicemail, a really long voicemail for Zinkley.
I should probably check my phone. And you can also call me, video chat me, FaceTime me, text me, or even leave me a voice memo. So what exactly is the etiquette on what to use and when? Heather Kelly is a tech reporter at the Washington Post who wrote a great article about all of this. She joins us now. So Heather, let's jump in here and start with those voicemails. Should Kate or anyone else be leaving really lengthy voicemails?
Or a voicemail at all.
Or any voicemails. Okay, that one voicemail in that example was great. Beyond that, there's almost never a reason for a voicemail. Most of them are like that. They're just, hey, call me back. You know how else you can say call me back? A text message. So unless it's a sentimental reason, unless you're going to wish me a happy birthday and sing me a song or you're my grandparents, please do not leave a voicemail.
Wow. So, like, really avoid the voicemail. Okay. The next one I want to ask you about sparked a lot of debate here at NBC News Daily. Are you supposed to text someone before you call them? And hold that thought. We polled our NBC News Daily team, and they said 15 people said yes, text before you ever call. 10 said just call, and 9 said I don't care. Heather, what are we supposed to do?
I would love to know the age breakdown of those answers. This is a really generational divide. Gen Z and millennials would really like you to text first. I think they're being a lot more selective about how they spend their time on the phone. They're busy. And also there's sometimes a little bit of anxiety about an unplanned phone call. Like, what do you want to talk about? Is it important? So always text first. However, don't just say call me, because that makes it sound like you're in jail. This is your one phone call.
That's true.
Say why you want to talk to us, and that would be great.
My husband recently texted our kids and said, we need to talk.
Oops.
That was it. We need to talk.
Yeah.
My son thought he was in so much trouble. Like, do you have cancer? What is the problem?
Right. And that's a good point. Relationships matter, right? Is it your boss? Is it your friend? Is it your parent? Okay, let's pivot, though, and talk about another big one, speakerphone. Okay, so talk to us about the etiquette there when you're not just holding the phone up to your ear.
This one seems pretty universal. I found 0 people who are like, yes, take your speakerphone call in public. There is never really a good reason to do this. If you're, in a park and there's people pretty far away, enjoy yourself. One thing that's happening is video calls like FaceTime default to speakerphone.
Yes.
So when somebody calls you, it's already doing that. I say, please don't do this unless you're having like a really good fight, and then do it next to me.
Oh, that's a good point. You can overhear some real doozies. Speaking of FaceTime. FaceTiming someone without telling them you're about to FaceTime them, okay?
I do that, by the way. Uh-oh, the silence.
People you know?
People I know, don't worry, no shame, no shame. But general practice, should we not be doing it?
This is chaotic, and honestly, I kind of love it, but only for your besties. You've got a couple things to be concerned with, like where are they answering the phone? It's going to be speaker, so you're going to pause before you say anything terribly embarrassing. You should be dressed. They should only answer if they're dressed. The fact that it's video adds this whole other weird layer of like, what are we getting into by doing this spontaneously?
That's a good point. And then there's another feature on phones now, voice memos or audio messages where you can literally leave your voice. What are your thoughts there?
I'm calling these face mails, hoping that catches on. It's brand new. It's 2 weeks old. I kind of love it. It's very much like a TikTok for one person.
Oh, you're
it's
talking
a vertical
about
video.
You're talking about
I'm
the
sorry.
FaceTime message, right? You're talking about when you're brand new on the iPhone.
Yes.
Zinkler was talking about just voice memos too, but go ahead.
Oh, voice memos have been around a while. Voice memos are kind of an elite way to communicate with your friends. They're part of a texting conversation. And it's best for gossip that you can just do as a monologue. Like, you just want to get it out. You don't want to back and forth. You put it in a voice memo. It better be under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And the other rule is never save somebody's voice memo. That's really crossing a line. And never, ever share it with a third party.
One and done. One more question.
I have like 30 seconds for this one. On texting, should you use emojis? Because my generation does, and I don't think the younger people do.
I would stay away. Sometimes like that thumbs up where I got your message, it's just a tool to say, I got you. I will not be continuing this conversation. Be aware of what emojis you're using.
Okay, well, Heather Kelly, we got you. Thumbs up emoji. Thanks for being with us. Yeah.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Text us, maybe.
Yeah. Send an emoji. I don't care.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Tonight is the first ever People's Choice Country Awards.
And to get ready for the big show today, co-host Dylan Dreyer visited Music City with the Grammy-winning group Little Big Town.
Music City is busier and buzzier than ever as the energy builds for the first ever People's Choice Country Awards at the famed Grand Ole Opry. Among the hosts, Osprey members, Grammy winners, and friends of today. Little Big Town. And in between rehearsals for tonight's big event, Philip, Kimberly, Jimmy, and Karen took time to welcome us to Nashville.
Hi, guys!
I have the best tour guides ever. Okay, so you're gonna take me around?
We're taking you to the boot barn to get you your first cowboy boots.
Oh my God!
I'm excited.
Well, there you go.
Go
have fun.
The right pair of boots are a Music City must, but with more than 2,000 styles to choose from at Boot Barn, I needed Karen and Kimberly's help to steer me in the right direction.
For my first pair of boots, should it be something traditional that would go with everything? Or do you go wild and get something totally different? I mean, where do I start?
In my world, you get both. But I would start probably with something you could wear with anything.
With that in mind, I tried a few on for size to figure out which boots were made for walking.
Here we go, option number one.
Oh, you know how to wear a cowboy boot. Yes.
So hard to decide.
Ooh. Those are great too.
I really like this next one, but I don't want to skew your opinion.
Oh, yes. Me too.
Yeah. This feels like a more New York style, right?
I love that.
I want it up to a 10.
I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
After working up an appetite, we headed to our next stop, Hattie B's Hot Chicken, to meet up with Philip and Jimmy for some famous fried chicken.
So we've made it over to Hattie B's. This is famous. What's it famous for?
It is spicy chicken.
Got spice whipping tomorrow. So
normally
Are you railing on me?
Are you gonna not partake?
I mean, I've already started coughing from the spice in the air.
Let's do it.
It'll be good. Let's do it. Oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm okay. It's hot. I mean, that's a spicy chicken.
After settling into the Nashville heat, it was time to cool down with some live music at the 1230 Club.
And Little Big Town is hanging out.
And sip and soak in the views of Broadway.
Oh, guys, this is like a perfect day. Thank you so much.
Oh, Dylan, you come back in here.
I would love to. And cheers to hosting the People's Choice Country Awards.
Thank you. It's so exciting.
Amazing, Dylan. Thank you so much for that. Well, let's take a look now at some of the other stories trending.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony is going to be live for the first time. This year's inductees include Missy Elliott, Chaka Khan, and the late George Michael. Stars like Elton John, New Edition, Chris Stapleton are performing. The ceremony is going to stream live from New York City on November 3rd on Disney+.
Ooh, got to check that out. Well, toy maker Mattel is unveiling new Barbies to commemorate the Day of the Dead. The Mexican holiday honors ancestral spirits returning to Earth to celebrate life with their families. Barbie wears a bright pink dress with floral designs and comes with a mini ofrenda, or offering. Both she and Ken have traditional sugar skulls painted on their faces. The two-day celebration kicks off on November 1st.
That's kind of cool.
And during Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah, and it's such a big holiday. All right, we want to take a moment here to congratulate the members of our team who won an Emmy last night.
And it goes to Rain, a mother.
Yes! I love that. That is our very own Geraldine Coles-Azokar and Nick Lerman. Also, Molly Hunter, who was sitting next to me in Zinkley, took home that spot. All of them did for the outstanding recorded news special for their work on Ukraine, A Mother's War. If you haven't had a chance to watch that special and see Molly's in-depth reporting, there's All of Us last night. You can stream it on NBCnews.com. It is really something special. And congratulations to everyone at NBC who was nominated last night, including this one.
It was a great night.
Yeah. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zink Class, and while you're watching, Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
If it's Thursday, House Republicans hold their first hearing on impeaching President Biden as a divided and dysfunctional Congress barrels toward a government shutdown just 2 days away. Plus, about last night, where the 2024 race for president goes now, as former President Trump is criticized on stage for skipping another debate by the rivals running out of time to blunt his momentum. And Senator Menendez speaks. The embattled New Jersey lawmaker addresses his Democratic colleagues behind closed doors amid growing pressure from his own party to resign over allegations of corruption and bribery. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where two of the most divisive and damaging political battles are colliding today, impeaching a sitting president and shutting down the government. Today, the House Oversight Committee held the first hearing in Republicans' impeachment inquiry into President Biden's alleged ties to his son's business dealings. Launching this impeachment inquiry was one of the demands from Republican hardliners, a group that Kevin McCarthy is trying to wrangle as the government is set to shut down in 2 days. In today's hearing, which is still going on, Republicans pushing largely unproven allegations against the president and Democrats responding.
Since assuming our Republican majority in January, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee has uncovered a mountain of evidence revealing how Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes.
All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that.
Well, a really major moment came as one of the Republican witnesses appeared to undercut Republicans' claims that there's already a mountain of evidence to impeach the president. Take a look.
This is a question of an impeachment inquiry. It is not a vote on articles of impeachment. In fact, I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish. What I don't understand is the opposition to the inquiry itself. It seems to me the test is, would the alleged conduct, if proven, establish impeachable offenses? And is there a credible basis for those allegations? I think the answer is clearly yes.
Now, this all comes as the government is set to shut down on Saturday night with no clear way out. Speaker McCarthy met with fellow Republicans this morning, urging them to pass a short-term spending bill and avoid being, quote, held hostage by the democratically controlled Senate. And amid Republican infighting over keeping the government open, President Biden is warning American principles are in jeopardy. With lagging poll numbers and with his Bidenomics messaging failing to break through, the president is pivoting, today condemning Donald Trump's so-called MAGA message as an extremist movement.
And there's something dangerous happening in America now. There's an extremist movement that does not share the basic beliefs in our democracy. The MAGA movement. Not every Republican, not even a majority of Republicans adhere to the MAGA extremist ideology. I know because I've been able to work with Republicans my whole career. But there's no question that today's Republican Party is driven and intimidated by MAGA Republican extremists. Their extreme agenda, if carried out, would fundamentally alter the institutions of American democracy as we know it.
Joining me now from Capitol Hill is NBC's Ali Vitale. Also with me, NBC investigative correspondent Tom Winter and senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Tempe, Arizona, where the president just spoke. Thanks to all of you for starting us off on a very busy day. Ali, I have to start with you. You have been watching every minute of these hearings, which have been going on for hours now. Of course, the day after the GOP debate amid this shutdown fight. What did Republicans accomplish today? Did they accomplish what they were hoping?
You got to imagine that they're not thrilled by the way that this has played out here, Kristen, in part because the Republican witnesses who were here did not necessarily march in lockstep with the narrative that multiple Republicans were pushing going into this, including the head of this entire operation, the oversight chairman, Jim Comer, who had said previously that he would vote for impeachment outright right now, only to then be countered just moments later by one of the Republican star witnesses, Jonathan Turley, who said that while he understands and thinks that there's enough for an impeachment inquiry, which is squarely at where we are now in the process, he also said that he did not think that there was enough evidence at this point for an outright impeachment. Democrats were also pretty effective, this is Ranking Member Raskin and others, at disrupting any kind of narrative flow that the Republicans were trying to establish here, continuously trying to ask for motions, disrupt with votes, all of these that Republicans at some point seemed unprepared to counter, but really were effective at disrupting their ability to gain any momentum here during this hearing. Now, it's many, many hours long. They are wrapping up this process now, just in time for members to turn to the other crisis at hand here that actually has a clock on it, the shutting down of the government. But I want to play for you one of the more effective parts of this hearing when Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez highlighted that none of the witnesses that Republicans called had any firsthand knowledge of the allegations that they're trying to prove. Watch.
Mr. Turley, I have a simple question for you. In your testimony today, are you presenting any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
No, I'm not.
No, you are not. Ms. O'Connor, you are the second Republican witness here today. Have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, As the third and final Republican witness in this hearing, have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
And Professor Gerhardt, given that you are the minority witness, I assume the same, correct?
I'm not a fact witness, correct.
Now, look, at best, Democrats can call that a win, Kristen, and at worst for Republicans, that's the challenge that they have here, underscoring the fact that right now they've got a bunch of allegations, but no evidence directly tying the allegations to the President of the United States.
Yeah, that was a really striking exchange there that you just played, Allie. Stay with me. I want to go over to Tom Winter. Tom, just break this down for us and build a little bit, if you will, on what Allie just started to lay out. I mean, did we see any new evidence presented by Republicans today? Did they move the needle at all?
No, well, as I was just about to say before Allie just played the sound herself, and we heard it directly from the fact witnesses, or the witnesses, I should say. They were not there to testify with firsthand knowledge of crimes. We heard from nobody today that was involved in any of the criminal investigations involving the son of the President of the United States, who's under indictment in something that is, of all the things that we've heard about Hunter Biden, definitively not tied to his father. And of course, we're waiting to find out whether or not Hunter Biden will face any sort of criminal tax charges that might be filed in the coming weeks, as soon as the coming weeks, I should say, in the Central District of California by Special Counsel Weiss. All put together here, Kristen, it's not surprising we didn't get that testimony today because it wasn't built as that. This is not a court of law, as we are often reminded. It is certainly not. There's no impartial jury here. Everybody knows what side of the fence they're on, and we all know that too. I think the important thing for us to remember is going forward, does this inquiry turn up evidence and turn up witnesses that can point to a definitive either Hunter Biden or another Biden family member providing money to then Vice President Biden or to then candidate Joe Biden. That, I think, is going to be the big question for Republicans moving forward as to whether or not they can make those ties, or in legal terms, a nexus between those individuals. And then where did that money come from? And is there some sort of a perceived conflict of interest? That remains the big question. It's the question we've asked Congress. It's the question that we're investigating as investigative reporters. Right now, we haven't found that connection. Could we one day? Perhaps. Could we not? Perhaps as well.
And just to remind our viewers, Tom, of the legal implications that Hunter Biden is facing right now. He has been indicted on gun charges. Republicans have made the point, well, these gun charges have nothing to do with exactly what you're talking about, ties to his father, any proof that his father benefited or had anything to do with his business dealings, right? I mean, what is the crux of the legal issues that Hunter Biden is facing right now?
That's correct. As far as what he's been indicted for, it's less than 2 weeks of conduct in Delaware involving a gun, no nexus whatsoever to Joe Biden, and it's possession of a gun while using drugs and lying on the associated forms and lying to the gun dealer. That's its own specific case. Almost never charged in and of itself, but it's kind of a splinter of a case or a guilty plea that we thought we were going to get in July of this year, Kristen, as you well remember. So that's column A. Column B is the taxes and the businesses of Hunter Biden, and that's obviously what Republicans, and as a matter of public opinion, people have been focused on. What were the ethics of Hunter Biden having the jobs and connections that he did, and did that in any way, shape, or form either benefit the Biden family, or did it benefit those individuals who were paying Hunter Biden as far as influence that they may have been able to garner with then Vice President Biden or candidate Biden? Again, that's not evidence that we've directly seen ourselves, but it is something obviously that multiple, whether it be Congress, whether it be reporters, and perhaps as well as federal investigators might be looking at, though we've seen no indication of the latter.
All right, and with that, let me go out to Arizona and Gabe. Gabe, what are folks at the White House telling you? The president doesn't spend a whole lot of time talking about this, but when he has been asked directly whether he has profited off of his son's business dealings, he has said no, that he has nothing to do with his son's business dealings. How's the White House responding to what's happening on Capitol Hill today?
Well, Kristen, the White House has been consistent in saying, especially over the last couple of days, they're trying to brand this inquiry as coming from extreme MAGA Republicans. Karine Jean-Pierre, a few days ago in the press briefing, hit that message. And the White House is really trying to hit the overall message that what's going on right now, not just in impeachment, but also more broadly throughout the country, is because of this extremist wing of the Republican Party. And I want to transition now to where we are right now here in Arizona. That was the president's message here during this speech, a high-profile speech. He has given several so far on this topic, but this was the most aggressive attack so far since the 2020 campaign on not just MAGA Republicans, not just Trumpism, but Donald Trump himself. President Biden saying Donald Trump's name at least once during his speech and taking him on for what he sees as threats to democracy. Of course, no accident that he did it here in Arizona. He was here with the widow of the late Republican Senator John McCain, of course, one of the most outspoken critics of former President Trump. I want to play some of what President Biden had to say in the speech that wrapped up just a short time ago. Take a listen.
I've tried my very best, and I'm sure I haven't met the test of all of you want me to meet, but tried my very best to meet the highest standards, whether you voted for me or not. Because that's the job, to deliver light, not heat, to make sure democracy delivers for everyone, to know we're a nation of unlimited possibilities, of wisdom and decency, a nation focused on the future. I'm asking you that regardless of whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent, put the preservation of our democracy before everything else.
And a senior administration official telling me that this was very personal for the president, that he'd been working on this speech up until at least through last night when he flew here from California. And Kristen, this comes at a time when the president's message, both on the economy and perhaps on threats to democracy, has had some trouble breaking through. According to our recent NBC News poll, when he gave a similar speech like this at Independence Hall months ago, the Democrats, according to voters gave Democrats the benefit of the doubt when it came to which party could better preserve democracy. Now, according to our most recent NBC News poll, both parties are about even, with Republicans having a slight edge. So certainly the White House now feeling that this message is extremely important. And again, President Biden going further than he had before, name-checking Donald Trump of what he sees a crucial threat to democracy if Trump were to be reelected.
Yeah.
Kristen?
Gabe, great reporting, and obviously an indication that President Biden is really pivoting in some ways to the general election now, not waiting until there is an actual winner of the Republican race, even though obviously the voting has yet to begin in the primary. Ali Vitale, let me turn back to you. The hearing has just wrapped up. And yes, you've been watching the hearing, but you've also been working around the clock on the other big story on Capitol Hill. You referenced it at the top, but the fact that we're 2 days away from a government shutdown. Ali, what is the latest, and is there any hope to avoid one at this point in time?
It's painful to say, Kristen, because shutdowns are very difficult, not necessarily for the people in this building, but for Americans across the country who, once you get into one, there's a lot of uncertainty about how long you'll be in a shutdown posture, how long workers will be furloughed, how long those paychecks will not be in your mailbox or in your bank account. Those are all open questions, because in my conversations with lawmakers today and over the course of the last few days, increasingly, I have yet to find one Republican or Democrat who doesn't think we're about to go into a shutdown this weekend. We're watching House Freedom Caucus members just in the last hour or so continue to pressure Speaker McCarthy on what his plan looks like. We're still hearing from more Republican hardliners who would be a no on the continuing resolution, which is the mechanism that Speaker McCarthy wants to use right now to buy himself and his conference more time to finish out figuring out what the rest of those spending bills will look like. We know that there are 12 appropriations bills in total. They've tried now to pass 4 of them. Again, we're really at an impasse here, because for McCarthy, this is not just a question of how do you keep the government open, it's how do you keep the government open and also keep your job as Speaker.
Yeah, a really tough moment and test for Speaker McCarthy. All of my sources echoing what you're hearing, Allie, that it feels like at this moment a shutdown is all but certain. Allie, Tom, and Gabe, thank you for getting us started on a very busy day. I want to bring in our panel, Betsy Woodruff-Swan, national correspondent for Politico and NBC News contributor, Cornell Belcher, Democratic pollster and an NBC News political analyst, and Lonnie Chen, a research fellow at the Hoover Institution and former Romney campaign policy advisor. Thanks to all of you for being here. Well, we have so much to talk about. We have two panels today, so this will just get us started. Betsy, let me start with you. Just set the table here. Coming off of this hearing, what actually happened today, politically speaking? Because even Republican witnesses say, look, there's not enough evidence yet to actually move toward a full impeachment.
The politics of this situation are a big mess for everyone. And what we also see, of course, is that the Hunter Biden impeachment saga is intimately intertwined with the government shutdown saga. Hunter Biden is the one figure who unites almost all of the House Republican conference, obviously not on this question of whether or not the president should be impeached, but broadly, virtually every Republican likes gesturing at the president's son and suggesting that he somehow means the president should be viewed negatively. And of course, polls show that that message from Republicans is resonating. Now, part of the reason Republicans love talking about Hunter Biden so much is that many of the other biggest issues they're having to grapple with are a huge mess for them. Obviously, government shutdown being at the top of the list. My colleagues have reported that private meetings have included foul language from Republicans lobbing at one another as they're grappling with the fact that they are very much on the brink of failing to fund the government. For Democrats, meanwhile, the Hunter Biden saga is also really thorny. Democrats in the House have not figured out how they're going to talk about the president's son. It's difficult because where the politics are and where the president himself is at are very different. The president loves his son, and he's not going to abide House Democrats suggesting that Hunter Biden isn't close to his father or Hunter Biden is a problematic figure. Grappling with that and dealing with all those dynamics together is going to be challenging for Dems going forward.
Cornell, I think that Betsy hits on what makes this so complicated for the White House, because you have Hunter Biden showing up at various events, including a state dinner, which raised some eyebrows. Could this be, how problematic is it for President Biden in his re-election campaign? We know his poll numbers. Nationally, he's tied with former President Trump, who's facing 4 indictments. This is one more cloud, but how big of a cloud is it, do you think?
There's a lot to unpack here. One, the only thing I would disagree with is that it's not that Democrats haven't figured out how to talk about Hunter Biden. They're not going to talk about Hunter Biden. Because the last time I checked, Hunter Biden wasn't a top issue concern for women sitting around their kitchen table worrying about how their kids are going to get a good education, how they're going to pay the bills.
But they do get questions about it.
So they're not going to. Yeah, of course they'll get questions because Republicans are pushing the questions, right? But last time I checked, Hunter Biden wasn't a top issue concern for voters across the country. Now, I understand Republicans want to play politics with this, but what are the politics showing us right now? This is not a new investigation. This is months and months and months and months and months of investigations. And they found absolutely nothing here whatsoever to sort of to point to Biden having anything to do with it. So the president is actually doing what the president is supposed to be doing. He's going out around the country, talking about his vision for the future, talking about the accomplishments that he's done. It would benefit only Republicans if, in fact, the president got in the mud and Democrats got in the mud and made Hunter Biden the central conversation that they want to have, when the central conversation that Americans want to have are about education and about guns.
Lonnie, jump in here. Talk about the potential for a backlash. Here you have day one, and one of their key witnesses, Jonathan Turley, says there's not enough evidence to impeach. Now, he also said, doesn't mean we shouldn't have an inquiry, but wow, that's not the smoking gun that I think some Republicans who are watching this from the outside were hoping for on day one.
Well, and the politics are complicated, right? Because on the one hand, you do have a lot of voters in the Republican base that love this. They love the concept of focusing on this. They love the inquiry. But it's hard for Republicans who come from marginal districts. I'm thinking about districts in California, where I'm from, where you really don't want to be on the record on this issue because in an election year, it creates some challenges. And so how do you react to that when the politics are as tricky as they are? Good for some, not as good for others.
Well, and we've actually seen it in the long term bolster presidents, former President Trump, former President Clinton. I mean, they use their impeachments to energize their base. I mean, do you think Biden will be savvy and do the same thing?
I'd separate Clinton from Trump here. I think clearly when Clinton went under impeachment, it did rally the base, but also it rallied the American people more around. I think President Clinton was in better shape after that impeachment than he was going into that impeachment, because to a certain extent, I think Republicans botched that impeachment.
Betsy, you make the point that this is all going on against the backdrop of the government likely shutting down in just 2 days. To what extent is there a sense that Speaker McCarthy's speakership is in real trouble in this moment, or do you think he holds on?
We aren't getting indications that it's sort of an emergency house on fire problem for McCarthy in terms of holding on as speaker, but there's no question that long term, these types of major escapades are profoundly unhelpful and show that much of the case that he made for his speakership has not thus far borne out. He hasn't been able to get all those rogue House Republicans on board with his project. What else is just notable about this shutdown, of course, is how similar it was to the government shutdown in 2013, when you had Virginia state elections happening. You had a major state-level story. Then it was Ken Cuccinelli running for governor. Now it's Governor Glenn Youngkin trying to take broader control over the state of Virginia. And it's a state that has tons of federal workers who could be impacted by a shutdown. So that's another problem, an immediate problem for McCarthy.
I want to play a quick soundbite of Senator Cornyn. He was asked about the politics of the shutdown. Get your reaction on the other side.
Senator, Republicans often take the blame politically for shutdowns. I mean, it happened in 2020 with the midterms right after that long shutdown. What is your concern more broadly about how this could impact your chances to get the Senate back in 24?
Well, I think it's bad policy and it's bad politics.
Lonnie, that was our own Julie Chen asking that question. Julie Circuit, I'm sorry, I'm combining names here. That was our own Julie Circuit asking that question. Lonnie, what do you make of that? I mean, that's just a blunt reaction to the politics of this are not good.
Yeah, well, Senator Cornyn's right. I don't think the politics are good. Now, that having been said, there is distance between this shutdown and the 2024 election cycle. So that may be the saving grace for Republicans, is even though this is not great politics, it may indeed impact what happens in the off-year election in Virginia. It's not clear to me that it has an impact in 24 Senate races, House races. We'll see. How much do Democrats drive this as an issue, particularly in those marginal House seats? They're going to drive shutdown. They're going to drive impeachment. And then, of course, if Donald Trump is atop the ballot in 2024, a lot of those moderate Republicans are going to have a challenge.
I think how they drive it, and that's a good point, but I think how they drive it, look, it's not a silver bullet. It's not one thing. But I think the conversation that Democrats will be having, chaos, confusion, destruction, not focusing on any of the issues that they have. I've not seen their crime bill. I've not seen their border security bill at all. Any of the things that they've run on. I think that's the case that bit by bit Democrats are going to be able to build.
Well, that's going to be the test if the government does shut down. Don't go anywhere. We have a whole debate to talk about, folks. Great conversation, Betsy, Cornell, and Lonnie. You are sticking around because we do have more to talk about. Up next, TikTok, Donald Duck, and a very weird moment about sleeping with school teachers. We're breaking down what happened at last night's debate and what it means for the future of the 2024 race. Plus, live reporting from the Pentagon as U.S. officials react to a run-in between U.S. and Iranian armed forces and the return of that U.S. soldier who was just released home from detention in North Korea. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
news lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. For the second straight time, Republican presidential candidates sparred on the debate stage, at times aggressively and personally. And for the second straight time, frontrunner Donald Trump did not attend. Notably, the candidates on stage seemed well aware of the dire political position they face right now, with Trump holding such a commanding lead in the race and everyone else battling to break out of the pack. The result? We did see some more attacks on Trump's record and his absence on stage, and we also saw some strong performances. But overall, the dominant theme of the night was more about how the candidates argued with each other, not with Trump. Take a look.
These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's in politics.
Some of us are tainted.
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting while I'm speaking.
You said
if I may finish.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have please focus on the issues that matter. We know we did business in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may address,
focus on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I actually agree with Ron DeSantis.
Just one of many moments where there are a lot of candidates talking at once. NBC's Shaq Brewster joins me now. He spent last night watching the debate with Republican voters in Wisconsin. As always, Shaq, you brought the voters to us, gave us a front row seat into their minds, what they were thinking and feeling. Before we get to that, I want to ask you about your takeaways from the night. Did anyone move the needle? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Kristen, you know, if you went to NBCNews.com, I believe one of the subtitles in one of the digital stories was "It got loud and it got weird." And that was kind of the feeling that you got from that debate where, yes, it was fiery. You saw that moment between Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy. You saw Nikki Haley really step up and engage in attacks. There was moments directly where you saw Tim Scott and Nikki Haley going back and forth. But whether or not it changed the needle, that's not really clear from last night. You know, one thing that we continue to see, and one big shift that you saw last night, especially comparing it to the first debate, is that these candidates were a little bit more willing to take on Donald Trump. He's only seen his position in this primary increase since the last debate over the course of the summer. And you saw, of course, Chris Christie go after him on things like conduct, on his record. He does that all the time. But you now hear those kinds of attacks coming from Ron DeSantis. Nikki Haley also stepped in with those punches and jabs at the former president. So I think you're starting to understand that these candidates are realizing the clock is running out if they want to draw that contrast with the former president. And this idea that he will just fade away or that his legal troubles will stop his rise or his dominance in the field, I think there's some reality setting in with those candidates. But again, he wasn't on that stage. And when he's not on that stage, the candidates then end up squabbling and going back and forth among one another.
Yeah, it's such a great point, Shaq. And of course, former President Trump's poll numbers have only increased from the first debate when he wasn't on stage during that debate either. Shaq, take us inside the room with you. Last night, you watched with voters in Wisconsin. What did they tell you?
Yeah, I guess we should start calling these like living room conversations. We start with dinner, there's some drinks, and then we watch the debate. But, you know, what I noticed last time, and this was a group of conservative voters in Waukesha, Wisconsin. They're all self-described conservatives. 2 of them were same people we talked to last time around. The other 3 were new to our conversation. And there was some interest in other candidates. Look, all these voters said that they would support former President Trump again in a general election. Hands down, they don't like what they're seeing out in Washington right now. But there is some interest in other candidates. I want you to listen to some of the conversations we had right after the conclusion of the debate.
You're the Trump guy before and after the first debate. How about now?
He's our guy. I really like Doug Burgum, though. I actually think Doug Burgum. I mean, who doesn't like Vivek? I mean, I think Vivek would make a fun either a running mate or. But I really like Doug Burgum.
If I had to pick
the people that I'd feel safest with would be DeSantis, number one. And I would say, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Chris Christie, number two. And then three, I like Doug Burgum.
And I really think there's a lot of great candidates for vice president on that stage.
This is a debate about the cabinet. You're building a cabinet.
It is. I'm building a cabinet from there, yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of great talent up there. Yeah, one candidate is not, I should say no candidate is perfect.
You know, I'll tell you, there was a lot of frustration over that moment that you started this segment when you heard all the candidates talking over one another where they couldn't understand, voters couldn't understand what was going on. But when I asked who won the debate, there was no clear answer. There's a lot of dynamics. I don't know if that shifted the dynamics of the race in any fundamental way, Kristen.
Well, it was so interesting also, you asked them to raise their hand if they wanted to see Donald Trump on stage. They all raised their hands. So it's a clear message from the voters that they do want the former president to participate in these debates, even though he hasn't come in.
There.
Absolutely. Shaq Brewster, we just love your segments with voters, and we learn so much. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Coming up next, facing the fallout, Senator Menendez addresses his Democratic colleagues for the first time since dozens of them started calling for his resignation following his indictment on bribery and corruption charges. We'll have the very latest on what was said in that closed-door meeting next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. All eyes were on the Senate Democrats' closed-door lunch today to see if indicted Senator Bob Menendez could defend himself to his colleagues in the face of federal bribery charges. We're watching to see if the senator was able to change any minds, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who has not called for his resignation but has not defended him either. The senator is accused of accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars to benefit 3 New Jersey businessmen and the Egyptian government. So far, 30 senators, a majority of the Senate Democratic caucus, have called on Menendez to resign, but Menendez has shown no sign of caving to the pressure. Listen to what he had to say as he left today's lunch.
We'll continue to cast votes on behalf of the people of New Jersey, as I have for 18 years. And I'm sure when they need those votes, they'll be looking forward for me to cast those votes.
A defiant Senator Menendez there. NBC's Ryan Nobles has the very latest from Capitol Hill. So, Ryan, to the best that you can, take us inside that lunch. What came out of it? Was Senator Menendez able to win over any hearts and minds?
Yeah, Kristen, we actually have quite a bit of reporting from what was happening inside of the room because of our team. Frank Thorpe, Liz Brown-Kaiser, and Julie Sirkin kind of fanned out and talked to all these different senators as they were leaving. And the sense we got was that this really didn't change too many minds. Senator Menendez spoke for about 15 minutes. He actually didn't really even get in to the allegations against him, basically talked about his history as a senator and his relationships with the folks in the Democratic caucus. And then he didn't even take any questions, and nobody really attempted to ask him any questions. So as a result, many of the senators that left that meeting that had already called on him to resign didn't change their position, and there doesn't seem to be any real movement among Senate leadership to try and force him from office. And then even further out, there really is no indication that Menendez is changing his posture at all. He appears to be willing to stay in office as long as it takes. The big question that's still unanswered that we thought maybe would have been revealed during this meeting is whether or not he intends to seek re-election. He has still not definitively said if he plans to do that, Kristen.
Interesting. We know it's so interesting because Leader Schumer has, as you say, hasn't called for him to resign yet. And he said, let's see what happens.
Right.
We're watching Schumer very closely, obviously, to see if there's any tea leaves to be read within his orbit. What are you hearing? What are you observing?
Yeah, I think it's an issue right now, Kristen, where, Chuck Schumer has to be the leader of the entire Senate Democratic caucus. And there really isn't any motivation for him to call on Senator Menendez to resign because it likely won't result in Senator Menendez stepping down. And what I think you can read behind, between the tea leaves here about this, and nobody from the senator's office has specifically told us this, but it's just kind of our own understanding of how these things work. The fact that you saw a floodgate open and so many of these Democratic senators feel comfortable to call for Menendez resignation is probably a signal that Schumer's at the very least not telling them not to do that. And I do think that that's a significant distinction because for the most part, he's able to keep the Democratic caucus in line. But I do have to say there's one senator who's an outlier among outliers, and that's John Fetterman. He called on Menendez to step down before anyone else did, and then he's double, triple, even sometimes quadrupling down on the fact that he believes Menendez should resign, even to the point where he didn't even go to this lunch today. Listen to what he said about it earlier.
I didn't go to the lunch. I refused to because the only thing that if he has something to say, it's like, he's resigning. That's the only honorable exit. And he's got to go. He's got to go. I can't imagine, how he could possibly explain any of that kind of a thing. But that's him to do in the court, not here among us. He needs to go.
So that is Senator Fetterman's stance on that. Obviously, his other colleagues maybe not as forceful in calling on Menendez to resign, but there was certainly no one whose mind was changed after hearing his plea to his caucus earlier today, Kristen.
Well, great reporting and fascinating analysis about what Leader Schumer is trying to do there by giving his colleagues space. Ryan Nobles, thank you so much. After the break, stuck in neutral, last night's candidates took jabs at Trump over abortion, China, and the nation's debt. But those attacks might have been too little too late to have any impact on the race. The panel is coming back, so don't go anywhere. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Just moments ago, Trump campaign advisor Chris LaCivita told NBC News former President Trump will not attend the next Republican debate in November. That comes after last night's debate where some of the loudest criticisms of Mr. Trump weren't focused on his record or his mounting legal troubles, but rather his decision not to attend.
You know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have.
Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight. Not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
One of the more memorable lines from the night. Back with me is the panel, Betsy Woodruff Swan, Cornell Belcher, and Lonnie Chen. Lonnie, let me get you, there's a lot to break down. Let me get you first, just your reaction to this news. The Trump campaign saying he's not going to attend. That's what they're saying today. Of course, ultimately, the decision will be up to former President Trump, and he sometimes changes his mind. But what do you make of that?
It's what I expected. It makes a lot of sense after last night's debate. I don't know if you're Donald Trump, there's any reason to go to a debate like that. I had sort of thought, I wondered if his ego would allow him to stay out, given how many barbs were thrown at him. At some point, he's like, listen, I'm going to go and defend myself. But this is obviously, I think, the right political move. It's the right move given where the campaign stands and given the fact that he's got like a 50-point lead.
No, strategically, in this Democrat-Republican, but strategically, Donald Trump becomes a smaller figure on that stage. So if you do not allow him to get on that stage, he benefits, other candidates benefit, and you don't give them an opportunity to benefit while your candidate loses. No way he should be on that stage.
Betsy, to that point, the headline from last night just seemed to be the cacophony of candidates clashing with each other, and the fact that many times you couldn't hear what they were saying. And so if you are Donald Trump watching this, now his campaign says he didn't watch, but I bet he TiVoed. It doesn't seem like there's a huge incentive to jump into that fray.
No, it doesn't seem to benefit him at all. And I think, I don't want to be too cute about this, but today, in a lot of ways, felt like the first day of the general election. You have Biden giving this major address, setting the stage for how he's going to take on Trump, all but explicitly saying he expects Trump to be his opponent going in, and then Trump himself calling for the RNC to shut down the rest of the debates, to basically say, lights out, we're done here. And of course, the subtext of that Trump statement is, we're wasting energy by running in this primary, but, you know, everyone on Trump's team is also thinking about money and the fact that he has these massive legal bills that are genuinely impacting his ability to campaign.
Really quickly, one of the things that I thought encapsulated all that was the woman in the focus group that y'all showed. There's a lot of great VP candidates on that stage. In the conversation.
Right. But although former President Trump said he doesn't even think they can. Let's talk about who had a good night, who did well, who didn't. I want to play this sound from Governor Ron DeSantis talking about abortion, one of the big issues after former President Trump told me wouldn't commit to a national ban and slammed DeSantis' 6-week ban in Florida. Take a look.
I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats. I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, you know, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time.
Betsy, DeSantis kind of hung back during the first debate. He certainly did make himself more known last night, and including taking sharper attacks at former President Trump. Was he effective, particularly on that issue of abortion?
It's hard to say. And the challenge for Republicans dealing with the abortion issue is that where the base is at on this question is very different from where the general electorate is going to be at. And Trump seems to understand that. The way that he is at least rhetorically trying to distance himself from the movement of people opposed to abortion, essentially signaling that he views it as a fundraising grift rather than a meaningful political movement. The way he himself is basically signaling his views of the politics here is quite different from how DeSantis is talking about.
And I think if you look at Nikki Haley, she is clearly understanding this as, how do we position this issue for a general election? She did it in the first debate. That continues to be where she is. And I think ultimately that is why you see her running in hypothetical matchups against the president stronger than any other Republican, because her positioning so far has been as, look, I can be the adult in the room, I can be the general election candidate, I can be the contrast. And she is the contrast. She's relatively younger. She obviously has the Indian American heritage. There's a lot of things about her that make her an effective contrast.
Too bad we'll never see it.
But her poll number, she is, I mean, Lonnie makes a good point, though. It's notable that in a general election matchup, she does better than any of the other candidates, according to our latest polling.
But just before when my guy ran against your guy, look, Governor Perry was running really good in a hypothetical matchup against Obama. It just never happened. Look, and when I see DeSantis now attacking Donald Trump, I think too little too late. It's so
Would it have
big.
made a difference if he'd started earlier? I mean, that's what I keep asking.
You got to
myself.
try, right?
Okay.
And again, it's just campaign 101. If you want to get in front of the person that's in front of you, you have to hit them.
I think what it comes down to, though, is what these debates, the purpose these debates serve is to winnow the field. At some point, there will be a one-on-one, and that's when it's going to get really interesting. The question is it going to matter when it gets to one-on-one?
Yeah.
But that'll be the interesting
We'll
point.
see after the first couple of states.
Yeah. There was a really fascinating moment that's gotten some buzz today. It involves teachers, education. I'm going to let it play out, and we'll do some analysis on the other side.
When you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be.
By way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years.
Cornell, that line got no reaction. We should just explain Governor Christie was referencing the fact, of course, that the First Lady is a teacher.
Right.
Yes.
Well, his wife is a teacher. It goes down in history as one of the most awkward moments, I think, in political debates in modern era. Maybe it doesn't look that bad on Reddit, but on television, and just the pause and how the audience was just sitting there, silent, not a movement. It looks really awkward, and it's gonna be something that lives on the internet forever.
Lonnie, what does it say about the moment that they were in last night? Because I got the sense, and this is where we started the discussion, that each of these candidates were really reaching to try to have a moment, to try to create a moment, to break through.
Yeah, you know, I've been involved in preparations around dozens of these primary debates, and you're always thinking, how do you break through when there's like 15, there were only 7 on the stage last night. But how do you break through? How do you create a moment? How do you make yourself memorable? The one-liner is the most tired way to do it. I mean, any debate coach that says, hey, I got an idea, go with a one-liner.
And then he didn't land
But they keep doing it.
He didn't land it.
I'm so worried about the next debate. What's going to happen? I don't.
It's a question. It's an open question. Look, Senator Scott, Betsy, I thought he came out of the first debate, and Democrats, Republicans all said to me, as I'm sure they did to you, he is such a nice guy. Tonight showcased that he's such a nice guy. Last night, you could see him really ramp up. He got in there. He tried to mix it up. He had a very strong bite when he was going back and forth with Governor DeSantis on the issue of what is written in Florida's educational guidelines about slavery, for example, really speaking passionately from the heart. What did you make of his performance?
He clearly has gotten the message that just out-nicing everyone is not the way to win a Republican presidential primary. So there was certainly more of a gloves-off approach from him. His clash with Nikki Haley, of course, is really memorable, sort of a battle of the South Carolinians. In that case, he didn't seem to have done as much research as he should have on the additionally contentious issue of curtains and when Curtain Gate had its initiation, another big moment. But no question that he's trying to be a little bit less nice, a little bit scrappier. Is it going to change the way enough people will vote? TBD.
Okay, very quickly, Lonnie, did anything change last night?
I think the only thing that changed is that we're going to see one less person in the next debate, probably. I think Doug Burgum, this may have been his last debate. I think that'll be the only change.
Do you agree, Cornell?
I completely agree.
Anything else you'd add?
No.
Okay, then we'll leave it there. Randall, Betsy, Cornell, and Lonnie, thank you. Still to come, expelled from North Korea, the American soldier who ran across the DMZ months ago is officially back on U.S. soil. We'll have the latest on that story and what it could mean for U.S.-North Korea relations next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. U.S. Army Private Travis King is back on American soil, arriving in San Antonio, Texas, early this morning after he was released by the North Korean government. It comes 2 months after he willingly ran across the border between North and South Korea while on a tour of the demilitarized zone. Now, at the time, King was facing possible disciplinary action after being released from a South Korean jail. A senior administration official says King appears to be in good health and good spirits. King's release comes after weeks of negotiations between Pyongyang and Washington via Sweden, who serves as the protecting power for the U.S. in North Korea. Senior administration officials say no concessions were made, quote, full stop. Joining me now to discuss this is NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. Court, thanks so much for being here. So this is significant. Travis King now back in the U.S. What can you tell us about how he's doing and what's next for him?
Well, all we know is that, according to administration officials, he seems to be healthy. But beyond that, we don't really know much. Now, he's at a military facility in San Antonio called Brooke Army Medical Center, where he's undergoing something that's basically a reintegration process. So it's something that's common for people who've been held or detained. Brittany Griner went through a similar one several months ago. Essentially, the officials will look at him and determine his medical health, his physical health, but also his emotional well-being and his mental stability. They'll look look at things like, did he endure any traumas that he will need continuing care for? Throughout this process, it's different for every individual. It can last upwards of 2 weeks or less, depending on the individual and what that person went through. Throughout that process, they'll determine whether he needs any follow-on care, medical, physical, medical, or emotional health. And then out of that, the big question is, what does the Army do next? Now, he could be eligible for some sorts of charges. He did go AWOL, absent without leave. But the officials I've spoken with say that right now they are really focused on his mental health, his physical well-being, and they're not even really thinking at this point about the follow-on.
That's so fascinating, Courtney. Talk about the broader implications here, the fact that no concessions were made. How significant is that?
It's so significant, and I got to tell you, Kristen, it's kind of a head-scratcher. You know, when we look at past times where Americans or others have been detained by North Korea, it simply hasn't been this seemingly easy for an individual to be released. He was held for about 2 months, just over 70 days, and then released. Swedish authorities were able to go across the border into North Korea, take him into China, where U.S. military was able to fly in and pick him up and bring him back to Seoul. We still hear that there was no concessions made. I have to say, it's the biggest question mark about a story that has had so many question marks. Why did he first run across the border into North Korea? How was he ultimately released? And what is the way forward with him, with the military? And at this point, we really just don't know any of those three things, Kristen.
Yeah, it really does raise so many questions, Courtney, and of course questions about what this could mean for U.S. relations with North Korea moving forward. We really appreciate your joining us. Courtney Kube, we know you'll continue to stay on top of this developing story. Thank you.
Thanks.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air, careening toward a crisis in the Capitol. Just over 48 hours now until the government shuts down. With that countdown, the backdrop to a fiery first step toward possibly impeaching President Biden, with Republican star witness not exactly delivering. So what's next for Congress and for the president and for our economy and our government? We're live on the Hill in just a minute. We're also live in Baltimore with very scary new details on how the suspected killer first came across the young tech CEO he's accused of murdering. What we're learning from these new documents and the questions tonight over the police response. Plus, oil prices today spiking to the highest they've been in more than a year. What it means for gassing up and for turning on the heat with winter right around the corner. And the rise of steroid talk. Videos seen by millions of younger men encouraging them to use steroids, with one group sounding the alarm why they want the feds to step in. Then, if you're still getting your DVDs in that signature red envelope, you are officially vintage, because those envelopes are too. An obituary of sorts for the very last shipment from Netflix, and how that company is still hoping to change the business of entertainment a little bit later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and right now Congress is running out of time. They are straight up against the clock with a little more than 48 hours to go to avoid a big government shutdown that could mean trouble for millions of Americans, for our economy, inside and outside the Beltway. Right now, you've got this intense fight over whether or not House Republicans might be able to come to some kind of 11th hour deal. We are not at the 11th hour yet. That's not going to come till Saturday night, but boy, are we creeping closer and closer to the lights turning off. Again, stroke of midnight, early Sunday. That's when the switch flips. In the middle of all this drama, right? This is the backdrop to the House's first impeachment inquiry against President Biden. It is just wrapping up in just the last couple of minutes on Capitol Hill with some questions from Democrats about whether it should even be happening at all. Fireworks, surprises in this Republican-led investigation that's basically trying to tie the president to business dealings related to his son, Hunter. And the big takeaway from today, the star witnesses Republicans calling up to testify, one of them saying they're really not sure there's enough evidence here to go forward. Watch.
I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. That is something that an inquiry has to establish.
I am not here today to even suggest that there was corruption, fraud, or any wrongdoing. In my opinion, more information needs to be gathered and assessed before I would make such an assessment.
Ali Vitale is live for us on Capitol Hill, watching every minute of what ended up being a marathon first impeachment inquiry against
the president. Let me start, because we got two things, right? And they are interrelated. We've got the impeachment inquiry. We've got a shutdown. We saw the nexus today with Democrats, for example, holding up a prop, a countdown clock, essentially saying, Republicans, this is about to happen. Why are you worried about this from President Biden? Talk us through that dynamic and how close we really are to the government shutting down.
We're close, Hallie. There's no way around that. I've not spoken to a Republican or a Democratic lawmaker today who isn't under the assumption that they'll, A, be working the weekend, and that, B, the weekend will end in a government shutdown. There are still multiple impasses between McCarthy and the key holdouts who have been thorns in his side, frankly, for this entire process. And so certainly when you say we're careening towards a crisis, we're still on that track. I do think that I heard from some Republicans today who were at least chagrined by the fact that this impeachment inquiry is coming when the focus should be on the shutdown. Then again, these things are put on the schedule and they are allowed to continue forward because they're already on the schedule. That's one of the things that I think allowed Democrats to score some political points, is making it look like Republicans are distracted from the actual task of governing and keeping the lights on here. But the other piece of this, too, is the fact that Democrats were able to highlight that the key Republican witnesses who were here, none of them are firsthand witnesses that can tie the evidence and allegations from Republicans directly to President Joe Biden. That's one of the things that Democrats are trying to underscore. And the other piece of this, too, was the ways in which the Democrats, specifically Jamie Raskin, the ranking member, were able to disrupt the flow of this hearing. There were multiple times where he was able to get Chairman Comer to have to go around and count votes and do motions, and that really disrupted the flow of Republicans' ability to build momentum and a narrative here.
It feels to me, Allie, that one of the analogies that has been useful here, and we've heard it referenced from people on both sides of the aisle, is the idea of smoke and fire, right? Because there is, as Republicans would acknowledge, there is smoke, they say. They argue that there is a fire there, right? That some of these questions around Hunter Biden's business dealings, they feel, they infer, would be connected to President Biden. To be clear, they have presented no evidence of that. There has been no evidence put forward, as we heard from Jonathan Turley and some of the other Republican witnesses here. Democrats are saying there's no fire, right? Smoke, but no fire here. I mean, that is part of what is central to this. Talk me through how you are hearing it from your sources and how they're framing this.
Or in the words of Jamie Raskin, that there's a smoke and a smoking gun, but there's no gun and there's no smoke from that gun. There's a million ways that they're trying to say it. And it's also a question that I posed to Chairman Comer as he was leaving this hearing room just in the last few minutes about the idea that it might be hard when your star witnesses are saying you don't have enough for impeachment, but this is what he told me.
This isn't an impeachment hearing. I've never said impeachment. People ask, would you vote to impeach? I would vote to impeach. My job is to determine how much money the Bidens got, and I think I'm doing a good job with that. I think this committee's doing a good job with that.
So Comer underscoring the obvious here, which is that it's an inquiry. It's not a full impeachment. But at the same time, this is the double-edged sword of where Republicans are right now. Yes, they're getting what they wanted in that they're doing an impeachment inquiry. But if they don't have the votes to move forward on impeachment, they are effectively neutralizing this idea of corruption against President Joe Biden as a narrative in the 24 election. And that's one of the key things that they're trying to accomplish here with these hearings.
What's the political risk reward on that, Allie, especially given that some of our new NBC News polling shows that more than half of Americans oppose this impeachment inquiry moving forward?
The political reward is that this is what conservatives, especially in the base, really wanted to see. And this is what Speaker McCarthy did to try to appease people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others. His idea was to try to let some of the steam out of the pot so that those hardliners might come along on a shutdown or avoiding one more easily. That's not what happened here. And so now we're in the period of we'll see what the risk ends up being. The risk is that Americans could look at this Republican majority and think they're more concerned with going after their opposition than they are with the business of governing the country.
Allie Vitale live for us on the Hill, where there are lots of moving pieces. We'll look for an update from you, Allie, in just a little bit. Thank you so much. Let's bring it to Baltimore now, where we're just learning new details about the hours before that young CEO tech star was allegedly brutally murdered in her home in Baltimore. Charging documents that we're just getting a look at say that security camera footage showed Pavel Lapierre getting home late one night last week. She was sitting on her apartment lobby couch. And that's when the suspect, now under arrest in this case, Jason Billingsley, waved from outside. She apparently, as you can see here, she goes to the door to let him in. Police say the two are then seen on video riding the elevator together. Billingsley is later seen leaving the building alone. It wasn't until 3 days later, on Monday, that LaPere's body was found on her roof. Police say a brick, blood, buttons, teeth, some of her clothes were found at the crime scene as well. We're also just learning the police had been monitoring Billingsley for days. They even had a warrant out for his arrest for allegedly raping a woman days before he allegedly killed LaPere. He is now in police custody, captured at a train station about 30 miles from Baltimore. Police acknowledging they know that is small consolation for the people who loved LaPere.
I know this arrest does not bring back Pablo LaPere or take away the heels of the many victims of Mr. Billingsley. We're going to put this individual, this violent criminal offender, repeat offender, back in jail where he belongs.
I want to bring in Ron Allen, who is live for us in Baltimore. And Ron, these new charging documents are giving us more of a sense of what police say happened. Tell us more.
It doesn't tell us why it happened, though. It doesn't tell us what the interaction was between LaPere and the suspect Billingsley. Yes, the documents describe how, for some reason, she let him into this building where she lived and worked in the heart of Baltimore. And then they're seen going together on this elevator, and her body is discovered on the roof later. And the cause of death, according to the medical examiner, is strangulation and blunt force trauma. And as you described, there are a number of things found on the roof, including a brick. So we're piecing together what apparently happened, but why remains unclear. And the police are still saying that there is no apparent connection between Billingsley and LaPere. In other words, they didn't know each other. There's nothing that puts them together, that connects them until this horrific incident happens there at the place where she lived and worked. Allie?
How about the questions on accountability here? Because police, as you've been reporting, had him under surveillance. How much, where was there a disconnect if police had been supposed to have been monitoring him and yet this still allegedly happened?
Well, they say they had him under surveillance. They say they were tracking him because of this other alleged crime that had happened about a week before the LaPere murder. It was a case involving attempted murder, rape, and arson that the police say Billingsley allegedly targeted a couple and their child for some unknown reason. And they said that because this was a targeted case, they didn't alert the public generally about the danger of this individual. And that's why they didn't put out bulletins or have a press conference or raise alarm bells about him. But despite all that, they're saying that now they are definitely going to put him away for the rest of their life, for the rest of his life, if they can. That's the goal. Here's some of what the state's attorney had to say. Take a listen.
Our hope and goal is if this individual is found guilty in a court of law, that this individual will never get out to see the light of day again and to ever hurt any of the citizens of our fine city ever again.
And he is in jail now, awaiting his next court date, which we don't know when that will be just yet. But again, no bond and no plea as far as we know. Allie?
Ron Allen live for us there in Baltimore. Ron, thank you very much. Let's bring it to Philadelphia now, a city bracing for whatever may happen tonight after another night of widespread looting across the city. Take a look at some of this security video just into NBC News. This is a group of people. They're coming in. This is like a beauty supply store. They come in, smash the window. You see the glass falling there. Apparently they start grabbing as much as they can carry, then they all kind of jog out. Police there are now counting 8 more burglaries in just the last 24 hours, 6 more arrests. That's only a day after that first wave of violent break-ins across the city. You see the aftermath, a bunch of stores vandalized, some totally cleared out of what they were selling because so much was stolen. With local officials now putting at least some of the blame on a popular social media influencer, saying she influenced others by live streaming all the chaos as it was happening and, in their words, inciting a riot. You see her here, Deja Blackwell. She's more commonly known as Meatball online, talking with one of our affiliates in just the last hour or so. Listen.
I just prefer, never loot again, stay out of trouble, and never go to jail.
George Solis is joining us now live from Philadelphia. Give us a sense as we head into what police hope is certainly not night number 3 of the potential for more problems here. Are they considering things like a curfew? I know that liquor stores had been shut down previously. What's your sense?
Yeah, Hallie, certainly they're hoping for not a repeat of what they saw over the last 2 nights. No curfew as of yet, but police continue to monitor the situation. And obviously they continue to monitor social media, which seems to be the linchpin in all of this activity that they saw over the last 2 days. 50 arrests, more than 50 arrests were made as a result of this looting. A lot of adults jumping into stores like the Apple one here behind me, which is still closed. Remarkably, though, some stores have been able to reopen. Some of those liquor stores that you showed also reopening, but a majority of them, at least 10, according to officials that I've spoken with, will remain closed because of the widespread damage. We were at one of those stores, and it was completely wiped in. Frankly, some people were still going into the store, even with police still around, and still looting at this hour, if you can believe that. So obviously, police have a lot of work ahead of them. They are hoping for not a third night. But of course, in all of this, you can't forget about the business owners who are impacted. A lot of these are small business owners, like that beauty supply shop owner that you showed there earlier. She was heartbroken by all of this. You know, she got a call at 1 a.m. that her store was being ransacked. This is, you know, her community. She figures they would protect her store, and a lot of people just let it happen. They stood idly by as people ransacked her store. It was a very emotional interview for her. I want you to take a listen to some of our exchange.
I've been working for over 3 years to get this open. For over 3 years, I work overnight, days, 6, 7 days a week, so I could get this to here. And this is what happened.
Yeah, her store is now open. It is boarded up, but she says she's going to stay there and hopefully deliver that message that she is not going to give up on her community, Hallie.
Yeah, you know, you talked about the idea of the social media impact of some of this here. We talked about that influencer who is now, from what it appears, based on that video from our affiliate, out, right, after being arrested?
Yeah, she made bail about $25,000. She had to pay 10% of that, but she still faces a slew of charges, including criminal conspiracy, criminal mischief in rioting, and disorderly conduct. Of course, at this point, she has not had to enter a plea deal. That'll have to happen during her preliminary hearings set later this month. But she did seem remorseful in that exchange with our affiliate WCAU here, saying she obviously didn't want this kind of attention, but it's obviously on her right now, Hallie.
George Solis, thank you very much. Oil prices are starting to tick down a bit today after hitting their highest levels in more than a year. And some experts say they think those prices are going to stay up, stay elevated for the next few months yet. So now we wait, right? And we hope that that trickle down doesn't cost us more for gas and cost us more to heat our homes, even as winter's just around the corner. CNBC senior analyst Ron Insana is joining us now. So this movement here in oil prices, Ron, how should we be thinking about it from the consumer level? In other words, this is not the time when I would expect my gas to get more expensive. Should I be bracing for that?
Yeah, I think so, Allie. I mean, we could be looking at $4 gasoline quite easily across the country, with crude oil sitting well above $90 a barrel. And in London, it's traded as high as 95, a consequence of OPEC and Russia together cutting production by 1 million barrels a day and extending that production cut throughout the remainder of the year. And so that's at a time when supplies in the United States are at 40-year lows. So we've got this supply-demand imbalance that favors, sadly, higher prices.
Supply, demand. What is going to change on the supply end of things, right? What is the anticipation here?
Well, we're producing actually a lot. The U.S. is back towards record levels, 12.9 million barrels a day, probably will top 13 million next year. But that is not enough to offset the drawdown in crude oil inventories we've seen in the U.S. over the last year, and also these OPEC production cuts that have been quite sticky over the last many months and look to continue well into possibly early 2024.
What about home heating oil? Is anything going to change in time for, let's say, you know, late October when it starts to get a little chilly?
So it depends how your house is, in fact, heated. If it's heating oil, those prices are up, which is a derivative of crude oil itself. If it's natural gas, those prices have been relatively well contained. So really depends on the mechanism that you use to heat your house. Natural gas, you're better off. Heating oil, you might face a higher price come the wintertime.
Ron Insana, thanks for watching all of it with some of that movement tonight. Appreciate it. We're also learning tonight it could be something like 1.5 years before we get any answers, if ever, from Maui's electric provider on what role it may have played in sparking those devastating wildfires. Because at a congressional hearing today, we heard one official not commit to turning over all the results that come from this ongoing investigation. Listen.
are willing to commit to make those results public once the investigation is completed?
I think it's too early to speculate on exactly what comes out of this and what form it comes out, but we are committed to sharing what's critical with the public on this.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't make it public? I mean, you seem to be hesitating a little bit.
I think it's just too early to speculate.
Hawaiian Electric is facing multiple lawsuits claiming its power lines started that horrific wildfire in Maui early last month. It was a firestorm that killed at least 97 people and incinerated 2,000 buildings. The power company, though, says that its lines were actually de-energized and had been for hours before that second fire, the destructive one, the one that destroyed Lahaina, as you see, actually started. No word yet on the official cause of that fire. I want to bring in Dana Griffin for more on this. And this is something that we talked about when those wildfires first started, Dana. This was going to be a long slog towards some kind of accountability for people who lost quite literally everything in these fires.
Yeah, and Hallie, when we talk about why this report may not be released, you got to understand that this report, once it's completed, could either help or hurt the utility. You know, while they're trying to get to the bottom of what went wrong, they're also facing litigation right now. So that's possibly why they aren't committing to releasing that full report once it is finally revealed. Now, there were no major bombshells dropped during the hearing today, but Hawaiian Electric CEO once again admitted to the first fire that happened that morning was caused by one of their power lines that fell down, and it sparked about a 3-acre fire that they were told was distinguished and contained. And she says that the power lines were de-energized during that period. Well, an afternoon fire started, and that is what spread across Lahaina. And a cause has not been determined for that fire. There were also discussions about grounding power lines so that this tragedy doesn't happen again. And the thing about that is that's very costly, and consumers, Hallie, would have to fit the bill.
The timing of this is, I think, notable here because we are seeing, even just this week, people finally getting able to go back to their homes in the hardest hit area of Maui here, West Maui, and see what happened. And it's those people that are, in many ways, at the center of this story and, of course, should be centered in this story, too.
Absolutely. And going back, seeing the destruction, even though they may never get to live in that home again, at least as it stands, it's part of the healing and recovery process that so many Maui residents have asked for. They know that they need to go back in, see it for themselves, and that's part of the closure. One Maui resident spoke about what that experience was like. Listen.
It's pretty bad. After so many years of living here, I just can't say it.
And I think you really need to just we need to see it in person. We need to go and stand on our property.
And you know, Hallie, what's also adding to the frustration here and the concern is that looming government shutdown that will halt what the recovery and the cleanup efforts in Lahaina, and that will be devastating for this community if they don't get the resources that they need. There have been calls to help fund FEMA so that those funds can still flow in. Hallie.
Dana Griffin live for us there out west. Dana, thank you. New details tonight from inside a pretty tense meeting that saw an indicted sitting senator speak for the first time to a room filled with his Democratic colleagues here. We are, of course, talking about Bob Menendez, who's facing those federal bribery charges. And according to sources in the room, Mr. Menendez was saying, despite calls from dozens of his fellow senators, he's not going anywhere. One senator inside that room says Menendez told them, "I'm not going to give you my defense. I'm going to defend myself. I'm not resigning." That's not really what at least 30 of his colleagues are hoping to hear. They've all come out, everybody you see on this screen, saying, yes, Menendez, they think, should step down because of that indictment on bribery charges. All of it, tracking with what we heard from the senator himself. Listen.
We'll continue to cast votes on behalf of the people of New Jersey, as I have for 18 years. And I am sure when they need those votes, they'll be looking forward for me to cast those votes.
And yet one of Menendez's harshest critics, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, also a Democrat, of course, didn't even bother to show up. He said there was really no point. Listen.
I didn't go to the lunch. I refused to, because the only thing that, if he has something to say, it's like, you know, he's resigning. That's the only honorable exit. And he's got to go. He's got to go. I can't imagine, you know, how he could possibly explain any of that kind of a thing.
So, meeting over now. You've got 20 Senate Democrats left who will now decide, if they would like to, whether or not they should join their colleagues who say Menendez should step down. You see 3 members of the Ethics Committee there. They're recusing themselves from opinions, essentially. But Senator Chuck Schumer, the top Senate Democrat, huge question mark on him here. Let's get right to Capitol Hill live with our reporter who is there. I want to bring in NBC's Julie Sirkin, who's been following the ins and outs of this for us. It feels like that is one of the key pieces of this. What is Chuck Schumer going to do? He's the leader of this caucus here, the leader of this conference. He said yesterday he was waiting to hear from Menendez in the meeting. Did he like what he heard or not?
Yeah, that's not clear, and that is the big question. You're right. I even pressed him yesterday multiple times. I said, listen, you have your number 2 Senate Democrat, you have your colleagues in the House all calling on him to resign, and he said he would leave his comments on that. But it doesn't sound like Menendez was very convincing in the room. In fact, I'm told, along with my colleagues, Frank and Elizabeth, that he didn't even get any questions in the room. He spoke for less than 15 minutes. Senators looked around at each other sort of awkwardly, according to one of my sources, waiting for somebody to be the first to ask a question of Menendez. Ultimately, nobody did, but afterwards, the senators we spoke to said he didn't do much to change their minds. Here's Tim Kaine. Here's what he told us after the meeting.
Senator Menendez addressed us. There wasn't Q&A or anything like that, but I don't really want to talk about it yet.
Do you feel like he should resign?
I've answered that question already. The charges are disqualifying if true, but anybody who is facing a charge in our system gets to contest the charge.
Now, Fetterman also told me, you heard from him at the top, that Menendez is either going to go by conviction in court or the election. Of course, Menendez up for re-election next year.
What's the Senate going to be like for him? I mean, there's a little bit of a sense of like, okay, 30 of your colleagues don't want you there. Whose lunch table are you going to sit at? Especially considering he's already off the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the powerful committee that he previously chaired. And there's this open question on, can he even get access to the same information that his fellow Democrats are getting?
And that's something Senator Ben Cardin, who's taking over as chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, said he's actually going to look into. But look, from Menendez's part, he didn't miss any votes yet this week. He showed up this morning to a Finance Committee hearing, still part of all these lunches and privy to all of the information that senators are getting, at least out of the secure level for now. And it looks like Menendez, defiant, is going to keep doing what he's doing unless the courts tell him otherwise, right? So Menendez is going to continue showing up to hearings, showing up to lunch with his colleagues. He's not going to resign. I'm told by a source very close to him he's going to fight these charges, and he's going to fight them in the court of public opinion up here as well.
Julie Sirkin, live for us on the Hill. Appreciate it. We're just learning that former President Trump and his adult children are expected to be called as witnesses in his New York civil fraud trial, expected to start Monday, after a judge today denied his bid to try to push that timeline back a bit. The list from the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, includes 28 names, including the former president, his kids, his adult children, Don Jr., Eric Trump, Ivanka Trump, former confidants Michael Cohen, Alan Weisselberg. Mr. Trump's legal team has submitted its own list, which also includes the former president, making the possibility he takes the stand even likelier. The New York AG wants $250 million for claims that Mr. Trump and his company illegally inflated the value of their assets on financial forms, something that Mr. Trump denies. Remember, this is a civil trial. We will keep you posted on that starting Monday. Just some developing news just before we went on the air. Tesla now getting sued for allegedly tolerating racial harassment of its black workers and retaliating against those who spoke out about it. This is a suit coming from the EEOC. You've probably seen that around your workplace, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. It includes claims from a black worker at the Fremont, California plant who says people were using what they describe as the N-word all the time, especially men and particularly white men. It claims Tesla failed and refused to take steps to address that behavior. Tesla did not immediately respond to CNBC's request for comment. David Ingram, our tech reporter, is on this one. What else do we know about this?
Allie, this lawsuit filed today goes into great detail about some of what black workers at Tesla's factory here in California said that they faced on a regular basis. This one worker is quoted in the complaint saying that when he would take breaks and go to the restroom or the break room, that he would see the N-word and other racial epithets scrawled all over the walls, saying that he would see a swastika, the N-word. He said it was so gross and racist, I don't want to talk about it. It would say, kill black people. Now, the EEOC says this has been going on for more than 8 years at the Fremont factory, which is about an hour east of here in California. I'm in San Francisco. And Tesla actually has known that this suit was coming for more than a year. They have been in discussions with the EEOC. The EEOC says that they failed to come to any kind of reconciliation, so now it's headed to court.
It's not the first time that Tesla under Elon Musk has been accused of something like this, right?
That's right. These similar claims have also been pursued by state regulators in California. They filed their own suit, the sort of state equivalent of the EEOC, and employees themselves have filed claims in state and federal court. Those are in pretrial motions. We expect at least one of those to go to trial from one worker who has already pursued his cases in previous trials and is getting a retrial. So multiple court proceedings advancing at the same time, all alleging essentially that Tesla not only allowed discrimination to go on against Black employees, but even retaliated against them, firing them within weeks of telling management about these problems.
David Ingram, thank you very much. Coming up here on the show, much more to get to, including more changes potentially coming to Delta's loyalty program after the airline CEO admitted that a controversial update probably went too far, what it might mean for your next Delta ride. Plus, why officials had to go and perform a wellness check on Britney Spears. That's in our 5 Things.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Coming up, one thing you cannot buy in bulk at Costco, why they're selling out of gold bars so quickly. That's coming up in our 5 Things. But first, Delta Airlines tonight, kind of returning to the gate, if you will, with the CEO saying the overhaul it just did with its loyalty program probably went a little too far. Delta says too many passengers got to elite status. They couldn't handle so many people asking for things like upgrades and lounge access and good seats. So they decided to raise the bar to make the elite level even more elite. The Sky Miles overhaul would have changed your status based not on how many miles you fly, but on how much money you spend. People didn't like that, with some customers promising to take their business elsewhere. This was like a whole big controversy. Even the points guy. You know the points guy. His whole thing is like helping people leverage your points from airlines. He said the changes to what Delta did convinced him to stop actually chasing status. JetBlue, they try to get in on this. They're like, hey, Delta customers, come over to us. We will match your status in our loyalty program. Leslie Josephs is joining us now. So, Leslie, I mean, like, Delta can do whatever it wants here, but it sounds like the CEO is saying, okay, wait a second, like, we will recalibrate a little bit here.
Exactly. So this was a couple of weeks ago, and what Delta did is kind of make their frequent flyer program. When you earn that elite status, that's the thing that gives you free upgrades sometimes to a seat that has more legroom, sometimes even to first class or business class. If you're at the very, very top tier of elite status, you know, into the access into the lounges, it's going to get harder to earn. They're going to base that only on the amount that you're spending with the airline, spending on credit cards. Before, it was kind of a mix of how much you were flying. So is it a frequent flyer program anymore? I mean, the way that we've seen all the airlines pretty much go, it's how much you're shelling out. And what we're seeing is that airlines are awash in frequent flyers, and they need to make those higher level statuses, you know, more appealing. And how do you do that when you have so many people that can earn that status? You have to still make it feel special.
I kind of love, Leslie, that you're using the phrase frequent flyers, because like that's not always what it's about for some of these programs. For some of them, it's like, do you have their credit card, and are you spending money? And if you do fly even a few times a year, are you flying first class or coach, right? Like who are these programs better for? People who fly, the customers, or the airlines themselves?
I think they could almost rebrand at this point and not even call them frequent flyer programs and just call them big spender programs, because that is how you get to elite status. But, you know, Delta is one of those cases where it's a victim of its own success. You know, so many people were spending big in the pandemic, even when they weren't flying. They racked up a ton of points, they racked up a ton of frequent flyer miles, and they were able to reach some of these elite tiers that maybe they weren't able to before. Also, Delta had kind of, and other airlines too, you know, they had holdovers over the pandemic. You know, you can hold on to your status for coming year. They knew people weren't flying. People are traveling again. You know, they're gaining that status. You know what that means is that the lounges and other perks, you know, the first class cabins, they're very full. So they have to make sure that those, you know, the highest spenders are getting rewarded for their good business.
Right, the biggest of the big spenders, if you will. Leslie Josephs, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the United Auto Workers Union says they will expand their already historic strike by 10 a.m. tomorrow if there's not big progress in negotiations. That's according to somebody familiar with the discussions, talking with our colleagues at CNBC. If the talks don't go as planned, the union president is supposed to host a Facebook Live event to announce which plants would walk out at noon. The spokespeople for the automakers did not respond to our request for comment. Number 2, one source telling an NBC News outlet today that police performed a wellness check on Britney Spears. After this video of her dancing with knives, fans started to get worried, but Spears says that this whole thing was inspired by Shakira's VMA performance recently, where she also danced with knives. The source says Spears is fine and that this whole thing is overblown. Number 3, the Senate passed a new dress code. It's a lot like the old dress code. Remember last week, the top Senate Democrat said senators can wear whatever they want. That's after John Fetterman, the senator from PA, who you just saw, goes around. Listen, guy wears a hoodie to work. He wants to go on the Senate floor and vote. You're not supposed to do that under the dress code rules. Those got changed. Now, for the first time ever, the Senate is like, nope, we will require business attire. Men have to wear a coat, a tie, and pants. No specific requirements for women. Number 4, you can now add gold to your Costco shopping list. That's right. Can't buy them in bulk. Sadly, one of the few things you can't at Costco, but they are one of the hottest items there. Costco says they're selling out within hours. Only members can see the price, but people on Reddit say they're going for like $1,900. They're also just being sold online, limited to 2 per shopper. That's it. Number 5, a new study says these mysterious fairy circles, as they're called, which kind of look like polka dots on Earth, might be more common than experts originally thought. Up till now, they thought that these rings in dirt were just in 2 countries. They might actually be in 15. We still don't know where they're from or how they got created. when we come back. New details on search warrants in the University of Idaho murders, what investigators are now looking for in the suspect's shopping history. Plus, later, get ready to start paying your student loan back again very soon. How that restart is adding to recession concerns.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
New details now coming out in the trial of 2 Colorado police officers charged in the death of a young black man in Aurora. Prosecutors say excessive force turned the late-night stop of Elijah McClain into a deadly encounter. Defense attorneys argue it was McClain's actions, as they say, choosing to resist, in their words, that led to his death, not what the officers did. This is a story, of course, that gained national attention as the Black Lives Matter movement picked up steam in 2020. Aaron Gilchrist has the story with a warning. Some of the video we're about to show you may be disturbing.
Please be seated. The court will recall.
We're now a week into graphic testimony in the trial over Elijah McClain's death at the hands of police officers in Aurora, Colorado 4 years ago. Officer Randy Rodema and former officer Jason Rosenblatt, the first to stand trial, each pleading not guilty to 1 count of manslaughter and 1 count of criminally negligent homicide.
Next witness for the prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case started with a stop at a convenience store. NBC News obtained video of a 23-year-old McClain buying cans of iced tea on August 24th, 2019, and leaving the store before a call to 911.
Let me see, he has a mask on. He looks sketchy. He might be a good person or a bad person.
Yeah.
So, mask on.
Okay. Were any weapons involved or mentioned?
No.
Court documents saying that McClain was often cold and wore a runner's mask and jacket even on warmer days. As McClain walked home carrying a plastic bag in one hand, a cell phone in the other, and earphones in his ears, then Officer Nathan Woodyard tried to stop him.
Do me a favor, stop right there. Hey, stop right there. Stop. 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 I have a right to stop you because you're being suspicious.
Well, okay.
Turn around. Turn around.
Rosenblatt and Rodema arrived on the scene minutes later, and the situation escalated as the officers tried to move McClain, eventually wrestling him to the ground.
Give us some more units. We're fighting them.
Woodyard put McClain in a neck hold, which was eventually released.
On the ground.
We had to use carotid.
That's what I was doing. I was just going home. I'm different.
You come out.
An officer described McClain as having, quote,
crazy strength.
A paramedic gave McClain ketamine to sedate him before loading him into an ambulance. McClain's heart stopped en route to the hospital. He went into a coma and died 3 days later. Now, after 4 years, 2 of the 3 officers who responded that night are on trial. Their attorney saying they followed procedure and demonstrated restraint.
From the contact to the force to put him in the recovery position was all pursuant to their training and all pursuant to the policy.
The prosecution relaying more grim details of McLean's death.
When the autopsy is performed, his lungs are twice the weight of a normal person's. And you'll hear that in his lungs, there's digestive material and digestive fluid because he's been inhaling his own vomit.
The defense largely blaming McLean's death on the paramedics who administered the ketamine.
But then when paramedics arrive on scene, the paramedics have full medical control.
The 2 paramedics have pled not guilty to manslaughter and negligent homicide. They're scheduled for trial in November. A critical care expert suggesting the ketamine was just one factor.
Was the ketamine, in your opinion, the only thing that caused Mr. McLean's death on the night that he died?
In my opinion, it was not. It was also the position that he was put in that reduced his ability to cough.
One thing both sides agree on, McLean's death should never have happened. Now his family and friends waiting to see who a jury believes is responsible.
Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now. Go back to this piece about the paramedics here and the ketamine, because the coroner at first could not determine exactly how Elijah McLean died. Revised coroner's report said it was from complications from the ketamine after being forcibly restrained.
Right.
Does what happened with these officers, is there any potential that that could affect the trial of the medics?
So the judge separated all the trials. There are 5 trials that are going to, or 5 people who are being tried here eventually. And I think what you're going to see is, as we, the prosecution believes that all 5 of them are equally responsible, that they're all guilty of the charges, the things they've been charged with. The defense here made very clear that it's trying to shift the blame to the 2 paramedics who administered the ketamine. And that is the case that they're trying to make through this trial. So it'll be interesting to see how that fits into the trial of the 2 paramedics when that starts in November, and whether there might be some sort of cross testimony in trying to shift blame in this instance. But again, the prosecution is saying that all 5 of these people are responsible for Elijah McLean's death, and they want them all to be held responsible equally.
Aaron Gilchrist, thank you very much for staying on top of this story for us. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, police are looking into whether the University of Idaho murders suspect purchased any knives online. Did he buy knives off the internet? According to some newly unsealed court documents, they put in place multiple search warrants for places like Amazon and PayPal. The suspect here, Brian Koberger, is accused of murdering Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonsalves last November. Officials are still looking for the murder weapon. Out of our Northeast Bureau, officials in New York City say they will boost safety procedures at daycares there after multiple ghost guns and a 3D printer were found in an unlocked room at a licensed daycare center. Officials say 3 people have been arrested. It comes less than 2 weeks after a child died from apparent opioid exposure at another daycare in the city. Out of our Southeastern Bureau, American soldier Travis King, of course, that Army private who crossed into North Korea a couple months ago, he is back in the United States today. Officials say he's very happy to be home, at least on his way home. For now, he's been evaluated at a medical center in Texas. Remember, King was detained in North Korea in July after he ran across the border on a tour of the demilitarized zone. Coming up, an alarming new report that says teens are getting targeted on TikTok, quote-unquote steroid talk. We'll talk about the dangers of that and what some of these researchers want Congress to do next.
back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum. It's a very critical situation.
So tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, starting Sunday, guess what? You got to start repaying your student loans. Tens of millions of people will have to pay up off what they borrowed. But some experts think that could slow down spending, maybe even enough to drive the economy into a recession. That's the concern. NBC's Maura Barrett has more.
Borrowers around the country know what October 1st means. Student loan repayments resume after a 3-year pause. More than 40 million borrowers owe student debt, now totaling more than $1.7 trillion in the U.S. Experts estimate borrowers will start repaying an average of about $350 a month. That's significant and could leave a huge dent in monthly budgets. A recent report from Credit Karma found that more than half of federal student loan borrowers say they'll have to choose between repayments and necessities, limiting consumer spending, which has been a pillar in keeping the economy chugging along. So could a hit to that spending trigger a recession?
I think that we'll see the first signs of this after the student loan forgiveness program ends. This is going to be a consumer-led recession. I think will ultimately be more severe than people think into 2024.
Others see student loans as a small part of the economy. Student financial aid expert Mark Kantrowitz puts it at 0.4% of GDP. He thinks the return of repayments will have little impact.
It's a really tiny portion of the economy. It's not going to derail the economy.
But people might think twice about those big-ticket items.
People have said that student loan payments have a domino effect, that they cause delays in people buying their first homes or their first cars or getting married. And that is true.
And while October 1st is seen as a hard deadline, its effects may be more gradual. The Biden administration is offering income-based repayment plans to those who might have had a tough time starting up payments again. And they could also get some relief when it comes to their credit scores.
We know many of our borrowers are going to struggle to make payments. But we want to make sure that we're not sending their name to credit agencies. So we're going to hold them harmless for a year as they're getting back up.
Amid a looming government shutdown, it's important to note, even with federal loans, interest will accrue and payments are still due either way. Maura Barrett, NBC News.
Our thanks to Maura Barrett for that reporting. A new report out tonight is sounding the alarm on so-called steroid talk, calling on Congress to do more to stop younger people from seeing these videos on TikTok promoting things like steroids. They want action here. This tech watchdog group says that people between the ages of 18 and 24 saw videos having to do with steroids and similar kinds of drugs, something like 420 million times in the last few years. That may even be an undercount since there's no data on people under the age of 18. These are videos that are often encouraging, like, for example, male teenagers to take steroids, showing bodybuilders with the hashtag roids. Others are captioned things like risk it, showing people with handfuls of drugs. One user even suggests that others tell parents that the steroids are vitamins. This report says lawmakers have got to figure out how these sites are selling substances like these in the first place. I want to bring in Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. Talk through like the risks of steroids and the way that this report, it seems, is making the link between these videos being out there and then, of course, the promotion of the sales of those to people who are younger.
Just another thing for us parents to worry about, right, Hallie? So, look, the risk of taking anabolic steroids are numerous for both boys and for girls. We're talking about things like fertility issues, impotence, mood changes, aggression, heart, liver problems. And just as a little aside to parents out there, some of the first symptoms that you might notice that could clue you into your child using this are, in fact, the mood swings as well as acne. So keep an eye out for that. In terms of how these sellers are getting their hands on it, well, you know there's a black market for everything. It shouldn't be that way. The FDA has classified anabolic steroid as a Scheduled III controlled substance, which means it requires a prescription as well as some other sort of regulatory things in order to prescribe. But just like other things, Hallie, people can falsely advertise. They could say it's a vitamin and it actually contains anabolic steroids. Some of this stuff is coming from outside of the U.S. Really, really, really hard to regulate.
There's a TikTok spokesperson who tells us this report isn't differentiating between what content is positive and what content is negative associated with the hashtags. When we talk about platforms like TikTok, I mean, listen, all these social media platforms, there's been a lot of conversation around young women with body image issues. I wonder if there also should be, and if this report is highlighting the need for conversations around young men with body image issues as well.
It should. And, you know, I always feel like we sometimes do these segments together, Hallie. I have a 15-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old son. Both of them are affected by what they see on social media. And we can't ignore that boys are also getting these messages and seeing these images and, you know, are trying to be just as attractive as girls are trying to be. And I think it's a reminder to all of us as parents to really keep an eye out on what our kids are doing on social media. Ask them what social media platforms they're using, how many hours a day they're on it, and really be a part of the conversation with your kids. That's the best way that you can protect them.
Dr. Natalie Azar, so glad to have you on here. Your expertise, both professional and personal, really appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, something Netflix started, now ending. We're rolling back the clock on their famous red envelopes. Here's a pop quiz. Do you know what the very first DVD Netflix ever sent was? I'll tell you in just a sec.
Lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore,